The sky was azure with clouds like tufts of cotton. In the Huanyue Kingdom at Jinshan sect, there was a garden on the back mountain. Mo Fan was digging in a patch of fertile soil, weeding and spreading fertilizer. Then he planted the prepared flower seeds. After that, he lightly waved his small hand, and scattered specks of light began to sprinkle over the seeds. Before long, all the newly planted seeds began to sprout and soon burst into bloom. In an instant, colorful sacred light flooded the whole mountaintop. Wherever the divine light passed, wilted grass regained life, and injured fawn leaped about again, and even the long-dried rivers slowly produced new springs. The entire Jinshan Peak was filled with a wondrous, thriving scene. But unfortunately, Mo Fan did not know any of this and continued diligently planting his next crop. After a while, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, today's task is complete. Reward 1000 cultivation points. Reminder: the reward has been credited in real time. Please check it. The moment the sound faded, a powerful vortex exploded above Mo Fan's head, causing his cultivation base to surge upward. Sage 7th rank. Sage 8th rank. Sage 9th rank. Ding. Reminder: host, your cultivation has reached the peak of the Sage realm. Further advancement will require a breakthrough quest. Got it. Mo Fan answered flatly, his heart calm. He was not particularly happy about the cultivation increase. Instead, he frowned and fell into thought, wondering about something. At that moment, a Jinshan sect disciple rushed over, looking flustered, and called out from outside the door. Elder Mo. Bad news. That Empress is here again. The flustered shouting snapped Mo Fan out of his daze. He glanced at the anxious disciple by the door, thought for a moment, and finally answered. Understood. I'll go out and take a look soon. With that, Mo Fan put down the farm tool, looked into the distance, and sighed softly. Sigh. Then he murmured, so she really has come. As an elder of Jinshan's sect, Mo Fan had a long and complicated history with the Empress. Their relationship was hard to define. Neither enemies nor friends. If forced to use one word, it could only be comrade in arms. A comrade in challenges. Indeed, their challenges had already numbered 100. Yet every result was an accident. Mo Fan thought no word could fit more perfectly. Sorting out his mood, Mo Fan walked toward the sect's main hall. Outside the Jinshan sect main hall, a woman stood at the center, her robes fluttering. In the sunlight, the woman's stunning face gave off an impression of coldness, as if even the sunlight would be chilled by the icy aura around her. But that coldness was not aloofness, it was the sharp royal authority cultivated since childhood in the imperial court. Needless to say, this was Zhao Xiyue, the Empress of Huanyue Kingdom. Zhao Xiyue was the ruler of Huanyue Kingdom, and also one of the 10 titled sages of the Eastern continent, extremely powerful. Before meeting Mo Fan, she had never looked at anyone with respect. Even the #1 titled sage, she was confident she could fight. But ever since she met Mo Fan at Liaoyan platform, that day her heart had been in chaos. The reason was simple: that day, she sparred with Mo Fan. Mo Fan defeated her with a single sword strike, and even shattered her natal spirit weapon. Sage battles were always earth-shaking and heaven-rending. But Mo Fan only tapped her lightly with the sword and defeated her. How could she accept that? From that day on, Mo Fan became famous in a single battle. People throughout the Huanyue Kingdom began to call him the Sword God. Sword God. Frog God. Actually, Mo Fan did not know any sword arts at all. That day, the Empress had simply relapsed from an old wound. He had only raised his sword in a defensive stance. Before he even used any strength, she fell. To outsiders, it looked as if Mo Fan had used some unfathomable secret technique. But in truth, the Empress's defeat had nothing to do with him. Mo Fan's real strength was still open to question. Having come to this world 5 years ago, Mo Fan had thought he would open a cheat and reach the peak of life, like a novel protagonist. But he never expected the damn system to be a counterfeit product. It tricked him into doing tasks, then directly gave him cultivation. At first, Mo Fan felt he had found a treasure. When he used to read novels, systems gave pills, techniques, and divine artifacts. Not for him. The system sent cultivation directly. Did that mean he could become a supreme expert just by lazing around and farming every day? Mo Fan was overjoyed. However, as time passed, Mo Fan gradually discovered that all the cultivation the system supposedly gave was fake. All of it. Only by completing all the tasks could the gains become real, and the number of tasks. So Mo Fan only looked like an expert. In reality, he was still weak. Fortunately, no one had yet been able to tell whether his cultivation was real or fake. So with his paper-thin reputation, it seemed perfectly normal that Mo Fan could become an elder and defeat the Empress. But now, approaching the Sword God Hall, and seeing the familiar, yet formidable woman before him, Mo Fan's scalp went numb. A few days ago, he had fought with her. He hadn't expected her to return so soon. So tiring. Huanyue Kingdom's ruler, I've told you that your Dao heart is unstable, and you are not my match. Why do you come to challenge me again today? A few days before, Zhao Xiyue had indeed come to challenge Mo Fan, and Mo Fan had pointed out that she had a flaw and was unfit to fight. But Zhao Xiyue refused to believe it, forced an attack, and ended up suffering chi deviation, coughing blood repeatedly. After returning to the palace, she summoned the best physicians and sages to examine her, and indeed, it was an unstable Dao heart. Similar things had happened 99 times before. For example, Mo Fan said her fate clashed, her foundation was unstable, her star sign was Askew, and so on. Every time Zhao Xiyue refused to believe it, forced a challenge, and ended up severely injured and defeated. Every time she went back and checked, Mo Fan had guessed correctly. That was eerie. After failing, Zhao Xiyue would also review the causes. If every time was just Mo Fan being lucky, she would never admit that. Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was the jinx of Huanyue Kingdom? That was even worse than losing. So she attributed her failures to the pressure Mo Fan put on her, which caused her body to malfunction. In the end, she still insisted that Mo Fan's strength was greater than hers. So even after losing 100 times, she refused to admit defeat. That was why today she had come for the 101st challenge. Humph, don't worry. My Dao heart has been stabilized now. I have no problem anymore. Come on. Today you and I must fight. Looking at those determined eyes, Mo Fan was numb. How could he possibly beat the Empress? In the past, she had defeated herself. He won before even lifting a hand. If they truly fought for real, the Empress could crush him with one finger. There was no chance to even make a move. But fate kept letting him win, and even when he wanted to admit defeat, he couldn't lose. The Empress kept losing, and after losing, she would come challenge him again, and he couldn't refuse. Ugh, so annoying. Enough. 3 days from now, let's settle it on Xinjian Peak. Why not today? Today? If we fight today, how can I slip away? I can't afford to offend her, but can I afford to hide? Mo Fan really didn't want to fight her anymore. Ever since this woman had blown his fame up to the heavens. Besides her, all kinds of immortals elsewhere wanted to cross swords with him, from holy sons and daughters of major Eastern continent sects to masters of hidden hermit families to even some centuries-old monsters. Who could stand that? Therefore, of all the 36 strategies, escape was the best. Cut losses, back off, and slip away. That was the true path. Leaving required time naturally. Mo Fan was not truly a sword god who could cover enormous distances in a single leap. 3 days, neither too long nor too short, was just enough for him to walk out of the Huanyue Kingdom. Of course, he still needed to find an excuse to keep Zhao Xiyue delayed for a while. Queen of Huanyue, you are not in a convenient state today, are you? I'm perfectly convenient. How could I not? Zhao Xiyue was about to retort when she suddenly thought of something and immediately fell silent. Her always cool and stern face flushed a bright, delicate red, and a trace of flustered panic remained in her eyes like a startled kitten that did not know what to do. How do you know? Zhao Xiyue was baffled. Logically, a private matter like her monthly cycle was something even her closest maidservant would not know unless she herself revealed it. How could Mo Fan know? Mo Fan certainly was not divine enough to predict the exact day of her period. But eldest sister, every month there are only a few such days. You came to challenge me every day before, so by rotation it ought to be that time of the month now. I have an art of qi observation. I could tell from looking at your face. Qi observation examines a person's innate qi to judge their fortune and trajectory, thereby avoiding misfortune and resolving disasters. As for being able to tell that her period had arrived by observing her face, that was purely Mo Fan talking nonsense. Does qi observation have such a use? Zhao Xiyue murmured quietly. Qi observation was not a rare technique on the Dongzhou continent. Even street-side fortune tellers knew it. She had never heard of it being able to detect a monthly cycle. But Zhao Xiyue knew very well that Mo Fan was no ordinary man, so naturally his qi observation was not ordinary either. Since Lord Sword God is so considerate, I will wait 3 days. After I finish handling it, I will come and challenge you again. Farewell. Although Mo Fan had first raised the matter, saying it again herself still embarrassed her. Having said this, Zhao Xiyue did not linger. She prepared to leave. Wait, does Lord Sword God have other instructions? Drink more hot water. Zhao Xiyue. 3 days later on Xinjian Peak, Empress Zhao Xiyue stood alone at the summit, eyes closed, nourishing her qi in emptiness. Below, disciples from the 5 peaks of the Sword God sect had gathered. Peak masters, the sect leader elders, and even the cooking auntie from the sect kitchen. Because just now Empress Zhao Xiyue had successfully broken through to the 5th rank of the sage realm, reaching the middle sage stage. And they had all witnessed the breakthrough of a sage. Among the 10 titled sages, only the first wine sage Bailey Dongjuan had reached the late sage stage, the rest were in the middle or early stages. Zhao Xiyue had previously ranked 7th among the titled sages, and with this surge in power, she could now rank in the top 5. Unexpectedly, drinking more hot water really had a wondrous effect. It not only eased that time of the month, but even let my cultivation break through. Back then, Mo Fan had mentioned it in passing, and Zhao Xiyue had not taken it to heart. But when that time of the month arrived, she still suffered unbearable pain. Away from the palace, without the careful care of the palace maids, without medicine or the brown sugar prepared by the imperial pharmacy, she had no choice but to follow Mo Fan's advice and try hot water. To her surprise, the result was rather good. Not only did the pain stop, but the resentment accumulated in her body for years was also completely dissolved. After her body and mind relaxed, she broke through without quite intending to. On the Dongzhou continent, once one reached the sage realm, it was impossible to advance a single step without 100 years or more, and even then one needed tremendous fortune and astonishing talent. The Sword God is indeed the Sword God. Not only is his cultivation unfathomable, even his views on cultivation are extraordinary. It seems my gap from him is far more than a little. But even so I won't retreat. Even if I lose, I will lose with dignity. With her mind made up, Zhao Xiyue silently waited for Mo Fan to arrive. Over at the Sword God sect, many people had brought small stools and prepared melon seeds and peanuts to watch the show. Who do you think will win this duel? Do you even need to ask? Elder Mo, of course. Elder Mo has already won 100 times. That's right. Our Elder Mo is the Sword God. What is a Sword God? A being beyond the titled sages. I bet on Elder Mo. I bet on Elder Mo too. No one thought Zhao Xiyue would win. Even Zhao Xiyue herself did not think she would win. That was also part of why she lost every time. However, some female disciples of the Sword God sect were sensitive and thought quite differently. That may not be so. That inopportune voice interrupted the discussion, and everyone turned to look at her. Qinglian, why do you say that? The disciple named Qinglian glanced at the distant Empress, and only relaxed when she saw the Empress still quietly standing in place. She answered in a low voice, do you know why the duel was postponed by 3 days? Everyone shook their heads. Many had not been present then, so they did not know the reason. Because the Empress is having that. It is that, the thing every girl gets. Oh, the crowd showed looks of sudden understanding. Qinglian continued, and it was Elder Mo who could tell the Empress was having that, so he proposed fighting 3 days later. Before she left, he also told her to drink more hot water. Now what do you think? Whether their relationship is not quite ordinary. At this, everyone fell silent and began to think. From this string of actions, one could see that Mo Fan was concerned about the Empress. Then this duel's outcome was truly hard to predict. The two had fought 100 times. Fighting leads to affection, scolding leads to love. They ought to have developed feelings by now. For a beloved, letting an opponent win was not impossible. I changed my mind. I bet on Zhao Xiyue. I bet on Zhao Xiyue too. At the summit, the meditating Zhao Xiyue wore a calm face, but inside, she was terribly ashamed. Obviously, the conversation among the Sword God sect disciples could not escape her ears. What was this about? Fighting is affection, scolding is love. He and I are having fair and honest sparring matches, the kind that involve no personal feelings. My Dao heart is very stable, and I will definitely not be bound by mortal romance. Men only affect the speed of my drawing my sword. After strengthening her Dao heart, Zhao Xiyue simply closed off her 6 senses, no longer listened to those vulgar words, and quietly waited for Mo Fan. After a short while, a menial disciple rushed up from the mountain in a panic. Bad news, bad news. Elder Mo is gone. At noon today, while cleaning Xinjian Peak, he had found Mo Fan's residence empty, and some valuable magic artifacts inside had all disappeared. At first they thought a thief had broken in. Later they realized that even Mo Fan had vanished, leaving only a letter. The Sword God sect master picked up the envelope ready to open it, but Zhao Xiyue, quick-eyed and fast-handed, snatched it away. The Sword God sect master was angry, but did not dare say anything. No matter how bold he was, he would not dare act rashly against the Empress. Taking the envelope, Zhao Xiyue opened it directly. Disciple, senior brothers, and sect master of Xinjian Peak, greetings. I have left. The world is so big, I want to see it. Do not try to find me, because you will not find me. When I comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao, I will return. Do not miss me. P.S. Queen of Huanyue, I do not want to hurt you, and you need not agonize over this baseless fame. May you be well. After reading the letter, Zhao Xiyue was both embarrassed and furious. What was she embarrassed about? What did he mean not wanting to hurt me? Could he possibly have feelings for me? What made her angry was that she had finally broken through, yet he simply left. Did he want her to be unable to defeat him for her entire life? In her shame and anger, Zhao Xiyue destroyed Mo Fan's thatched cottage with a single strike of her sword, then swept away. At that very moment, the most classic phrase to describe it was, she was rattled, truly rattled. After the Empress left, everyone sighed in relief. They picked up Mo Fan's envelope and looked at it again. Combined with the Empress's reaction just now, it was as if they had discovered some great secret, and they all wore expressions of OIC. Mo Fan had already departed. The decision had been made 3 days prior. Aside from evading Zhao Xiyue, there existed another far more significant reason. The territory of the Sword God sect had become insufficient. Among the 5 peaks, the sect master had already surrendered the largest and most fertile lands to Mo Fan. Yet this was merely a drop in the ocean, incapable of fulfilling even 1/10 of their requirements. Ultimately, a cultivation sect is not a farming village. It was impossible to free up such extensive land for agriculture. Therefore, regardless of whether Zhao Xiyue was involved, Mo Fan would still depart. As for where to go, Mo Fan had long since made his plans. The great northern wilderness, sparsely populated and boundlessly vast, was perfectly suited for concealing his identity while also providing ample land for farming, an ideal choice for quiet development. The evening breeze turned chill as night descended. Mo Fan arrived at Night Desolation City, the unavoidable route leading to the great northern wilderness. Inside a tavern, Mo Fan sipped tea and ate his meal, relishing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Suddenly, gossiping voices from a neighboring table reached his ears. Alas, have you heard? Days ago, the Empress of Huanyue went to the Sword God sect to challenge the Sword God, but he, infatuated with the Empress and unwilling to harm her, simply fled. Mo Fan, what? I have also heard rumors. Apparently, feelings developed over time, and during their combat they caught each other's eye, reportedly for the 48th time. Mo Fan, what? No, what I heard is that the sword god's vitality has failed, requiring him to journey outward in search of a divine remedy. He will not return until he finds it. Mo Fan, what? All of you are mistaken. The sword god and the Empress have long been together. This time he fled because he has another woman outside. Mo Fan spouted his tea in shock as though hearing the most absurd rumors in the world. You are the one with another woman, and your entire family is implicated. Am I infatuated with the Empress? Did I develop feelings over time? Am I suffering from weakness? Where in the world do these rumors originate? Sword God Sect Master Xiyue. How could I possibly be connected to the Empress across 8 lifetimes? Mo Fan grew anxious. He had to clarify this matter. His reputation could not tolerate such slander. Esteemed brother, I have heard the Sword God is a man of integrity and would never commit such an act. Integrity? Would integrity earn you a wanted poster from the Empress? Wanted? Wanted what? A wanted poster. If you do not believe me, go outside and see for yourself. Mo Fan stood utterly stunned. Gazing at the wanted poster on the wall, cold sweat broke out across his body. It was akin to receiving an arrest warrant or court summons in his past life. Any ordinary person would feel panic at first glance. What did I do? I have done nothing. Why are they arresting me? One would constantly ask oneself such questions. Mo Fan's current state was precisely this manner. Could it be that because he slipped away without sparring with her, she issued a warrant? Unlikely. Would a sovereign of a great nation have nothing better to do? Could there truly be something between us? Yet I possess no memory of such an encounter. Mo Fan pondered, endlessly unable to find answers. Brother, you are so handsome, just as handsome as the sword god. Just as Mo Fan's thoughts wandered, the voice of a little girl reached his ears. Her voice was sweet and tender, much like a newborn kitten's mew. The same pleasant sound reached others' ears, and prompted by the little girl, they all turned their attention toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan remained lost in deep contemplation, genuinely unable to fathom what grievance or resentment the Empress could possibly harbor against him. Coming back to his senses, he discovered everyone was staring at him. Why are you all looking at me? Why? Naturally, to claim the reward by turning him in. At this moment, everyone shared the same thought, but with many wolves and scarce meat, no one dared to make a reckless move. Looking down, Mo Fan saw a little girl tugging at his sleeve. Her ice blue eyes shimmered like crystal clear springs, and her flawless cheeks glowed like a ripe peach. Such an adorable girl. Her sweet voice must have been the one from just now. Right, what had she said? That he looked like the sword god. Suddenly Mo Fan realized something. Following the direction the little girl pointed, he saw. Wasn't that his own portrait hanging on the wanted poster? Exposed. Run. Mo Fan's first reaction was remarkably swift. Before his brain could issue commands, his legs moved on their own. A veteran escape artist. Behind him, a crowd pursued relentlessly. Their frenzied appearance resembled wicked wolves that had gone several days without food. Mo Fan was certain that if captured, he would be torn apart alive. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Mo Fan blended into the crowd and immediately ducked into a narrow alley. Damn it. I was about to leave Han Yue's borders yet I still encounter this mess. Leaning against a wall, Mo Fan panted and complained. Originally, Mo Fan had planned to head directly to the great northern wilderness, but night had fallen, and after days of travel, he was somewhat weary, so he chose to rest in Night Desolation City for one night. Yet unexpectedly, within merely a few days, the Empress had issued a nationwide warrant for his arrest. Are the messengers of Han Yue from Mate 1 delivering messages as fast as food delivery? Mo Fan was utterly dumbfounded. He had indeed underestimated Han Yue's information transmission capabilities. How wretched you've become, my lord sword god. Just then a bewitching voice as alluring as a demon's enchantment echoed from the depths of the alley, sending Mo Fan shuddering. From the darkness, a figure slowly approached, gradually revealing her true visage under the moonlight. She possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth with slightly upturned red lips that were exquisitely tender. A black silk veil covered her mature face, complemented by the cunning moonlight, adding an air of mystery. Clad in a dark-toned floral satin dress, she could not conceal the graceful curves of her beautiful figure. Her snow-white straight and slender legs exposed beyond the hem shone like finely carved jade. On her delicate wrists rested snow-white jade bangles like mutton-fat jade. Her pale, slender hands rested gently against her finely curved chin, her water-like eyes scrutinizing the man before her. It is you, the demonic cultivator, In Hongying. Mo Fan recognized the woman before him. As for what connection Mo Fan had with the demonic cult, naturally there was one, and this entanglement was owed to Zhao Xiyue. Indeed, after Mo Fan gained fame, In Hongying had set her sights on him. To secure her master's position as vice-patriarch, In Hongying coerced Mo Fan into challenging another competitor, Wei Wuyun, the leader of the Black Demon cult. Mo Fan himself was a mere nobody. How could he possibly initiate a challenge against others? Therefore he was poisoned by In Hongying. Under such helpless circumstances, Mo Fan had no choice but to obey In Hongying's orders. Upon arriving at the demonic cult, Mo Fan went to issue his challenge, but he went to the wrong place, the main sect. His opponent naturally became the Supreme Patriarch Wu Di. Mo Fan found the name somewhat amusing and remarked, "Invincible. I am even more unbeatable." Coincidentally, Wu Di indeed had a sister named Wu Jie who had been missing for many years. Wu Di believed Mo Fan knew his sister's whereabouts, so he deliberately threw the match hoping to extract information from Mo Fan. Mo Fan deceived him saying, "Your sister is imprisoned in a mysterious land. Only by reaching the upper 3 realms can you rescue her." Later Wu Di entered seclusion to cultivate, and even passed the position of Supreme Patriarch to Yin Hongying's master. Therefore in a sense Mo Fan was still her benefactor. "Why are you here?" Mo Fan gave her no warm reception. This woman had poisoned him, marking her as wicked. Although the poison was fake, the act itself had left a negative impression in his heart. "Oh Lord Sword God, how chilling. We at least shared intimate moments, can you deny me so swiftly? When did I ever?" Before he could finish speaking, Mo Fan felt a fragrant breeze sweep past him. The comforting scent of gardenias flooded his nostrils. In an instant his vision blurred, as though struck heavily from behind. His mind went completely blank. The next moment Mo Fan's lips touched something exquisitely soft. After a brief moment of daze he finally understood what had transpired. Mo Fan's eyes widened in shock as though struck by lightning from a clear sky. Was I forcibly kissed? Here now we have it. The slender fingers gently caressed her crimson lips like fire, and she looked at Mo Fan with playful amusement. Was this merely a fleeting affair? This was clearly not a romantic encounter, but rather a contaminated one. His first kiss was still reserved for his future wife. It was over. He was no longer pure. Mo Fan felt defiled by this wicked woman, wearing a deeply aggrieved expression. Haha, Sword God need not feel he has suffered a loss. This maiden's first kiss as well. Your first kiss? Could a demoness like you have a first kiss? Mo Fan did not believe it. So many people had been tempted by her. Calling her a sea king was not an exaggeration, yet she claimed it was her first kiss. This time Mo Fan had misunderstood Yin Hongying. She truly was experiencing her first kiss. Her outwardly seductive demeanor was merely a protective disguise. The world was treacherous, especially within the demonic cult, where one must disguise oneself even more thoroughly. So I forget it, he would just pretend as if bitten by a dog. Composing his mood, Mo Fan ceased to dwell on it. He had already been kissed, what else could he do? You have not yet answered my question, why are you here? Mo Fan returned to the previous topic. He must ascertain whether this woman was targeting him. During their last encounter, Mo Fan had fallen into her trap. Otherwise, with bad luck, he likely would have perished in the demonic cult. Observing Mo Fan's wary expression, alert like a frightened little hamster, Yin Hongying found it quite amusing. Sword God is indeed overly suspicious. Very well, I will speak. A month ago, divine light descended upon the great northern wilderness and a precious treasure emerged. Several sects went to investigate and discovered a secret realm had appeared there. Upon receiving the news, many sects have arrived. Secret realm. Mo Fan felt utterly unfortunate. Having just arrived at Yihuang City, his identity had already been exposed. Now wanting to go to the great wilderness, there were again many people coming. He only wished to peacefully tend his fields. Oh, was that so difficult? Observing Mo Fan's expression of sorrow and helplessness, Yin Hongying found it truly delightful to tease him. Resting her chin lightly on her hand, her eyes sparkling like bright crystals, she casually asked, "What would you like to go explore the secret realm?" Go explore the secret realm. Mo Fan was not that crazy. Having come to this world for 5 years, he had never visited a secret realm. Although he had not been there from novels, he knew that secret realms were full of dangers. Moreover, except for protagonists, others would gain nothing. Going would be futile. Was Mo Fan a protagonist? Perhaps not, at least not now. In Mo Fan's understanding, when he completed all his tasks, perhaps, then he would truly become the protagonist. But now with his subpar skills, would going not be seeking death? I will not go. Mo Fan was not foolish. Even if the secret realm posed no danger with so many sects present, what if he encountered old acquaintances who wanted to duel him? No, he would not go even under threat of death. Oh, is Sword God afraid? Or does he have some unspeakable reason? Afraid? Would the great Sword God fear a secret realm? Normally Sword God would naturally not fear secret realms, but from the moment Yin Hongying discovered Mo Fan, she felt something was amiss. A group of ordinary people chased Sword God to claim rewards, yet he did not resist. By rights, even if Mo Fan did not wish to harm them with a light leap, he could have flown away. Why was he considering running? Then why did you not resist when I kissed you just now? With my ability, I should not even be able to approach Sword God. As she spoke, Yin Hongying floated down and directly flew to Mo Fan's side. She gently stroked his shoulders and whispered in his ear. Or perhaps Sword God has developed affection for me. Mo Fan felt a warm breath on his ear, and a charming voice that seemed capable of softening bones reached him, making his ears tingle. Like you. Like your grandfather. Stop having delusions. I simply feel the secret realm would not greatly improve me. It is boring. Is that so? She quietly stared into Mo Fan's eyes, seemingly wanting to find some flaw. But Mo Fan remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. To further investigate, Yin Hongying covered her lip with one hand and feigned surprise. Oh, I suddenly recall something. When Sword God was chased by that group earlier, besides fleeing, he did not resist. Could it be that Sword God's cultivation is fake? Bad. Would she have discovered something? That shouldn't be, the system had said, even the strongest person could not see through it. Mo Fan remained outwardly calm, but cold sweat began to form in his heart. Let me guess. The Empress challenged you could not defeat you, so she wanted to capture you. You chose death over submission, so you escaped, correct? Yes, your head indeed, so skilled at fabrication, why not become a screenwriter? Mo Fan remained silent, not answering. As for why your cultivation is completely lost, I suppose that Empress poisoned you just like I did. Such a vast imagination, does she think everyone is as vicious as her? Is that so? Then you can come and test whether my cultivation is indeed lost. Having said this, a powerful aura immediately surged from Mo Fan's body, murky and deep, unfathomable as the ocean. Although this woman may not know the truth, she at least harbored suspicion towards him. Therefore, regardless of anything, he must dispel her doubts today. Gazing intently at the pale golden aura swirling around Mo Fan, she could clearly perceive that it was the unique breath of a saint. In Hongying now also felt a hint of doubt regarding her speculation. What? Do you dare not? In Hongying was indeed somewhat fearful, but her doubts were not completely dispelled. If truly nothing was wrong, why was she chased by ordinary people then? Why did he not resist when she kissed him? Although she was still confident in her appearance when it came to Sword God, she was not that confident. Sword God is such an adult, yet still uses provocation. Of course I dare. As she spoke, In Hongying directly flew towards Mo Fan and pushed out a palm. The powerful palm wind directly dispersed Mo Fan's aura, sending him retreating 3 steps. She had only used 3/10 of her strength, yet Mo Fan could not withstand it. Clearly her speculation was correct. Haha, I indeed guessed correctly. You now have absolutely no strength to tie a chicken. Coming to Mo Fan's side, she extended her delicate fingers and gently lifted his chin. With a playful look in her eyes, she teased again, Sword God's life is now in my hands. So tell me, if I were to kill you, would I become famous across the continent? Quietly observing her mischievous gaze, Mo Fan wore a calm expression. However, inwardly, he was extremely panicked. He was going to die. This time it was truly over. This woman actually dared to strike, and showed no fear, even facing a saint. Her courage was too great. Yet it was not that In Hongying was particularly brave. Having lived in the demonic cult, she had experienced all manner of life and death, so naturally, she was unafraid. Seeing Mo Fan in this state, In Hongying felt slightly surprised. If it were anyone else, they would have certainly been so frightened that they knelt and begged for mercy. Sword God was indeed Sword God. Such composure was unmatched by ordinary people. So forget it, I still cannot bear to part with this face. Since Sword God's cultivation is now completely lost, it is safer to stay by my side. Therefore, Sword God, please accompany me for a while. Madam, there is no need, I still have important matters to attend to. Mo Fan had a faint premonition of something unfavorable if she took him to the secret realm then. Where do you intend to take me, eh? Secret realm. As expected. In the Empress's study within D City. Your Majesty, it has arrived. What has arrived? News of Sword God has arrived. Where is he? Someone said they saw Sword God in the northern Yihuang city, and then he disappeared without a trace. Zhao Xiyue's brows furrowed slightly as she contemplated quietly. Mo Fan went to Yihuang city, and recently the great northern wilderness also. Very well, I understand, you may withdraw. Gazing towards the north, Zhao Xiyue regarded him as prey named Mo Fan. The demonic cult's camp. In Hongying returned with Mo Fan. Pay respects to the holy maiden. Your holiness, who is this? Mo Fan wore a silver mask covering a quarter of his face, partially concealing his features. In an ordinary place, people might think this person was either playing some mystical tricks or had facial scars. But in a place like the demonic cult, a formidable figure. Indeed, within the demonic cult, those who wore masks were generally prominent figures. And someone like Mo Fan wearing only a quarter mask was even more enigmatic and profound. Mo Fan hadn't given it much thought. He simply didn't want to be recognized by old acquaintances. He is my strategist. From now on, his commands are my commands. Understood. Mo Fan was taken aback, surprised that this enchanting woman held him in such high regard. Nevertheless, the fact that she had kidnapped him and forced him to this place hadn't softened his view of her. Enough. Let us enter the secret realm. Understood. After the secret realm opened, many cultivation sects had already entered. The demonic cult's delay in arriving was deliberate. They wanted the righteous sects to go first and scout the path ahead. If danger lurked, they could withdraw in time. If treasure awaited, the demonic cult would reap the benefits as the ultimate beneficiary. This was the demonic cult's master strategy, hitting 2 targets with 1 strike. By the way, I was the one who proposed this plan to the sect master. Am I not clever? Along the way, In Hongying revealed the demonic cult's plan to Mo Fan. She considered herself the cult's chief strategist, believing that without her constant counsel, the demonic cult could never have grown so powerful. So when she shared her schemes with Mo Fan, she hoped to hear how the renowned sword god would praise her. Clever. Foolish. Are you certain your mind hasn't been flooded with water? The righteous sects will enter first. They'll inevitably leave someone lurking outside to provide support. When they see you go, and won't they send word? After that, they just need to set traps inside and wait for you to fall into them. This treasure hunt isn't just about acquiring treasures. It's a chance to wipe out the demonic cult in 1 stroke. Now that's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Are you certain you're not a sleeper agent for the righteous sects? After hearing Mo Fan's analysis, In Hongying broke into a cold sweat. She genuinely hadn't considered these possibilities. Only when Mo Fan pointed them out did she realize her plan had so many flaws. Then what should we do? She was anxious now. If the righteous sects were to wipe them all out, she would be remembered as the greatest traitor in the demonic cult's history. What to do? The best approach would be to disguise yourselves as righteous cultivators and infiltrate among them, catching them off guard at the critical moment. Upon hearing this, In Hongying's eyes lit up. That's right, why didn't I think of that? But now that your movements have been exposed, it's better to have them withdraw. What? Withdraw? Wouldn't this entire expedition be in vain then? Wouldn't that be the consequence of your own foolishness? Who else should bear the blame? Indeed, if In Hongying had planned more carefully, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Losing treasures was preferable to losing their lives. Gritting her teeth, In Hongying ultimately decided to accept Mo Fan's counsel. Withdraw. In truth, Mo Fan had no idea whether there were any reinforcements waiting outside. He had simply made up that excuse to dissuade In Hongying from entering. And now events were unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Turning around, Mo Fan intended to follow the main group out of the secret realm. But the moment he took a step, he felt someone grasp the back of his neck. He turned to see In Hongying smiling at him. What are you doing? If they won't go in, we can go and take a look ourselves. Before Mo Fan could respond, In Hongying dragged him and flew deeper into the secret realm. Deep within the secret realm, a cave. This secret realm has nothing at all. This is the last unexplored place. Yeah, if there's no treasure here, then we've been fooled. Damn it, we shouldn't have trusted the people from Yihuang City. We made a wasted trip. Never mind, let's check this final cave first. People from various major sects complained bitterly. This expedition had been quite large-scale, yet they had found nothing. How would they explain this when they returned? As the last cave was opened, everyone could only place their final hopes on it. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the opening of the entrance, a massive figure shot out from within the cave. The figure ascended like a forked lightning bolt, and a terrifying colossus several times the size of houses appeared before their eyes. A flood dragon. Shock filled everyone's eyes. Dragons were divine beasts, and even though this was merely a jiaolong, its rarity exceeded everything the present crowd had ever witnessed, because the vast majority of them had rarely even seen spiritual beasts, let alone a dragon. Ha ha ha, wonderful. A dragon's entire body is full of treasures. As long as we slay it, will be set for life. Many harbored greedy gazes toward the dragon, utterly unaware that danger had silently descended upon them. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a devastating hurricane. Under the storm's tremendous force, many were lifted into the air. In the next instant, razor-sharp fangs like swords snapped shut, sending blood flying and piling corpses high. Run! Run fast! The sudden horrific scene sent everyone into a panic. At this moment, who cared about treasures? Survival was all that mattered. Fierce winds swept through scattering sand and shattering rocks. As the largest boulder crumbled, Mo Fan and In Hongying, who had been hiding behind it, were exposed to the dragon's gaze. Mo Fan thought someone was being ridiculous, but he kept quiet about it. They were hiding behind such a massive rock. How could they be discovered? Crash! The enormous dragon tail swept through, clearing away the obstructing boulders. There were no more coverings around Mo Fan. Crap, they were finished. The two of them took off running at full speed as if being chased by dogs. But this time they weren't being chased by dogs. They were being chased by a dragon. Mo Fan glared resentfully at In Hongying, his expression clearly saying, I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now we're both done for. In Hongying matched his glare with an equally aggrieved look. How was I supposed to know there was a dragon inside? Besides, you were the one who suggested disguising ourselves as righteous cultivators to blend in. Mo Fan felt like his head was about to explode. Had this witch learned nothing at all? While they exchanged looks, the flood dragon had caught up, its fearsome maw lined with terrible fangs opening wide to swallow them whole. Is this how I die? That was Mo Fan's final thought. Just then a silver light descended from the heavens, carrying devastating force, striking straight at the giant dragon's body. The moment it touched the dragon, its scales shattered instantly. Roar! The flood dragon let out an agonizing bellow, but after that scream, there was no further movement. As the light faded, a sword could be clearly seen embedded where the dragon's throat should be. After escaping, Mo Fan had been watching the flood dragon the entire time, but he hadn't seen anyone make a move. But now the flood dragon was dead with a single sword strike. Who on earth was this person? How terrifying. Regaining his composure, Mo Fan stopped dwelling on it. Since the flood dragon was dead, it was best to leave quickly. He turned around intending to leave with In Hongying, but found she had already vanished. Behind him in the mysterious darkness, a pair of eyes quietly appeared, staring fixedly at him. A long-forgotten feeling stirred deep within Mo Fan's heart. This sensation was both powerful and familiar, instantly reminding him of one person. Could it be? That woman. Has she come? The person Mo Fan thought of was naturally Zhao Xiyue, the Empress of Huanyue Kingdom. But this was the great northern wilderness, 100,000 li from the capital. How could she possibly be here? Mo Fan shook his head, immediately discarding that thought. Just then a soft, gentle voice that nonetheless carried imperial authority suddenly sounded from behind him, startling Mo Fan. Lord Sword God, you really made me search far and wide. Although the tone was somewhat mocking, Mo Fan would recognize that voice even if he were burned to ashes. It was none other than Empress Zhao Xiyue. She really had come, and the sovereign of a nation personally hunting down a wanted criminal. You really are something. No matter how hard he tried, Mo Fan could not imagine Zhao Xiyue coming in person, or was the throne of Huanyue Kingdom really so easy to hold? Does she have nothing better to do? Empress, it's been a long time. I trust you've been well. Since she had come, Mo Fan could only face her. At this moment his strategy was just one word: pretend. Mo Fan spoke entirely in the tone of an elder greeting a junior, ignoring his identity as a wanted criminal and the fact that he had deceived the Empress and slipped away. He acted as if nothing had happened, as if he were an old friend reuniting with the Empress after a long separation. Naturally, hearing this made Zhao Xiyue explode with anger. But as the Empress, she could not be hasty. Naturally, I am well, and it would have been even better if you had not run away that day, Lord Sword God. Sure enough, what was coming had finally come. Mo Fan had originally thought that by changing the subject he could brush aside what happened before, but now it seemed he had been naive. Run away, eh? Your Majesty misunderstands. That wasn't running, that was traveling abroad. Mo Fan's face was as thick as a city wall, so he continued playing dumb. Is that so? In that case, why did you agree to a duel at Divine Sword Peak 3 days later? Zhao Xiyue felt she had been toyed with. It was like two people who had agreed to marry only for the groom to run away on the wedding day. Her sincere feelings had been given to the wrong person. The question left Mo Fan completely stumped. He couldn't very well say, I can't defeat you, so I was deliberately stalling for time to find an opportunity to run away. Could he? Impossible. If he revealed his true cultivation level, he would die even more horribly. So all Mo Fan could do was remain silent and pose as an expert. Seeing Mo Fan silent, Zhao Xiyue felt that there must definitely be some untold secret in this. Recalling the letter from before, her mind began to wander into wild speculation. Could he truly have fallen in love with me, as the rumors said, and chose to run away because he didn't want to hurt me? Zhao Xiyue really couldn't think of any other reason. The more she thought, the more she believed it was true, and the redder her face became. Do you perhaps have some difficulty? Zhao Xiyue felt she still needed to ask clearly. After all, if he had fled because of her, then she had been misunderstanding him. Mo Fan was still thinking, still making up excuses, when her question gave him a flash of inspiration. He slowly turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and let out a soft sigh. Alas! Seeing Mo Fan's sorrowful and hesitant look, Zhao Xiyue became even more certain of her guess. Could it be? He really? What's wrong? Do you truly have some difficulty? Zhao Xiyue was getting anxious. Having her curiosity kept dangling was not a good feeling, but that was exactly the effect Mo Fan wanted. Play hard to get. He had mastered the game. As I thought, I can't hide anything from you. Actually, Zhao Xiyue held her breath and listened quietly, feeling as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. The way of the sword is profound and mysterious. Many people train for 100 years and still cannot grasp even a trace of it. Zhao Xiyue, therefore, traveling through the myriad worlds and spreading the essence of the sword path is my lifelong wish. Mo Fan began to make up wild tales, but to Zhao Xiyue's ears it made her heart turn cold. It was like having a basin of cold water poured over her head in winter, a chilling sensation. Fine. Very well. So it wasn't because he liked me after all. Then I have no more worries. I don't care where you want to go, but a person cannot break their word. Since you promised me a duel, you can't miss the appointment. The conversation was dragged back to the challenge, and Mo Fan's mind went numb. This woman was simply too difficult to shake off. No matter how he steered the topic away, she always managed to pull it back. Alas, it seemed this duel absolutely could not be avoided. Fine. I agree to fight you, but this is the last time. How about it? The last time. Hearing Mo Fan speak so decisively, Zhao Xiyue felt a little hollow in her chest. But if she refused, she might lose even this last chance. Okay, I promise you. After this, I won't challenge you again. Then we'll meet at the outskirts of the city tomorrow. Are you trying to run away again? Rest assured, this time I definitely won't run. The next day, on the outskirts of Yehuang City, Mo Fan and Zhao Xiyue stood on the cliff top, facing each other. The two had faced each other like this 100 times, but now it was the last. Zhao Xiyue was filled with 100 emotions. Lord Sword God, although I have lost 100 times, I believe that one day I will defeat you. Mo Fan remained expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Unfortunately, today is my last chance. So, I will use all my strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Xiyue pointed her finger at the sky and gently tapped the air. The next moment, an imperial sword descended from the heavens. This was the divine sword passed down through generations of Huanyue Kingdom, and the sword Zhao Xiyue used only when she went to battle and killed enemies. That sword had drunk countless blood. Once drawn, it faced thousands upon thousands of troops. But today it was only used against one person. With the divine sword in hand, Zhao Xiyue seemed wholly reborn, her body brimming with power. She stepped forward and said to Mo Fan confidently, Lord Sword God, please. Wait. What? Let me ask you one last time, are you sure you still want to challenge me, and will never regret it? Never will I. But before the word regret could leave her mouth, the Empress froze. At that moment, a golden beam of light soared into the sky from Mo Fan's body, piercing the 9 heavens. An overwhelming pressure instantly covered a radius of 100 li. This sudden bizarre sight startled Zhao Xiyue greatly. This is divine light filled the skies. The pressure was world-shaking. In Zhao Xiyue's memory, the only thing that could match this scenario was the upper 3 realms. Mo Fan had actually reached the upper 3 realms. Last night, to prepare for today's battle, Mo Fan thought long and hard until he finally hit upon a way to win without fighting, making her retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. Yes, once she saw the enormous disparity in strength, she naturally would not continue to attack. But the gap had to be sufficiently large. Among sages, a difference of 1 minor realm meant an enormous gulf in strength. Even if his strength were raised to the peak of the sage realm, it probably would not make the Empress's proud self-confidence flinch. But what about the elusive upper 3 realms? To frighten the Empress away, Mo Fan had no choice but to make a shady deal with the system, increasing the quest load tenfold in exchange for 1 year's cultivation reward in advance. Although after this shady deal, Mo Fan felt he would never be able to complete the quest. Even if he died, there was no other choice. For the sake of living, it wasn't disgraceful. I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you still want to challenge me? You won't regret it. Zhao Xiyue could barely stand as she half leaned against the wall. To be honest, she was scared. The man before her was like a god descending to earth, unreachably distant. Even if she cultivated for another 100 or 1,000 years, she would not be his match. Before a god, what did dignity, confidence, and pride amount to? An unprecedented sense of defeat surged into her heart, and Zhao Xiyue felt a deep helplessness and smallness. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "I lost." Zhao Xiyue could never have imagined that Mo Fan had already stepped into the upper 3 realms. Just a few days ago, he was still a saint. How much time had passed since then? How in the world did he cultivate? A saint's breakthrough required strength, talent, and opportunity, not one of which could be lacking. If it were truly that easy, Huanyue Nation would not have gone 100 years without producing an expert of the upper 3 realms. You yielded, your majesty. Since you admit defeat according to the agreement, may I leave now? Leave? Let Mo Fan go. Go to other nations to teach swordsmanship. Zhao Xiyue found it unlikely. One does not divert fertile water to another's field. Since Mo Fan was a citizen of Huanyue Nation, he had not even taught the people of Huanyue. How could he go and benefit outsiders? Besides, if Mo Fan left, Huanyue Nation would lose an expert of the upper 3 realms. That was naturally unacceptable. You cannot leave just yet. Zhao Xiyue was adamant, already determined to keep Mo Fan in Huanyue Nation no matter what it took. Why? Are you trying to go back on your word? If you want to leave Huanyue Nation, naturally no one can stop you. But a nation has its laws, and a household has its rules. To leave Huanyue Nation, you must have an exit permit. Exit permit. Mo Fan knew exactly what that was the moment he heard it. Wasn't it just the visa from his past life? He had applied for one before, but because he had no money to go abroad, it had simply been left sitting there. He had never expected Huanyue Nation to have such a thing too. What must I do to get an exit permit? In his past life, a visa required a household registration booklet, an ID card, photos, and other miscellaneous nonsense. After filling out all the paperwork, he still had to wait several months. And here, Mo Fan figured it wouldn't be simple either. Exit permits are generally needed when envoys are sent to other nations. Therefore, if you want to obtain a permit, you must become an envoy of Huanyue Nation. Become an envoy of Huanyue Nation. Wouldn't I still be a citizen of Huanyue Nation? Hey sis, I'm leaving for good and never coming back. The proper term for that is immigration, understand? But don't envoys still have to come back after their missions? I wander far and wide. The time spent on a mere mission would never be enough. From Mo Fan's words, Zhao Xiyue caught the 2 crucial words, come back. Moreover, from his tone, he would be away for a very long time. What he clearly meant was, he did not want to return. That would never do. Of course an envoy must return, but the duration can be decided according to how serious the matter is. For example, 5 years ago, the Sword Dao Grandmaster Wang and was sent as an envoy to the Night Nation and still has not returned. Zhao Xiyue said this casually, looking utterly unconcerned. But in reality, her heart was throbbing with anxiety because whether Mo Fan stayed or left now depended entirely on her eloquence. Mo Fan, meanwhile, was still thinking. To go abroad, he had to become an envoy, and even if he became one, it still depended on how important the mission was. How troublesome. Mo Fan was the sword god. By all rights, he could simply leave. He needed no permit whatsoever, nor anyone's approval. But he had to farm. To farm, he first had to buy land, and to buy land, he needed various identity documents. He only had Huanyue Nation citizenship. Without an exit permit, his only way to buy land in another nation was to immigrate. But this wasn't Blue Star, or where was there any such thing as immigration? Sigh headache. So other than becoming an envoy, I have no other choice. Mo Fan felt he could still salvage the situation. Maybe there was some other way. Unfortunately, all he got in reply were 2 words. None. Zhao Xiyue's answer was curt and quick. So quick that she replied before Mo Fan had even finished asking. Obviously, even if there were another way, Zhao Xiyue would never reveal it. She was not stupid. If she wanted to keep Mo Fan, how could she possibly tell him how to leave? After receiving the negative answer, Mo Fan was dumbfounded. So after all this, Huanyue Nation only had 2 kinds of people. First, ordinary citizens of Huanyue Nation. Second, envoys of Huanyue Nation. Aren't both of those just citizens of Huanyue Nation? Only allowed and never allowed out, huh? A classic pyramid scheme. Mo Fan felt like he had entered a den of thieves, where staying was wrong and leaving was equally wrong. Forget it. Envoy it is. Better than living in fear in Huanyue Nation every day at any rate. Then which envoys are allowed to stay longer in other nations? Mo Fan had accepted his fate, but since he had to accept it, he might as well accept a longer one. After all, they couldn't make him come back in the middle of farming, right? Hearing this, Zhao Xiyue's lips curved up slightly as she told herself that the fish had taken the bait. Among the 7 pavilions of Huanyue Nation, the ones with the longest envoy assignments should be the instructors of Qinqing Pavilion and Sword Dao Pavilion. Mo Fan felt that this empress was rather unreliable. She did not even have a clear grasp of her own nation's affairs. Besides, he had already said he wanted the longest term, and now she still wanted him to choose. Zhao Xiyue of course knew full well, as she had said it deliberately. She had even purposefully given 2 ambiguous options, hoping Mo Fan would not see through her ulterior motive. Qinqing Pavilion. Mo Fan did not even know what Qinqing Pavilion did, so naturally, he could not go there to be some instructor. As for Sword Dao Pavilion, he was the sword god, so serving as an instructor there was hardly unreasonable. It might be fake, but no one else would know. Then Sword Dao Pavilion it is. It was called a choice, but in fact there was no choice at all. In the end, Mo Fan could only become an instructor of Sword Dao Pavilion. Seeing Mo Fan choose Sword Dao Pavilion, Zhao Xiyue was overjoyed and almost danced with glee. But she held it in on the surface, she still had to pretend none of it mattered. Very well then. As long as you teach for half a year and pass the assessment, you can become an envoy. What? He still had to teach. How could he possibly teach? In his past life, he had barely managed to get by as a student. Besides, it was half a year. Wouldn't that mean he could not take on any missions during those 6 months? Wait, since he was an instructor, that was a profession, a real job. They wouldn't fail to pay his wages, would they? Other than becoming an envoy, are there no other benefits? In his past life, Mo Fan had worked as a wage earner all his life and knew very well what it meant to have the soul of a wage earner. So if there were no other benefits, his wage earner's soul would never be roused. He did not want to be taken advantage of for free. What do you want? Now that she had kept Mo Fan, what more could Zhao Xiyue want? Whatever he wanted she could give him, so she could not even be bothered to think. Mo Fan did not answer. Instead, he suddenly turned around, flashed a grin, and walked toward the Empress. For every step he took, Zhao Xiyue took one back. Very soon she had nowhere left to retreat and was cornered against the wall. Mo Fan raised his left hand and slammed it against the wall, gazing at her with piercing eyes. You. What exactly do you want? I won't sell myself. Zhao Xiyue panicked, a crimson flush immediately spreading across her fair little face. Under that aggressive gaze, she was afraid Mo Fan might make some unreasonable demand. However, Mo Fan did nothing of the sort. Instead, he raised one finger and said seriously, I want a plot of unclaimed land. Fields. Fields. Zhao Xiyue was flustered and taken aback. She rarely became so startled that she stammered, but Mo Fan's intentions were truly beyond her grasp. I, the peerless #1 beauty of the Huanyue Kingdom. Can I really be worth less than a few plots of farmland? For the sake of the kingdom's people and the welfare of the entire nation. She had already steeled herself for the worst. If Mo Fan truly made that kind of request, then, for the greater good, she would sacrifice herself. But now, he actually, for the first time Zhao Xiyue felt that her personal magnetism had been insulted. Looking at the fury that could not have been plainer on her face, Mo Fan said nothing, feeling as if he had asked for something truly extraordinary. Could it be some sacred cultivation ground? A hidden paradise? Or perhaps some royal restricted area, the ruins of ancient predecessors? Mo Fan was baffled, so he looked again at the farmland on the map. He had to admit this land was enormous. It was 10 times larger than the land he had at the Sword God sect. Had such a plot been given to him for quests long ago, he would probably have been invincible by now. But aside from its sheer size, the land had nothing else to recommend it. Barren, desolate. There were not even a few blades of grass. What was there to be so unwilling to part with? Well, are you giving me this field or not? Zhao Xiyue suppressed her wrath as much as she could and answered, it is just a worthless field. If you want to take it. She could have said that from the start. Instead, she wore an expression as though I were the mortal enemy who killed her father. Anyone would have thought I had robbed her of her money. In that case, I thank your majesty for the generous bestowal. Zhao Xiyue could not help stamping her foot before she stormed furiously out of the guest hall. The next day, Zhao Xiyue brought Mo Fan to the Sword Dao Pavilion. The Sword Dao Pavilion was one of the 7 pavilions of the Huanyue Kingdom, established chiefly to nurture talents in the way of the sword. Pavilion Master Bai Hongyun was a sword expert second to none, his cultivation having already reached the sage realm. Though he had not achieved a titled rank in sword mastery, he was unquestionably the foremost figure in Huanyue. I pay my respects, your majesty. Bai Hongyun came forward to bow. At the first sight of the Empress, he thought his eyes must be playing tricks on him. Among the 7 pavilions, the one the Empress frequented most was the Cuisine Pavilion. His Sword Dao Pavilion could not receive a visit from the Empress even once a year. Yet today she had come calling, breaking all precedent. This made him feel greatly honored and flattered. He glanced at Mo Fan behind her, and understanding dawned. Your Majesty must be bringing a newcomer to report for duty. In Bai Hongyun's eyes, Mo Fan was fair-skinned, tender, and refined, a delicate, elegant youth. He was plainly one of those royal kin who had gotten in through connections and back doors. Bai Hongyun had seen plenty of their kind, without an ounce of real ability, relying on family influence to enter fine academies and ending up utterly mediocre with nothing to show for their lives. Still, he did not care. One more person meant one more bit of profit. There was no loss to him. Mo Fan, for his part, felt rather speechless. In Bai Hongyun's eyes he saw disdain and contempt. He did not know what he had done to offend the old man, when this was clearly their first meeting. But he was not about to contend with this old fellow. After all, he had taken the money and accepted the land. Oh, so long as the well water did not intrude upon the river water, all would be well. Elder Bai, you misunderstand. He is not a newcomer, but the renowned sword god. I invited him here today to serve as an instructor at the Sword Dao Pavilion and impart loftier sword knowledge to the disciples of our Huanyue kingdom. At that, Bai Hongyun was rather displeased. The sword god, an instructor? Was that not simply snatching the rice bowl from his hands? And him, so young, and he could be the sword god. The sword god's fame had spread far and wide. Naturally, Bai Hongyun had heard of him. In his estimation, the sword god had to be at least a middle-aged man, well past his prime, for on the path of the sword no one could achieve anything without deep accumulation and years of sustained insight. Besides, every great sword master possessed an ethereal, otherworldly bearing, the very essence of an immortal. This youngster, by contrast, looked slick and shifty. There was absolutely no way he could be the sword god. Your Majesty, is he truly the sword god? Of course. Having received the same answer yet again, Bai Hongyun grew even more bewildered. The Empress was exalted in status and mighty in authority, she would never deceive him. But if a callow youth like this were made an instructor, how could the Sword Dao Pavilion preserve any dignity thereafter? Your Majesty, forgive this old minister for speaking rashly. The position of Sword Dao Pavilion instructor is a matter of great consequence. If this young gentleman is appointed, I fear he will find it hard to win the acceptance of all. Yes, hard to win acceptance. Hard to win acceptance. Voices of approval rang out throughout the pavilion, leaving Zhao Xiyue in a dilemma. Although she was the Empress, and every place in the Huanyue kingdom belonged to her, each of the 7 pavilions' masters wielded high rank and immense influence. If Bai Hongyun refused, she could hardly force Mo Fan into the post. Listening to their exchange, Mo Fan was not in the least perturbed. He even felt like thanking Miss Bai Hongyun. Indeed, I am young and shallow and experienced, nowhere near qualified to be an instructor. Better to let me return to tilling the fields and raising fish. That would be a carefree and unfettered life. The best thing would be to let me leave right now. I still have a mountain of quests waiting. Bai Hongyun had inadvertently voiced Mo Fan's innermost thoughts. In his previous life had he even figured out how to be a student, and now he was to be an instructor. Sovereign of Huanyue, perhaps we should just forget. Mo Fan was about to say forget it, but who knew Bai Hongyun would speak first and beat him to it. But if the sword god could demonstrate a move or two, perhaps we would all be sincerely convinced. Trouble. This old fellow was stirring up trouble. What does elder Bai mean? This old minister is untalented, but I should like to ask the Lord Sword God for a few pointers. Surely with the sword god's power, dealing with my mere sage realm should not be difficult. As expected, Mo Fan had been careless and he had not dodged. He should have simply slipped away earlier. Now the matter had blown out of proportion. Very well. An instructor of the Sword Dao Pavilion does need some proof of strength, and it should indeed not be difficult for the sword god. Not difficult. Dear lady, I can barely even hold a sword. How could I possibly beat that old monster? The thing Mo Fan feared most had still come to pass. Though he had defeated the Empress many times before, all those victories were luck. He did not believe his luck would hold forever. For now the best plan was to find some excuse to muddle through, and afterward, it would be better to avoid going out as much as possible. Ahem, great master, it is not that I am unwilling to spar with you. Rather, ever since I stepped into that ethereal upper 3 realm, the power within me has surged so violently that even I cannot control it. If I were to injure you by accident, would the Huanyue kingdom not suffer the grievous loss of a supreme sword master? Mockery, utterly naked mockery. The moment these words were uttered, Bai Hongyun's face went white with fury. Having lived in this world for so many years, this was the first time he had been so belittled by a young man. Numerous disciples in the pavilion also had veins bulging from their foreheads. In their minds, although Bai Hongyun was not the highest in cultivation in the way of the sword, he was absolutely beyond comparison. When had their venerable master ever been insulted to his face like this? Brat, what did you say? If you have the guts, come and spar with me. That's right. Who do you think you are? You are not even worthy of carrying our master's shoes. The disciples below grew frantic, but Mo Fan cared not a whit for their ridicule. No matter what they said, as long as there was no sparring, it could all be easily settled. Seeing that the situation was slipping out of control, Zhao Xiyue stepped forward and said, Elder, by what the sword god says makes sense. Besides, when the sword god broke through the other day, I was right beside him. The aura and power were no laughing matter. Exactly. Once I unleash my might, I'll scare you to death. So it would be better to skip. But if we do not compare cultivation and only compare sword intent, Elder, by what would you think? Sword Intent has 5 great realms: Tongming, Qigu, Xixin, Xinyan, and Xinfu. When one Sword Intent reaches Tongming, one can initially grasp the profound mystery of the Sword Dao, a sword heart bright and clear. At this level, whether facing enemies in battle or exchanging pointers in sparring, one can clearly perceive the patterns of an opponent's Sword Dao and easily overcome them. When Sword Intent reaches Qigu, one can use the body itself as a sword. Even without an actual physical sword, one can unleash the true profundity of the Sword Dao. When Sword Intent reaches Xixin, the sword exists within the heart. Only then can one forge one's own life-bound spirit sword. Earlier, Zhao Xiyue had one of her swords shattered by Mo Fan. That was the Xixin realm at work. Bai Hongyun, like Zhao Xiyue, had also reached this same realm. Zhao Xiyue came from the Xiyue sword sect, and it was only by relying on the sect's Xiyue sword heart that she comprehended Sword Intent. Yet even so, it still took her 10 years to reach Xixin. Bai Hongyun was different. He relied on no external aid, only his own effort. He cultivated for 50 years before he entered this realm. Therefore, without sufficient accumulation or rare heavenly treasures, comprehending Sword Intent was utterly impossible. Mo Fan was exactly such a person. So when Zhao Xiyue proposed a contest of Sword Intent, no one was more delighted than Bai Hongyun. Clearly this was more advantageous to him. I accept. How could Bai Hongyun refuse? Everyone knew the sword god's cultivation towered to the heavens. In a contest of cultivation, he had no chance at all. But if it was a contest of Sword Intent, the young whelp before him might not necessarily be his match. As for Mo Fan, he was naturally dumbfounded. Although his true cultivation base was not in the upper 3 realms, if it really came down to a contest, he could still manage a move or two, at least enough to put on a convincing show. But now they wanted to compete in Sword Intent. What did he know about Sword Intent? In the Sword God sect, he had barely even seen a sword. After gaining fame, he went off to farm. Now they wanted him to display Sword Intent. He knew nothing at all about it. Sword God, you should have no objections now, should you? Objections? Of course I have objections. This so-called Sword Intent you speak of, I don't know it at all. No objections. With no other recourse, he could only puff himself up and force his way through. He just hoped he wouldn't lose too disgracefully when the time came. Good. The Sword God is certainly decisive. Then, as he spoke, Bai Hongyun took out a casket from his hand and tossed it into the air. In an instant, a 5-colored divine glow blazed across the sky, and the casket slowly expanded until it became about the size of a person. Everyone was taken aback by the sight. The Gigu sword casket. Zhao Xiyue was the first to recognize it. It was the sect guarding supreme treasure of the Gigu sword sect, a sect as renowned as her own Xiyue sword sect. She had never expected it to be in Bai Hongyun's hands. This is the token of my sect, the Gigu sword casket. It contains 5 peerless divine swords. Each sword corresponds to a form of Sword Intent. This old man is untalented. After 50 years of bitter training, I can barely control 3. The moment his words fell, a powerful palm wind gathered in Bai Hongyun's hand. With one push of his palm, the Gigu sword casket immediately began to stir. Before long, a blue light shot out violently. Lingshuang, that was the name of this sword. It ranked 5th on the Gigu weapon ranking, and only those whose Sword Intent had reached Tongming could summon it. It was forged by Giguzi from a millennium ice soul and mystic spirit cold iron. Wherever it passed, waves of cold air swept over and sealed everything in ice. Then a beam of green light shot out. The second sword was named Yuk, and it ranked 4th. The Jade Emerald Sovereign rises with clear ripples. 10,000 stones bow in homage, all as one wishes. This was the king of all stones, forged from a jade rui. The third sword was Hentianshu. Legend said that Giguzi forged it from the resentment of 999 people, and only after purifying it with the sacred water of Tianxi could it become a divine weapon. Only those whose Sword Intent had reached Xixin and feared no inner demons could wield it. All 3 divine weapons had been drawn hovering before Bai Hongyun under his control. This confirmed that Bai Hongyun's Sword Intent had truly reached the Xixin realm. Sword God, what do you think? Gazing at the glittering multicolored swords before him, Mo Fan genuinely had no idea how to comment for a moment. He didn't understand swords, but these swords were indeed cool. Elder Bai, by your logic, as long as I summon more swords than you, I win. This was what Mo Fan cared about most right now. These swords might be cool, but they weren't his, so what did they have to do with him? The most important thing now was to win the contest first. That's right. As long as you can summon 4 swords, you win. If you put it that way, I'm wide awake now. Mo Fan had thought he was definitely going to lose, but after all that, it turned out to be nothing more than summoning the swords. This was far easier than a real sword and spear duel. Alright then, bring it on. Seeing the confidence in Mo Fan's eyes, Bai Hongyun felt a little unsettled. Since the first Giguzi, no one had ever managed to summon 5 swords from the Gigu sword casket. Even the capable 3rd Gigu sect master had only summoned 4. By the time it reached his generation, he could barely summon 3. Could the young man before him truly work a miracle? Withdrawing the 3 divine swords, Bai Hongyun handed the Gigu sword casket to Mo Fan. He was determined to see whether the legendary sword god was truly as divine as the tales claimed. Mo Fan stepped forward, took the casket, and without channeling his chi or casting a spell, simply stroked it gently and called out, "Brother Casket, hurry up and let them out. Brother Swords, come out, and I'll give you something tasty." His words left everyone stunned. What is he doing? Ha, does he think the swords inside are all fools? If you ask me, he's the fool. Who summons swords like that? No one could understand Mo Fan's actions. They simply thought there was something wrong with his head. Zhao Xiyue also felt rather embarrassed since she was the one who had invited him. However, she knew Mo Fan always had a deeper purpose in what he did, so she was not anxious. Bai Hongyun, on the other hand, was starting to get angry. The Gigu sword casket was the supreme treasure of the Gigu lineage, and now a young man was cooing over it like an infant. How infuriating. He really was a fraud. He had never expected that the dignified sword god would be someone who deceived the world and stole fame. Unable to watch any longer, Bai Hongyun prepared to take back the casket and end this farce. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A blue light shot out fiercely, nearly shaving off his hair. That blue light was precisely Lingshuang, the first divine sword that had appeared earlier. Then came a second, a third. Soon the fourth divine sword, one that had never appeared before, emerged. Jingting. Crack. It was as if a thunder god had descended upon the mortal realm. Raging lightning spread in every direction, and everyone was startled by the sight. This. What on earth is happening? Bai Hongyun was utterly dumbfounded. Their Giga lineage's supreme treasure had actually come out just because someone called it twice. It still wasn't over. A faint red glimmer appeared at the opening of the casket. The next moment, screech. As a phoenix's cry resounded across the sky, a fiery phoenix soared into the air. Blazing flames dyed the entire sky crimson, like divine punishment, as if all were cast into a sea of purgatorial fire. Yes, it was the true fifth divine weapon of legend formed from a phoenix's skeletal remains. Da Xiaolongke had come into the world. Mo Fan's words commanded the technique, and indeed he summoned the divine sword through incantation alone. In ancient times, the founder of the Gigu sword sect declared that one must never attempt to summon the divine sword unless one's sword intent has reached the realm of subduing gods, for Da Xiaolongke is no ordinary weapon. Forcing a summon would only invite heavenly retribution. The third-generation leader of Gigu sect had ignored such counsel and forcibly summoned it, ultimately suffering a backlash that consumed his body and severed his Tao. Yet now, although the divine weapon Mo Fan summoned also flooded the skies with blazing flames and shook the world with its radiance, it carried not a single shred of hostility. Clearly his sword intent had already achieved divine submission, or perhaps even something far more profound and unfathomable. This humble one yields to the revered sword god with utmost conviction. Please allow this old man to pay his respects. I thank the sword god for restoring the glory of the Gigu divine sword to this world. Saying this, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. This completely flummoxed Mo Fan. I treat you as elders, yet you bow to me as a father. Absolutely brilliant. But wait, had Mo Fan really summoned the divine sword through his own sword intent? Certainly not. Without any sword intent whatsoever, how could he have summoned a divine sword? Naturally, he relied on the system. 10 acres of potatoes, 10 acres of tomatoes. That was the price. This time, Mo Fan struck another deal with the system, but compared to last time, the cost was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Mo Fan agreed without a second thought. Elder by need not be so formal. In truth, commanding a sword is much like commanding a person. At times, one does not need sword intent to summon a divine blade. Mo Fan was putting on airs, his tone dripping with self-importance. What else was he supposed to do? Not play the part now then when? Earlier these people had sneered and mocked him. Naturally, he had to give them a show of force. Bai Hongyun listened to Mo Fan's teachings in silent contemplation. By now he no longer judged by appearances as he once had, but instead treated every word as guidance from a transcendent master, absorbing it carefully. As the saying goes, beyond the highest mountain lies another mountain, and beyond the ablest person stands another still more able. My perspective was too limited. This old one is enlightened. Seeing Bai Hongyun express such sincere gratitude to Mo Fan, the disciples below nearly bulged their eyes out in disbelief. Their teacher held extremely high seniority and had always maintained an aloof, exalted demeanor. Even the senior figures from other pavilions showed him the utmost reverence, and the female emperor herself treated him with the respect due to a venerated elder. And yet now he was bowing before a youth barely half a century old. How could this be? True, Mo Fan had indeed summoned 5 divine swords. But was this level of submission really necessary? Have you misunderstood something? Everyone struggled to accept what their eyes witnessed. Zhao Xiyue, however, took it all in stride with little disturbance. The man she had chosen, how could he possibly be ordinary? If even Bai Hongyun could not be convinced, then what was the point of all her effort? Since Elder Bai has endorsed Mo Fan, then the position of tutor is settled. Mo Fan, accompany me for a moment. Everyone, you may disperse. Later that evening, Zhao Xiyue led Mo Fan to a secluded room. Inside, Mo Fan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Legs crossed, snacking, sipping tea, he was utterly at ease. Zhao Xiyue glanced at him and said with some exasperation, "At the very least, you are the renowned sword god. Shouldn't your conduct reflect the dignity of that title? Even if no one else is present, I am the female emperor. Should you not show basic respect to your superior?" Zhao Xiyue vowed this was the most unorthodox reclusive master she had ever encountered. Mo Fan naturally paid no mind. He continued eating and drinking as before. He was not some prematurely solemn sage, a young man ought to carry youthful vigor. Besides, this reputation as a master was not self-proclaimed. If they wished to believe it, so what could he do? Your Majesty heirs, transcending worldly conventions and rising above mundane etiquette is my cultivation principle. If you cannot accept it, simply dismiss me. Fine, you win. I'll endure. Zhao Xiyue was thoroughly handled, though she had no recourse. Reclusive masters, after all, inevitably harbored peculiar quirks. She would let it pass this time, but someday she would find leverage over him and teach him a lesson. I am technically your employer now, so I have a task for you. What task? Well, after you finish your lessons at the Sword Dao Pavilion, could you come teach me as well? Having just witnessed Mo Fan summon the divine swords, Zhao Xiyue's eyes had lit up. To be honest, she had been stagnating at the Cixin realm for a long time, constantly searching for a way to break through. But across the entire Huanyue kingdom, no one's cultivation surpassed hers. With no alternative, she had reluctantly given up hope. Until today, having witnessed Mo Fan's strength, she knew the opportunity for breakthrough had appeared once more. No, Mo Fan refused without hesitation. He had no idea how to teach. His ability to bluff and wheedle was fine for students, but trying to teach someone at the Grandmaster level, that would expose him entirely. Absolutely not. Why? Am I truly less important than those students in your eyes? Lady, it's not that I don't want to teach. You're simply too advanced for me to handle. Of course not. Your cultivation has already reached the saint stage. You have missed the optimal window for refining sword intent. Your current focus should be on breaking through to the next realm. Hearing this, Zhao Xiyue felt somewhat relieved. Her eyes had been red and nearly welling with tears, but upon hearing that in Mo Fan's eyes she still held great importance, her spirits lifted. Then how should I break through? Breaking through from saint to the upper three realms was also Zhao Xiyue's deepest aspiration. Yet for a saint to break through the difficulty was immense. Simple. Farm. Farming can lead to breakthrough. Naturally, returning to simplicity and purity of heart. That is the state of mind. Hearing the word state of mind, brilliant light flashed in Zhao Xiyue's eyes. No wonder her previous attempts had all failed to break through. The previous time she had broken through merely after sipping hot water because her mind was relaxed. So after reaching the saint stage, mindset truly mattered more than cultivation base. I understand now, sensei. Thank you, master, for your guidance. I am willing to learn farming from you. Mo Fan was once again dumbfounded. He had only been spouting nonsense casually. To his surprise, she actually took it seriously. However, farming alone would take an eternity to complete all tasks. Now someone was willing to help him. And not just anyone, but the female emperor herself. This would dramatically accelerate progress. Excellent. Since you have agreed, we should not delay. Let us go now. Beyond the suburbs of Dichi, on a stretch of barren land. Perhaps due to the recent rainfall, the air carried a persistent scent of damp earth. Zhao Xiyue stood upon the soil, discomfort washing over her. As the reigning empress, was she truly expected to till the earth in this desolate, lifeless wasteland? She felt a lingering regret, an inner conflict wavering whether to abandon the endeavor. Just then, Mo Fan arrived. Not only had he come, but he carried with him a profoundly offensive stench. In his hands hung 2 buckets of natural organic fertilizer, all manure scraped together from horse stables, cattle pens, and various cesspools. The odor was nothing short of overpowering. Zhao Xiyue was on the verge of tears. Already in this filthy place, her shoes, skirt, and garments had been soiled. Now even her nose and eyes faced torment. Must farming be so extreme? Stay back. Zhao Xiyue called out to Mo Fan. She would absolutely not permit such filthy substances to approach her, despite Mo Fan's insistence that tilling the land could refine her mind and advance her cultivation. But certainly not in this manner. What is wrong? What is wrong? What do you mean, what is wrong? I am a young lady after all. Do you truly treat women this way? I believe I shall simply wait until you have finished fertilizing, and then I shall plant flowers and grass nearby. That will not suffice. One must see tasks through to completion. How can you abandon them at the very outset? You have not even begun, and already you seek to slack off. A seasoned opportunist. But I am the empress. Should others discover this, how would it reflect upon my dignity? What of being the empress? Are you not human as well? See how you have been coddled. After years of indulgence, have you forgotten that the food you consume comes from farmers who fertilize and cultivate in precisely this manner, step by step? Fear not, fear not. This land is remarkably secluded, none shall come here. Being rebuffed once more, Zhao Xiyue was truly on the verge of tears. Tears of indignation. Could this man truly be forged from steel? Does he not perceive that I refuse to labor because the stench is unbearable? Does he not see that I decline to apply fertilizer because it is too filthy? Must I state it plainly before you comprehend? Be but that. With no recourse remaining, Zhao Xiyue could only gesture toward the manure bucket in Mo Fan's hands as a hint. Mo Fan glanced downward and finally understood what she hesitated over. Women, they were so needlessly delicate. It was merely excrement, not poison. Was this truly worth such distress? Besides, this very substance originates from your own body, yet now you regard it with such disdain. No matter whether she found it repulsive or not, he needed to devise a means to put her to work. Alas, after attaining foundation establishment, many practice grain avoidance. Yet before achieving that state, all food consumed contains spiritual energy. And excrement is merely the byproduct of spiritual energy interacting with the human body. Only by comprehending this energy transformation can one's cultivation advance further. Mo Fan spoke with grave earnestness, spinning another fabrication. But to Zhao Xiyue's ears these words painted an entirely different picture. Indeed, after foundation establishment, many ceased eating altogether. Even when they did consume food, it was merely for pleasure. No one troubled themselves to study spiritual energy. No wonder advancement beyond the saint realm grew increasingly arduous. Could this truly be the reason? Was the return to simplicity? He spoke of a call to investigate the most primal form of energy. Zhao Xiyue pondered deeply, her resolve wavering once more. For upon reflection, what Mo Fan said appeared rather reasonable. Very well then. If it leads to breakthrough, I can endure it. Success. Mo Fan grew ever more convinced of his own eloquence. Now he could even bewitch an empress into blind acquiescence. If these students proved so easily managed, what then of greater challenges? Very well, let us begin. Speaking thus, Mo Fan raised a bucket of fertilizer before Zhao Xiyue. He then took up the tools and instructed her hand in hand. How to scoop the waste, how to till the earth, how to apply the fertilizer. Within the imperial city, the Sword Dao Pavilion. Since that day when Mo Fan had summoned the great Xia Dragon Sparrow, every citizen of the city had witnessed a phoenix soaring through the capital's skies. Though the vision lasted but an instant, it drew considerable attention. The vast majority unfamiliar with its nature assumed it to be a heavenly omen of auspicious portent. But those with discerning eyes recognized it clearly. It was in truth a sword. The legendary Ghost Valley divine weapon forged from the remains of sacred beasts. Consequently, representatives from the other 6 pavilions arrived in haste, eager to investigate. Elder by that phoenix rising through the flames yesterday, could it truly be? The questioner was Elder Qiu Wenxuan of the Stargazing Pavilion. He and Bai Hongyun shared a decades-long friendship, well acquainted with the Ghost Valley sword box, the great Xia Dragon Sparrow, and the formidable power required to summon such a weapon. Yet he had never encountered any in Hanyue Kingdom capable of such strength, at least not until the day before. Thus his curiosity deepened who precisely could awaken the peerless divine sword that the Ghost Valley sword sect had struggled to summon for a century. Bai Hongyun gazed silently upon the 6 eager pavilion masters and gave a slight nod. He knew the secret could not remain concealed forever. Thus he resolved to speak plainly. Then, that person is the Sword God. The Sword God's renown had spread far and wide, and they naturally knew his name. Yet the Sword God belonged to the Sword God sect. What business brought him to Hanyue Kingdom? The crowd fell perplexed. Bai Hongyun proceeded to recount the events of the previous day. Upon finishing his narrative, the gathered elders stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word for a long while. The Sword God had truly arrived, and not only arrived, but assumed the position of mentor at the Sword Dao Pavilion. His duel with Bai Hongyun the day before had been a complete victory, without even employing sword intent. What manner of celestial immortal had descended to the mortal realm to display such unmatched prowess? I must personally meet this Sword God. I simply must. Indeed, I agree. I shall not rest tonight until I have seen him. Let us go together. I shall join you as well. I shall accompany you. Meanwhile, far away, Mo Fan continued his quiet labors with Zhao Xiyue. Through sustained instruction, Zhao Xiyue's proficiency in handling manure steadily improved. From requiring an entire hour to tend 1 acre of land, she now managed 3 acres in the same span. A considerable relief for Mo Fan. In the outside world. In pursuit of Mo Fan, Qiu Wenxuan activated the stargazing technique, Star Sparrow. This was a divine art of tracking within the stargazing school capable of locating a person's position through their spiritual aura. Mo Fan had left traces of his aura upon the Ghost Valley sword box the day prior, making this an ideal means to trace his whereabouts. Guided by the Star Sparrow, the group arrived at a patch of cultivated field. No sooner had they approached than a pungent, overpowering stench struck them, sending them recoiling. How could the Star Sparrow lead us to such a place? Could the Sword God truly be here? Excluding Qiu Wenxuan, the 5 other pavilion masters exchanged bewildered glances, casting doubt upon the Star Sparrow's accuracy. Qiu Wenxuan, however, remained unwavering in his conviction. His sect's secret art could never possibly. Or could it? Even if erroneous, he could not admit it, not before these 5 elders. There is no mistake. The Star Sparrow is our stargazing pavilion's sacred art, flawless beyond question. He spoke boldly, yet within his heart trepidation swelled. For before them stretched an empty wasteland, boundless and featureless. Aside from the rank odor, absolutely no one was present. Qiu Wenxuan's face grew warm, his posture rigid, yet his spirit trembled within. It was all right. As long as he discovered the Sword God here, his sect's secret art would prove impeccable. Yes, that was precisely it. No longer speaking, Qiu Wenxuan concentrated his perception, quietly unleashing his full spiritual power to search for Mo Fan's presence. Yet as he scoured the wilderness, his awareness detected but a single figure, a lone woman. That woman applied fertilizer in the distance, clad in coarse hemp garments, her beautiful hair bound back, resembling nothing more than a rustic country maiden. Yet why did that silhouette seem so familiar? Xiao Wenxuan redoubled his efforts. This time he sought to discern the woman's entire face, boldly casting aside subtlety in front of all present. What? Elder Qiu, if your stargazing fails, do you resort to brute cultivation power? It seems your divination art is hardly more. Hush! Qiu Wenxuan disregarded the mockery entirely, cutting him off sharply. For as his perception gradually clarified the woman's profile, an unsettling realization took hold. What is it? Who have you seen? Whoever Qiu Wenxuan perceived could scarcely be ordinary. At this moment the assembled elders fell silent and turned their attention to sensing as well. Upon beholding the woman's visage, nearly everyone stood petrified, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. For the figure disguised in peasant garb was none other than their sovereign, Zhao Xiyue, Fey female emperor. Qiu Wenxuan was so astonished he could barely utter a word. He tentatively rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming he had not mistaken what he saw, fell into even deeper bewilderment. The female emperor Zhao Xiyue was actually shoveling dung. Everyone in the realm knew that Zhao Xiyue detested filth above all else. Not even a single speck of dust was permitted to appear during court sessions. Every place she visited had to be meticulously cleaned beforehand, leaving no trace of dirt. Even when charging into battle, she would never allow a single drop of blood to stain her robes. And now she was shoveling dung. Female emperor, what are you doing? Zhao Xiyue had not anticipated these old men arriving so suddenly, nor had she expected them to witness her in such an undignified state. If this were to spread, her dignity as the sovereign of a nation would be utterly shattered. Damn you, Mo Fan. Didn't you say this place was remote with no visitors? Then who were these people before her now, and why had they all arrived at once? Zhao Xiyue silently added Mo Fan to her list of grievances. Counting this incident, his offenses had already reached 100. However, she could hardly blame Mo Fan for this. These old men had tracked her down using the art of star observation. An ordinary person would hardly have been able to discover this place. I am cultivating primordial energy, Zhao Xiyue replied, using Mo Fan's usual phrasing. This made the explanation sound more impressive and far more acceptable to others. Upon hearing this, all 7 were utterly bewildered. They exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads. Naturally, none of them had ever heard of primordial energy, for it was entirely fabricated by Mo Fan. Your Majesty, what is primordial energy? Qiu Wenxuan pressed again. Today he had been the one leading every question, while the others unusually refrained from objecting. This gave him a subtle sense of authority, as though he were the chief of the 7 elders. The feeling was quite gratifying. Primordial energy is... well, how could she possibly know what primordial energy was? What it precisely is does not matter. What matters is that farming allows one to cultivate primordial energy. Zhao Xiyue had no time to deliberate further. Since she had already suffered such a tremendous loss of face, she might as well drag them into the mud with her. You have all shoveled dung and tilled the fields here. Let us see if you dare speak of what happened today. Therefore, from today onward you will all learn to farm and cultivate primordial energy together. After teaching Zhao Xiyue how to apply fertilizer, Mo Fan set out to prepare the seeds. Farming of course required seeds, and not just any seeds. They needed rare ones. On that day the system had informed him that rewards could only be obtained after completing advanced missions. Mo Fan had not taken it seriously at the time, since the promised rewards were nothing but empty promises anyway. But what he found truly unacceptable was that his mission progress bar had also come to a standstill. Mo Fan was stunned. All of his efforts over these past days had gone down the drain. So the system had started being particular. Seeds for ordinary vegetables, fruits, and flowers were no longer of any use. What he needed now were higher-grade medicinal herbs, or heavenly treasures, and earthly wonders. For instance, a 100-year wooden spirit flower, a 1,000-year earth core fruit, a 10,000-year withered dragon wood. Good heavens, finding even one of those items was already a formidable challenge, let alone their seeds. Mo Fan considered giving up. Actually, his life was quite comfortable as it was. Bragging about his achievements, living off a wealthy woman. Wasn't that wonderful enough? Why bother with farming at all? Lost in thought, Mo Fan grew weary and began to drift off. Foolish, foolish, foolish. You are already the sword god. With your status, gathering heavenly treasures and earthly wonders should be effortless. Moreover, your female emperor wife has boundless wealth. If all else fails, simply purchase them at an auction. Even better, given your talents, you could easily swindle those old men. Their treasure hoards are no small matter. The unexpected voices jolted Mo Fan awake, his eyes widening in astonishment. Right, he was the sword god, and also the master of the Sword Dao Pavilion. Bragging his way into acquiring heavenly treasures was hardly difficult. And his female emperor wife was an empress with unlimited wealth. Wait, where did he get a wife from? And who had just been speaking? Mo Fan was thunderstruck. The surroundings were utterly deserted, yet he had heard voices. Was he hallucinating? Idiot, it's me. The voice rang out once more, and this time Mo Fan recognized its owner. It was the system. A system that remained silent for centuries except when discussing missions was now complaining. And speaking in such a smug and arrogant tone. Watch your language. I will grant you one more opportunity to choose your words carefully. What did you just call me? The nerve of it. The system was the one seeking a binding, now freeloading, without offering rewards, yet daring to speak so arrogantly. And Master Mo, I was merely teasing you. You are such a generous and magnanimous figure. Please do not hold it against me. This time the voice had shifted to a sweet, girlish tone. Mo Fan found it unbearable. Know your place. Should this happen again, I will sever our connection immediately. I understand. The system was truly frightened. Although Mo Fan had threatened similar severance before, she could sense those had been empty words spoken in anger. But this time was different. This time Mo Fan genuinely intended to sever the bond. The system did not dare to gamble. Very well. Since your earlier suggestions were quite constructive, I shall overlook this offense. Thank you, Master. There is one more matter I wish you to understand. Although the mission difficulty has increased, the rewards have grown correspondingly more generous. Previously, planting common crops yielded merely 1 progress point per acre, but that has changed now. Depending on the grade of the cultivated plants, some can add 100 points, some may add 1,000 points, and there is even a possibility of gaining 10,000 points. Such a favorable arrangement. His total mission requirement was under 100,000. If he could cultivate some top-grade crops, wouldn't he need to plant merely 10 acres? I understand. Mo Fan spoke with a composed expression, but inwardly he was wildly excited. Quality over quantity was the way forward. All he needed to do now was seek out premium-grade materials. Having made his decision, Mo Fan planned to return and purchase advanced seeds. After selling certain treasures from Sword God Sect, Mo Fan acquired seeds for high-grade medicinal herbs. These included Divine Clarity fruits, soul-parting flowers, dark night, grass, and more. With these, his mission progress would accelerate dramatically. Once he earned additional funds and obtained even higher-tier heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, would he not soon become invincible? Mo Fan was already envisioning a brilliant future. Upon returning to the fields, he was stunned once more. In merely a short while, the entire tens of acres had been completely fertilized. Not only was the fertilization complete, but the irrigation channels had been cleared as well. The efficiency was astonishing. Mo Fan was eager to discover what methods Zhao Xiyue had employed. But upon looking, he noticed several additional figures besides Zhao Xiyue. They were all elderly men completely unfamiliar to him, their faces entirely strange. Mo Fan presumed they must be helpers summoned by Zhao Xiyue. Sigh, he had somehow managed to delegate even the simplest chores. Still, it did not matter. Having assistance was welcomed. Mo Fan approached, intending to offer a greeting. But as he drew near, he was astonished to discover an old acquaintance among them. Elder Bai, what are you doing here? Master Bai. Mo Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Clad in coarse hemp garments, wielding a hoe in one hand, and carrying a manure bucket in the other. The master of the Sword Dao Pavilion from yesterday, that grandmaster of sword arts who held such exalted rank and noble standing, was actually helping him till the soil. Casting a glance at Zhao Xiyue beside him, Mo Fan could only think extraordinary. Bai Hongyun let out a nervous chuckle, somewhat embarrassed. Truthfully, he had not wished for this either, but who had commanded it? The Empress herself. The instant he laid eyes on Mo Fan, he had even harbored the urge to dig a hole and crawl inside. The sword god was a transcendent master, and he himself was considered a grandmaster. Heroes naturally appreciated one another. Yet here he was performing such undignified deeds before a true master. Your Excellency, sword god, please do not misconstrue. We are merely cultivating primordial energy. Not knowing how else to explain, Bai Hongyun resorted to the same fabrication the Empress had offered. Perhaps this explanation would make the sword god perceive them as having some measure of principle. Indeed. We are cultivating primordial energy. Precisely. The others quickly seconded him, hoping to set the record straight with the sword god. But this very response caught Mo Fan's attention. And who might these individuals be? They had originally come seeking the sword god. Upon finding him, they would have eagerly announced their identities. Some might even have presented modest gifts to curry the sword god's favor. But now, these are merely my servants. Your Excellency need not concern yourself. The moment Bai Hongyun sensed an opportunity to claim credit, he could not resist. He knew these old men were overly sensitive about their reputations and would never wish to be exposed at such a moment. Naturally, if the sword god did not recognize him, he too would prefer not to be identified. But there was no escaping it. They had crossed paths before. Zhao Xiyue graciously played along and did not expose the ruse, for these elders were all distinguished figures of standing. Yet each of the 6 pavilion masters had faces flushed crimson, torn between indignation and composure. What sparingly comforted them was that the sword god had not recognized them today, meaning there remained future opportunities for association. What indignant fire burned within was that this old Bai Hongyun had dared to humiliate them. The masters of 6 pavilions reduced to servants for a single man. If such a thing were to spread, it would be utterly shameful. Fortunately, today's events should remain confined, so they suppressed their anger. Mo Fan, upon hearing they were merely servants, paid them little mind and returned to his previous inquiry. What precisely is this primordial energy you speak of? Previously, Mo Fan had deceived the Empress by citing spiritual energy, never mentioning primordial energy, so he naturally had no conception of what it entailed. He gazed at Bai Hongyun with bewildered expectation, hoping for an answer. But Bai Hongyun was utterly stumped. This was the Empress's fabricated explanation, and even she had failed to clarify it adequately. How could he possibly comprehend what primordial energy was? He turned his head, and with an equally puzzled expression looked toward Zhao Xiyue, secretly sending her a meaningful glance. Zhao Xiyue comprehended the unspoken plea in by Hong Yun's eyes, yet she could not possibly articulate an explanation on the spot. Moreover, this primordial energy seemed to have originated from Mo Fan himself. Why would he be ignorant of it now? Harboring these doubts, Zhao Xiyue turned toward Mo Fan. Good heavens, was this some kind of game of nested dolls? Mo Fan naturally decoded the look in Zhao Xiyue's eyes, but had not he been the one to raise the question initially? Why was the burden of answering now being thrust upon him? A heavy silence fell upon the scene, as all eyes followed Zhao Xiyue's gaze toward Mo Fan, rendering him profoundly embarrassed. Very well. They knew nothing anyway. Even if he fabricated nonsense, they could not possibly verify it. He would simply bluff his way through. It appears none of you possess the slightest knowledge. I had intended to test you, but since that is the case, I shall provide an explanation. Mo Fan suddenly adopted the bearing of an elder statesman. Primordial energy refers to the fundamental power inherent in humanity. But barely having spoken those words, Mo Fan fell silent. He then closed his eyes, turned his back, and brandished a single seed in the air before the assembly. The 7 pavilion masters watched in rapt attention, each convinced that the sword god was indeed unparalleled. Even his responses exuded such profound depth. To ensure thorough comprehension, he not only elaborated meticulously through words, but had now produced a tangible object as illustration. How remarkably thoughtful. All 7 held their breath, silently awaiting Mo Fan's continuation. Zhao Xiyue, however, sensed something amiss, but could not immediately discern the source of her unease, so she too remained quiet. In truth, Mo Fan was not employing a physical prop for illustration at all. He had not yet determined how to construct a coherent fabrication. Should his tale prove too mundane, these 2 transcendent masters before him would instantly detect the deception. Conversely, if he fashioned something excessively profound, it might inadvertently spawn further questions demanding his explication, creating far greater complications. Thus his strategy was to buy time to formulate his response. Waiting interminably, the 7 pavilion masters nearly suffocated, yet feared disturbing the sword god's reverie. Helplessly, they employed their cultivation arts to stimulate blood circulation. Zhao Xiyue was less extreme, merely growing fatigued from the prolonged wait, her eyelids heavy with drowsiness. At last, after an unfathomable duration, Mo Fan stirred. Returning to face them, he extended the seed toward the assembly and inquired, "What do you perceive?" This unexpected query left everyone bewildered. Was he not elucidating primordial energy? Why had the subject shifted to them? Uncertain of the sword god's design, yet acutely aware of his exalted station, they dared not remain silent. Casting their eyes upon the object in Mo Fan's grasp, one ventured a seed. Mo Fan shook his head. A flower. He shook his head again. Could it be a cultivation pill? What cultivation pill? Someone should recommend these fellows donate their eyesight. The first 2 responses, though simplistic, Mo Fan could barely tolerate, for they were not entirely erroneous. But a pill was utterly preposterous. Perceiving no one could provide the correct answer, Mo Fan expounded with gravity, "All incorrect. It is life. Just now I subjected this seed within my palm to air, moisture, temperature, and other essentials vital to existence. Gradually it germinated and nurtured itself into living matter. Though invisible to you at present, within a short while you shall witness its development. Therefore do you comprehend?" Comprehend? Comprehend what precisely? Every person present was thoroughly confounded, unable to grasp what the sword god had elucidated, yet unwilling to admit their ignorance. Instead, they lowered their heads in solemn contemplation, occasionally nodding pretentiously as though enlightened. Preposterous. Naturally, they had to pretend understanding with so many witnesses present. To openly confess complete incomprehension would render them appear imbecilic and intellectually deficient. The sword god and the empress could be overlooked, but these elderly fellows were all petty and vindictive, ever ready to seize any opportunity for mockery. They absolutely could not afford to lose face before them. This thought struck all 7 pavilion masters simultaneously. Observing the assembly deep in contemplation, Mo Fan knew his stratagem had succeeded. Had Mo Fan actually explained anything moments ago? Certainly not, for he possessed no genuine knowledge to relay. He had encountered the titles Primordial Venerable and Primordial War God, but Primordial Energy, what manner of concept was this? Having pondered extensively, without succeeding in fabrication, only one recourse remained. Precisely. Mo Fan's approach was to guide, to lead them toward discovering the answer independently. A long time passed, yet no one responded. Mo Fan grew somewhat anxious. He had assumed that by easing the policy these people would speak freely without reservation. But to his surprise, they were all as cowardly as dogs. What exactly were they afraid of? Fear, of course there was fear. The arrow that shoots first gets the bird targeted. If one spoke first and said the wrong thing, wouldn't it be a mockery? The 7 masters of the 7 pavilions, publicly advocating for the unity and cooperation of the Han Yue kingdom. But privately they still enjoyed their schemes and rivalries. Especially in matters of faith, they had to hold their ground firmly. They could never lose the dignified bearing expected of grandmasters. Each one was a master in their respective field, a model of excellence. In areas outside their expertise, keep quiet and observe. But in their domain of mastery, there is only one word: perform. Even if you are wrong, maintain the facade to the end. This was their daily code of conduct. Naturally, Mo Fan had no knowledge of their principles. He simply found the whole group delusional. The seven looked at each other in turn, each waiting for someone else to answer first. Even answering required this kind of posturing. What a bunch of lunatics. Mo Fan could wait no longer and began calling on names. Has Master Bai grasped something? At such an unexpected question by Han Yun was startled at first, but quickly composed himself. But inside he was distressed. Why question him out of nowhere? With a look of both helplessness and confusion, he turned to Mo Fan, seeking an explanation. Mo Fan was too lazy to engage with him. There were only two distinguished figures here, you and the Empress. Who else would he ask? Perhaps the 6 servants in your household. Bai Han Yun felt as though he had fallen into his own trap, a classic case of digging his own grave. With no choice, he could only respond. In my humble opinion, Your Excellency Sword God seems to be referring to the raw energy, air, water temperature, that sustains the life growth process. I wonder if my understanding is correct or not. Right, absolutely correct, brother. Although this response amounted to nothing more than echoing Mo Fan's own words, Mo Fan would affirm whatever Bai Han Yun said. That is precisely what the lenient strategy entailed. Master Bai speaks well. It seems his capacity for comprehension is quite thorough. Upon hearing that his guess had hit the mark, Bai Han Yun's heart swelled with joy. His bowed head lifted directly, his spine straightened to its fullest, and sharp glances occasionally flicked toward the sidelines. The arrogance was palpable. This proved too much for the remaining 6. How could this pass as an answer? And correct at that. Any fool could do this. Suddenly, everyone began offering their own perspectives. Your Excellency Sword God, I believe that beyond air and water, dewdrops and wind also qualify as primordial energy. I wonder if my thinking holds true. How does what you say differ from his? Naturally it counts. Your words are perfectly fine. Sword God, I feel soil and nutrients should also be considered primordial energy. Sword God, I think. None of them are playing dead anymore, are they? Mo Fan was rendered speechless by how these elders excelled at playing it safe, each response remarkably similar. Fortunately, they had all provided answers. Correct or not, he need not answer himself now. Actually, what you have all said are correct answers, each carrying a measure of truth. So now you should understand what primordial energy is. Understood, but not entirely. And what does this have to do with farming? They had been dragged here by Zhao Xiyue to farm with some talk of cultivation, yet never received a clear explanation. Now that the responsibility had shifted to him, naturally, they wanted it spelled out. Sword God, the Empress said that farming allows one to cultivate primordial energy. I wonder how exactly one is to cultivate it. If the Empress posed the question, go ask her. Why come to me? Besides farming as a means to cultivate primordial energy. That was pure nonsense. It is actually quite simple. As you have noted, air, water, temperature, and the like are primordial energy. When tending crops, can you not sense these elements? Isn't that precisely what cultivation entails? The group responded with blank stares. So without farming, they would be unable to perceive it. Without farming, they would suffocate, perish from thirst, freeze to death. Mo Fan's response clearly baffled them. Sword God, we already have air and water in our daily lives. Why must we farm to perceive them? A fine question. I wonder the same myself. Besides, I never asked you to farm here. Yet Mo Fan sensed something to win these people over. Zhao Xiyue had undoubtedly forced him to take the blame for something. Otherwise, why would this group keep cornering him with questions? Not so. What I mean by sensing is not for you to sense. It is for. As he spoke, his finger pointed downward at a green plant beneath their feet. Grass, the third tone denoting a plant. Continuing, he replied, the cultivation of primordial energy lies in the process. These young plants have a growth process. What about you? Us? Asking and guiding once more, Mo Fan employed the same tactic as before. Let them answer. But this time they did not ponder long and seemed to genuinely grasp something. At that moment, Chiu Wenshuan spoke, first responding, Sword God, are you saying that we have already passed our growth phase, leaving no growth process? Hence we cannot perceive primordial energy, is that correct? Chiu Wenshuan gave no thought to whether he might lose face. His words came from genuine feeling, as if he had truly awakened to something, spilling them forth instinctively. The others harbored nearly identical thoughts. Seeing Chiu Wenshuan voice them, they had no intention of pressing further. Mo Fan remained consistent in his affirmative responses. If someone offered an answer, it was undoubtedly correct. Correct, this elder speaks wisely. It is precisely because you have passed your growth period that you cannot perceive primordial energy. That is why farming allows you to cultivate through these nascent lives. With those words spoken, everyone fell silent, deep in contemplation. This time it was genuine reflection, for the logic seemed sound. After reaching saint-level cultivation, they had attempted every method. Relentless practice, exquisite elixirs, peerless treasures. All of it useless. The concept of primordial energy was entirely new to them today. In more refined terms, it was about returning to simplicity, seeking the fundamental source. As masters in their respective fields, they understood that mastering the essence made everything profoundly simple. Cultivation was no different. They had always relied upon the rules handed down by their predecessors, never seeking to uncover the fundamental source. Now facing a bottleneck with no answers within ancestral teachings, they naturally could not break through. Indeed, cultivation depended on innate talent. How had they not considered this level? Brilliant, truly brilliant. Today, having heard Sword God's teachings, our minds are clear and enlightened. Indeed, since farming can lead to breakthroughs starting tomorrow, I will devote myself entirely to cultivation here. So will I. All present grasped the essence of farming. At this moment, they all sincerely wished to take up farming. As for Mo Fan, his feelings were mixed, amused yet bewildered. How had they comprehended everything when he had not said a word? The joyful part was that henceforth he would not need to farm himself. These elders would assist him. Moreover, they might bring along even more people. In that case, could he simply lie back and let things unfold? Calculating 1 mu per person per day, 100 people would cultivate 100 mu. If we recruit more hands, wouldn't that modest quest progress of 100 points be just around the corner? Mo Fan almost burst out laughing. All right then, you all work hard on planting. I'll come back in a few days to inspect. Inspect? Lord Sword God, aren't these the fields you intend to cultivate? Naturally. That settles it. No wonder the female emperor, who despises filth, suddenly took to farming. It was all under the Sword God's instruction. The female emperor's cultivation reached the heavens, yet she had found no way to break through. Since the Sword God was an expert of the upper 3 realms, she had sought his advice. So farming was indeed the method of breakthrough. Rest assured, Lord Sword God, we will till the land with all our might. Please guide us when the time comes. Certainly, certainly. As long as the fields are planted, everything can be arranged. With these tools in hand, Mo Fan could finally relax. Now he finally had the energy to shift his focus toward finding high-grade seeds. Your Majesty, the female emperor, you need not farm anymore. I have a more important task for you. The words, more important, were emphasized heavily, and Zhao Xiyue's heart swelled with pleasure as she agreed without hesitation. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Mo Fan led Zhao Xiyue straight away from the fields. Sai, the Sword God is the Sword God. Even the female emperor behaves like a maid in his presence. Absolutely. If anyone else spoke to her that way, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to lose. It seems the rumor about the Sword God's infatuation with the female emperor is true, and she holds considerable fondness for him as well. Sai, envy, jealousy, resentment. Soon the air grew thick with gossip. The imperial city within the palace. Mo Fan hurriedly led Zhao Xiyue into a room and closed the door. He had been preparing to discuss a major matter with her, but Zhao Xiyue stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Waving his hand in front of her yielded no response whatsoever. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Mo Fan vaguely suspected she had a fever. Are you ill? Oh no. 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 Then why is your face so red? You held my hand in front of everyone. Brought me into your private chambers. And acted so eager. Any proper girl would be shy, wouldn't she? I just ran back from the suburbs to the palace and got a bit warm. Oh, as long as you're not ill. I wish to discuss something important with you. Would you be willing? Important matter. And asking if she was willing. Could it be? The matter of their lifelong commitment. Zhao Xiyue's face grew even redder, deep crimson blushes quietly creeping across her cheeks like evening clouds. Along with the blush came an overwhelming wave of shame. What important matter? Her voice grew softer, her breathing quickened, and she even slowly closed her eyes. Here, take a look. I'd like to ask whether our imperial treasury has seeds of these things. Saying this, he produced a list and placed it before Zhao Xiyue. Hearing this, Zhao Xiyue's eyes snapped open. The flush on her face completely vanished, replaced by a pallid whiteness. She casually glanced at the list. Nothing but heavenly materials and spiritual treasures. Zhao Xiyue had no desire to know what they were, nor did she care. So this is the important matter you pulled me back for? None. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiyue answered coldly. You dragged me all the way back for this. How could that be? Though these items are precious, our treasury certainly cannot be empty of them all. Who is our treasury? That's my treasury. Besides, what are all these things? Water spirit fruit, primordial mystic, ginseng bodhi seeds, dragon scale tree. Good heavens, even immortal sex may not possess all of these, let alone a mere mortal kingdom like hers. And he's asking for seeds specifically, which makes it even more impossible to obtain. These spiritual cultivation treasures. You don't go to sects to seek them, you come to my ordinary nation. Her words did remind Mo Fan. Indeed, these treasures would be useless to ordinary people. Without cultivating immortality, who would bother with such things? Expensive and rare, they could easily bring about one's demise. They might even invite disaster. But going to other sects was out of the question, given his identity. Then I shall not trouble you further. I'll go back to Sword God sect and look around. Mo Fan could not visit other sects, but surely no one would dare challenge their own Sword God sect. Moreover, with his identity, obtaining 1 or 2 treasures should be a trivial matter. With this thought in mind, Mo Fan decided to return to Sword God sect. Wait! As he reached the doorway, a stern voice came from behind. Mo Fan stopped, but dared not turn around, for he could feel bloodthirsty eyes glaring fiercely at him, as though ready to devour him whole. Does your Majesty the female emperor have any further instructions? Instructions? Weren't you the one always ordering me around? Telling me to deliver land, telling me to dig manure. Where are the obligations you should fulfill? As an instructor of the Sword Dao Pavilion, when will you give classes? To be honest, Mo Fan had only cared about securing the land at the time and hadn't thought further. Being a mentor, he was truly not cut out for it. If he actually tried teaching sword techniques from beginner to grave, it would take merely 3 days. I will attend classes after returning from Sword God Sect. Delaying pure and simple. Regardless, he needed to return to Sword God Sect first. Even if he had to teach, he could at least bring back some books and materials. Sword God Sect. Sword God Sect. Its swordsmanship couldn't possibly be poor, right? No, you must go tomorrow. I have kept my promises to you, yet you have not fulfilled a single one of yours. You may return to Sword God Sect, but you must teach for at least 3 days. Mo Fan was at a loss. He was empty-handed, knew nothing, and how was he supposed to teach? The next day, under the female emperor's coercion, Mo Fan arrived at the Sword Dao Pavilion for the first lesson of his life. Today, Mo Fan had specially donned a loose robe pretending to appear mature and learned. If only he had a mask to conceal his youthful face and a voice changer to alter his tone, the effect would have been perfect. The moment he entered the door, Mo Fan felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. The students inside. Some were chatting, others sleeping, some eating. Postures slouched everywhere, absolutely no discipline. Wasn't this exactly the university from movies in his past life? Moreover, in the back row by the window, the legendary king's homeland. That seat was occupied by someone sleeping. Too classic. Mo Fan felt as though he had returned to his school days in his past life. Only this time his identity was that of a teacher. Walking to the podium, Mo Fan picked up a bamboo stick, preparing to quiet them down. Based on his memories, after he tapped 3 times, no one would pay him any mind. Bam bam bam. After 3 taps, the classroom remained in chaos. Just as I thought. So next, if I shout silence, will an eraser be thrown at me? Silence. Indeed, something flew toward him, but it was not an eraser. It was a wooden box. One he had seen and used before. The Giga sword case. Indeed, that was what came flying over. Mo Fan caught it in one hand, sensing a vague premonition of trouble. These students couldn't possibly be planning to learn how to summon 5 divine swords, could they? Instructor Mo, the other day, I saw you summon 5 divine swords. It was magnificent. I want to learn that too. Sure enough, whatever one fears most is exactly what arrives. But wasn't this Gigu sword case the prized treasure of that old fellow by Han Yun? How could these students get their hands on it? After thinking for a moment and hefting the case in his hand, Mo Fan understood. No need to say more, this had to be a prank, a counterfeit of the Giga sword case. These students were trying to prank him. Alright, come here. I'll teach you personally. Mo Fan beamed, putting on an air of feigned ignorance without showing the faintest crack. The disciple who wanted to learn sword summoning saw nothing amiss and swaggered forward. Since he knew what was in the case, he naturally wasn't afraid. He merely wanted to watch this new instructor make a fool of himself. Instructor, what should I do? It's very simple. Just do what I did that day. Put your hand directly on the case and recite the incantation. The disciple walked over to Mo Fan and, following his instructions, placed his hand on the case. Then he shifted slightly to one side, intending to trigger the mechanism and release what was inside the case. But the instant he was about to touch the case, Mo Fan's hand shot out and pressed down on the disciple's arm. He moved so swiftly that the disciple had no time to react. Mo Fan shoved the disciple's hand straight into the case. What followed naturally was a storm of wailing and piteous screams. Aya! The agonizing cries spread through every corner, and the disciple's hand was bitten all over. Inside the case was of course a snake, but not a venomous one. As fond of pranks as these students were, they wouldn't go so far as to do something truly outrageous. This is how you act as an instructor. On the very first day of lessons, you injure a student. Their scheme had backfired. Seeing their little trick exposed, the pranksters all cried out accusations, trying to turn the blame around. But how could Mo Fan be fooled so easily? I injured a student. Wasn't it you who were trying to prank me? Don't forget, this case was given to me by you. Mo Fan knew exactly why these students were pranking him. Wasn't it simply because he had made Bai Hanyun lose face? Splashing water or tripping someone would have been enough, but putting a snake inside the case was going too far. Honored instructor, you misunderstand. We weren't trying to prank you. We were simply looking down on you. That's right, that's right. What right do you have to be our instructor, just like old Bai? So what if you can summon swords? What's so impressive about that? Nearly all the students spoke with one voice. In their eyes, Bai Hanyun had once split the heavens apart with a single sword, and had single-handedly challenged the 6 great experts of the demonic cult. That was a true sword god, one worthy of being their instructor. Summoning swords. Excuse me. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some kind of circus trick. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for that. They were only novices who had just begun their cultivation, believing that whatever looked cool must be powerful. Without comprehending sword intent, they naturally couldn't understand the true value of the Giga sword case. Mo Fan didn't bother to argue with them. At a time like this, strength had to speak for itself. You look down on me. In that case, how about a match to settle it? A match? Against the sword god? Were they insane, or did they have a death wish? They naturally wouldn't agree to something so suicidal. What's the matter? If you can't win the argument, are you going to bully the weak? Bully the weak. Compared to you all, I suppose it would be. But what about him? As he spoke, Mo Fan pointed at the student sleeping by the window in the back row. He had noticed her the moment he walked in. Could the person sitting in that spot be an ordinary one? Following the direction of Mo Fan's finger, everyone turned to look at that student. Her. Shin Ziren. Ha ha, Lord Sword God must be joking. Do you know who she is? She's the bottom of the entire school. She can't even lift a sword. Are you sure you want her to compete? Besides, even if she does compete, what does it have to do with you? Bottom of the school. That was exactly what he wanted. If anyone called her a genius, he wouldn't have chosen her at all. It's simple. I'll guide her, and she'll defeat every one of you. Mo Fan said this calmly as though it were the most trivial matter in the world. But to those who heard it sounded like the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha, interesting. Since Lord Sword God is so confident, we accept your challenge. However, if Lord Sword God loses, then you must personally go and offer old by your resignation. That would be just perfect. At these words, Mo Fan's heart bloomed with joy. If that student turned out to be an expert, Mo Fan would slap their faces and prove his teaching ability. If she wasn't, then Mo Fan would have a perfectly legitimate excuse not to attend class. Losing would still be a huge win, winning would cost him nothing. This wave was a guaranteed profit with no risk at all. No problem. Mo Fan agreed without a second thought. How could he possibly refuse such a wonderful deal? Alright then, go prepare her, Lord Sword God. We'll meet at the martial arena in an hour. With that, the crowd headed toward the martial arena. A match against Chun Ziren. Wasn't that a sure win? They were already imagining all the ways they would mock Mo Fan after he lost. After everyone had left, Mo Fan walked toward Chun Ziren's seat. At the martial arena, many disciples had gathered discussing who should be sent up to fight. Against Chun Ziren, they wanted Mo Fan to lose not only the battle, but also every shred of dignity. To that end, their current topic was to send out the weakest student and slap Mo Fan's face as hard as possible. Shen Hao, you'll go up later. Remember, don't show any mercy. Humiliate him however you like. The speaker was Yi Chen, the senior disciple of the Sword Dao Pavilion and its strongest student. He was Bai Hongyun's most diehard fan. In his eyes, Bai Hongyun was a god. How could he tolerate just any nobody trampling on his master's dignity? Yes, the student named Chun Hao answered. His strength was weak, though not the weakest. Compared with Chun Ziren, he was still somewhat stronger. He was also a complete sycophant, always following Yi Chen's lead. That was why, despite his weak strength, he still managed to get by quite nicely in the Sword Dao Pavilion. Before long, Mo Fan arrived. Walking alongside him was none other than Chun Ziren. He cast a light glance at the people on the distant arena stage. One after another, every last one of them was worthless small fry, so Mo Fan couldn't be bothered to look any further. He turned to Chun Ziren and said, "Go." Seeing the gleeful look in Mo Fan's eyes, Chun Ziren felt her anger rising for no reason. She had been fast asleep when out of nowhere Mo Fan said, "Stop pretending. I know you're a peerless expert." It had stunned her completely. Then Mo Fan had added, "I know you're hiding in the Sword Dao Pavilion with some untold secret." That had rendered her even more dumbfounded. It was true that she was an expert and true that she was lurking in the Sword Dao Pavilion, but how did Mo Fan know all this? Mo Fan, of course, didn't know her identity. He had simply watched too many movies in his previous life and taken a guess. And when Chun Ziren agreed to the fight, saying things like, "You must not tell anyone," Mo Fan knew that his guess had been right. Mo Fan knew he had guessed correctly. "Do not forget your promise." Leaving those words behind, Chun Ziren walked toward the arena. Though she had absolutely no desire to compete with anyone, not in the slightest. But there was no way out of it. Mo Fan held her weakness in his grasp. Sigh. A soft breath escaped Chun Ziren. She knew that after today her true cultivation realm might be exposed, and she would need to be far more cautious from then on. On the platform, Chun Hao was already prepared. To be honest, this contest was utterly meaningless, a one-sided crushing at best. And what about Mo Fan's hour of guidance? No one took it seriously. It was treated as mere entertainment. Could a person who never studied hard in the first place achieve a major breakthrough by cramming at the last moment? Was this some joke? Not only did they not believe it, but even Mo Fan himself, upon hearing their thoughts, would have agreed. A decade of tempering a single sword. How could such mastery come so easily? Alas, Chun Ziren was no casual crammer. Her decade of cultivation far exceeded what others imagined. Arriving at the platform, she simply stood there quietly, showing no intention to make a move. She didn't even bother to glance at Chun Hao. To everyone present, this was entirely normal. For the usual, Chun Ziren spent her time doing nothing but attending classes and sleeping. She never spoke to others, never made friends, a typical recluse. Therefore, even if Mo Fan had guided her, she likely hadn't absorbed a word of it. To think she could defeat Chun Hao was sheer fantasy. Gazing at the fragile-looking woman before him, Chun Hao felt as though he were challenging a sheet of paper, easily shattered at the slightest touch. For a moment, pity stirred within his heart. Chun Ziren, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll use only one hand. If you can make me fall, you win. It wasn't arrogance on Chun Hao's part. If it were the normally disguised Chun Ziren, she wouldn't even need a hand if she couldn't beat him. But today, under Mo Fan's compulsion, Chun Ziren had dropped her disguise, revealing herself to be a true expert. An expert being offered a one-handed advantage by a novice. What would that feel like? Like a primary school student playing basketball and letting Kobe play with one hand. Absurd. Chun Ziren had no desire to speak, for she felt that wasting a single word on the fool before her would be an insult to herself. She simply closed her eyes, wondering if she could fall asleep, standing up. Chun Hao, on the other hand, was enraged. A sensation rose within him. Chun Ziren wasn't a recluse at all. She was looking down on him. That gaze in the moment before her eyes closed. Wasn't it the very look he himself used when viewing the weak? She despises me. Chun Hao could no longer contain himself. He charged forward and threw a punch aiming straight at Chun Ziren's face. Chun Ziren had discarded the pretense of her cultivation, but not that of her appearance. She looked like an utterly ordinary woman with an unremarkable face, which is precisely why Chun Hao didn't hold back. It was real. A fist surged toward her, yet Chun Ziren kept her eyes closed. Whether intentionally or not, her body retreated half a step, and she sidestepped, evading the strike. Her foot lifted ever so slightly beneath her. It swept directly at Chun Hao's legs. In his furious, unrestrained charge, thud, Chun Hao face-planted onto the ground. You've lost, Chun Ziren spoke. She hoped it would end right there, which is why she opened her mouth. But would Chun Hao ever agree? You dare humiliate me. Earlier Chun Hao had boasted that if he fell he would accept defeat. And indeed Chun Ziren had caused him to fall. If this had been a genuine contest of strength, his falling would have been acceptable. But now in full view of everyone, his opponent hadn't done a single thing. Yet he was tripped and fallen. Could he tolerate this? I'll kill you. This time Chun Hao was truly furious. He drew his weapon at last. A spiritual artifact he had obtained from Yichun. He rarely used it, whether in sparring or academy examinations. In his eyes it was a work of art, not something to be sullied by the filthy stains of bloodshed. But after such a humiliating defeat, he resolutely chose to draw it forth, to defend his honor. The long sword flew like the wind. A single technique, the gale of eternal silence, struck directly at Chun Ziren's vital point. At that moment Chun Ziren opened her eyes and finally took action. She gently extended 2 fingers and pinched forward. The instant they touched the spiritual sword, all of its overwhelming power was dissolved. Chun Hao's treasured spiritual sword began to crack, dense fissures spreading across its blade. The next moment, crack. The sword shattered completely, scattering like snowflakes drifting in a cold wind, crystalline and dazzling. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Chun Hao was dumbfounded. His spiritual sword, destroyed, crushed by bare fingers. Impossible. This can't be. Impossible. You've been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along. Chun Hao could only think of one explanation, otherwise even Yi Chun might not have been able to crush it with his bare hands. Mo Fan, watching the scene on the platform, was also taken aback. He thought to himself, true masters always prefer to show off barehanded. In his past life, he'd seen someone tear apart a mecha with their bare hands. Today, witnessing a spiritual sword shattered by fingers, truly impressive. Chun Ziren noticed the crowd gaping at her, and realized she had shown off too much. Immediately she put on an innocent act, and stammered, No, it wasn't me. It was the sword god who taught me. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan? Shifting the blame. Chun Ziren cast the pot onto Mo Fan without hesitation. After all, if she didn't, others might grow suspicious and investigate further. Her identity couldn't be exposed. Moreover, Chun Ziren's true identity was far from respectable. A covert operative of the demonic sect. That was something that absolutely could not be discovered. Mo Fan was speechless, but he couldn't refute it either. If he denied it, both of them would be suspected. So he could only swallow hard and accept the blame. That's right, I taught her, Mo Fan said, wearing an expression of utter nonchalance. At this point, he had fully embraced the pretense and played along. Hearing Mo Fan admitted in person, the crowd's doubts were dispelled. Yet within merely an hour, transforming the rotten into the miraculous. Was this truly the power of the sword god? I'm not convinced. Next, I challenge you. The one who spoke was Li Lin, the 7th-ranked expert of the Sword Dao Pavilion. He was also a devoted follower of Yi Chun. Compared to Chun Hao, Li Lin was in a completely different league. Cautious by nature, he never looked down on anyone. So when facing Chun Ziren, he would never make such a foolish offer as letting her use one hand. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, Li Lin unleashed his full strength. Throughout the battle, he remained extremely careful. Alas, the gap in power was still far too great. After merely 3 exchanges, Li Lin was also defeated. I'm not convinced. Neither am I. Then you can all come at once. Those were Mo Fan's words. Before he could finish, Chun Ziren shot him a sharp glare. I've worked so hard to lay low for all these years, and today you're determined to force me into the open, are you? Such thoughts flashed through her mind, but they remained just thoughts. If she didn't follow Mo Fan's suggestion, he might expose her. Sigh. With no other choice, Chun Ziren could only accept his proposal and challenge everyone. Soon the arena echoed with cries of pain from all directions. The scene became somewhat brutal, and even Mo Fan found it difficult to watch. Though he wasn't looking, he knew exactly who was responsible. It was Chun Ziren gone completely berserk. Evening. Stop right there. At the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, Chun Ziren shouted at Mo Fan, who was about to leave. In today's battle, she had shown brilliantly, single-handedly challenging every master of the Sword Pavilion, and winning. If word got out, it might well draw the attention of certain big shots in Huanyue Kingdom. By then, her covert mission as a spy in Huanyue Kingdom could very likely be exposed. And all of this was entirely thanks to the man before her. Now, after causing all this, he simply wanted to walk away. What's the matter? Mo Fan turned around, asking in confusion. It was almost dark now. He was off work. Anything related to work had to yield after hours. In his previous life, he had been plagued by the 996 grind. In this life, he would never work overtime again. His current profession was a teacher, and the person before him was a student. After school. A student stops a teacher. What does she want? Isn't it just after-class tutoring? Fat chance. Mo Fan would never agree. Hearing those 3 words, Chen Ziren felt rather irritated. In her eyes, Mo Fan was behaving exactly like one of those worthless men, irresponsible after getting what they wanted, pulling up their pants and leaving without a backward glance. The next day he would meet her again, acting as if nothing had happened and casually asking, "What's the matter?" "Uft, scum. I just want to ask, how did you see through my identity?" That was what confused Chen Ziren the most. They had clearly met for the first time yesterday. They had not exchanged a single word yesterday. She was dozing off, and he was spouting nonsense. Then out of nowhere he said, "You are a peerless master." Chen Ziren had been utterly shaken at that moment. How could something so absurd exist in this world? She felt that Mo Fan must have used some kind of trick to see through her identity. For that reason she had to get to the bottom of it, so that she could disguise herself better afterward. Otherwise, if anyone else saw through her with such a method, she would truly be finished. "I guessed." Mo Fan told the truth without any concealment. He really had guessed, but it was a guess based on reasoning. He just got lucky and guessed correctly. "You guessed." "Guessed." Hearing this, Chen Ziren's shock knew no bounds, her pupils violently trembling. "How could you guess with such accuracy? There were so many students in the pavilion. How could you happen to guess exactly me?" Chen Ziren did not believe him and felt he was lying. "Then go ahead and guess. What exactly is my identity?" "A mole." See, he claimed to have guessed, but it came out the moment she tested him. Indeed, he absolutely possessed some secret art for seeing through identities. Still not telling the truth. "How can you guess so accurately?" "Guessed right." Mo Fan had just said it offhand without even thinking. How could that be right? But wasn't that how it always went in TV dramas? Many experts hidden in a place were either moles or idle slackers. If they were idle slackers, wouldn't they just find a remote mountain and farm? Why would they come to a place like this? So if not a mole, what else could they be? It couldn't be that they came here to experience life, right? I really did guess. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Mo Fan spread his hands helplessly. Sigh. Sometimes you tell the truth, and yet there are always people who refuse to believe it. What a headache. Fine. Won't talk, huh? No matter. I'll naturally have my own ways of finding out. You just wait. With that, Chen Ziren turned and left. There was nothing she could do. Mo Fan's lips were too tight, and asking now would certainly yield nothing. She would have to obtain the answer in her own way. How bizarre. After leaving those words, Mo Fan also departed. The next day, Mo Fan arrived at the field. Behind him a woman was following furtively, none other than Chen Ziren, who had been so dazzling yesterday. Yesterday, she had asked Mo Fan how he saw through her identity, but he would not say. For that reason, she could only tail him in secret, hoping to see what was so extraordinary about Mo Fan. Upon reaching the field, Mo Fan was dumbstruck. The seeds he had bought, soul departing flowers, dark night grass, and others, had all withered. In just 2 short days, his painstaking efforts had all been in vain. Elderby! Elderby! Mo Fan shouted, anger rising in his heart. He had worked hard to earn some money and finally bought a few seeds, and now they were all ruined. Hearing Mo Fan's call, Bai Hongyun hurried over eagerly. According to what Mo Fan had said some days ago, he had actually gained some insight into returning to simplicity through farming. His cultivation, which had been stagnant for years, even showed faint signs of breaking through. Therefore, he now held Mo Fan in extraordinary respect. Sword God, what has happened? What happened? Look at what you've done. These seeds were all planted to death by you. Following Mo Fan's pointed direction, Bai Hongyun was utterly bewildered. The flowers are flowers, the grass is grass. Aren't they doing perfectly well? Sword God, aren't they growing perfectly well? Good. Good, my foot. Mo Fan could not be bothered to explain. He directly took a seed from the soil and cracked it open. The seed split apart, revealing a yellowing sprout inside, while much of the surrounding wall had already begun rotting. Inside, the entire seed was devoid of any vitality. And you call this perfectly well? This. What happened? Bai Hongyun panicked. When they had first planted the seeds, they were indeed fine. How could everything go bad in just a single day? Nonsense. This soul-departing flower doesn't need water, it needs energy. Putting it out under the blazing sun. Are you afraid it didn't die fast enough? Also, the spirit-calming fruit can't be buried in soil this thick. Without air circulation, it's also very easy to kill. And this dark night grass. Mo Fan pointed at Bai Hongyun's nose and scolded him relentlessly. And all of this was witnessed by Chen Ziren. Her gaze went dull with shock. At first, when she saw Bai Hongyun, she thought she must have been mistaken. After rubbing her eyes and checking again and again, she realized that he really was their sword pavilion instructor. Then she saw Bai Hongyun trotting over cheerfully like a child, even bowing to Mo Fan with the kind of solemn courtesy one pays to an elder during the new year. Chen Ziren found it unbelievable. Could it be that Bai Hongyun, like her, had also had his leverage seized by Mo Fan? She was uncertain and could only continue watching from the shadows. As she watched, Mo Fan began to curse. Bai Hongyun looked utterly aggrieved, not daring to resist in the slightest. An honored grandmaster, noble and powerful, being berated to his face by a young man. Why? What in the world had gone wrong? Chen Ziren was stunned. The scene before her stirred a bizarre feeling in her, or rather a terror pushed to the absolute extreme. Old by what's going on? Just then the moment Chen Xiren regained her senses, a voice reached her ear. Turning around, her expression slowly shifted from terror to dread. Because the owner of that voice was none other than Qiu Wenshuan, the pavilion master of the Star Viewing Pavilion. He was on the same level as Bai Honyun, and arriving with him were the masters of the other 5 pavilions. The 7 great pavilion masters of Huanyue Kingdom, whose prestige and status were incomparably formidable, were actually all farming for Mo Fan. Chen Xiren was numb. She knew Mo Fan was the new mentor at the Sword Dao Pavilion. But what was the meaning of a newcomer scolding a superior? Why were the masters of the other pavilions also treating Mo Fan with such respect? What on earth was happening? As the holy maiden of the demon sect, she had encountered many notable figures in her daily life. Generally speaking, someone of her status had to remain well-behaved when encountering the sect leader or elders and dare not raise her voice. The same applied to those of lower rank. But now why had these prestigious figures come to such a filthy place? Why were they so fearful and respectful toward Mo Fan? Chen Xiren's sense of reality was beginning to crack. The ultimate philosophical questions of who she was, where she was, and what she was doing constantly surfaced in her mind. In the fields, the masters of the 7 great pavilions gathered around Mo Fan, discussing matters of farming. Everyone, terrible news. The seeds we planted before have all perished, Bai Honyun explained with a panicked expression. His look was no different from that of a condemned criminal. This shocked the other pavilion masters. This is impossible. Everything was fine yesterday. While farming, I even comprehended primordial energy. Comprehended? Comprehend your mother. Mo Fan was speechless. The nonsense he had spoken before these old men had actually taken seriously. Indeed, I feel that if I continue farming for a few more days, I may break through. Mo Fan was utterly exasperated. Forget it, do as you please. But under no circumstances would he let them continue farming. Old Bai, you should stop planting and go rest. Upon hearing this, everyone grew anxious. They had only just begun to make progress. How could it be cut off like this? Lord Sword God, please don't. We haven't planted enough yet. If we continue for a while, we may break through. Yes, Lord Sword God, give us another chance. This time we will definitely not disappoint you. Lord Sword God, I beg you. Facing their pleas, Mo Fan felt somewhat troubled. If he kept letting them run around like this, he would go bankrupt. Do they have any idea how expensive these seeds are? But you lack experience in farming, so you should go back and study first before returning. This was already Mo Fan's greatest concession. If he continued letting these beginners keep farming, who knew how many more seeds and plots they would waste? Even if they wanted to plant again, he would have to strictly control the process and not let them act recklessly. Sigh, very well. Since Lord Sword God has made up his mind, we shall not insist. Once we return and learn the methods of farming properly, we will come back. Let us go, let us go. Helpless against Mo Fan's determination, everyone could only leave planning to return only after mastering the art of farming. Chen Xiren beside them was so surprised, she almost clicked her tongue, her eyes nearly falling out of her head. What had Mo Fan just called Bai Honyun? Old Bai. Bai Honyun didn't have a single objection. None of the others felt anything was inappropriate. Was this still the venerable Sword Dao Grandmaster she remembered? Moreover, after Mo Fan rejected them, these people still begged desperately, begging Mo Fan to let them farm. Chen Xiren felt on the verge of a breakdown. Even the usually reserved girl had the urge to curse. It's just farming, isn't it? Is it necessary to be this dramatic? Or does farming have some other grand explanation? What she had seen today was utterly unbelievable. Chen Xiren felt she had to ask for clarification. Stepping forward, Chen Xiren emerged from behind the rock, where she had been hiding, and walked over to Mo Fan. Watching him diligently tend to the seeds in the field, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Looking up, Mo Fan was slightly surprised to see Chen Xiren approaching. In his impression, she rarely spoke, and was a very cold person. How could she be coming to the fields to find him today? I'm handling the spoiled seeds in the field. And you? What are you doing here? What was she doing here? If not for coming here, would she have witnessed such absurdity? Chen Xiren felt she had come to the right place. The man before her was far too mysterious. At this point, she found it difficult to view Mo Fan as an ordinary mentor. He could see through her identity at a glance. The masters of the 7 pavilions treated him with courtesy and respect. A group of people were scolded, yet dared not retort. Was he some kind of reclusive master? The more she thought about it, the more likely this seemed to Chen Xiren. However, what she thought in her heart didn't matter, but she still needed to be careful with her words. She had come to extract information from Mo Fan. If he saw through her intentions, all her efforts would be in vain. I'm looking for old Master Bai. I heard he was here, so I came. Looking for old Bai. Old Bai just left. Didn't you see him? Duh, of course she saw him. He was driven away by you. Along with him were the masters of the other 6 pavilions. So many living, breathing people. How could she not see them? I saw them, of course. I'm just curious why old Master Bai and the masters of the other 6 pavilions are so respectful toward you, which is why I came to ask. She knew Bai Honyun was the master of the Sword Dao Pavilion. But weren't the other 6 just old Master Bai's servants? When had they become masters of 6 pavilions? You're saying those 6 people are the masters of the other 6 pavilions? Of course. Unknowingly, Mo Fan felt like he had been tricked again. Why were the masters of 6 pavilions disguising themselves as servants? And why come to help him farm? For what purpose? It couldn't really be to cultivate some kind of primordial energy, could it? Mo Fan couldn't understand, so he fell into deep thought for a moment. Why aren't you talking? You haven't answered my question yet. Seeing Mo Fan's silence, Chen Xiren grew afraid, wondering if her question had somehow offended him. Cold sweat broke out all over her body, and the back of her clothes was soaked. I don't know why either. Perhaps it's because I taught them to cultivate. You taught a group of powerful figures to cultivate. Chen Xiren became even more convinced that Mo Fan was a reclusive master. Otherwise, why did these powerful figures show him such reverence and obey him so completely? Moreover, if Mo Fan truly were a reclusive master, then his ability to see through her identity would make perfect sense. Chen Xiren did not know that Mo Fan was the sword god, although many people had mentioned it that day at the Sword Dao Pavilion. But she had fallen asleep, and after waking up she went straight into a fight. So up to this point, she still believed Mo Fan was merely an ordinary mentor. However, after today her perception of him had been completely refreshed. A reclusive master, that was right. In her heart, Mo Fan had already become a true peerless expert. How about you come learn to farm too? At this moment, Mo Fan suddenly blurted out, leaving Chen Xiren dumbfounded. Her, the dignified holy maiden of the demon sect, farming for him. Late night. The pitch-black night sky shrouded the vast land as if the stars were veiled by clouds, leaving only a faint glow. Many unsavory deeds took place at night, smuggling, theft, and illicit affairs. Whenever darkness fell, some houses would emit indescribable sounds. Many young men and women also matured overnight. Chen Xiren was no different. The rhythmic pa-pa-pa sounds echoed across the fields, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chen Xiren's face was covered in beads of sweat, and perhaps due to the strenuous labor her clothes were soaked. Through the faint light, one could even clearly see the fair, smooth skin beneath her clothes, pristine as mutton-fat jade. Before long, a powerful aura erupted within Chen Xiren's body, bringing a long-lost sense of comfort that added a hint of excitement to her eyes. You're truly remarkable. Chen Xiren couldn't help but praise Mo Fan even while busy. Same to you, Mo Fan replied with a perfunctory response. Hearing Chen Xiren suddenly compliment him, Mo Fan was quite bewildered. He hadn't done anything special, just tilling the land. As he worked, he felt something erupting within him. Mo Fan couldn't pinpoint what it was, only vaguely sensing a connection to Chen Xiren. Not knowing what to say, he could only respond with same to you. Chen Xiren saw things differently. She genuinely believed Mo Fan was extraordinary. Though she had not yet reached the Saint Realm, she was close. Under these circumstances, breaking through was extremely difficult for her. For the gap between Nirvana and the Saint Realm was like an abyss. Countless people spent their entire lives unable to cross it. Moreover, during all those days spent as a spy, she had barely any time to cultivate. Thus, for her to break through in the short term was nearly impossible. But today, while tilling the land, she inexplicably broke through. At first, when Mo Fan asked her to farm, she refused. Farming could make her stronger. Break through by farming. That was nonsense. Chen Xiren didn't believe a word Mo Fan said. But later, when Mo Fan explained primordial energy, Chen Xiren's drowsiness vanished. She listened attentively to Mo Fan's analysis, occasionally pondering on her own. As she listened, it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. Eventually, she came around completely. After farming, Chen Xiren tried to sense something as Mo Fan described, and she actually felt it. Though she couldn't articulate it, the sensation was unprecedented. Chen Xiren knew that was the primordial energy Mo Fan had spoken of. Thank you for your guidance, Master Mo. I have benefited greatly today. This was the truth. Indeed, she had gained much. Not only had her cultivation improved, but her concealment techniques had advanced alongside it. Previously, she had pretended to be weak mainly because she dared not reveal her true abilities. Against the saint, she would be exposed immediately. Now that she had broken through to the Saint Realm, even without concealing her strength, ordinary saints would not detect it. This was a qualitative leap. It provided substantial protection for both future operations and her own safety. Chen Xiren was very fortunate to have followed Mo Fan here today. No problem. Come back often to till the land when you have free time. It will benefit you, Mo Fan said. Though unsure of the situation and suddenly thanked, he decided to encourage her to put in more effort. It wasn't that Mo Fan deliberately wanted Chen Xiren to farm. The main issue was that those oldsters had ruined the land and he was struggling to handle the bad seeds alone. Fortunately, there happened to be someone nearby, so he asked her to help. And this Chen Xiren truly had a talent for farming. After Mo Fan showed her just once, she did it quite well. When shoveling soil, it made loud pa-pa-pa sounds. Obviously, she was putting in serious effort. Unlike those old fellows who dawdled for ages while shoveling. In the end, the seeds that went into the soil were still the bad ones. Mo Fan thought some people really needed to find jobs. How could the gap between people be so great? Master Mo has helped me greatly. I will come often in the future. Of course, she would definitely come. Having tasted the benefits today, Chen Xiren had already regarded Mo Fan as her true teacher. Although Bai Honyun was highly respected, could he be her teacher? Chen Xiren felt he was not worthy. Though she was a spy and mostly slept during some classes, when she heard something she didn't know, she would perk up and listen carefully. When hearing about theoretical knowledge, such as Heavenly Tao or Sword Heart, she would become utterly confused. Not only was it obscure and difficult to understand, but it also made her extremely drowsy. As a result, she would fall asleep before hearing much. But Mo Fan was different. His strength and insights compared to Bai Hongyun were worlds apart. Just on the topic of primordial energy, Mo Fan explained it clearly and understandably. Then he even had her till the land to experience it firsthand. He combined theory with practice, using practical actions to demonstrate his teaching abilities. Moreover, the results were quickly noticeable. This was a true master, someone with genuine skill. Compared to Mo Fan, Shinziren felt Bai Hongyun should really find a job. Good. If there is a need in the future, I will come find you again. It is getting late today. You should go back and rest early. With a gentle nod, Chun-Ziren left satisfied. The demon cult headquarters. Since Wu Di stepped down, Dongfang Hongyue, Yin Hongying's master had taken over. Yin Hongying also became the first deputy sect leader below the saint in the demon cult. Today, all members from every branch of the demon cult had gathered solely to discuss one major matter, the crusade against the righteous path. As for why this operation came about suddenly, it all traced back to the previous secret realm expedition in the Great Northern Wasteland. Hongying, during the last secret realm expedition, you timely withdrew your fellow cult members, preventing casualties. Your merit is commendable. Let you command this operation. Previously in the Great Northern Wasteland, Yin Hongying had followed Mo Fan's advice and did not bring people into the secret realm. Although their efforts proved fruitless, at least the righteous path gained nothing either. Moreover, within the secret realm, the righteous faction had suffered heavy casualties. This presented the demon cult with an opportunity to exploit the weakness. Hence they now planned to attack the righteous sects in the Hanyu Kingdom. Yes, master. This disciple will certainly not fail you. Yin Hongying replied calmly on the surface, but her heart was filled with intense excitement. After so many years, her efforts were finally recognized. Previously, she had only been responsible for minor tasks such as scouting and searching for people. But this time, commanding an assault on the righteous path, a matter of such magnitude, was entrusted to her. How could she not be excited? By the way, is there any news from Chun-Ziren? Dongfang Hongyue then asked. Since this was a major operation, all trump cards needed to be deployed. Spies were no exception. The Chun-Ziren she mentioned was naturally Chun-Ziren, the second holy maiden of the demon cult. Years ago, she had been ordered to act as a spy. Her duty was to collect intelligence on righteous sects and coordinate internal and external attacks at critical moments. However, apart from initial reports, Chun-Ziren had not sent any messages for a long time. The important information had been collected as much as possible. Over the years, there had been no significant changes in some righteous sects, so she saw no reason to send updates. There is some news, but it seems unrelated to this operation. Oh, what is it? She said a very formidable tutor has arrived at the Sword Dao Pavilion in the Hanyu Kingdom. A mentor? Dongfang Hongyue's brows knit, slightly confusion evident. Chun-Ziren's cover was indeed at the Sword Pavilion, but she had never before reported anything from within. It was merely an institution of instruction, not a righteous sect. It held no intelligence of value to the demonic cult. Thus, Chun-Ziren's dispatches never once mentioned it. As for why she had chosen the Sword Pavilion rather than another sect, the reason was simple. Only the Sword Pavilion was located within the imperial city. When major events unfolded across the various sects, they invariably came to the imperial city to report to the emperor. In this way, she could gather intelligence without risking deep infiltration, and her sources proved far more extensive. A masterstroke yielding 3 benefits at once. Yet this time, Chun-Ziren had surprisingly taken the initiative to mention the Sword Pavilion's mentor. Dongfang Hongyue sensed this as an unpredictable variable, one that could unleash unforeseen consequences. Better safe than sorry. She needed to investigate this mentor first before making any decisions. Postpone the demonic cult's assault on the righteous sects for now. I will personally go to meet this mentor first. Stand by at all times. We act only after my return. Yes. Upon receiving their orders, the others saluted. Dongfang Hongyue faded away like a moon swallowed by twilight clouds. Within the imperial city of Huanyu Kingdom, after a full day of lessons, Mo Fan walked along the road home. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's quest. Reward 100 cultivation points. The instant the words fell, Mo Fan understood what had transpired. It must be from the crops he and Chun Zirua had planted the day before. But why was the reward so meager? Only 100 points. In the past, Mo Fan's rewards had always been at least 500, occasionally exceeding 1,000. Yet now merely this meager amount. System, what I cultivated were not common tomatoes or potatoes. Why are the points still so low? Purchasing those premium medicinal herbs had cost Mo Fan a considerable sum. That fortune had come from selling treasures belonging to the Sword God sect. And yet they yielded so few points. Informing host that reward points are determined by crop grade. The soul parting flower and the mind clearing fruit are both grade 1 crops, which is why the reward amounts to only 100 points. Mo Fan was utterly dumbfounded. The precious herb seeds he had purchased at such great expense were merely grade 1 crops. How exalted then must the premium crops be? Which crops hold the highest grade? Mo Fan felt his purchases had been utterly useless. He wanted the system to decide. Since everything he had bought turned out to be trash, he might as well let the system determine what to cultivate. There are many such as the 9-cycle heavenly heart lotus, the ice rain spiritual flower, the glazed blood jade mushroom, the phoenix gall. Wait. Mo Fan could bear no more. Though he did not recognize these names, merely hearing them told him they were certainly not ordinary. If even the soul-parting flower commanded such a price, then what of these? Mo Fan suspected their value transcended mere currency. They were priceless and unobtainable. And they required seeds, which meant the cost. It seems I must first find a way to earn some money. Setting aside the premium tier, even the grade 1 crops had drained a significant portion of his funds. Without money he could not afford even grade 1, let alone discuss the higher grades. As Mo Fan walked and pondered ways to make money, he collided with someone. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a street vendor carrying a basket filled with books and similar items. Clearly he was a book peddler in the city. But Mo Fan did not need books at present, he needed money. Without a second thought he intended to simply walk away. Young man, wait. The man called out from behind, and quickly caught up, blocking Mo Fan's path. Young man, I perceive your extraordinary bone structure. You are a natural martial arts prodigy. I possess several secret manuals I wish to pass to you. Martial arts. Hearing these words, Mo Fan's first instinct was the film he had watched in his previous life. He never expected to encounter such a scene in reality. What martial arts? These are peerless secret manuals far superior to ordinary techniques. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan became genuinely interested. If he recalled correctly, the old man's secret manuals in that film had turned out to be real and remarkably inexpensive. Could this man's manuals also be? How much? Mo Fan planned to buy one. It was only a book. How expensive could it be? If it truly were a peerless secret manual, he would never need to farm again. Not expensive. 500. What? Why don't you just rob me? 500 for a tattered book. The soul-parting flower seeds Mo Fan had purchased earlier cost merely 10 per seed. Can you lower the price? Mo Fan still wished to negotiate. What if he struck gold? 400. That is my final offer. 300. I'll take it. Any higher and I walk away. Very well. Money changed hands, and the transaction was complete. The two completed their deal, and the book-selling man immediately slipped away. Hearing the word, very well, Mo Fan realized he may have bid too generously. This book was likely worth less than 300 and hardly anything of quality. There was no help for it now. Mo Fan had already paid, and it was too late to retract. Picking up the book, Mo Fan flipped it open. As he glanced through the pages, his excitement quickly mounted. For this was no peerless secret manual at all. It was a collection of beautiful women. And yet every beauty depicted was profoundly abstruse. Or rather, there was not a single beautiful woman among them. Mo Fan kept flipping through, searching desperately for a single attractive figure to delight his eyes, but found none. And so he grew infuriated. Damn it, he had been thoroughly duped. If these had been genuine, beautiful women portraits, Mo Fan might have grumbled, but accepted the 300. But this was nothing but a counterfeit. Not only had it cost him money, it had also offended his eyes. Who could tolerate such insult? Mo Fan immediately turned back and chased after the book-selling man. You damn swindler. Refund my money. Mo Fan pursued and shouted, yet he could not close the distance whatsoever. Periodically, he was subjected to mocking jeers from the peddler. What swindler? You yourself are the fool. Unable to distinguish a secret manual from a portrait of beauties, and you paid. How can you blame me? Portraits of beauties. You call those beauties? Any maid from my household could surpass your wretched drawings. Upon hearing this, the bookseller halted. This was the first time anyone had ever dared to question his artwork. He was the painting saint devoted to capturing the beauty of women across the world. His principle was simple: if a woman was not truly beautiful, he would not paint her. And now someone was daring to stand before him and claim his paintings fell below the standard of his own maid. The man was truly enraged. His figure flashed, and in an instant he appeared directly before Mo Fan. Before Mo Fan could react, a hand closed around his throat in a crushing grip. Take me to see your maid. If that maid does not surpass my paintings, then you are as good as dead. With that, he lifted Mo Fan and vanished into the boundless darkness of night. Inside a tavern directly across from the Sword Dao Pavilion, Wu Daozi stared fixedly at the pedestrians entering and exiting the pavilion's doorway. He sat motionless as though petrified by some enchantment. Those unaware might have thought the man suffered from some stiffness in his limbs. In truth, it was Wu Daozi fixated on the maid Mo Fan had spoken of. Cease your staring. My maid is remarkably diligent. It's not impossible she'd spend the entire night at the Sword Dao Pavilion. Casting a glance at the petrified Wu Daozi, Mo Fan attempted to dissuade him. Originally, Wu Daozi had wanted to drag Mo Fan along to see how beautiful this maid truly was. Halfway there, however, Mo Fan claimed his maid had gone to attend a class at the Sword Dao Pavilion. And the Sword Dao Pavilion was an institution under the female emperor's jurisdiction. Out of respect for the female emperor's dignity, Wu Daozi restrained his urge to burst inside. The two could only find a place to wait, hoping the maid would emerge once class ended or on some errand. Mo Fan's reasoning was primarily designed to deceive Wu Daozi into abandoning this pursuit. He had no such maid. He didn't even own a house he'd purchased himself. He had fabricated that tale on the spur of the moment, panicked after being swindled out of his money. He had originally intended to say, "Any woman I pull off the street is more beautiful than your paintings." But on second thought, that seemed unrealistic. This world certainly had many beauties, but the streets weren't so saturated with them as to make every passerby stunning. This wasn't like his past life where filtered and beautified photos made everyone appear flawless behind a screen. That was why Mo Fan had conjured a non-existent maid. His primary purpose was still to point out your paintings simply aren't any good. None of your concern. Just stay put and point her out when she emerges. Wu Daozi didn't care whether Mo Fan's maid stayed overnight. As long as such a person existed, he would see her today. No one knew his paintings better than he did. They were unquestionably the finest among all depictions of beautiful women. Otherwise, why would people call him the painting sage rather than the first-class sage, second-class sage, or any other title? There had to be a reason. Wu Daozi was immensely confident in his art, attributing Mo Fan's criticism to insufficient aesthetic refinement. As soon as that maid appeared, he would produce another painting and compare the two, thereby proving his work was flawless. With his conviction strengthened, Wu Daozi disregarded Mo Fan and turned his gaze back to the entrance. Seeing Wu Daozi refuse to relent, Mo Fan's head began to ache. Honestly, it wasn't that Mo Fan was judging by modern standards or demanding too much. It was simply that this man's paintings were genuinely terrible. Mo Fan once wondered whether the man's eyesight was impaired, presbyopic to the point of 1800 degrees. The women depicted in his portfolio were either over-muscled giants or bizarrely dressed eccentrics. If he ever walked down a street and encountered real women, he surely wouldn't paint them like that. This man's mind was clearly troubled. Mo Fan felt this went beyond mere aesthetic issues. It bordered on a psychological problem. If possible, Mo Fan wanted to take him to see a neurologist. After waiting a considerable while, Wu Daozi hadn't spotted any maid. But he remained unbothered. He was a patient man who only grew restless when others questioned his artistry. Painting was a meticulous craft that demanded slow, deliberate work to produce masterpieces. It was precisely this temperament that led Wu Daozi to believe his paintings were impeccable. Wu Daozi showed no urgency, but Mo Fan was growing anxious. If they waited any longer, the lights at the Sword Dao Pavilion would go out, exposing his fabrication. If Wu Daozi discovered he'd been deceived, Mo Fan feared he might truly die. With no other option, Mo Fan decided to change tactics and take the initiative. Stepping before Wu Daozi and blocking his view, he said, "Actually, there's another way to prove your paintings aren't as good as you claim." He gazed at Wu Daozi calmly, feigning nonchalance, though cold sweat began forming at the nape of his neck. If the maid's story had been tactful, this was considerably more blunt. It was essentially suicide, but to preserve his life, Mo Fan decided to gamble. As expected, upon hearing Mo Fan's open disparagement of his paintings, Wu Daozi erupted in fury. For all his anger, he didn't rush to strike. He wanted to see what means Mo Fan would employ to prove his point. "Very well. Tell me this method. If your method fails to convince me, you die just the same." Noticing Wu Daozi hadn't attacked immediately, Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "The method is simple. I'll produce a painting, you sell my painting, and I'll sell yours. After one incense sticks time, whoever earns more money wins." Wu Daozi was the type whose blind confidence bordered on arrogance. If he asked others to evaluate his paintings, Wu Daozi might not accept their judgment. Therefore, Mo Fan intended to use something more practical to make him confront reality. Precisely, money. The better the item, the higher the price. This was universal consensus. Conversely, if one's work couldn't command a premium, on what basis could it be called excellent? This was Mo Fan's strategy, proof by contradiction. If Wu Daozi's paintings failed to fetch high prices, it would demonstrate their inadequacy. Upon hearing this, Wu Daozi's first reaction was suspicion. What kind of method was this? Besides, who guaranteed anyone would buy either painting? Selling paintings depended not only on artistic quality, but also on salesmanship. If this youth proved slick, he might drive up the price however he pleased. Moreover, selling the opponent's painting, could one do so wholeheartedly? Should it sell for a low price, wouldn't that be an unjust defeat? No, this method was absolutely unacceptable. Wu Daozi shook his head vigorously, outright rejecting Mo Fan's proposal. Mo Fan, observing this, naturally understood his thoughts. Whatever Wu Daozi was considering, Mo Fan had already anticipated it. "I know your concerns. Listen to me finish. First, neither of us may view the other's painting. That way it becomes purely a matter of the buyer's preference. Second, when selling, we cannot negotiate prices. We accept whatever the buyer offers, eliminating any possibility of manipulation. What do you think of this approach?" After considering Mo Fan's proposal, Wu Daozi thought it viable and set aside his previous reservations. But all of this rested on the assumption that someone would actually purchase the paintings. In merely one incense stick span, what if no one bought anything? How can you guarantee someone will come to buy your painting within that time? Mo Fan had naturally considered this point as well. Rather than answering immediately, he withdrew a pill from his sleeve and waved it before Wu Daozi. Yuan-enhancing pill. Wu Daozi recognized it at a glance. A yuan-enhancing pill was used by cultivators to bolster their strength, and supremely precious treasure to them. It also had certain health-enhancing effects on ordinary people. The crucial point was that everyone knew its value. Far more precious than any painting, the yuan-enhancing pill commanded a premium. By attaching a free yuan-enhancing pill with each painting, Surely someone would buy, wouldn't they, eh? Indeed, there would be plenty of buyers. No matter how exquisite a painting was, how much could it possibly be worth? A yuan-enhancing pill was not something one could obtain everywhere. Indeed, that resolves the concern. However, I have many paintings on hand. Do you have any? When Mo Fan proposed this wager, Wu Daozi had already noticed his empty hands. Without paintings to sell, the wager couldn't stand. Not yet, but I shall have some shortly. Having said this, Mo Fan borrowed paper and brushes from the innkeeper and began sketching. This sight astonished Wu Daozi. This youth could actually paint. Mo Fan had said he would have paintings, and Wu Daozi had assumed he'd purchase one somewhere. To his surprise, Mo Fan was creating one himself. As the painting sage, Wu Daozi knew well that masterful work required slow, deliberate craftsmanship. A hastily produced piece could never compare to his own. The young were indeed too young, daring to challenge him so soon, so presumptuous. Wu Daozi was certain he would win this wager. Soon he would make this youth kneel and apologize, then torment him to death to vent his indignation. Just as Wu Daozi reveled in his imagined triumph, Mo Fan arrived with his completed painting. That quickly. Seeing the finished painting in Mo Fan's hand, Wu Daozi was slightly taken aback. In the way of painting, there were those who painted people, those who painted objects, and those who painted scenery. With a reference to model from some masters could indeed paint very quickly. But what of Mo Fan? He just sat there head bowed looking at nothing at all. What in the world could he have produced? Or had he already reached the realm of the painting in the heart? Wu Daozi thought it utterly impossible. Painting, like cultivation, required long years of accumulation and refinement. Mo Fan appeared to be at most 20 years old. There was no way he possessed such deep reserves. The only remaining explanation, as he had first suspected, was that Mo Fan was painting at random. That was it. The boy had no idea he was addressing the painting sage. He must have taken Wu Daozi for a common street vendor, and in his confidence believed that any casual daub would be enough to defeat him. Boy, you must look down on me quite a bit. Don't worry. Before you die, I'll let you know my true identity. Wu Daozi's inner theater was in full swing, while his face wore the placid look of one whose victory was assured. He casually took a painting from his basket and exchanged it with Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not decline. He accepted it, directly walked out the door, and prepared to sell it. Before leaving, he expressly reminded him, "Remember what I said before. No peeking, no haggling. Whoever breaks the rules automatically concedes defeat." Of course. Wu Daozi agreed readily. Peek. I, the dignified painting sage, need to peek at your shabby scribble. Wu Daozi skipped that rule outright as if it had never been spoken. As for haggling, he was passable at bargaining if not accomplished, and being barred from haggling suited him just fine. Whether by artistry or by rules, Wu Daozi held an undeniable advantage over Mo Fan. How could he lose? In short order, the two began selling their paintings on the street. One instance, 6 time later, both returned to the inn. At this moment, Mo Fan held a pouch of coins, and Wu Daozi held a pouch of coins as well. From the outside, it was impossible to tell whose held more and whose held less. But from the expressions on their faces, the outcome seemed already decided. The 2 pouches were emptied out. Wu Daozi stared at Mo Fan's pouch in utter disbelief. Mo Fan's pouch held only a single coin, while Wu Daozi's pouch held 10. This is impossible. The pouches had been enchanted by Wu Daozi in advance. Under the enchantment, every coin could only enter and leave once, otherwise it would leave a mark. The coins in Mo Fan's pouch bore no marks at all, proving that the painting he had sold truly sold for just a single coin. What? Wu Daozi's pouch was likewise without exception. 10 coins with no marks whatsoever, which meant that Mo Fan's painting had sold for 10 coins. How can this be? What exactly did you paint? Since neither party had cheated, the problem had to lie within the works themselves. Wu Daozi's work was naturally a beauty painting. Although he had grabbed it at random, he absolutely refused to believe that his beauty painting was inferior to Mo Fan's. I naturally painted a beauty painting as well, Mo Fan said deliberately. He certainly could not say that he had painted anything else. It was like 2 people racing, one in an automobile, the other on a motorcycle. If the 2 weren't the same, there was no basis for comparison. And no. Impossible. Show me your painting. Brother, the painting has already been sold. Where can I find it to show you? Wu Daozi reflected that the point was fair. If Mo Fan had demanded to see his painting now, he could not have produced it either. Yet without seeing the painting, the doubt nibbled at his heart, and he could not accept defeat willingly. What was he to do? Then paint another one for me to see. Paint another one. Paint another one his foot. Mo Fan could not possibly paint another one for him, because he simply did not know how to paint at all. Borrowing the brush and paper from the innkeeper had been nothing but a facade. His painting had nothing whatsoever on it. Only a single sentence: purchase this sheet of paper for 10 coins, and with this paper go to the Jiandao Pavilion to receive an additional Peiyuan pill. It was with this that Mo Fan had won 2 free Peiyuan pills. Only a fool would pass that up. He had also deliberately forbidden looking at the other's painting, all to prevent Wu Daozi from seeing through his trick. Oh, it seems you still won't give up. How about this? I'll take you to a place. Once you go there, you'll understand. Actually, Mo Fan's painting was not the point. The crucial thing was to make Wu Daozi aware that his painting was flawed. That was the key. To that end, Mo Fan led Wu Daozi to the spot where he had sold his painting earlier. After the sale, Mo Fan had followed the buyer for a short distance and then discovered something in the garbage heap at the corner of the corridor. Here, take a look at what this is. The moment Wu Daozi picked it up and laid eyes on it, his face turned ashen as if a thunderbolt had fallen from the sky and slammed squarely onto his head. This is... How could it be anything other than his beauty painting? Mo Fan sells a painting on the street, and around the corner the buyer simply throws it away. Wu Daozi could not accept this reality. He gripped the painting with fierce intensity, veins bulging against the back of his hand. One could well believe that if the buyer had appeared before him, his fate would have been scarcely better than being cast down into the 18th level of hell. The painting of the exalted painting sage had actually been tossed into a garbage heap. Now you should realize that your painting has a problem, right? Wu Daozi fell silent, and at this moment he had utterly forgotten what Mo Fan had painted. Compared with losing the wager, having his painting treated as refused struck a deeper blow. He remained silent, and even began to question life itself. He had studied painting since he was young. At 5 he earned the approval of the village schoolmaster. After 10 he competed in various painting contests and achieved excellent rankings. At 15 he was already able to publish his own collection of works. He regarded himself as a genius with an absolute talent for painting. In fact, Wu Daozi was indeed a genius and truly gifted in painting. It was only his choice of subjects that was flawed, or rather his aesthetic judgment was not blessed with the same talent as his brushwork. Actually, your technique is fine. The problem lies in the people you paint. Mo Fan pointed directly at Wu Daozi's weakness, causing a glimmer of hope to spark in his eyes. Raising his head, he looked at Mo Fan and asked, "What do you mean? Are you telling me I should paint other subjects and stop painting these beauty paintings?" Beauty paintings? Don't insult the word beauty. Of course not. It's just that the beauties you paint are not yet beautiful enough. Wu Daozi felt a little put out. These beauties had been discovered across 10,000 mountains and rivers gathered from various different countries. Were they still not beautiful enough? Then what manner of beauty would be beautiful enough? He no longer knew where to look for such beauties. Perhaps this whole beauty painting series had been a mistake from the very beginning. Seeing Wu Daozi say nothing, Mo Fan knew he must be pondering the very question he had just posed to himself: what kind of beauty was beautiful enough? Perfect timing. Mo Fan could help him solve this problem and earn a considerable commission in the process. A windfall was on its way. Turning around, Mo Fan asked in an utterly serious tone, "Do you want your paintings to become famous throughout the world?" "Yes, of course I do," Wu Daozi answered instinctively without giving it any thought. Although he was called the painting sage, he knew very well that people submitted to his cultivation, not to his skill. That was why Wu Daozi had been traveling around selling his paintings, to prove his true mettle. Unfortunately, after all these years, he had yet to earn recognition. Now that an opportunity to make his name known throughout the world had arrived, he naturally was not about to let it go. Very well then. Let us work together to create a beauty ranking of all under heaven. What do you say? There are countless beauties in this world, yet it is all for naught if one never brings one home. In his past life, a single online search for beauty images would summon thousands of different styles before his eyes. But did any of them truly stir the heart? Utterly bland. However, if those beauties appeared upon a ranking list, human nature's love of comparison would inevitably draw eyes to the top name. Then the second, the third. Such a list would naturally captivate attention. Besides, a single beautiful portrait grows wearisome after prolonged viewing. A ranking list is different. It shifts in real time according to public opinion, and certain fanatical admirers might even spark heated arguments over it. In this way, the topic would gain momentum and popularity. Unfortunately, this era suffers from scarce information flow. Otherwise, it might even birth a trending sensation. Seeing his puzzled expression, Mo Fan explained, "The Heavenly Beauties ranking, as the name suggests, gathers the most breathtaking women across the realm into a single list. Yet selecting these beauties requires rigorous scrutiny. Not only their strength, appearance, and status must be extraordinary, but every single one must also possess a legendary life story crafted into a narrative. With all that in place, do you truly believe no one would care to look?" As he finished, Wu Daozi's eyes lit up with excitement. Unable to remain seated, he sprang to his feet and paced back and forth, then, after deep deliberation, resumed his seat. Wu Daozi said, "It is a fine idea, yet two problems remain. First, how is this ranking to be presented before the world's eyes? If we peddle it on the streets, as before, scarcely anyone would lay eyes upon it. Second, how are the beauties themselves to be sought out? And then we must weave in legendary life stories. Even if we learned of their lives, what if the beauties themselves refuse consent?" He had a rather clever mind for marketing. Yet Wu Daozi's questions had already been considered by Mo Fan long before. Mo Fan explained, "You speak truly. Without proper promotion, no one will read it. Therefore, we need a credible organization to publish this ranking." "What organization?" Mo Fan stared at Wu Daozi with a mischievous glint, his eyes brimming with amusement. "Tell me, which is the greatest intelligence network in this world?" "The Skylight," Wu Daozi answered instinctively after a moment's thought. He was stunned. Never had he imagined Mo Fan's ambition would reach so high as to set his sights upon the Skylight. "Forgive my bluntness, but the Skylight is no easy prey. Even I Wu Daozi suddenly realized his identity had yet to be revealed and quickly coughed to cover his slip. Even the Empress of Huanyue could hardly command their aid. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. The Skylight Organization is the greatest intelligence network upon the continent, capable of uncovering the vast majority of secrets in this world through its own extraordinary channels. From the confidential matters of sects and inherited cultivation arts down to county magistrates hiding concubines in golden chambers or embezzling taxes, all could be ferreted out. Yet an intelligence organization remains an organization, and none can escape the seduction of gold. With such a massive scale and so many members, how vast must their expenses be? If their intelligence were not so valuable, could they truly afford to support so many people laboring for them? Heh. Mo Fan let out a soft chuckle, then continued, naturally requesting them to publish this ranking outright would be impossible. He paused for a moment before adding, but what if we offered a partnership? A partnership? Wu Daozi was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning. Exactly. This Heavenly Beauties ranking will not be free. We gather information on beauties across the realm, obtain their consent, compose their stories, then have the organization publish it. With so many intricate and challenging tasks to manage, how could we possibly offer it for free? We shall charge for access and pay the Skylight a commission from our earnings. Why would they refuse? Brilliant. Wu Daozi praised inwardly. The Skylight, after all, was ultimately an organization that sold intelligence. Its foremost goal was profit. If the Heavenly Beauties ranking could bring them immense gains, how could they possibly reject it? I am in awe. Your shrewdness truly commands my respect. Wu Daozi clasped his hands and praised Mo Fan. Mo Fan merely smiled, faintly unconcerned. Such media marketing tactics. He had scrolled past thousands of them on his phone in his past life, each designed to draw traffic, until he had grown sick of seeing them. Merely basic moves, routine practice. Mo Fan glanced at him and continued. As for the second problem you raised, that indeed was a true problem. First, this was a world where might reigned supreme, and everyone struggled to cultivate, Mo Fan being the sole exception. Not to mention the Sage Realm. Even reaching the Cave Void Realm, or the Nirvana Realm, demanded time, effort, and suffering beyond the imagination of ordinary men. Besides fortuitous encounters and secret treasures were each cultivator's most confidential matters, the likelihood of them being willing to make such things public was slim. Furthermore, as for beauties, those loftily exalted heavenly maidens and immortal fairies, which of them was not indifferent to fame and fortune? Unlike the online influencers of his past life, even getting them to appear in public was a monumental challenge, let alone painting them upon the Heavenly Beauties ranking for all to admire. Thus Mo Fan ultimately reached his conclusion: he had to seek acquaintances, and they had to be close friends who would not pursue the matter afterward. Among those Mo Fan currently knew, well, Zhao Xiyue could count as one. Would she agree? Perhaps. Or perhaps she would simply kill him. After pondering for a moment, Mo Fan ultimately decided to leave this difficult problem to Wu Daozi. I'll leave the second problem to you. Wu Daozi. Well, regarding this matter, I fear He was just about to refuse when Mo Fan immediately cut him off. Master, I'll arrange the list of beauties, compose their stories, and even handle the partnership details with the Skylight. I truly have no time to spare. If you wish to achieve fame, you cannot simply sit idle, can you? Mo Fan earnestly persuaded him, directly laying out the stakes. First, the ranking required meticulous attention to countless details, consuming time and leaving no leisure to scour the world for beauties. Second, all the ideas were his own. If Wu Daozi desired fame, he would have to contribute something himself. Hearing this, Wu Daozi found it reasonable and nodded lightly. What you say holds true, young master. Very well, I shall accept this task. With that, he produced a token and continued, this is the communication token of the painting sect. Should I find a beauty, I will contact you and seek you out. Mo Fan took the token and examined it closely, noticing that the patterns upon it were rather peculiar. However, he paid it no further mind, simply treating it as a phone from another world. Mo Fan tucked the token away and nodded. Very well, I shall await your return, master. Wu Daozi made a formal bow, then transformed into a radiant flash of light and vanished beyond the horizon. A true master. Only after Wu Daozi had departed did Mo Fan realize that the elderly man was clearly no ordinary artist. Such heaven-reaching, earth-shaking power was far beyond the ability of any common painter. Damn it, what a loss. He should have bled that old man for far more. Someone of that caliber would surely carry at least 800 magical treasures on his person. If he simply sold one, he could probably buy a great many precious seeds with the proceeds. Alas, what a pity indeed. Mo Fan shook his head and stepped out of the inn. Within the inn, a woman gazed at the direction in which Mo Fan had departed. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her crescent brows knitted softly, and she murmured, why is he together with Wu Daozi? After a brief silence, she placed a silver ingot upon the table, then turned toward Mo Fan's direction and followed. In the dead of night, moonlight poured down in clear radiance. The figures on the street gradually thinned, and the shops around had all closed for the night. It should have been an hour for lying in bed for soft moans and sighs, yet the library of the Sword Dao Pavilion was still ablaze with light. A number of disciples had gathered together, indignant and arguing heatedly. Limu, you are wrong. The path of sword intent should take technique as its foundation and intent as its form. Without profound sword formulas, you will never cultivate sword intent in this lifetime. The disciple named Li Mu gave him a contemptuous glance and retorted, Ling Feng, you're the one who's wrong. Profound sword arts can indeed assist the cultivation of sword intent, but they only play a supporting role. Tracing it to the source cultivation base should still be the priority. Whether it's Elder Bai or the Sword God, they are all the ceiling of cultivation, but once you reach their level, sword intent will form on its own. No, I think sword intent should be connected to the sword itself. Ordinary mortal blades are nothing but scrap iron, but a sword like those in the Gigu sword case, a divine weapon with a spirit, a sword intent that resonates with the heart, will naturally lead to success. Wrong, wrong, wrong. All of you are wrong. Sword intent should be. You're the wrong one. Your whole family is wrong. What did you say? Want to fight? Bring it on. Everyone joined in arguing endlessly. Just then Mo Fan returned from outside. Hearing the commotion within, he knocked on the door and came in. Seeing the disciples all red-faced and breathing hard, anyone who didn't know better would have thought they had been doing something shameful. Mo Fan was somewhat surprised and asked with confusion, what are you doing? Seeing who had arrived, the disciples immediately fell silent. First they bowed to Mo Fan, then replied, instructor, we were studying how to cultivate sword intent. Yes. I've read every book, and after much research I've concluded that sword intent comes from sword techniques. Wrong. It comes from cultivation base. No, it should come from divine weapons. The crowd grew boisterous again. Watching his disciples chattering like fishwives quarreling in a market, Mo Fan's head began to ache. He waved his hand and barked, stop. All of you shut up. A single shout instantly silenced the room, but the atmosphere remained heated. The disciples glared fiercely at one another, neither willing to back down. Mo Fan looked at them and wondered whether these little brats had been bewitched by sword cultivation. For such a trivial matter, they could just ask any teacher. Was there really any need to argue like this? Mo Fan even felt that if he hadn't shown up, they might well have started a fight. He let out a soft sigh and said unhurriedly, as the saying goes, without thought there is doubt, without seeking there is no gain, without asking there is no knowledge. Not one of you thought to ask your teacher. Arguing at night and disturbing everyone. What way is that to behave? Hearing this, the disciples lowered their heads in shame. Teacher, we were wrong. Then go back to bed and stop disturbing others. With that, Mo Fan was already preparing to leave, not wanting to be dragged into their mess. But just as he turned, a disciple blocked his way. Mo Fan, what? Then the disciple spoke, instructor, didn't you say we should consult a teacher? Why not have you clear up our doubts? Did I say that? In the library, Mo Fan sat at the center, and the other disciples gathered around him listening with rapt attention. At that moment, 10,000 alpacas were already stampeding through Mo Fan's heart. Damn it. He had taught classes during the day, and now he had to work overtime at night. Overtime was tolerable, but what the hell was this about lecturing on sword intent? What did he know about sword intent? The worst part was that none of this had anything to do with him. He had simply quoted some classic line out of habit, and now the blame had landed on him. Mo Fan raised his palm and gave himself a hard slap. That's what you get for running your mouth. That's what you get for running your mouth. Instructor, why are you hitting yourself? Huh. I was just trying to clear my head since the night is already deep. Oh. Mo Fan sat up slightly, took a deep breath, cast aside stray thoughts, and said slowly, actually. The moment he opened his mouth, he was dumbfounded because he hadn't yet thought of a story to make up. His title really was teacher, but when it came to knowledge, he might not even be a match for these disciples. If he spouted nonsense, he could very well be exposed. Mo Fan silently began to ponder. Instructor, actually, what? As soon as they heard those two words, the disciples' eyes blazed, and their breathing turned rapid. After all, Mo Fan was not only their instructor, but the sword god. When the sword god spoke about sword intent, how often could one encounter such a blessing? And just hearing those two words, sword intent, didn't seem so mysterious after all. The disciples could hardly wait to hear what came next. Actually, all you need is to learn how to transmigrate. Mo Fan quipped inwardly, but naturally he did not dare say it aloud. After thinking for a moment, he murmured, sword intent, sword intent. In the end, it comes down to that word, intent. Do you know what intent is? Everyone looked bewildered. They glanced at one another, then all shook their heads. Intent is a kind of thought, a kind of spirit. In simple terms, if you cannot learn sword intent, it is because you have not perceived the thought or experienced the spirit. Mo Fan said this off the top of his head. Then, instructor, what is thought, and what is spirit? Why don't you recall how I awakened the divine sword in the Gigu sword case that day? The crowd fell silent, all appearing to recall. Soon someone remembered and shouted, I remember. Teacher, you called out brother sword twice, and they came out. After saying this, the disciple's face turned red, somewhat embarrassed. Mo Fan's face also flushed, but he quickly regained his composure and continued, exactly. Actually, it wasn't that I summoned the divine sword. It was that the divine sword wanted to come out on its own. At this, everyone grew even more suspicious, their faces full of doubt and defiance. Mo Fan went on explaining, because they long for freedom. A divine weapon. Only when it has a spirit can it be divine. As the saying goes, sword aura sweeps across 30,000 miles. One sword's cold light chills 19 lands. Every divine weapon's long-cherished wish is to be held in the hands of a true master to cut through all obstacles and shine with divine radiance rather than remain in a mere sword case, buried and wasted. It was precisely because I read their thoughts and understood their spirit that I could grasp their intent and resonate with them. The disciples nodded unconsciously as if enlightened, and said in unison, I see. Seeing their reaction, Mo Fan knew that his bluff had succeeded. Mo Fan had thought that if he explained too simply and clearly, everyone would certainly raise questions. If he explained too profoundly, they would pester him endlessly. Better to say something that was easy to understand and yet left them unable to ask anything. In the end, Mo Fan shifted the blame onto the sword itself. This way, if they asked, then why does the sword long for freedom? Mo Fan could answer, because you have not read the sword's spirit, so you have not comprehended sword intent. In this way, the question would return to its origin. Mo Fan was giving them a vague concept, constantly switching between sword intent and spirit. His aim was to confuse them completely. Mo Fan felt that his scheme had probably succeeded. All that was left was to let them comprehend it themselves. He stood up, preparing to go back to bed. But in the next moment, the disciple's question left Mo Fan completely stunned. Teacher, how can we like you read a sword's thoughts and comprehend its spirit? At the entrance of the Sword Dao Pavilion, a woman narrowed her eyes and quietly surveyed her surroundings. She then formed a hand seal and transformed into a streak of flowing light darting into the pavilion. She looked around and found the vast Sword Dao Pavilion utterly devoid of guards. Not a single powerful aura could be sensed within. How strange. It is one thing for Bai Hongyun to be absent, but where have the other sword attendants gone? Just as she was puzzling over this, she noticed that one courtyard within the pavilion was sealed by a formation and separated by a barrier. If not for the secret treasure in her possession, even she would not have noticed it. Such a grand setup. Could the Sword Dao Pavilion have given birth to another divine weapon? Recently, the Sword Dao Pavilion had blazed with towering flames and sweeping infernos, causing heaven and earth anomalies known throughout Huanyue Kingdom. Though the Empress swiftly suppressed the news, how could it be hidden from the demonic path that had planted spies within? The woman was none other than Dongfang Hongyue, the newly ascended leader of the demonic path. Carrying her doubts, she made her way slowly toward the courtyard. Inside the library, Mo Fan was numb. Not because the disciple's question had caught him off guard, but because more and more people had crowded into the tiny room. Not only the disciples who had been there originally, but also some instructors' guards, and even the pavilion master Bai Hongyun had arrived. It felt like showing off in front of colleagues in his past life, only for a leader to make an inspection. Mo Fan felt a twinge of guilt. Staring at the kind-faced old man not far away, his heart sank. The others were manageable, but that old fox Bai Hongyun would not be easy to fool. He was a true Thorn Heart Realm cultivator. If Mo Fan tried to show off before him, would he be seen through? Mo Fan hesitated, torn over whether to keep spinning his tail. Instructor Mo, please go on. Pay no attention to us. Just pretend we aren't here, Bai Hongyun said with a beaming smile. Mo Fan naturally did not believe such nonsense. But he was well versed in the way of lying low. When faced with a crowd of big shots, one must never overdo the act, especially when one's own strength was insufficient. Steadiness was the true path. Thus he planned to change tactics. Fellow student, what did you just ask? Fellow student. The disciple did not understand what fellow student meant, but answered anyway. I wish to know how to read a sword's thoughts and grasp its spirit just like you, instructor. You don't know? Mo Fan asked in return. The disciple shook his head. Wrong. Actually, you do know. You just don't know that you know. Mo Fan's strategy won the old riddle master. It meant speaking in a way that was both clear and unclear, leaving him ample space to think. This was not only for the disciple, but also for that old fellow Bai Hongyun. That way they would have no time to suspect him. Of course, he could not talk about sword intent or sword spirit as he had just done. He could not utter even a single term that was remotely technical, because whether sword intent or spirit cultivators would have encountered such concepts to some degree. The more you say, the more likely you err, was precisely the principle. Mo Fan continued, actually you all know it, but none of you know that you know. Everyone exchanged baffled looks. Soon the crowd was plunged into deep contemplation. But Mo Fan did not leave them much time to think. The more they thought, the more they would realize they truly didn't know, and then turn their suspicion on him. Was he just making things up? He needed to interrupt precisely at the moment when they were about to reach a conclusion, yet had none then lead them to think about something else. This way they would not question what came before. Mo Fan let out a light laugh and interrupted. Very well, please step into the courtyard, and let me give you an example. Mo Fan's strategy to divert their attention. Thump thump thump. As the sound of footsteps approached, Dongfang Hongyue felt a surge of panic. At this moment, she was hiding inside one of the courtyard's trees. This was a unique arcane art of the demonic path called the illusory body art. It could conceal one's form by blending into the surrounding environment. As long as she did not channel her spiritual energy, anyone below a realm one level higher than hers would find it difficult to see through the concealment. Mo Fan led the crowd into a courtyard, looked around, and found it empty except for one conspicuous tree. Mo Fan immediately formed a plan. Approaching the tree, he extended a hand and murmured, "Take this tree for instance. Do you think it is happy or sad?" Hearing this, the crowd was puzzled. Could a tree be happy or sad? Still, knowing Mo Fan's words must carry some wisdom, they committed them to memory and pondered. Dongfang Hongyue was bewildered. What was this large crowd doing here? She recognized the leader as that newly appointed instructor, followed by the others, all heading toward her, and now they were staring at her. Of course, she did not think Mo Fan could see through her identity, but being watched like this was still unpleasant. After a moment, a disciple stepped forward and replied, I think the tree is happy. Why, oi? 2 reasons. First, it was planted in the Sword Dao Pavilion, which is after all a place of cultivation, with richer spiritual energy than elsewhere, benefiting its growth. Second, it is a purple sandalwood spirit tree, not cheap. With people watering it every day, it is far more fortunate than trees in the wild. The disciple spoke with conviction and plausibility. Mo Fan nodded slightly, then turned to the others and continued, what do you all think? The crowd fell silent. The vast majority shared the disciple's view. At that moment, Bai Hongyun stepped forward, seemingly holding a different view. My conclusion is the same as the disciples, but my reasoning differs. Let's hear it. Mo Fan replied with interest. I cannot discern whether the tree feels happy or sad, but judging from its lush branches and vibrant vitality, I think it is happy. Having said this, he gently stroked his beard, seemingly pleased with his answer. The disciples behind him nodded in acceptance. Mo Fan could not stand anyone putting on airs, so he directly cut off Bai Hongyun's showing off. Fine, step back for now. Anyone else? This behavior had become nothing unusual to the disciples. Last time they had already seen Bai Hongyun bowing to Mo Fan like an eager sycophant seeking instruction. This was nothing compared to that. But Dongfang Hongyue was different. She knew of Bai Hongyun, the foremost swordsman of Huanyue, kingdom master of the Sword Dao Pavilion, heir of Ghost Valley, whose strength was not inferior to hers. And now he was acting timid before a young man. Was he not merely a newly appointed instructor? Why all this fuss? Dongfang Hongyue could not understand. She surveyed Mo Fan once more, but sensed nothing particularly special, not even the aura of cultivation. Could this man have cultivated some secret art? Dongfang Hongyue pondered silently. As for his cultivation being higher than hers, she dismissed the idea entirely. Mo Fan was far too young. Seeing no other disciple answer, Mo Fan gently shook his head and sighed. Alas, you are all wrong. This tree is actually sad. At this conclusion, the crowd was first astonished, then skeptical, and finally indignant. Mo Fan explained, first, this tree is planted next to the library, and people come and go every day to borrow books, disturbing its rest. Second, it is indeed a purple sandalwood spirit tree, and yes, it is in the Sword Dao Pavilion, but watering it every day is wrong. The environment here is better than elsewhere, so it does not need so many nutrients. Watering it daily will only overnourish it. If you watered it once every 3 days, I believe it would grow even more luxuriantly. Finally, the ground. He suddenly extended a finger and pointed at the shadow on the ground. The tree's shadow is gone. It is blocked by that sword-questioning tower. At night, it cannot absorb the moon's essence, which further hampers its growth. Therefore, I read the tree's thoughts. It says it is very sad. As he spoke, Mo Fan gently stroked the trunk as if comforting it. This touch alarmed Dongfang Hongyue. Although she was hidden inside the tree, the strength of the illusory body art lay in its ability to assimilate with the surrounding environment. Mo Fan stroking the tree was as if he were stroking her. It made her clench her teeth tightly and endure with difficulty. After hearing Mo Fan's explanation, the crowd no longer felt as defiant as before. They calmed down, silently mulling it over, and their doubts gradually faded. Just then, water suddenly appeared on Mo Fan's hand. He was baffled. Where had it come from? He continued stroking, and the water kept flowing and flowing, growing ever more abundant. Soon Mo Fan's hand was soaked. Raising his hand, Mo Fan declared with unshakable confidence, if you still do not believe it, look. I hold the tree's tears in my hand. The crowd focused on his raised hand and saw that it was indeed drenched. They looked at the tree again and found that water was indeed flowing from it. At this point, the last trace of doubt in their hearts vanished completely. The crowd bowed and clasped their fists, saying, we have been enlightened. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the original group of disciples. Li Mu spoke up, thank you, mentor, for your guidance. Forgive my dullness, but I still fail to grasp its meaning. Mo Fan glanced at him and fell silent. After a moment, Mo Fan finally spoke. Tomorrow I will take you somewhere for further reflection. He said this because it was already very late and he was exhausted. He had already worked overtime far beyond reason with no extra pay. That was more than enough kindness. Should he continue explaining to them? Mo Fan felt it would drag on forever, since most of what he had said was nonsense anyway. Mo Fan turned and left directly, and this time the disciples did not stop him. Back in his room, Mo Fan soon fell into a deep sleep. But in his dream, a woman appeared, shouting loudly, you scoundrel! I will tear you to pieces. The next morning, Li Mu, Ling Feng, and several other disciples stood quietly at the door waiting. Soon Mo Fan emerged. Good morning, mentor. Good morning. Mentor, where are we going today for our reflection? Li Mu asked eagerly. Since Mo Fan had mentioned training them specially the day before, everyone was full of anticipation. They believed most of them had gained some insight the previous day. If they did not hurry to study, they would quickly be left behind by the others. You'll know when we arrive, Mo Fan replied casually. Truthfully, he hadn't thought it through. Yesterday he had simply made up some excuse to slip away early because it was too late. As for where to take them, anywhere would do. They could stroll the streets first and figure it out as they went. Yongle Street. This was one of the most famous streets in the imperial city, somewhat resembling the pedestrian streets of his past life. The street was wide and crisscrossed in all directions. Shops and buildings lined both sides in continuous rows. Today was a day of rest, and the streets were packed with people. Soon Mo Fan led his disciples to a tea house for tea. Limu was puzzled. As cultivators, they rarely frequented crowded places, for a chaotic environment could only disrupt their Tao heart. A cultivator should maintain inner calm and focus the mind. With these questions in mind, Limu asked, "Mentor, is this tea house the place you wanted us to find insight?" Mo Fan said nothing, merely raising a finger in a shushing gesture. His attention was fixed on a place called Chunminyuan in the distance. On the second floor of that estate, numerous girls shouted out, "Come on, sir," and "Look here, look here." Mo Fan knew this was the legendary pleasure quarter, a place for listening to songs and entertainment. The disciples followed Mo Fan's gaze and also saw Chunminyuan. However, they rarely even visited inns or tea houses, so such a place held absolutely no appeal for them. Shortly after, Mo Fan lowered his gaze and said, "Let's go." "Where?" "Chunminyuan." The disciples' eyes widened in shock. At the entrance of Chunminyuan, a sea of people pressed forward. Perhaps because it was a day of rest, business was especially booming today. Mo Fan nudged the young man beside him and asked, "Brother, what's the occasion today? So many people, you don't know?" Mo Fan nodded. The young man replied, "Today is the Flower Empress Poetry Gathering. Anyone with a bit of literary talent will come to join the fun." A poetry gathering. This was the first time Mo Fan had witnessed one since transmigrating. But wasn't this just the kind of place where the protagonist in novels showed off and humiliated others? A vague premonition stirred in Mo Fan's heart. "Excellent." The young man continued with a grin. "This Flower Empress is said to be newly arrived and utterly captivating. If one is fortunate enough to win at the poetry gathering and earn her favor, well then." Mo Fan chuckled, perfectly understanding the fellow's lecherous expression. Mo Fan asked further, "Are there any rules for this poetry gathering?" "No particular rules. As long as you pay and secure a seat, you can participate." Mo Fan smiled, and so did the young man. Meanwhile, the disciples standing nearby furrowed their brows, instinctively repulsed by this kind of place. "Mentor, let's go inside and take a look." But how can we enter such a place of debauchery?" The disciples were clearly dissatisfied with Mo Fan's arrangement. How could this be called a place of debauchery? It was plainly just a place for listening to music and songs. Mo Fan instantly felt like he had brought along a few dead weights. He explained, "Do you still remember what I asked you yesterday about the meaning of E?" The crowd nodded. "Since you cannot even perceive the emotions of a single tree, I must bring you to witness something alive. This is a place where human emotions run highest. No doubt you will gain insight here." Everyone agreed it made sense, yet something felt off. Nevertheless, no one objected further, and they simply followed silently behind him. Arriving at the entrance, a madam came out to greet them. "Are you here for the poetry gathering, gentlemen?" "Yes." 50 taels of silver per person. "So expensive." Mo Fan frowned. One seat already cost 50 taels. That was enough to buy many soul-severing flower seeds. And this was merely an entry fee with no entertainment whatsoever. Mo Fan felt it was a poor bargain. "Never mind, let's leave." The disciples' eyes lit up. The madam spat lightly. Poor wretches. Just as they had taken a few steps away, a voice suddenly rang out from the system. "Ding, a top-grade spiritual herb, the dragon heart 9-leaf flower, has been detected nearby." Mo Fan immediately stopped in his tracks. He did not know what the dragon heart 9-leaf flower was, nor did he care much. But a top-grade spiritual herb was no small treasure. If it could be cultivated, the system points reward would be substantial. After a moment's thought, Mo Fan turned back to face the disciples. "I think I should prioritize your reflection first." He patted his pocket, took out 50 taels of silver, and said, "Let's go." Upon entering Chunminyuan, Mo Fan was stunned. Both the first and second floors were packed. Their seats, numbered 101, were nearly at the very edge of the balcony. From such a distance, they could hardly see the Flower Empress, let alone the host on stage. "What a pity we've arrived too late," Mo Fan sighed inwardly. With no other choice, Mo Fan led his disciples to their seats. On the stage, a graceful young lady emerged from behind the curtains, every movement and smile delicate and captivating. Stepping to the center of the stage, she cleared her throat and spoke. "Welcome everyone to the annual Flower Empress Poetry Gathering. This year's Flower Empress is Hong Yunyangzi. I believe you have all heard of her. Next, please welcome our Hong Yunyangzi." In an instant, countless petals rained down from above and colorful silk ribbons danced through the air. Upon one of the ribbons, a beautiful woman with a slender, graceful figure slowly descended, landing elegantly at the center of the stage. Before the gathered crowd lay a face of stunning, peerless beauty. Her enchanting flowers-like visage held eyes full of seductive tenderness and gentle shyness. Her delicate eyebrows were fine and elegant. Her thin lips were painted a passionate, deep red, and 2 strands of hair brushed against her cheeks, making her all the more captivating. The woman gently bent her willow-like waist and spoke softly. "Greetings, everyone. I am Hongyu. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence." Then she took out a rolled scroll from her sleeve and gently unfurled it. This year's Flower Empress Poetry Gathering officially begins. The first topic is moon. Please compose poems inspired by the moon, and we shall evaluate them. The top 5 may enter the inner chambers of the pavilion. Now let each of you display your talents and shine. A roar erupted from the crowd. The moment she finished speaking, an uproar broke out below. Participants rubbed their hands together, eager to compete. Some stroked their chins, turning to ponder. Others held brushes and began sketching lightly. Some were so overwrought that drool ran down their chins, soaking their robes. Mo Fan observed from afar. He could barely make out the Flower Empress's face, but her figure was certainly acceptable. He silently compared her to Zhao Xiyue in his heart, and concluded they were evenly matched. He was not particularly interested in the Flower Empress. His main purpose was to find a top-grade spiritual herb. Mo Fan scanned the surroundings. It was hard to imagine any top-grade spiritual herb hidden in such a place. But if the system said there was one, then there must be one. After examining the area, he had nearly inspected every potted plant nearby, without finding anything. On stage, Hong Yunyangzi returned upstairs and gently closed her eyes as if resting. Not long after, she abruptly opened her eyes, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she murmured, "You really did come, you rascal." Shunman Garden was divided into an inner pavilion and an outer pavilion, each with an upper and lower floor. A long corridor served as the connecting link between them, and right at the center of the corridor was a large stage. Although it was said to be central, it still leaned closer to the inner pavilion and offered a much better view than the outer pavilion. From the second floor of the outer pavilion, the stage was barely visible at all. That was exactly Mo Fan's situation. "Minter, the view here is poor. I can't see the emotions of the people," Ling Feng suddenly said from beside him. Mo Fan looked at him in surprise, then glanced at the others. They all nodded. Their eyes betrayed a little anxiety, helplessness, and aching anticipation. "Did I tell you to watch the audience's emotions? You were all looking at the young ladies." As expected, a man's talent in some things requires no teacher. "No matter. Let's watch the performance on stage first. You can sense their emotions too," Mo Fan said. The group turned their gazes back to the stage, but the enthusiasm in their eyes had faded by several degrees. On the stage now, the young maidens had already retreated into the inner pavilion, and the men had begun to perform. The rule for the first poetry round was that each person composed a poem. There was no time limit, and once finished, he could take the stage. After stepping on stage, he first introduced his name and background, then presented the poem. In plain terms, it was an open audition to select those with genuine talent. Already 3 people were standing on the stage, and only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. At that moment, one of them spoke first. "I am Wang Yun, a humble scholar. Forgive my poor showing. Lin Manya, the full moon deceives alone at the high terrace. I view the fine brocade, yet turn to the moon in the mirror and sleep alone." Puffed. As soon as he finished reading, Mo Fan sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Fortunately, no one was sitting in front of him, or that person would have been sprayed all over the face. "What the hell is that? Do you even understand poetry?" In Mo Fan's memories from his previous life, poetry could be broadly divided into 4-character, 5-character, and 7-character forms. Although there were different classifications, most of the rules were essentially the same. They were free in meter, not constrained by parallelism or tonal patterns, loose in rhyming, and unrestricted in length. Clearly, Wang Yun's masterpiece satisfied none of these rules except the lack of restriction. The people below burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's it. Some scholar you are. Go home and raise pigs." Right. Why don't you take this immortal masterpiece back home and let your wife enjoy it? Go back and study a few more years. Ha ha ha. Wang Yun's face turned livid with rage. He staggered, fainted, and collapsed to the ground, then was carried straight off. This was no speed contest, being quicker gave one no advantage. Even the learned scholars in the pavilion had to think for a while. To compose a good poem in such a short time, perhaps no one could do it except Mo Fan, who had mastered the vast and profound culture of China. Wang Yun and his sort had clearly come just to mess around, perhaps to catch people's eyes and win attention. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. After witnessing such a bitter lesson, the other 2 were unwilling to become cannon fodder and withdrew on the spot. After those 3, the stage fell into a moment of awkward silence, when no one dared to go up. Many people had come today in a playful mood and had no real learning in their hearts, so no one was willing to go on stage and embarrass himself, especially in front of the Flower Queen. But scholars with real talent were different. After seeing the earlier example, they only became more confident. At this moment, a fairly refined-looking man stepped forward. "I am the son of Huainan County's magistrate Zhang Yanqing. Forgive my poor effort. Fragrant is the immortal garden, crows perch in trees, cold frost soundlessly taps the osmanthus blooms. Tonight with the bright moon all gaze upward. I wonder into whose home the autumn longing falls." Bravo! As soon as the poem appeared, many people clapped and cheered. It was a spontaneous outcry from the bottom of their hearts. Even Mo Fan found it somewhat interesting. Sure enough, before long from the inner pavilion came a young lady's gentle, lilting voice. "Zhang Yunqing shall enter the inner pavilion. Reward 1,000 taels of silver." Heh! Zhang Yunqing smiled, faintly unconcerned, his eyes brimming with confidence as he walked straight into the pavilion. At these words, the others were fine, but Mo Fan could no longer sit still. "Huh, There's money. He had thought the reward for this poetry gathering was the Flower Queen. He had not expected there were other prizes. Damn it, why didn't you say there was money earlier? Although he had no particular interest in the Flower Queen, money was a fine thing. Just go on stage, wag his tongue a little, and 1,000 taels would be his. A windfall like this, a pie dropping from the sky, was naturally not something Mo Fan would let slip by. The problem was that after Zhang Yunqing, many others had also begun to take the stage. By now, roughly an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and those with genuine talent had more or less finished their poems. Those without talent, seeing the people around them stir, refused to be outdone and went up to bluff their way through. Before long, the stage was filled with people. The thing to think about now was not composing a poem, but how to get on stage before so many others. After all, there were only 5 slots. If Mo Fan had been waiting downstairs from the start and entered the contest directly, he might still have had some chance. But now there were already dozens of people on stage and not a few more queuing on the first floor. And he was in the outer pavilion on the second floor. Just squeezing down from upstairs would take a great deal of time. If he squeezed to the first floor, squeezed onto the stage, and then waited for his turn to compose a poem, by then it would be too late. Mo Fan felt somewhat anxious, his eyes darted ceaselessly, and his mind raced. The situation was that people were queuing downstairs, people were queuing upstairs, and 5 were to be chosen from such a crowd. Normally, if every one of them had been steeped in learning, those 5 slots would have been filled long ago. But as of now, only Zhang Yunqing had entered. Mo Fan took a deep look into the pavilion, and a scheme involuntarily flashed through his mind. Listen to me. Mo Fan beckoned and whispered into the ears of a few disciples. From the inner pavilion, the lady's voice sounded once more. Luo Feng and enters the inner pavilion. Reward 1,000 taels of silver. That's 2 already. Mo Fan grew more and more anxious. Beside him, Li Mu and Ling Feng stared at him in disbelief, their puzzled eyes seeming to say, "Are you sure?" Mo Fan nodded with great confidence. Soon the 3 of them and the other disciples were ready. Gentlemen, I may be untalented, but I will give you a few quatrains, wishing you all the luck in winning your fair ladies soon. Li Mu, holding many sheets of paper in his hands, suddenly said to the people beside him. After he said this, many cast dubious glances. But when the few nearest to Li Mu saw the paper in his hand, or more precisely the words on it, they could no longer remain calm. The moon sets, crows cry, frost fills the sky, river maples and fishing lights face a sorrowful sleep. River and sky are one hue without a speck of dust, bright in the void hangs a solitary moon. Boom! It was as if their minds had exploded, and a dazzling golden light instantly blazed in their eyes. He asked breathlessly, "Brother, are you really giving away these quatrains?" Li Mu nodded lightly. "Good, I'll take one." As he spoke, he reached out at once as if to snatch it. When he received the quatrain, both his hands could not stop trembling. "Ha, the Flower Queen is mine." He then scurried downstairs in high spirits, ready to take the stage. The commotion here was enormous. After a few people behaved like lunatics, word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Soon a crowd had gathered around Li Mu, a crowd had gathered around Ling Feng, and the same was true for the other disciples. Before long, the upper floor was packed to the brim. Those who had been upstairs remained upstairs, and those who had not been upstairs came scampering up eagerly. Mo Fan then strolled leisurely downstairs, looking very relaxed. And before him, an empty, people-free shortcut had already formed. Mo Fan turned around, glanced at the busy disciples upstairs, and smiled faintly. Then he strolled leisurely toward the stage. The scattered few people ahead could no longer stop his steps. Mo Fan's move was essentially a diversion, luring the tiger from the mountain besieging way to rescue Zhao. Though not entirely precise, the gist was clear. He had observed that within the entire Chunman garden, only a handful of people possessed genuine talent and learning. The rest were merely pretenders seeking to take advantage of the situation. With so many people each reciting a poem, it would take forever. If night fell and the ladies grew weary, they might simply advance them without further judgment. Thus, even those devoid of literary substance found themselves eager to participate. What if they succeeded? It wasn't just them. High-ranking officials, nobles, counts, dukes, or truly erudite members of the royal family were all captivated as well. After all, Lady Hong Yue was so captivating in her beauty. Mo Fan had counted on this very fact. So when he produced his poetry, more accurately the chance to win the favor of such a beauty, everyone lost their composure. Reaching the middle of the first floor, Mo Fan paused. He didn't rush onto the stage. Even if he went up now, there were already many people on stage, so he would still need to wait. Those nearby on the upper and lower floors might catch the whispers, but those on stage couldn't hear. And even if they did, they'd already be up there. Would they really step down? They hadn't lost their minds quite that much. To this end, Mo Fan needed to execute the second phase of his plan. He reached out and produced papers similarly filled with poetry. However, these papers differed slightly from those distributed to the disciples. The first line of poetry on each paper was written in exceptionally large characters, so large it was impossible to ignore. But the subsequent lines were written in minuscule script, legible only when held close to one's eyes. At that moment, Mo Fan suddenly shouted toward the front. "Brothers in front, do you wish to catch a glimpse of the beauty's countenance? Would you like to taste her fragrant lips?" And then it grew increasingly direct. "Do you want to sleep with the beauty? Look here." With that, Mo Fan raised the poetry high into the air and threw it skyward with all his strength. In an instant, the papers drifted down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. This move immediately captured everyone's attention on stage. What caught their eyes equally was the first line of poetry on each sheet. The river flows springs and draws near XXXXX. The slanting moon sinks deep into the sea mist XXXXX. Mist shrouds the cold water, moonlight wraps the sand XXXXX. After reading the first line, many shared the same thought. What brilliant poetry! They widened their eyes, straining to decipher what came next. But no matter how hard they squinted, the rest remained indistinguishable. Damn it, I can't see the rest. What on earth is written afterward? How despicable, what is he trying to do? So never mind, let's go check it out anyway. With that thought, more and more people descended from the stage with urgent strides. Within the inner chamber, several ladies also noticed the commotion ahead, but couldn't fathom its meaning. Lady Lianhua, do you know what that young master intends? Lady Lianhua shook her head. What about Lady Meihua? Lady Meihua similarly did not know. Finally, their gaze turned toward Lady Hongyue. Lady Hongyue's face was like gentle water, tranquil and elegant, her expression unreadable. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon Mo Fan without wavering. Below, those who had received the papers looked at them with burning intensity, then glanced toward the inner chamber as their blood began to stir. Just then, with a soft voice from a lady within, their eyes widened suddenly. Mo Fan enters the inner chamber rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. They didn't know who Mo Fan was, but the person who had just entered the inner chamber was clearly that boy who had scattered the poetry. He had slipped into the inner chamber undetected. Damn it, they had been fooled. By now everyone realized they had been deceived. The puzzling part was, someone capable of producing such timeless verses, why didn't he go up directly from the start? Why all this fuss only to hand the opportunity to others? Of course, no one knew about Mo Fan's disadvantageous position, nor that he had never intended to compete from the beginning. After entering the inner chamber, Mo Fan observed 5 seats ahead, 2 of which were already occupied. They sat gracefully, behaving with proper etiquette, sipping hot tea slowly from fine cups. They appeared to carry the bearing of well-bred scholars from distinguished families. Quite the performance indeed. Mo Fan sneered inwardly. He knew these people had come to compete for the title of floral champion. Now, before the many ladies above and all the watching eyes, they were displaying their elegance and refinement. This was to gain advantage for the later competitions. Mo Fan glanced once and looked away. He wasn't here to compete for the floral title. He was here for the silver. His gaze shifted to the maid holding the chest beside him. Mo Fan approached the maid and tentatively asked 1,000 taels. The maid looked bewildered at first, then nodded after understanding. Mo Fan was overjoyed and reached out to take the chest. But the maid swiftly hid it behind her back, explaining, "Young master, the reward will be given after the poetry gathering concludes." Mo Fan. What? Mo Fan asked anxiously. Then if I lose later, can I still get the money? This is the reward for the first round, of course you can. Well, that settled it. Relieved, Mo Fan walked toward one of the empty seats among the 5. The ladies upstairs in the inner chamber were not surprised to see the third scholar enter, for they had witnessed the scene outside where people were frantically competing over a few sheets of paper, and the source of those papers was precisely this third scholar before them. What puzzled them was that after entering, this third scholar did not take his seat, but instead engaged in conversation with the young maid nearby. At the same time, he reached out as if to grab the chest from the maid's hands. They knew perfectly well what was inside the chest. Lady Lianhua asked her companions, "Sisters, don't you think this young master seems less interested in Sister Hongyue and more concerned with the silver?" Everyone offered their opinions. Indeed, this young master is so obvious about it. Any fool could tell. Perhaps he is a gentleman of principle. He is quite unique. Does Sister Hongyue truly have no appeal to him at all? After speaking, everyone turned their gaze toward Lady Hongyue, who remained as calm as ever. Soon after, 2 more people entered the inner chamber, one after another, one carrying a paper, the other without. Clearly one possessed genuine talent, while the other was a mere pretender. By now, all 5 participants from the first round editions had assembled. At this moment, Lady Hongyue arose slightly, looked at the 5 of them, and smiled as she said, "Congratulations to all the scholars for entering the inner chamber. The second round of the poetry gathering begins now." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, lingering in the air, leaving everyone in a daze. Lady Hongyue continued, "The theme for this second round is untitled. Please compose freely. We will continue to judge, and the winner." Speaking here, Lady Hongyue paused slightly. She understood the art of suspense, perfectly knowing exactly how to arouse men's appetites. She then continued, "Shall spend the night with me." As she spoke, her eyes were directed toward Mo Fan. A face full of shy coquetry adorned her features, leaving Mo Fan completely bewildered. Do I know her? Why act like this? Am I that kind of person? Mo Fan's mind raced with a barrage of questions before he lowered his gaze and avoided further eye contact with her. When he finally snapped back to reality, he found the other 4 staring at him with murderous glares. Their eyes seemed ready to devour him. "You brat, I don't know what your dealings are with Lady Hongyue, but let me make one thing clear. She belongs to me. That's right. It would be wise for you to know your place. A woman like Lady Hongyue is far beyond your reach. In the end, it's true strength that determines the victor. Don't mistake having a few connections for guaranteed success. Scoundrel, I wasn't mocking anyone. With that, the crowd dismissed him and walked toward the stage, leaving Mo Fan utterly bewildered. What did I do? I haven't done anything. Mo Fan looked puzzled, but soon realization dawned on him. Lifting his gaze again to the lady upon the pavilion, he found her still smiling warmly at him. Mo Fan understood. He had drawn her hostility. Yet they were strangers meeting for the very first time that day. Why would she target him? Unable to fathom it, Mo Fan decided to stop worrying about it. He had no intention of competing for the title of Flower Queen anyway. Turning around, he prepared to return to his seat. The venue for the second round of competition remained the same stage. As he was about to sit back down, a voice from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! A top-grade spiritual herb, the Dragon Heart 9-leaf flower, has been detected in the vicinity. The sound sent Mo Fan into a startle. A top-grade spiritual herb in this wretched place. Not a single plant could be seen in the surroundings. How was this possible? Mo Fan quickly scanned the area, his gaze eventually settling back on Lady Hongyu. Aside from the 4 men and the other ladies on the pavilion, there was nothing notable. The 4 men had since departed, and the ladies had returned to their seats. Only Lady Hongyu remained standing on the high platform, locking eyes with him. She wasn't carrying it, unless... Mo Fan shot an aggressive gaze toward Hongyu, one that sent a slight shiver through her heart. Could he know my identity? Did he truly see me that day? The thought arose in her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, on that day, besides Mo Fan, there had also been other masters from the Sword Dao Pavilion, and even the pavilion master by Hong Yun was present. If none of them had uncovered her disguise, how could this rash young man possibly have figured it out? Unless he were even more formidable than Bai Hong Yun. Lady Hongyu was in fact Dongfang Hongyu, the one who had infiltrated the Sword Dao Pavilion that day. And this Chumenyuan was also one of the demonic sect's strongholds in the capital. Mo Fan still harbored doubts, yet the facts before him left him no room to deny them. The spiritual herb was damn it on her. Helpless Mo Fan could only temporarily shelve his desire to give up. In the end, Mo Fan did not take his seat. Instead, he turned and slowly made his way toward the center of the stage. That gentleman seemed ready to withdraw just now. What has changed his mind? Perhaps he was provoked by others earlier and wishes to save face. I think it might not have been others. Perhaps Lady Hongyu herself. That does make sense. On the pavilion, the ladies chattered and laughed among themselves. By now, Mo Fan had arrived at the stage. The 4 who had already arrived glanced at him with disdain. Playing for show, hoping to attract attention through such trivial means. How laughable. If one possessed genuine strength, what need would there be for such unorthodox tricks, eh? Merely a clown. No need to pay him any mind. Scoundrel, can't see me, can't see me. Mo Fan had no intention of acknowledging them. He didn't so much as glance their way, keeping his head lowered in deep thought. Why would a spiritual herb be on Lady Hongyu? Naturally, all heavenly materials and divine treasures were of use to cultivators. Yet a mere courtesan from a pleasure house possessed such a precious artifact, even of top grade. As he pondered, 2 conclusions gradually formed in Mo Fan's mind. 1, some powerful figure had gifted it to her after a romantic encounter. 2, this Lady Hongyu was no ordinary person. She was also a cultivator. Regardless of which conclusion proved correct, obtaining the artifact from her would require first winning the poetry competition. Mo Fan suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he looked at the 4 men. At this moment, all 5 on the stage fell silent, concentrating deeply. The topic of this competition was untitled, meaning there was no fixed theme, allowing complete freedom of expression. If this was meant for him, how could she be certain he would come to Chumenyuan? Had it not been for the system's prompt regarding the supreme grade spiritual herb, he likely would have long since departed. Even if he had arrived, how could she guarantee he would attend the poetry gathering? Mo Fan's brow furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Whether it was the supreme grade spiritual herb or 1,000 tales of silver, both were sudden and unpredictable developments. Yet judging by Lady Hongyue's lewd grin and deliberate provocation earlier, it seemed almost certain. Mo Fan could recall no prior entanglement with her whatsoever. The women he knew, Zhao Xiyue and Hongying Chunziren, that was all. There was no one named Hongyu. Zhao Xiyue was the female emperor, in Hongying the sacred disciple of the demonic sect, and Chunziren an undercover operative. The most suspicious among them was undoubtedly Chunziren, but the mere thought of Chunziren's visage. Mo Fan racked his brains, but drew no conclusion. Never mind. He would first focus on winning the poetry contest at hand, for his true purpose in coming was the Dragon Heart 9-leaf flower. Shaking off his thoughts, Mo Fan returned to pondering the titleless poem. At that moment, Lady Hongyu upon the pavilion finally opened her eyes, and the instant she did, her gaze fixed upon Mo Fan's position as she murmured inwardly, strange. Why isn't it working? Her puzzled expression drew the curiosity of the ladies nearby. Lianhua asked, Sister Hongyu, why did you close your eyes just now? None of your concern. Ask no more. Lianhua fell silent at once. Dongfang Hongyu stared intently at Mo Fan as though piercing through him, and after a moment turned her gaze away, lost in contemplation. On stage, only 2 remained. One who had merely coasted through. Hunzi had no idea why he had climbed up here reciting another's verses, and the awkwardness was palpable. Seeing both accomplished scholars fail only deepened his panic. After a moment's thought, he bowed toward the ladies in the pavilion. I fear my abilities fall short, or I take my leave, take my leave. With that, Hunzi departed the stage entirely. Now only 2 contestants remained advancing to the final round. Alongside Mo Fan was Wang Fuchen, son of the sitting Minister of War, a formidable opponent indeed. He was also the present era's 3rd-place scholar. Wang Fuchen's heart swelled with delight, convinced that victory was already in his grasp. The 2 strongest competitors had departed, and the slacker Hunzi was entirely disregarded. As for Mo Fan, he posed no threat. The reasons were twofold. First, although Mo Fan had produced numerous immortal verses, Wang Fuchen was convinced they were plagiarized. Not only he but the other 2 eliminated competitors shared this belief. Otherwise, how could anyone compose so many excellent poems within the first round's meager time frame? Moreover, Mo Fan was far too young to be a true prodigy. Throughout history, he had never encountered a youth capable of such miraculous feats. Second, the second round's theme was titleless. Not only must the poetry be fine, but one must also fathom Lady Hongyue's thoughts. Under such conditions, even if Mo Fan carried many borrowed masterpieces, they would be of no use to him. If his verses were truly his own, he could simply recite them and win with ease. Why had he remained silent so long? Therefore, victory was already assured, and there was no need to rush his own turn. Wang Fuchen cast a provocative glance at Mo Fan. Brother Mo, why don't you go up first and try? Mo Fan knew perfectly well what scheme he harbored. Should he fail, Wang Fuchen would claim victory without even composing a single line. Nevertheless, Mo Fan had already resolved to act. Even without Wang Fuchen's provocation, he would have stepped forward. Not because he had discovered the answer to titleless. He had not considered it, nor cared to. His primary motive was to confirm one matter: was Lady Hongyue truly here for him? He had pondered long before, but found no answer. Then let the answer reveal itself. In his past life, police operated likewise. When evidence eluded them, they would lay traps to force the culprit to expose themselves. If Lady Hongyue was indeed targeting him, then no matter what poem he composed, he would triumph. With this thought, Mo Fan spoke. This poem I compose shall bear the title titleless. Meeting is hard when parting is hard. The eastern wind grows weak and flowers scatter. The silkworm spins till death its thread is spent. The candle burns to ash before its tears are dried. Hardly had he finished when many cried out their approval in succession, for the poem was genuinely magnificent. And upon the pavilion, Donfang Hongyue also spoke for the first time ever. Lord Mo, why have you named this poem titleless? For no particular reason. I like it, so I called it that, Mo Fan replied carelessly. These words immediately sent the crowd into an uproar. Many began whispering amongst themselves. You brat, playing around. This isn't about displaying borrowed poems. It's about understanding Lady Hongyue's thoughts. The speaker was Luo Fengnan. Having witnessed Mo Fan's poem not only open Hongyue's eyes, but also draw words from her lips, it made his teeth ache with envy. Beside him, Zhang Yinxing chimed in. May I ask Lord Mo, how does this poem relate to Lady Hongyue? Mo Fan replied with utter calm, it doesn't. If it doesn't relate, why did you come to this poetry contest? Do you know whose gathering this is? The crowd shook their heads in succession, silently lamenting. Now victory belonged undeniably to Wang Fuchen. Wang Fuchen himself thought precisely the same, though his expression remained flawlessly composed. He cast a sighing glance at Mo Fan. What a pity, truly a pity, brother Mo. One must read the prompt carefully when composing poetry. If only you could. Before he could finish, a voice that stunned everyone present echoed throughout the entire venue. It was Lady Hongyue herself. Excellent, truly excellent. I hereby announce that this year's Floral Queen Poetry Competition champion is Mo Fan. A collective gasp erupted from below. Wang Fuchen, who had just been dripping with faux courtesy, immediately leapt forward. Wait, I must ask Lady Hongyue how. Even as he spoke, his finger was already pointing toward Mo Fan. On what grounds does he win? This was the question burning in every heart there. Wang Fuchen's composure had completely unraveled, his emotions more chaotic than ever before. He continued, Lord Mo's poem plainly has nothing to do with Lady Hongyue. He himself admitted it aloud. If Lady Hongyue intends to judge in such a manner, then we must consider whether this competition has been rigged. Yes, there's foul play. Rigged. Foul play. The crowd joined in the clamor. Exactly what Wang Fuchen desired. He sought to pressure Lady Hongyue through public opinion. Lady Hongyue cast a fleeting glance at him and countered, when did I ever say that titleless required guessing my thoughts? These words left Wang Fuchen momentarily dumbfounded, and the crowd below fell into a brief stupor. They silently recalled the proceedings and swiftly reached the same conclusion. Lady Hongyue indeed had never said such a thing. It was Zhang Yinxing who had said it. All eyes turned toward Zhang Yinxing. Made painfully aware of their gazes, his aged face flushed crimson. He had never once considered that his interpretation of the prompt could be wrong. Publicly slapped in front of everyone, he was consumed by shame, wishing he could immediately find a crack in the earth to slip into. Lady Hongyue continued, titleless means there is no title. It means writing as one pleases, saying as one wishes. Esteemed scholars cannot even grasp so obvious a point. These words left the crowd flushed with embarrassment and utterly speechless. Their glances shifted to Zhang Yunxing, casting the blame squarely upon him, their eyes brimming with resentful venom. It was all thanks to this damn kid that they had been led astray. After a long while, no one in the venue continued to protest, seemingly accepting Mo Fan's championship. But just then Wang Fuchen leapt forward once more. How could he tolerate victory slipping from his grasp? Wang Fuchen addressed Lady Hongyue. Lady Hongyue, we indeed erred regarding titleless, but Lord Mo's poem should not count either, for he plagiarized it. Upon these words, the poetry gathering erupted into commotion once again. What? Lord Mo's poem was plagiarized? Impossible. It does seem so. He's far too young to have composed so many fine pieces in such little time. No wonder, no wonder. He offered his poems so generously back then, he truly didn't care. Humph, does such a despicable rogue even deserve to attend a poetry contest? Indeed, he should be driven out. Drive him out. It must be said that Wang Fuchen was truly gifted at inciting the masses. His schemes for manipulating public sentiment were masterfully executed. Mo Fan muttered inwardly. At that moment, Lady Hongyue suddenly raised her voice. Silence. She quickly quelled the scene, and the crowd, giving her proper respect, fell silent almost instantly. Lady Hongyue looked toward Mo Fan and asked, Lord Mo, was this poem plagiarized by you? Mo Fan gently shook his head. It did not appear to be a denial, but rather carried a trace of disdain. He looked upon the crowd and slowly exhaled a sigh, saying, Alas, you understand nothing whatsoever about poetry. As Mo Fan's words fell silent, a momentary quiet descended upon the scene. Bewilderment, astonishment, confusion, and disbelief washed across their faces. But the next moment, all those emotions transformed into smiles, sneering, contemptuous smiles. They burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, we don't understand poetry. How dare a plagiarist like you speak such words? Ha ha ha. We have studied hard at our desks for 10 years, and we do not dare to slight scholars of traditional learning. How ignorant you are. I have never encountered such a brazen, shameless person. Among them, though the vast majority were frauds, there were still many who were well-read and learned. It could be said that their poetry was not as good as Mo Fan's plagiarized work. Yet they could hardly claim total ignorance. They had been students for years, the hardships they endured, and the tribulations they experienced were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Mo Fan dismissed all their efforts and achievements with a single casual remark. This was something they could never accept. Ignoring their outrage, Mo Fan turned to Wang Fuchen and said teasingly, Then tell me, whose poetry did I plagiarize? You? There are so many poems and CI in this world, how could I possibly know them all? Wang Fuchen faltered for a moment, then quickly composed himself. Mo Fan's question was reasonable. If one accused someone of plagiarism, evidence was naturally required. Unfortunately, this was neither a murder case nor theft, where the culprit could be caught red-handed with stolen goods. There were countless poems in this world, not only across the entire Danzhou continent, but even within the mere Huanyu country there were no shortage of those capable of producing masterpieces. Could one possibly need to know them all? The more Wang Fuchen thought about it, the more he felt he had the upper hand, and he grew increasingly composed and self-assured. Mo Fan anticipated his response and pressed further, asking, Since you don't know, then how do you prove I plagiarized this poem? Mo Fan pushed relentlessly, refuting with solid logic and leaving him no room to catch his breath. This is simple. I'll give you a topic now. If you can compose a renowned poem on the spot, it will prove you didn't plagiarize. That's precisely why I say you know nothing about poetry. Wang Fuchen. Mo Fan flicked his sleeves with a graceful gesture, then turned to face the crowd below. His gaze swept across the crowd from left to right. Then he smiled contemptuously and declared loudly, Though my learning may not be described as unrivaled since the beginning of time, but regardless of whether it's Wang Fuchen or any one of you in the audience who throws out a random topic, I can handle it with ease. Composing poetry requires no effort from me whatsoever. What? These words sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Mo Fan's words not only directly answered Wang Fuchen's challenge, they shifted the focus to everyone present. From his tone, it was clear he was willing to let Wang Fuchen set the topic, but also hoped others would test him too. This was clearly a challenge to everyone present. Arrogant. Their faces twisted with anger, glaring viciously at Mo Fan. Up in the pavilion, Dongfang Hongyue watched the scene unfold, her heart trembling with anxiety. Logically speaking, Mo Fan should have only needed to prove he hadn't plagiarized, and the matter would be settled. Why act so impulsively now and stir up the crowd's wrath? Dongfang Hongyue couldn't figure it out, and continued observing. Beside her, Wang Fuchen was fuming with rage. First, Mo Fan had simply ignored him and went on to taunt the crowd below. Then he had the audacity to claim that composing poetry required not the slightest effort. If Mo Fan failed to compose a poem, he would make certain his reputation was utterly destroyed, forced to crawl out on all fours like a dog. Excellent, simply excellent. I'd like to see how many peerless poems you can produce. In that case, let me test you first. Wang Fuchen stroked his chin, pondered briefly, then spoke. Then compose a poem on the theme of war. War was not a topic Wang Fuchen had chosen randomly. As the son of the Minister of War, he had been steeped in military strategy by his father all these years. On the battlefield, it wasn't merely about combat. More importantly, it involved deploying troops and devising strategies. If someone had never experienced the battlefield firsthand, they could never truly comprehend the realm of clashing weapons and armored cavalry charging across thousands of miles like a tiger. How could they possibly compose poetry about it? And Mo Fan, he wasn't even a soldier. What did he know of battlefields? Well, can you compose one? Wang Fuchen added with a provocative tone. Of course. Mo Fan lowered his head, pretending to ponder for a moment, then spoke. Dark clouds loom over the blue-green sea and snow-capped mountains. From this lone fortress, one gazes toward the Jade Gate Pass. Through 100 battles on yellow sands our golden armor wears through. Until Lulan falls we shall not return. Upon finishing, a deathly silence fell over the entire venue. Mo Fan glanced back at him and noticed his silence growing somewhat puzzled. Not enough. Then I'll compose another. Mo Fan cleared his throat lightly and continued. Last night autumn winds swept through the Han passes, northern clouds and frontier moonlight filled the western hills. Pressing on the swift generals chased the haughty enemies, spare not a single horse to return from the battlefield. Excellent. This time the audience below responded. Many began praising aloud, almost forgetting Mo Fan's earlier provocations. Wang Fuchen, however, looked as though he'd eaten something foul. When the first poem ended, his silence wasn't from composure. It was sheer shock. So stunned he was rendered speechless. Not until Lulan falls shall we return. What magnificent bravado. Just as he was about to inquire about the poetic imagery, Mo Fan composed another piece. This one was equally impressive compared to the previous. Another fine poem. Why could this person produce such masterpieces so effortlessly? Was he truly a heaven-sent prodigy? Wang Fuchen couldn't fathom it, couldn't comprehend. Well, are you convinced now? Wang Fuchen remained silent. Not enough yet. Then I'll compose another. With heart steadfast and courage bold, arrows drawn, close 10 years upon the battlefield. Enough. Enough. Wang Fuchen finally stirred. He couldn't let him continue. Because each poem was like a slap to his face, and in front of everyone he couldn't afford the humiliation. So this time he was truly defeated. The crowd below stared in disbelief, mouths agape, at what they were witnessing. Everyone had heard Wang Fuchen challenge him to compose a poem about war. Ordinary people had never experienced war, had no idea what the battlefield was like, let alone how to compose poetry about it. If they were asked to write one, they wouldn't know where to begin. So the difficulty of Wang Fuchen's challenge was evident to all. For such a difficult theme, Mo Fan not only composed one, he produced two. Even those who had been resentful moments before now felt a hint of shame. Mo Fan glanced at the dejected Wang Fuchen, then turned away. Facing the crowd below, he asked, "What about you all?" Had he asked this moments ago, they would have rushed forward in righteous indignation, eager to pose challenges. But now, Lord Mo's literary talent is outstanding, we are thoroughly convinced. Yes, if we hadn't witnessed it with our own eyes, we would never have known such a remarkable person as Lord Mo existed. We admire him. Convinced. Lord Mo's victory is well deserved. Soon the crowd below completely lost their fighting spirit. Many of them had merely come along for the spectacle. If they couldn't even surpass Wang Fuchen, would they now provoke Mo Fan? Was that not courting death? Mo Fan nodded slightly. Seeing no one else would pose a challenge, he prepared to leave. He made his way toward the pavilion, his first priority being to collect his payment. On the second floor of the pavilion, many noble ladies had been watching the entire performance and were still processing what they'd seen. At that moment, Lianhua Nyangzi remarked, "This Lord Mo is truly a remarkable person." The other ladies nodded in agreement. Then she looked toward Hongyuan Nyangzi, and to her surprise, she saw astonishment on Hongyuan Nyangzi's face as well. Who was Hongyuan Nyangzi? She knew all too well. She who had never regarded literati and scholars with any regard, had never shown the slightest favor toward any talented gentleman. But at this moment, Lianhua approached Dongfang Hongyue and asked softly, "Sister Hongyue, that Mo Fan he?" Before she could finish, she stopped herself, for Dongfang Hongyue had already turned and walked away. "Lianhua, forget it, Sister Hongyue has her own reasons. I won't pry." Before long, Mo Fan had arrived at the pavilion. Just as he was about to collect his payment, he found the maid who had been carrying the box was nowhere to be seen. In her place stood Hongyuan Nyangzi, waiting for him quietly. At that moment, Mo Fan had a vague premonition, could she be developing feelings for him? Mo Fan walked up to Lady Hongyue without uttering a word. By now he was certain she was not to be trifled with, so he decided to wait and see what she intended. As for her taking a fancy to him, after a second's thought, Mo Fan shook his head. If she truly fancied him, would she bother holding a poetry gathering? She could have simply summoned him to her boudoir. Poetry gathering outside, private meeting inside. How convenient. For her to go through all this trouble with a poetry gathering, Mo Fan could only think of one word: probing. What exactly was she probing? Mo Fan hadn't figured it out yet, so he kept quiet. Seeing his silence, Lady Hongyue spoke first, her voice sweet and coquettish. "Congratulations, young master, on winning the top prize at the poetry gathering. Your literary brilliance fills me with admiration." As she spoke, she took a small step forward and handed him a box. "This is the reward for the first round." Mo Fan took the box, opened it for a glance, and closed it after confirming nothing was amiss. At that moment, Lady Hongyue took another step forward, closing in until she was right in his face, and breathed gently against his ear. As for the reward for the second round, after a brief pause, she breathed softly, "I'll be waiting for you at the villa." Each word was mesmerizing. Her seductive voice felt like thousands of ants crawling over one's body. Mo Fan was set ablaze with desire, his heart itching uncontrollably. As he looked down at her, his sharp eyes seemed to say, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Lady Hongyu paid it no mind. With a soft laugh, she turned and walked into the pavilion. Watching her graceful figure, Mo Fan once again felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Could she truly have taken a fancy to me? That night the poetry gathering had ended. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Mo Fan remained at Shunman Garden. The disciples of Jiandao Pavilion were dismissed by him, muttering as they left, "Beast, beast." Mo Fan naturally paid no heed to their grumbling. It was a classic case of sour grapes. After all, they weren't transmigrators, so how could they compose poetry? Arriving at a villa within the garden with the words Hongyue written above it, Mo Fan knew this was where the big battle of the night would take place. Stepping into the courtyard, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted from within, soothing the spirit. Ahead stood a folding screen painted with a landscape scene embellished with blossoms. Behind the screen, a vague silhouette moved indistinctly. Fingers plucked lightly at a zither, producing waves of soul-stirring music. Mo Fan gave a soft cough to steady himself, then said with a smile, "Lady Hongyu certainly has a taste for romance. I'm getting more and more curious about what comes next." Though he said that he was growing wary inside. First there was the fragrance. After years of farming, how could Mo Fan fail to detect the faint medicinal undertone mixed within the scent? He didn't know what herb it was, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Then there was the music, pleasant to the ear with strings ringing in waves, but listening to it too long made one dazed. Not only did his vision blur for a moment, but his head also spun, unable to think clearly. Fortunately, the effect had only struck at the moment he entered. After staying a while, he had now grown accustomed to it. Hearing this, Lady Hongyu chuckled. "Young master, what are you saying? Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are simply part of our trade. The night is long, and there are other matters that require gradual harmony." Gradual harmony, not insertion, Mo Fan muttered to himself. Lady Hongyu continued, "Since you've come, young master, allow me to play a tune for you to dispel your sorrows." Mo Fan nodded lightly. "Sure." Hearing this, Dongfang Hongyu pursed her lips, a barely perceptible sinister smile flickering across them. Afterwards, Mo Fan quietly listened to Lady Hongyue's performance. The melody lingered around the beams, winding and turning 100 times. It was indeed celestial music rarely heard in the mortal world. Yet as he listened, Mo Fan's eyes unconsciously grew vacant, and his expression gradually became dull. Soon his gaze was utterly empty, making him look like a puppet. Dongfang Hongyu ceased playing, and thought to herself, it finally took effect. Then she walked toward Mo Fan. Standing before Mo Fan, seeing the lost and bewildered look on the young man's face, she knew her plan had succeeded. Dongfang Hongyu asked softly, "Now tell me, who exactly are you?" Mo Fan replied without emotion, "My name is Mo Fan. I am an instructor at Jiandao Pavilion." That Mo Fan was an instructor at Jiandao Pavilion was something she had already learned from intelligence, but that was not what she was asking. "I'm asking about your true identity." "I am an elder of the Jinshin sect." Jinshin sect? If he was an elder of the Jinshin sect, then he truly was qualified to be a teacher. But although the Jinshin sect was located within the Huanyue kingdom, it normally had no interactions with the rest. Why would they send an elder to teach at the academy? Dongfang Hongyu increasingly felt there was some conspiracy behind it. Moreover, it might well be connected to the demonic path's assault on the righteous path. Why did the Jinshin sect send you to be an instructor? Because Zhao Xiyue has taken a liking to me and wants to keep me by her side, Mo Fan answered shamelessly. Zhao Xiyue was the sovereign of the Huanyue kingdom, that she knew. But Zhao Xiyue was not only the sovereign, her cultivation was absurdly high too. Could she really fancy an elder of the Jinshin sect? Dongfang Hongyu was puzzled, even suspecting that her heart-locking curse had malfunctioned. The heart-locking curse was a secret art used by the demonic path to control a person's mind. Once the caster activated the curse, the victim would lose all thought and become obediently submissive. That day, Dongfang Hongyu had sneaked into Jiandao Pavilion. After Mo Fan had taken full advantage of her at Jiandao Pavilion, she refused to leave just like that. At night, she had secretly slipped into Mo Fan's room, cast the heart-locking curse on him, and only then left. Later at the poetry gathering, when she saw Mo Fan actually appear, she had planned to use the curse to bring him in. Unexpectedly, he had come in on his own, and even participated in the gathering. Dongfang Hongyu thought this was a good chance to probe him. The Jiandao Pavilion attempt had failed, but this poetry gathering was different. It was her territory. Dongfang Hongyu reached out, and waved her hand before his eyes, finding nothing unusual. She activated the heart-locking curse again, but it was still the same, and only then was she put at ease. Though she thought it impossible for Zhao Xiyue to fancy him under the heart-locking curse line was impossible. Still, it didn't matter. She had no interest in Zhao Xiyue's affairs. Dongfang Hongyu then asked, "Do you know about the demonic path's attack on the righteous path?" What the hell? Mo Fan's heart jolted at the question. Of course he was not under control. Everything before had been an act meant to see what kind of game this woman was playing. He hadn't expected to coax out such a big secret. Mo Fan replied expressionlessly, "I don't know." Hearing this, the tension in Dongfang Hongyue's heart slowly eased. In that case, Mo Fan really was nothing special, just an ordinary instructor. He couldn't pose any obstacle, so the demonic path's grand plan could proceed on schedule. Finally, Dongfang Honyue was about to lift the heart-locking curse when something suddenly occurred to her. She asked, during the poetry gathering, I activated the heart-locking curse. Why weren't you affected? Has your Jianshan sect cultivated some secret art? This question wasn't the main subject of today's plan, she simply had doubts in her mind. But since she had the chance, she might as well ask, even if it wasn't very important. Just then a calm voice sounded by her ears, startling her whole body with a tremor. In front of her, Mo Fan was looking at her with an innocent, bewildered expression, asking, what is the heart-locking curse? You weren't controlled. Waves of shock surged in Dongfang Honyue's heart. Mo Fan wasn't controlled. How is that possible? If he wasn't controlled, then her earlier revelation about the demonic path would have been. At that thought, Dongfang Honyue quickly forced herself to calm down. She had never imagined that the heart-locking curse would have no effect on him. However, this was not the time to think about why. Since he now knew the secret, she couldn't let him leave alive today. Dongfang Honyue lightly touched her red lips and let out a seductive smile. You'll soon know what the heart-locking curse is. As she spoke, she stepped closer to Mo Fan, gathering power in her hand. When she was about 3 steps away, the smile on her face instantly vanished, replaced by a chill. But only after you've descended to hell. With that, true chi surged within her palm. Just as she was about to attack Mo Fan, she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her body. In the next instant, the true chi she had just gathered violently dispersed like a punctured balloon. Not only that, at the very moment the true chi dispersed, she also felt a backlash, and the source of that power was unmistakably the heart-locking curse. What did you do? Mo Fan also sensed the abnormality in her body, though he didn't know what had happened. He spread his hands and said with an innocent look, I didn't do anything. Mo Fan was telling the truth. He really hadn't done anything. It was just that a moment ago when he heard the woman say she wanted to send him to hell, a strong will surged within him, one that desperately did not want the woman to kill him. And this will was precisely the power of the heart-locking curse. At this point, Dongfang Honyue felt completely unwell. Recalling how Mo Fan had just said that Zhao Xiyue liked him and combining that with the recent rumors in the Huanyue kingdom, she suddenly thought of something. She abruptly raised her head, staring at Mo Fan in astonishment, and asked, You are the sword god. Who was the sword god? There was no one in the Huanyue kingdom who did not know. Although the demonic path was not based in the Huanyue kingdom, it lay very close. The demonic path was no longer as flourishing as it had been 100 years ago. It had declined and fled to a stretch of land in Dongzhou to hide. All for the day they might return to the Holy Land and wash away their shame. And right now the Huanyue kingdom was the greatest obstacle in their way. Besides the Huanyue kingdom, there were also the righteous sects within the kingdom. They recuperated and regrouped, and for the sake of the demonic path's great plan, they were determined to eliminate the stumbling block before them and take the first step. Yet just as they were preparing to launch their attack, a figure known as the Sword God appeared. Not only did he appear, but he also defeated their supreme cult leader. This made the demonic path dare not act rashly. Later the Empress challenged the Sword God, and the Sword God left. This made the demonic path, which had just suspended its campaign, realize that another opportunity had arrived. Inside the villa, Dongfang Honyue stared at the man before her with utmost vigilance. She had never imagined that Mo Fan was the Sword God. Hadn't the Sword God already left? Why had he returned, and why had he become an instructor at the Sword Dao Pavilion? Not long ago, during the Secret Realm expedition in the northern Great Wilderness, In Hongying had told her that she had seen the Sword God. At the time, she had not taken it seriously. The northern Great Wilderness lay on the border of the Huanyue kingdom, so the Sword God appearing there precisely indicated that he was about to leave. For that reason, she had even convened a high-level meeting, shared this matter, and pushed the demonic path's attack plan forward. Now that she thought about it, this was clearly lifting a rock only to drop it on her own feet. Dongfang Honyue gave a self-mocking smile and murmured, so the Sword God is still in the Huanyue kingdom. Those words left Mo Fan utterly dumbfounded. Where else would I be if not in the Huanyue kingdom? Mo Fan naturally had no idea what Dongfang Honyue was thinking. But this woman had just tried to kill him. So, killing her in return was out of the question. At the very least, he could extract some intelligence and take a few things in passing. With his reputation as the Sword God, and since the woman was currently in poor condition, this much was well within his ability. He planned to sell the intelligence to Zhao Xia. Intelligence about the demonic path attacking the righteous path should fetch a handsome price. As for goods, it depended on what she had on her. Best would be that peerless spiritual herb, the Dragon Heart 9-leaf flower. As for the demonic path attacking the righteous path, what the hell did it have to do with him? He was only a minor instructor with no strength to truss a chicken. What could he possibly do? Going to the front line would only make him cannon fodder, pure suicide. Mo Fan shook his head. The more he thought about it, the more dreadful it became. Seeing him silent and shaking his head, Dongfang Honyue wondered if he planned not to let her off. A shake of the head usually meant refusal or lament. She had indeed been planning to plead for mercy to see whether he might spare her. She could not die yet. The news that the Sword God was still in the Huanyue kingdom was something she had to bring back. If the Sword God could let her go, that would naturally be best. If not, then even at the cost of her life, she would have to make it back before she died. But what did this shake of the head mean? She had not even begged for mercy yet. Then, Lord Sword God, how do you intend to deal with this little woman? Dongfang Hongyue asked in a soft, delicate voice, her face full of pitiful, helpless, and fragile expressions. Deal with me. You were the one dealing with me just now. Mo Fan muttered a soft complaint. The situation just now had indeed been extremely dangerous. Fortunately, this woman had run into her own trouble, otherwise he truly would not have known what to do. Mo Fan glanced at her silently, calling her a vixen, then deliberately said in a seasoned tone, although you were disrespectful to me, fortunately, I do not kill women. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Hongyue's eyes lit up. But they quickly dimmed again because Mo Fan still had no intention of letting her go directly. Mo Fan continued, however, you truly did wrong, so a small punishment as a stern warning is still necessary. Mo Fan said nothing like, Buddha is merciful, I am very kind, or, I take no life. Those words sounded far too fake. But not killing women seemed like a principle many eminent masters had, and that made it much more credible. Upon hearing a small punishment as a stern warning, Dongfang Hongyue knew she would inevitably suffer a little. It might be poison or a control-type drug. Fortunately, she had the Dragon Heart 9-leaf flower. It could refine away any poison, though the process would be somewhat painful. Just as she steeled herself and prepared to accept Mo Fan's poison, she heard Mo Fan ask, when is your demonic path planning to attack? Where is the first stop? How many people are there? Who are the experts? This barrage of questions left Dongfang Hongyue utterly bewildered. How could she tell him? This was a vital secret of the demonic path. She would rather be killed outright than reveal it. Dongfang Hongyue kept silent, and silence was her best answer. Yet in the next instant, it was a single sentence from Mo Fan that shocked her speechless. Don't think I don't know. Your demonic path has a mole in the righteous path. In truth, Mo Fan had no idea whether the demonic path had a mole, nor had he given any thought to Chen Ziren. He was simply fishing for information, just like a police interrogation. Some things did not have to be learned directly from a person's mouth. The micro-expressions on a face, behavior, and gestures were all enough to judge. As for a mole, that was an old script. In this world, the righteous path and the demonic path were like the light side and the underworld of his past life, or even infernal affairs. There was no need to think it over carefully. Sure enough, the moment Dongfang Hongyue heard it, she blurted out, how do you know? See, that was confessing without being pressed. Mo Fan had always felt that the people in this world were not very clever. Compared with the criminals of his past life, they were worlds apart. The main reason Dongfang Hongyue admitted so directly was after all the identity of the sword god. If it had been anyone else, just see whether she would have said it. In addition, apart from admitting it outright, she also wanted to pry words out of Mo Fan. She wanted to know exactly how much Mo Fan knew. For example, who was the mole? How long had they been planted? What information had they sent back to the demonic path? All these were latent variables that could cause changes when the demonic path attacked the righteous path. Mo Fan could not be bothered to answer her. Right now, he was the one asking the questions. Mo Fan continued the interrogation. Your demonic cult has the 3 upper realms, doesn't it? You know about this too. Dongfang Hongyue could no longer stay calm. The fact that the demonic cult had the 3 upper realms was not known even by many within the demonic path, let alone Mo Fan. This was their ultimate trump card, one they would not deploy unless absolutely necessary. But how did Mo Fan know about it? If the sword god were an organization, she really would suspect that the demonic path had a mole too. But he was just one person. Could it be the Sword Dao Pavilion? That was impossible as well, because the demonic path's mole was precisely in the Sword Dao Pavilion. Dongfang Hongyue racked her brains, but could not understand. After obtaining these 2 pieces of information, Mo Fan felt that was enough. As for finer details, she probably would not reveal them, and he had no way to force her. It was best to stop while the going was good. Perhaps it would put her on guard, because since he had said so much, she could not be sure what else he knew. Dongfang Hongyue was indeed on guard. Not only had the sword god returned, but he also knew many secrets of the demonic path. She planned to completely rework this operation after returning. The small punishment was done. Mo Fan intended to deliver the major warning. He chuckled and slowly walked toward Dongfang Hongyue. She had been lost in thought, but when she saw Mo Fan move and come toward her, a faint bad feeling rose in her heart. Lord Sword God, don't you kill women. What, have you changed your mind now? The words had just left Dongfang Hongyue's mouth when she suddenly sensed that something was wrong with the expression on Mo Fan's face. That expression was like a wolf that had been famished for a long time and wanted to devour a little white rabbit. You? What do you want to do? She had almost forgotten that she was still a beauty, and for some men the temptation of a beauty was fatal. Surely he wasn't thinking. By then Mo Fan had already reached her, and he even extended a hand. Dongfang Hongyue trembled in fear and shouted, I'm warning you. If you dare to take liberties with me, I won't let you off even after I die. Take liberties with you, eh? I just want to see if you have anything good on you. Dongfang Hongyue was full of question marks. What thing? As far as I know, you should be carrying an extremely precious treasure on you. You know this too? The moment she said it, she immediately covered her mouth, but by then it was already too late. Inside the imperial palace, Zhao Xiyue sat on the dragon throne, frowning gloomily at the memorial in her hands. Below her, a throng of ministers whispered among themselves, as though debating a topic. This topic left them not only afraid to speak aloud, but even afraid to raise their heads. After a long moment, Zhao Xiyue said slowly, "Do any of you ministers have a good strategy?" The moment her words fell, the court immediately fell silent, and even the faint murmurs vanished. At that moment, a cabinet minister stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, how dare the paltry Songming compete for glory with our Huanyue? Since they dare come, we will make them lose all face." Songming was the name of a nation bordering the kingdom of Huanyue. The two countries had little interaction and were even somewhat hostile. 10 years ago, at the 100 Nations Assembly in Zhongzhou, Songming had repeatedly targeted the kingdom of Huanyue. After the meeting, they gathered a large number of scholars to spread rumors and slander Huanyue. The kingdom of Huanyue was renowned for its martial might, yet when faced with a group of frail bookish scholars, it could neither suppress them by force nor win a war of words. It could only silently bear the blame. Now Songming had taken the initiative to come. Although they came under the banner of friendly exchange, given the tense relations between the two countries, how could this be as simple as an exchange? Seeing that someone still dared to offer counsel, Zhao Xiyue felt a flicker of joy and asked, "And then?" The minister stammered, unable to produce a word for a long time. Seeing the minister in such a state, how could Zhao Xiyue not realize that he was but an armchair strategist? No, he was not even worthy of that. A rush of anger erupted in her heart. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Apart from flattering and echoing others, what else can you do? The Empress flew into a towering rage, leaving the assembled ministers simmering with anger, but not daring to speak. Actually, they could hardly be blamed. Songming was the exact opposite of Huanyue. They governed through scholarship and had always used words rather than force. This exchange visit would likely make an issue of exactly that. Since the two nations were not at war under normal circumstances, it was not appropriate for Huanyue to resort to force. If the other side chose to engage in scholarly competition, Huanyue truly had no one to field against them. Seeing that the ministers dared not speak, Zhao Xiyue's heart was filled with sorrow. Alas, if only that fellow were here at a time like this. Inside the villa at Chunman Garden, a treasure. What treasure? Even though she had just let it slip, Dongfang Huanyue still chose to play dead. That object was her father's keepsake. She would never take it out even if she were beaten to death. Playing dumb. Since you are unwilling, I will have to take it myself. As he spoke, Mo Fan's hand reached toward her, once more clawing at the air as it moved, making the gesture look exceedingly sinister. Dongfang Huanyue gritted her teeth and endured watching the relentless demonic claw approach closer and closer. In the end, she could bear it no longer. Fine. I admit defeat. I'll give it to you. With that, she produced a bottle from thin air and handed it to Mo Fan. This bottle was called a storage bottle, which, as its name made clear, was meant for storing things. It was like the storage rings in the novels Mo Fan had read in his previous life, except its space was far smaller, only 1 cubic meter. When Mo Fan was at the Sword God sect, he had seen other elders bring out such bottles, but because the space was too small, he had not wanted one. One thing Mo Fan did not know was that precisely because the space was so small, people generally did not put many valuable things inside. It usually held only emergency supplies, clothes, wound medicine, and the like. Mo Fan picked up the bottle and gave it a light tap. The contents immediately tumbled out with a clatter. This kind of bottle required no spiritual energy at all. There was a spell formation on its surface, and a gentle press would open it. Only 3 kinds of things fell to the ground: 2 medicine bottles, 1 garment, and 2 secret manuals. So poor. It seems your position in the demonic path isn't high. Mo Fan could not help making a cutting remark. Dongfang Huanyue was so angry she wanted to kill someone. Mo Fan turned his attention back to those items. The garment was in a woman's style, and without even looking at it, Mo Fan tossed it aside. He did not lack clothes, what he lacked were seeds and cash. As for the secret manuals, he could not cultivate anyway, so they were useless. In the end, he could only rest his gaze on the 2 medicine bottles. Mo Fan opened the bottles and sniffed them. One contained foundation nurturing pills, and the other spirit gathering pills. To cultivators, these were commonplace and nothing precious. What about the supreme grade spirit herb? Hadn't the system said there was a supreme grade spirit herb? For a moment, Mo Fan was puzzled. He put the pills away, then poured the clothes and manuals back into the bottle and returned it to Dongfang Huanyue. Mo Fan looked at her and said, "Are you toying with me? What am I toying with you about?" There simply was no precious treasure inside. Mo Fan pointed at the bottle. Dongfang Huanyue naturally knew there was no treasure in the bottle. She was doing this only to delay him, waiting for the backlash of the heart-locking curse to fade. Once that happened, she would slip away while Mo Fan was distracted. She just had not expected Mo Fan to finish checking so quickly. She knew there were 2 secret manuals in the bottle. She had thought he would open them and take a look. Those were cultivation arts unique to the demonic sect. To ordinary people, they were almost priceless treasures. Yet Mo Fan had not even glanced at them. On second thought, however, she felt relieved. How could an expert at the level of the Sword God take a liking to their demonic path arts? Dongfang Huanyue put on a grievance-stricken look and said, "I really have no treasure. If worst comes to worst, I'll let you search me." There was almost a sob in her voice. "Then search it is." Mo Fan did not hedge and reached out to search her. Dongfang Honyue could never have expected the sword god to be that sort of person. Was this the sword god? He was plainly a robber and a lecher. Wait. Wait a moment. Just as Mo Fan was about to touch her, Dongfang Honyue shouted in panic. What is it now? Mo Fan said impatiently. Look at me. I'm wearing such thin clothes. Where could I hide anything? I've shown you the storage bottle too. If there were treasure, where else could it be besides the bottle? Mo Fan thought that sounded reasonable, but the system would not lie to him. He looked the woman over once more and found that aside from bracelets, ornaments, and a necklace, there was indeed nothing else on her. In this world, the storage medium was the storage bottle, not rings or anything of the sort. Otherwise, he could have searched the jewelry she was wearing. Could it truly not be on her? Suspicion once again rose in Mo Fan's heart. At that moment, eager to rid herself of Mo Fan, Dongfang Honyue said outright, "What do you want? If it comes to that, I'll send someone to deliver it to you after I return." "You? Send someone?" Mo Fan stared at her with suspicion, his eyes flickering unpredictably. This woman standing in the demonic path was not high. If he simply let her go, it would probably be an empty promise. But he could not find the supreme grade spirit herb. According to the system, the supreme grade spirit herb was called the Dragon Heart 9-leaf flower, and it was a flower. Where else could it be kept except in a storage bottle? It could hardly be hidden in a bracelet or a necklace. Mo Fan shook his head, feeling that he might be about to suffer his first loss. In the end, he said helplessly, "Fine. After you go back, just have someone bring me some high-grade spirit herb seeds." Mo Fan said it offhandedly without much hope. Dongfang Honyue immediately nodded at this. "No problem. Merely a trifling spirit herb." Mo Fan casually waved his hand. "Go on, go." Seeing that Mo Fan really intended to let her off, Dongfang Honyue rejoiced and immediately vanished in a streak of light. Only before leaving did she turn back and glare viciously at Mo Fan, her hand stroking the necklace. Early the next morning, Mo Fan returned to the Jiandao Pavilion. It had been too late the night before, so he had stayed over at Chunminyuan. Since Lady Honyue had already left, he had the big bed all to himself. Truly a blessing. As soon as he entered the door, he was met with strange looks from many disciples. Mo Fan knew that Li Mu and the other blabbermouths had already spread the news about yesterday. "Instructor, good morning." From one side came the sound of several disciples greeting him. Mo Fan turned his head slightly for a glance. After seeing that it was those blabbermouths, he did not want to pay them any attention. He walked straight ahead, but before he had taken many steps, they came up to him. "Morning," Mo Fan replied helplessly. "Instructor, did you have a good time last night?" "A good time, my foot. I didn't even get to touch her hand." "But what if I said the lady had left, and I couldn't sleep? Would everyone look down on me?" Mo Fan felt that was quite likely. After thinking for a long time, he finally uttered one word, "All right." He left the baffled group, standing there in a daze, lost in thought. Mo Fan arrived at Bai Hongyun's office and intended to ask for leave. He had not returned to the Jinshin sect in a long time. It was time to go back for a visit. He missed the sect master, the disciples, his little garden, and the spirit herbs of the Jinshin sect. Last time Zhao Xiyue had delayed him for quite a while, and only now did it occur to him. Women, they really hold a man back. Mo Fan sighed inwardly. In the room, Bai Hongyun was looking at him with a beaming, yet extremely lecherous smile. Mo Fan suddenly felt a wave of social death. If it had been those disciples, it would have been fine. After all, they were young, and there was no generation gap. Even if he went to listen to music, they were all men of the same tastes. After all crows under heaven are equally black. But Bai Hongyun was different. His position was somewhat like that of an elder. It was as if he had gone whoring, and the police had called his family. It was quite awkward. Ahem. Mo Fan coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness, intending to get straight to the point, and then leave immediately. "Old Bai, I need your help with something today." "What a coincidence, I also need your help with something." As he spoke, he still wore that lewd grin, and Mo Fan read ill intent in it. "Let me speak first." Mo Fan struck first, intending to grab the leave slip, and then slip away without a trace. "Fine. I want to ask for leave." "No problem." So readily. Mo Fan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Bai Hongyun to agree so quickly. "All right, I'll be off then." Since Bai had agreed, he should leave quickly. Mo Fan had no intention of staying to hear his request. But when he reached the door, Bai Hongyun blocked his way. That sharp gaze seemed to say, "You haven't paid yet, have you?" Mo Fan naturally understood that since Bai Hongyun had not yet made his request, he would not be allowed to leave so easily. He was just trying it, to see if it would be the death of him. Bai Hongyun looked at him with a hurt expression and slowly uttered 3 words, "You're no friend." "All right, what do you want?" Mo Fan asked helplessly, deciding to hear him out first. "Take a look at this first." As he spoke, he produced a letter and handed it to Mo Fan. He opened the letter. It was thousands of words of officialese. Following the principle of too long, didn't read, Mo Fan only grabbed the key points. Before long, he found the crucial spot. Songming Kingdom. An exchange gathering. Mo Fan muttered to himself. He had some memory of Songming Kingdom. It was not far from Huanyue Kingdom. The two kingdoms had little to do with each other, and even seemed somewhat hostile. Mo Fan did not know the exact cause of their hostility, only that some clash had occurred 10 years ago. Then came Songming Kingdom's national condition. It ruled through literary arts, exactly the opposite of Huanyue Kingdom. Ruled through literary arts. Mo Fan quickly connected this to the exchange gathering, and suddenly realized something. Mo Fan fell silent, pondering quietly. Seeing the thoughtful look on his face, and that he was not even looking at the letter, Bai Hongyun interrupted, "Have you finished reading?" "I've finished." Mo Fan nodded. "Any impressions?" "For words." Bai Hongyun suddenly became interested. "Tell me." "None of my business." As soon as those words left his mouth, Bai Hongyun was startled. He had expected Mo Fan to say things like the visitor is ill-intentioned or their motives are impure, never "none of my business." How could it be none of his business? As a subject of Huanyue Kingdom and a pillar of the nation, he should put national honor first. How could he stand aloof? Bai Hongyun let out a light breath and said, "Instructor Mo, that's going too far." Mo Fan now understood. This old man's smile earlier was not about his visit to Chunminyuan, but about Mo Fan's dazzling performance at the poetry gathering. Combined with the menacing approach of Songming Kingdom, this was clearly an attempt to push him straight into the line of fire. "Old Bai, it's not that I don't want to, but I truly can't do anything about it," Mo Fan said, putting on a helpless expression. "But yesterday at the poetry gathering, didn't you?" Mo Fan immediately cut him off. "I copied it." Regarding the details of the poetry gathering, Li Mu had not said much beyond how extraordinary and brilliant Mo Fan had been. Bai Hongyun knew nothing about how Mo Fan had slapped Wang Fuchen's face at the gathering. "Copied." Bai Hongyun's heart sank to the bottom. Mo Fan nodded. "Right. I'm so young I can barely read a few characters. How could I compose poetry?" In fact, when Bai Hongyun first heard about it yesterday, he had harbored the same doubt, but the strange thing was that Mo Fan had stayed overnight. If his literary grace had not been extraordinary, would the top courtesan have let him stay overnight? "I don't believe you. Whose work did you copy?" Bai Hongyun remained suspicious. "Tang Poems and Zhao Xiyue. Does Huanyue Kingdom have such a person? It's a book." "Oh." The last trace of doubt in Bai Hongyun's heart vanished, but at the same time his task of seeking a worthy talent had also fallen through. Unable to report success on his mission, he was in a foul mood now, and when he was in a foul mood, he was apt to turn people down. "Mo Fan, regarding your leave, this is how it stands. Though you hold a post at the Jindao Pavilion, you were brought here by the Empress." A bad feeling arose in Mo Fan's heart. And then I agreed, but the Empress is not aware of it yet. "Wait while I go and ask the Empress for instructions. I'll tell you the outcome when I return." With that, he walked outside looking quite busy. Hearing this, how could Mo Fan miss the refusal behind his words? "Go ask the Empress, huh?" "Wait," Mo Fan called after him. "Is there anything else?" "Actually, the author of Tang Poems and Zhao Xiyue is me." Bai Hongyun's eyes lit up, and he came bustling back. "The moment I saw Instructor Mo, no Lord Sword God, I felt you are a being beyond the mundane. If you have created such glory on the martial path, the mere literary path is not worth mentioning." Bai Hongyun said, fawning over him. Then the exchange gathering. "I'll go." Bai Hongyun's heart blossomed with joy. He immediately produced a token from his sleeve and respectfully presented it to Mo Fan. "Lord Sword God, this is your leave token. Please keep it safe." The token was for leaving the city. As for the real leave slip, Bai Hongyun only needed to send word. Mo Fan shot him a glance, wanting very much to hit him, but he lacked the strength. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I respectfully bid Lord Sword God farewell." Crafty old fox. Jianshan Sect, the rear mountain. Two old men stood before a stone stele, quietly studying it without a word. At that moment, one of them suddenly spoke. "Sect Master, is the seal loosening again?" The other old man replied. "Sect Master, if you ask me, let's just forget it. The mountains are high and the Emperor is far away. I don't believe they can sense it from such a distance." Hearing this, the old man turned his gaze to him and stared in silence, seeming to ponder something. After a long while, the old man sighed. "Alas, I have thought about that too. Is this thing a blessing or a curse for our Jianshan sect?" The other old man answered firmly, "A curse. It is something that should not appear in this era. Do you have a good plan? Give it away." "To whom?" "To whoever brought it." "But he has disappeared. A father's debts are paid by his son, a master's debts are repaid by his disciple." "Ha ha ha." Inside the carriage, Mo Fan couldn't help but sneeze. The sneeze came out of nowhere. Without a second thought, it had to be some malicious schemer envious of his talent, cultivation, and good looks, cursing him behind his back. Mo Fan was no longer surprised by such things. Who could blame him for being so outstanding? Just then a red glow lit up in his trouser pocket, catching his attention. Mo Fan took it out and saw it was the token the old painting merchant had given him. That old man had found a beauty. Mo Fan thought for a moment and could only come to that conclusion. Soon the voice of the painting saint echoed from the token. "Young master, I have lived up to your trust. After enduring countless hardships, I have finally found a woman willing to be listed." Mo Fan asked, "Who is this woman?" "She should be an elder from the Alchemy Valley." "Alchemy Valley." Mo Fan instantly felt a sense of regret about partnering with this fellow. Out of caution, Mo Fan felt it necessary to ask for clarification. "Do you have a portrait of her?" "No, but she will be heading to Huanyu Kingdom soon. You can contact her when the time comes." Mo Fan had heard of Alchemy Valley before. Located in the southern continent, it was the sacred land of alchemy on the continent. From Huanyu Kingdom in the eastern continent to the southern continent, the distance was at least 1,000,000 li. How long had the old man been away? Even if he were a master who didn't eat or drink and flew nonstop, it shouldn't have been this fast. Still harboring doubts, Mo Fan decided to ask for more details. "Are you certain this Alchemy Valley person is coming to Huanyu Kingdom?" "Absolutely certain." Mo Fan suddenly felt like slapping someone. "Who are you trying to kidnap?" The Alchemy Valley in the southern continent is 10,800 miles from here. Do you think you are Sun Wukong? Who is Sun Wukong? It doesn't matter who that is. What matters is who exactly is this woman. It truly is someone from Alchemy Valley. She told me so herself. I met her on the road. Meeting her on the road wasn't surprising. Then why claim he had gone through all that hardship? Was this taking credit for someone else's find? Still, could someone he casually met on the road really be a beauty? Even if she were, whether she qualified for the list was another matter. Her credentials from Alchemy Valley were sufficient at the very least. Very well. When she arrives in Huanyu Kingdom, I will evaluate her myself. How should I contact her? After she arrives in Huanyu Kingdom, she will go to our previous inn. The secret passphrase is graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. I understand. After finishing the conversation, Mo Fan tapped the token gently. The red light on it faded, and Wu Daizi's voice fell silent once more. So quickly the first beauty had been found. But Mo Fan suddenly felt a bit anxious. The beauties were being found, but the list hadn't even been started yet. And there had been no contact from the sky window. Time was running short. With this in mind, Mo Fan decided that after returning from Sword God Sect, he would immediately get started on the beauty list matters. Driver, go faster. Sword God Sect Grand Hall. On a raised platform, an elderly man stood with his back leaning against the support high above all others. None other than Li Xingxian, the sect master of Sword God Sect. Below the platform, 8 elders stood quietly, their gazes deliberately or inadvertently sweeping toward the door as if waiting for something. After a short while, a disciple rushed in hastily and reported, "Sect Master, according to our informants, Elder Mo has not traveled far. He has gone to the Sword Pavilion." Hearing this, Li Xingxian turned sharply and asked urgently, "Is this confirmed?" "It has already been verified." "Excellent. Someone go to the Sword Pavilion at once and invite Elder Mo back. Tell him that important matters have arisen within the sect." As the disciple was about to leave upon receiving the order, the first elder beside him suddenly spoke up. "Wait. Li Xingxian furrowed his thick eyebrows and asked, "Elder Longyuan, do you have any insight?" Elder Longyuan cupped his fists and replied, "Sect Master, the informant is correct. Elder Mo is at the Sword Pavilion." "And the Sword Pavilion?" He paused deliberately here, leaving Li Xingxian some time to think. Li Xingxian understood without needing further explanation and began to ponder. The Sword Pavilion was in the Imperial City, a territory under the jurisdiction of the Empress. By all rights, Mo Fan should not have appeared there at this moment. When Mo Fan left those days ago, he said he was going out to travel and broaden his horizons. Yet only a few days had passed. Could one go to the Sword Pavilion for such travel? Sword God Sect was not far from the Imperial City. Was visiting a neighbor really considered traveling? Li Xingxian suddenly sensed that this matter was not so simple. He looked at Longyuan and said, "Continue." "Yes. The Sword Pavilion is in the Imperial City, not far from Sword God Sect. Even if Elder Mo went there to travel, he should have left by now." Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Li Xingxian also found this reasoning sound. Longyuan continued, "So could it be that he is already there, having stayed there all along?" No one spoke, but expressions on everyone's faces had already begun to change. Clearly suspicion was setting in among them. If he has been staying at the Sword Pavilion all along, what for? The Sword Pavilion is primarily a place for teaching sword techniques. To put it plainly, one could call it an academy. Therefore, at this point, Li Xingxian almost had the answer and interrupted. "Are you saying Mo Fan went to the Sword Pavilion to become a teacher?" Longyuan nodded, confirming his meaning. But these words ignited a storm among the other elders, who immediately began speaking out. "Sect Master, doesn't this mean Elder Mo has betrayed Sword God Sect?" "Exactly, Sect Master. Mo Fan has not formally left Sword God Sect yet, and yet he is joining another sect. Could he have been a spy from the very beginning?" "Sect Master, I request permission to lead a team to apprehend Mo Fan and interrogate him strictly." Li Xingxian waved his hand and immediately dismissed the suggestion. Rest assured, Mo Fan could never be a spy, nor would he betray the sect. "Sect Master, how do you know?" The elders looked puzzled. "Well, suffice it to say, I am 100% certain of this. You need not concern yourselves. Mo Fan could not possibly be a spy or a traitor, for he was the disciple that person had brought back, and that person could crush Sword God Sect with a mere flick of a finger." Only one other elder knew of this truth, none other than Longyuan. So Longyuan was now looking at the other elders, his gaze as though they were all fools. "Sect Master, since Elder Mo will not betray the sect, then what is his purpose in becoming a teacher at the Sword Pavilion?" After their suggestion was rejected by the sect master, the elders grew even more confused. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward Longyuan, the one who had raised the question, including Li Xingxian. Elder Longyuan was momentarily flattered. Thinking that these old fogies had such low intelligence while he alone was the brain of Sword God Sect, he was internally overjoyed. Longyuan explained, "I believe it must be related to the Empress. The day Elder Mo departed happened to be the day the Empress came to issue a challenge." Li Xingxian also shared his thoughts. "You mean Elder Mo went to the Sword Pavilion to teach because of the Empress?" "Precisely so." Now everyone felt that everything made sense. The relationship between the Empress and the Sword God had been spread from their side. Or so they imagined, and they were convinced their imaginations were correct. "I see now," the elders nodded in agreement. If the Empress had asked Mo Fan to become a teacher with the added factor of their romantic relationship, it was only reasonable that Mo Fan would agree. But what does this have to do with us going to invite Elder Mo back to the sect? This question was asked by Li Xingxian. The connection is significant, sect master. Consider this. If the Empress simply wanted Mo Fan to teach, she could have directly petitioned you as sect master. Why would she go to all this trouble launching a challenge for no reason? Upon hearing this, Li Xingxian's eyelid twitched, and a certain possibility suddenly arose in his mind. And at this moment Long Yuan continued, therefore on that day the Empress was not there to issue a challenge at all. She was there to poach talent. Becoming a teacher directly and poaching someone to be a teacher were fundamentally different matters. The former might involve borrowing or exchanging for something with the possibility of returning it later. But the latter clearly meant she had no intention of giving him back. Insufferable. Absolutely insufferable. That Empress truly has sinister designs. Therefore, sect master, if you go to invite Mo Fan now, you may not even get to see him. And even if you do, if you accidentally arouse the Empress's suspicion, Sword God sect will suffer the consequences. Li Xingxian slumped into his seat, his heart heavy with worry. The elders below were equally alarmed, and all of them began to reconsider the plan to fetch Mo Fan. In an instant the entire hall fell silent, the air thick with layers of anxiety and despair. Enough. Let us deliberate on this matter further. You may all withdraw for now. Only after a long while did Li Xingxian wave his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, another disciple came rushing in and reported, Sect Master Elder Mo has returned. What did you say? Everyone, Hu Han. I mean Mo Fan am back again. From outside the great hall, Mo Fan's resounding voice could be heard from afar. Li Xingxian, who had been frozen in shock, snapped back to his senses, now finally daring to believe that his disciple's report was true. Haha, junior brother, Mo, you finally returned. Senior brother has missed you dearly. Li Xingxian rose from his seat with a brisk motion and stepped forward light-footedly to welcome him. When had the sect leader senior brother ever become so enthusiastic? Mo Fan muttered inwardly, somewhat puzzled. At the same time he surveyed the other and noticed that the man seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. An opportunity had arrived, Mo Fan thought to himself. On the way here he had thought it through quite clearly to obtain spiritual herb seeds from the Sword God sect and leave without any trouble. There was only one way: honesty. That method was only one. Confession leads to leniency. Indeed, although he could simply go to the herb garden and take the seeds, having just returned only to leave immediately would be very difficult to explain. The Sword God sect could easily send someone to look into it and discover that he held a post in the Sword Dao Pavilion. So it was better to confess everything first. Of course it had to be framed as involuntary. As for how much they would believe it, that depended on his acting skills. Mo Fan stepped forward wearing an aggrieved expression and said, Senior brother, there is something I want to confess to you. Li Xingxian, upon hearing this, knew immediately what was going on. Pretending to be patient, he said, Go on. Actually, I didn't go on a journey. I went to the Sword Dao Pavilion to become an instructor. After saying this, he quickly added another line. I was coerced. What? Li Xingxian feigned shock, then put on an angry look and asked, Who was it? Who would dare to threaten a disciple of my Sword God sect? He believed it. Seeing Li Xingxian's astonished expression, Mo Fan rejoiced inwardly, knowing his acting had hit the mark. Now was the time to show his true skill. Mo Fan immediately flushed red with fury. It was the Empress. The Empress coerced me. Who on earth was he trying to fool? The Empress is your old flame. Would she coerce you? Alas, the Empress has gone too far. Junior brother, did you suffer much wrong? Li Xingxian pretended to stand up for him. Senior brother, I'm fine. Just working hard every day, without complaint, being denied meals, and doing chores. And that counts as fine. Junior brother, you've been wronged. Mo Fan then struggled to squeeze out 2 tears. Senior brother, I'm not wronged because I've been thinking about the Sword God sect, thinking about everyone. No matter how many obstacles arose, nothing could stop my determination to return home. Li Xingxian gently patted his shoulder. It's good that you're back, good that you're back. Senior brother. I still have to leave. These words made Li Xingxian rather displeased. Why? Is it the Empress who wants you to go back? Mo Fan nodded slightly. Junior brother, don't worry. I'll speak to the Empress. You can stay in the Sword God sect with peace of mind. No way. I still have to go back and farm. Mo Fan hurriedly shook his head again and explained, Senior brother, it's not entirely because of the Empress. There's also a favor I wanted to ask during this visit. Li Xingxian waved his hand grandly and said, Junior brother, speak freely. If your senior brother can do it, I will certainly help. Absolute finesse. Mo Fan had never imagined his acting could reach such a level. Senior brother, this is how it is. I have a friend who was badly injured. He needs many spiritual herbs to recover. But you also know that I'm a nobody with little influence in front of the Empress. So I had no choice but to come and ask for your help. You know influence. When trouble hits, you don't go to your old flame for help. You come to me. Li Xingxian immediately wanted to refuse, but then something occurred to him, and he agreed instead. Junior brother, don't worry. Your matter is my matter. The herbs are all at the back mountain, or I'll take you there right now. Why was everything progressing so smoothly? At the back mountain of the Sword God sect. Junior brother, the herb garden is just ahead. Senior brother won't go in with you. Take whatever you need yourself. Since when had he become so generous? Mo Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. From his understanding of Li Xingxian, the man was excellent at putting up a front and never refused anything outright. But once his interests were touched, he could become quite principled. The words he had just spoken might be genuine, but letting Mo Fan freely help himself from the Sword God sect's herb garden, that was truly unlike him. Combined with the sudden warmth he had received upon entering the Great Hall, Mo Fan felt that things might not be so simple. Senior brother, is there something you're hiding from me? Li Xingxian's expression flickered with panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Why would you say that, junior brother? What could senior brother possibly hide from you? Mo Fan didn't believe it. There was definitely something wrong here, yet he had noticed nothing unusual. He took a deep look into the garden. Having come this far, I can't leave empty-handed. Even if there is a problem, senior brother won't harm me. At worst, he would be tricked. Mo Fan pondered for a moment, then decided to take the risk. One cannot obtain a tiger's cub without entering the tiger's den. Very well. Senior brother, wait here a moment. I'll be right back. Mo Fan flashed forward and dashed into the garden. At that moment, another figure appeared behind Li Xingxian. It was Long Yuan. Sect leader, is it really appropriate for us to do this? Li Xingxian turned to glance at him, then shook his head and sighed. Alas, that thing has been kept in our Sword God sect for many years. Every year we spend a fortune to seal it. The sect can no longer afford the burden. Long Yuan nodded. He had witnessed the sect's sacrifices. Li Xingxian continued. Actually, there's nothing bad about letting him take it. He is a man of profound fortune. Who knows, perhaps it might even serve its purpose in his hands. But those people, Long Yuan said with concern. Don't worry. That thing is not the only one, and this place is far away from them. It would be very difficult to sense it. As if afraid Long Yuan was still uneasy, he added, besides, Mo Fan isn't weak. Even if he were discovered, he should have no trouble protecting himself. At the very worst, would that person be willing to watch his own disciple get hurt? Only then did Long Yuan nod with reassurance. All right, everything now comes down to his fortune. Yes. With that, the two vanished from the spot in an instant. As soon as he entered the garden, doubt welled up in Mo Fan's heart. Strange. Why is there no one around? The garden was completely empty. By all rights, every plot of herbs should have its own guardian. He wondered how Li Xingxian could run the sect like this. Wasn't he afraid of thieves? Mo Fan mentally criticized him a little and decided that once he got out, he would definitely have a word with him about it. Mo Fan continued forward, and after only a few steps his eyes suddenly lit up. Red dragon fruit, dragon beard, grass, void grass, azure spirit, vine, snowbone, ginseng. Oh my, he had struck it rich. At this moment, Mo Fan's heart was blooming with joy. Not only that, but the cultivation methods, growth habits, and other details of all kinds of herbs were inscribed on a wooden stele beside the garden. Although what Mo Fan needed wasn't there, he wasn't going to leave something valuable behind without taking it. He picked up a sack, wrapped many herbs separately in bundles, and then packed them into a larger sack. After finishing that, he went to another herb plot and did the same. Very soon the two large sacks he had brought were filled to the brim. Phew! Letting out a light sigh, Mo Fan was drenched in sweat, but he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he turned his gaze to another field. Now it's time to get to the real business. Mo Fan's true objective was not the herbs themselves, but the herb seeds. And the seeds were buried in another completely empty field. For hours later, Mo Fan finally finished collecting the seeds. He collapsed onto a stone to rest, looking at the bulging sacks before him, his heart filled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, a white light suddenly burst forth in the distance. Mo Fan followed the direction of the glow and saw that a stone stele had appeared on the slope over there. Strange. This back mountain herb garden isn't new to me. Why had I never seen a stone stele here before? Mo Fan muttered to himself. Driven by curiosity, he walked up to the stele and saw two large characters clearly written on it. Shinong stele. On the hillside, Mo Fan stared intently at the stone monument before him, lost in thought. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this monument was strangely familiar. Where had he seen it before? Mo Fan tried hard to recall, but came up empty. Just then a long-forgotten voice suddenly reached his ears. Ding! But there was nothing else. Did he hear wrong? Wasn't that the system? Before long, another sound came. Ding! Immediately followed by ding, 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 ding. What the hell is with all these dings? Just say it already. Mo Fan thought the system had discovered some heavenly treasure, but it turned out to be stuck. Damn this lousy system. No status panel, no rewards, completely useless except for bossing him around day and night. Sigh. Why is it that transmigrators don't all share the same fate? Just as Mo Fan was venting his frustration, the stone stele before him suddenly reacted. Bang! A brilliant white light shot out from it and directly struck his forehead. Gradually his vision blurred and his body swayed before collapsing onto the ground. Ding, system upgrading. As the final sound echoed, Mo Fan slowly lost consciousness. 5 years earlier, Tianjia village. At the village entrance beneath a lush locust tree, a boy lay half reclining, gazing blankly at the sky. From time to time, dark shadows would occasionally streak across the distant sky. It was daytime, and the boy knew they weren't meteors but people, immortals to be precise. Sigh, if only I could cultivate immortality too, the boy murmured to himself, then muttered again, system. He wasn't sure how many times he'd called out those two words, or how much longer he'd keep trying, but he never gave up. At that moment a girl came hopping toward them from afar shouting to the boy in the tree, "Brother Fan, Grandpa's calling you home for dinner." The boy responded with an, "Oh," jumped down and gently patted her head as he asked, "Xiaoyu, how old are you this year?" 9. Can you awaken your spiritual root next year? MHM. Do you think there's a chance? The girl pondered for a moment before answering in a soft voice. "I don't know, but village chief Grandpa said I have great talent, and there's a high probability I'll awaken." Boring, the boy muttered before walking away. "Brother Fan, wait for me." Back in the village at their doorway an old man held a pestle and was grinding something in a bucket. Soon as a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air a sticky dough-like mass slowly took shape. Beside him the girl asked curiously, "Grandpa, what is this?" "This is called a 5-grain dumpling made from rice, wheat, soybeans, corn, and sweet potatoes," the old man replied. Hearing this the girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, "Grandpa, can I try some?" As she spoke she reached her hand into the bucket to scoop some up. The old man quickly pulled the bucket away and explained, "Xiao Lin, you can't eat this. It's for tomorrow's ritual. If you do, Grandpa will get punished." "All right," the girl said, her spirits visibly deflating. At the doorway a boy led the girl back home. "You're back?" the old man asked. "Yeah," the boy replied. "Went to see the immortals again." "How did you know?" the old man said dismissively. "Besides eating, sleeping, and watching the immortals every day, have you done anything else?" "I've also worked the fields," the boy immediately countered, pointing toward the large fields outside. "Weren't those tended by Xiaoyu and Xiaolin?" the old man retorted. The boy immediately deflated. "Look at you, you're practically an adult now. When will you learn from your younger sisters and stop thinking about cultivation all day? I've been raising you for nearly a year now. Can't you give me one less thing to worry about?" The boy didn't argue back anymore, lowering his head and meekly saying, "I know. Fine, come with me to the ritual tomorrow and stop running around aimlessly." The boy nodded in understanding. The following day, the old man led the boy to a valley. The valley was bustling with activity. People carrying wooden buckets, wielding shovels, and hanging banners. Nearly all the adults from the village were there tirelessly working. In the distance an elderly man with a cane and tall hat was slowly making his way over. "Lao Jiang, you're here," the old man replied politely, "village chief." The village chief glanced at the boy beside him, slightly surprised. "Lao Jiang, if I recall correctly, you found this child, didn't you?" The old man nodded silently. "Has he come of age this year?" "Just turned 16. The village chief nodded slightly. "Take him to help with the work." Seeing that the village chief hadn't driven them away, the old man finally relaxed. After the village chief left, the old man brought the boy to join the busy ritual preparations. It wasn't until dusk that the work in the valley finally came to a halt. Everyone in the valley stood in neat rows silently, saluting as stones steal ahead. At the front the village chief stood at the head, holding a paper covered in writing and muttering continuously. Soon flames began to consume the paper, and the village chief tossed it into a circular stone trough. Once the fire had completely died out, he added many other items to it. Before long a beam of white light shot from the stone, steely, completely engulfing the trough and causing its contents to gradually vanish. The village chief shouted, "Sacrifice." Everyone knelt on one knee, one hand raised high and the other pressed to their chest, holding this pose for what seemed like an eternity. Among them the boy didn't understand what was happening, but he mimicked the others' actions anyway. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, "Sigh, I who has been deeply influenced by modern materialism am actually doing such a tedious thing." After his internal protest his movements remained exactly the same as before. Meanwhile the white light on the steel suddenly underwent a strange transformation, splitting from a single beam into 2, then 3, 4, and ever more. The white light soon illuminated the entire valley, engulfing everyone within. After an unknown span of time the valley fell silent once more. The valley now stood empty save for 2 figures. One was a middle-aged man in white robes, standing and staring blankly at the boy before him. The other was a boy collapsed on the ground, lying motionless. Soon the boy stirred back to consciousness. "You're awake," said the man in white. The boy slowly rose to his feet, his head foggy and aching. Hearing the voice he turned to face the white-robed man and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Xianin." "Xianin." The boy whispered to himself, unfamiliar with this person. Then, as though remembering something, he opened his eyes wide and frantically scanned his surroundings, noticing everyone else had vanished. Panicking, the boy called out, "Where's Grandpa Jiang? Where is the village chief? Where did everyone go?" "They've left," the white-robed man replied. "Left? Where to?" This time the man didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly asked, "Do you wish to pursue immortality?" The boy suddenly lifted his head, a spark of light flashing in his eyes. "I do." "Very good," the white-robed man nodded in satisfaction. The boy then asked, "You can teach me to pursue immortality." Before he could finish, a familiar light erupted from the man's fingertips and once again pierced into the boy's forehead. This time the boy didn't lose consciousness. He simply gazed blankly, his eyes hollow. A moment later, after the white-robed man said, "Let's go," did the boy slowly follow behind him. Yet a voice reached his ears, one only he could hear. "Ding, host system binding successful." Within the garden, Mo Fan slowly regained consciousness. Hazy memories gathered in a tangled mass in his mind, then surged like a tide, churning violently. A fierce pain poured from the crown of his head down to his soles, piercing every inch of his body. Mo Fan braced himself on the ground with both hands clenching his teeth as he endured the agony. Even when the torment drove him into a brief daze, he did not cry out. After a long while, his forehead was covered in dense beads of sweat that dripped silently to the ground, staining the patch beneath him. Huff! Only after he slowly let out a gentle breath did the pain gradually fade. Was it not a dream? Mo Fan rose to his feet and examined the stone steel before him once more, only to find it already shattered and laced with cracks. He stood in place, beginning to recall everything from that dream. An old man, a girl, a ritual, white robes. What ultimately lingered in the depths of his memory was a voice. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully bound. So that is how my system came to be, Mo Fan said with sudden understanding. But why is that part of my memory missing? And that stone steel? Mo Fan shook his head, trying to clear his mind. For as long as he could remember, he had been at the Sword God sect. He had transmigrated, awakened a system, and had a master. His name? Xianin. Xianin. Mo Fan blurted out. Was it he who sealed my memories? Why? Mo Fan could not understand. He stood silently, lost in thought for a long time. Just as he was deep in concentration, a familiar voice that startled him suddenly sounded at his ear. Ding! System upgrade successful. Along with the voice came a panel. There was a panel. Mo Fan stared blankly at the pop-up that only he could see, and tears immediately streamed down his face. Do you know? I have waited far too long for this day. Character attributes. Name Mo Fan. Age 21. Cultivation Saint Realm Peak Pseudo. Spiritual root none. Intelligence 90. Strength 10. Spirit 10. Combat power 10. Talent mouth. EXP 300. Quest progress 30099999. And that was not all. Skill panel. None. Item panel to be unlocked. System store to be unlocked. Lottery system to be unlocked. This system's programmer really is incompetent. Mo Fan curled his lip, never expecting that the system was actually a growth type 1. When will the next upgrade be? Wait. That stone steel. Mo Fan abruptly wheeled around. Gazing at the steel that had already shattered into fragments, he could not help but conceive a bold idea. When he had obtained the system, a stone steel had appeared nearby. When the system upgraded, a stone steel had appeared again. Could it be? System, is your name Shinong Steel? Mo Fan asked tentatively. System, unable to answer. Mo Fan probed again. Then do you need white light when you upgrade? System, Mo Fan. One last question, can you change the talent field to language? System. Sword God Sect Grand Hall. Li Xingxian, sitting with his eyes closed in repose, slowly opened them and murmured, it succeeded. Beside him, Long Yuan hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands toward Li Xingxian and said, congratulations, Sect Master. The calm reply seemed somewhat unexpected to Long Yuan, so he asked, Sect Master, are you not pleased? Li Xingxian sighed softly and replied, alas, now that Mo Fan has taken that thing, he will never again be able to return to the Sword God sect. Long Yuan nodded in agreement. Actually, I am rather reluctant to let him go. Long Yuan knew Li Xingxian was referring to Mo Fan. Was his own heart any different? Sect Master, why not let Mo Fan stay for a few more days? Very well. A while later, Mo Fan walked toward the Great Hall. Li Xingxian stared hard at the two large sacks in Mo Fan's hands, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. If Mo Fan had not helped the Sword God sect resolve a major problem, he would definitely have left some mark on Mo Fan. Mo Fan set down the sacks, which landed with a soft thud, and thanked Li Xingxian. Thank you for your generous gifts, Senior Brother Sect Master. No need to be polite, Junior Brother. Li Xingxian suppressed the fury in his heart. Senior Brother Sect Master, I am not one to criticize you, but such a vast herb garden is left unguarded. What if a thief sneaks in? Aren't you that very thief? And open about it at that. Rest assured, Junior Brother. I will send someone to keep a strict watch shortly. Mo Fan nodded, his expression like that of an elder looking approvingly at a junior. One more thing, Senior Brother Sect Master. Could you give me the manual for growing spirit herbs? Hey, what do you want that for? Li Xingxian was puzzled. Was taking the herbs to save people not enough? Besides, the planting methods for spirit herbs were written on the wooden signs in the herb garden. Wouldn't a single glance have been enough? Mo Fan picked up the sacks from the ground and gave them a light shake. There is no room to put them. No room for what? The wooden signs. What do you want the wooden signs for? I took the seeds, so naturally, I need the planting methods on the wooden signs. Veins gradually bulged on Li Xingxian's forehead. He stretched out a finger and pointed toward the main gate. Mo Fan looked at him in confusion and asked, Senior Brother, what is the meaning of this? Scram. Huanyue Kingdom Palace Study. Your Majesty, the envoys of Tsangming Kingdom have arrived at the state guest house and will come to the palace tomorrow, a eunuch messenger reported. Zhao Xiyue nodded lightly, then asked Bai Hongyun beside her, National Preceptor, have the candidates all been selected? Bai Hongyun was not only the pavilion master of the Sword Dao Pavilion, but also served as the National Preceptor of Huanyue Kingdom. Bai Hongyun replied, Your Majesty, rest assured. Every candidate your humble minister has chosen is a peerless genius of profound learning. Zhao Xiyue was instantly intrigued. Oh, who are they? The former Grand Scholar of the ruling Academy Wan Zidao, Cabinet Minister Yang Kongji, and Great Master of Classical Studies Lin Xingran. There was of course also Mo Fan, but he had returned to the Sword God sect, and had not yet come back, so he could not be reached at the moment. At that, Zhao Xiyue's eyes lit up. Wan Zidao had once been a Grand Scholar of the ruling Academy, a man of immense learning, and had gone into seclusion after retiring. She had sent people to his house many times only to be refused entry. How had Bai Hongyun managed to persuade him to come? She knew Yang Kongji well, a man of dazzling brilliance. But he had an eccentric temperament, and disliked presenting himself before crowds, so his willingness to come this time was rather unexpected. Finally, Lin Xingran had devoted his entire life to scholarly research and had never taken part in court politics. She had never imagined that he would come this time as well. Zhao Xiyue felt immediate confidence in her heart. She raised a cup of tea, took a light sip, and glanced at the eunuch messenger beside her, asking casually, "Who are the people coming from Songming Kingdom?" She had only asked now because she had been afraid that the people Bai Hongyun had found would not be reliable. But the current lineup far exceeded her expectations, and the faint fear in her heart naturally dissolved completely. The eunuch replied, "Those who have come from Songming Kingdom are the third prince Tuoba Hong National Preceptor Han Qi and 3 scholars from the Jixia Academy." At the mention of the Jixia Academy, Zhao Xiyue's gaze narrowed slightly. That was the most academically thriving place in Songming Kingdom, filled with countless talented scholars. One could say that half of the court officials in Songming's court had come from there. That Songming Kingdom would send people from the Jixia Academy was only natural. Hearing this, Bai Hongyun scoffed. "Mere scholars of the Jixia Academy are not worth mentioning. Unless a great Confucian scholar came, your majesty need not worry." Zhao Xiyue thought the same. If no great Confucian scholar from Songming Kingdom came, the lineup Bai Hongyun had assembled was more than sufficient to face the challenge. "Your majesty," the eunuch beside her suddenly spoke. Those 3 scholars are great Confucian scholars." Crack. The teacup in Zhao Xiyue's hand shattered with the sound. At the entrance of the state guest house the next morning, an ornately decorated carriage slowly emerged and headed toward the imperial palace hall. Its body flickered with dark gold scales studded with white jade and rare stones, while an arched canopy crowned with silver and gilded with gold dazzled in radiant splendor. The carriage was enormous, with enough space to hold dozens of people. Inside, jade platters of delicacies and fragrant fine wine were laid out for enjoyment. Such a lavish gesture could only have come from a nation called Songming. Wherever it passed, onlookers gasped in amazement. "By the gods! Whose outrageous rich lord is this, being so showy? This is way too flashy. If the beasts pulling it were replaced with demonic beasts, I can't even imagine. I figure I could work my whole life and afford only 1 wheel of this carriage. Oh, give it a rest. You couldn't even hope for that in 10 lifetimes." The hubbub outside was unending, but several figures inside the carriage sat with their eyes closed, quietly gathering their minds, seemingly unaffected. After a long while, just before reaching the palace gate, a young man slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the characters Huan Yue on the city gate, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. Inside the imperial palace, a woman sat in the place of honor. She wore a wide-sleeved gown flecked with gold, a phoenix hairpin in her hair, pearls and jade ornaments in her ears, and a jade belt wound with golden silk around her waist. Her attire was resplendent and stately, her beauty enchanting and stunning, yet she remained elegant and noble. Zhao Xiyue had dressed with great ceremony today, determined not to lose face before Songming. Below the throne, all civil and military officials had arrived, and even family members of ministers and disciples of the academy had shown up. On ordinary days, this would have violated protocol. But today was a day to display the nation's style and flaunt its brilliance, so Zhao Xiyue had specially permitted them to watch from the sides. Once everyone had assembled and everything was prepared, Zhao Xiyue cast a subtle glance at the eunuch at her side. He understood immediately and called out in a loud voice, "Summon the Songming delegation to an audience." Before long, led by the eunuch, the group entered the hall. A young man at the head, several middle-aged men behind him, and a number of guards escorting them. The young man then stepped forward, smiled, bowed slightly, and said, "Tuoba Hong, 3rd Prince of the Songming nation, pays respects to the sovereign of Huan Yue." As he spoke, an air of nobility and arrogance surged around him. Zhao Xiyue frowned. Although she could hear respect in his words, his overpowering bearing clearly showed he did not regard her as a worthy equal. A gleam flashed through her eyes, and she said calmly, "In years past I heard that Songming prospered in the way of letters, that every person was gentle, refined, and exceptionally elegant. Having met the 3rd Prince today, however, I am a little surprised. Has Songming changed its national character to cultivate some other path?" At these words, everyone from Songming changed expression. On the surface, Zhao Xiyue was praising Songming's extraordinary literary talent, but in truth, she was using the 3rd Prince's arrogant demeanor to satirize the decline of its literary path. Her ultimate aim was to slap Songming in the face and prove that governing by letters did not work. Tuoba Hong's hands clenched tightly, but he did not stir. They had other purposes today, so he could only endure for now. After calming the indignation in his heart, he smiled. "Haha, your majesty of Huan Yue is too serious. It is precisely by taking letters as the path that our Songming has prospered, growing stronger with each passing day. This is our ancestors' very foundation, and we would never forget it, let alone turn to another path. With that, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Xiyue and suddenly changed his tone to a mocking one. But we also understand the wisdom of measuring past and present, learning from strengths and remedying weaknesses. For this reason, beyond the literary path, Songming has long since bolstered its martial path as well. Songming was famous for its literary path. If it were a contest of learning, no nation would dare underestimate it. The third prince had openly brought up martial arts and placed it at the center of attention. Could it be that today was for flaunting martial might? Zhao Xiyue grew alert and, caught off guard by his words, found herself puzzled. If she probed further, she might be led astray. If she fell into a passive stance, her home advantage would be gone. Zhao Xiyue thought she should take the initiative. Zhao Xiyue let out a light cough and said, since Songming has already strengthened its martial path, today's gathering isn't for a martial contest, is it? Zhao Xiyue no longer intended to keep up the pretense and wanted to ascertain their intentions directly. This time Tuoba Hong did not answer. Instead, the national preceptor of Songming, who stood at his side, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, although Songming has strengthened its martial path, our nation has always placed propriety above all else. Our people do not enjoy conflict, and a direct martial contest would lack refinement. Zhao Xiyue gave him a brief glance, wondering why the one in charge had suddenly changed. Han Shi, the national preceptor of Songming. The very same. Zhao Xiyue had heard a little about this man. His cultivation was exceptionally high, his scholarship was no less admirable, and he was a talent with both courage and cunning. But today was an exchange between two nations. A national preceptor by rank should not have been qualified to address her directly. Just as Zhao Xiyue was puzzling over it, Han Shi spoke again. Your Majesty, if we were to duel directly with martial arts, it would not only be dull, but would also fail to display true strength. Why not? At that point, Han Shi suddenly stopped. He turned over his palm, and a stone steel silently appeared. Han Shi then continued, why not use letters to dual arms? Would that not be more interesting? The Confucian sacred steel. The instant the steel appeared, those who knew its worth cried out in shock. The people below began whispering to one another. Father, what is the Confucian sacred steel? It was the daughter of Wang Gang, the head scholar of the Confucian Grove, who asked. Legend has it that the Confucian sacred steel was created when the Confucian sage manifested himself, pouring all his merits and heaven-reaching fortune into it. It is a sacred object of the Jishao Academy. Then what does the Confucian sacred steel do? Its power is vast. It holds the Confucian sage's entire life's legacy, not only his cultivation base, but also his scholarly thoughts. It contains the orthodox Confucian system and its deepest mysteries. It is even said to devour fortune, merge it into itself, and wield the power of all living beings. Father, that sounds incredible. Does your Majesty have a chance to win? At that, Wang Gang fell silent and said nothing. Zhao Xiyue stared fixedly at the steel floating before her, stunned. If it was a contest of martial arts, Huan Yue had no lack of talents, and she would have nothing to fear. If it was a contest of letters, by Han Yun could search out brilliant scholars and put up a fight. But what was this nonsense? What did letters to dual arms mean? The instant the Confucian sacred steel appeared, she was dumbstruck. She recognized this object in simple terms. One inscribed words upon it and competed in literary brilliance. But not just anyone could inscribe it. One must have tremendous talent and a considerable cultivation base to write even a single character. And what kind of people had Bai Han Yun invited? They were all scholars without the strength to truss a chicken. They did not have the slightest cultivation. Even if they had literary genius, they could not inscribe a single character, making them essentially useless. Moreover, those in Huan Yue who had both cultivation and great literary talent were extremely few. Even if they existed, it was too late to find them now. Zhao Xiyue looked at Bai Han Yun beside her, her eyes filled with anxiety. Bai Han Yun was taken aback, then revealed a helpless expression. He had no idea this would happen. Who could have known that Songming would be so treacherous as to pull such a move? The entire hall instantly became so quiet that it was almost frightening. Everyone frowned in deep thought, silent. Han Shi sneered to himself. Seeing the expressions of the Huan Yue people, he knew they had already panicked. Now was the time to add more fuel to the fire. Upon first entering Huan Yue, I had already taken in its mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, boundless territories. Then I witnessed its countless people united as one, with all coming to pay homage, and I could not help but sigh at the manner of a great nation. Surely a minor matter, like using letters to dual arms, is nothing in the face of such a grand realm. I wonder if your Majesty will allow me to witness Huan Yue's true glory. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Xiyue was pushed to the edge of a burning pit. If she refused, they would certainly exploit it and make a big story of it later. If she agreed, there was no one available by her side at the moment, and losing the contest would still invite gossip. Alas, difficult. What? Does Huan Yue have no one? Do you not dare to accept the challenge? Seeing that no one responded, Han Shi intended to pour yet more oil on the flames. At this moment, a figure suddenly rose in Zhao Xiyue's mind. She could not help but feel irked that this fellow was never around whenever trouble struck. Bai Han Yun was likewise thinking of Mo Fan, but he had no way to reach him now. Just as everyone was frantic with anxiety, certain they were about to lose face, a sonorous voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Who says Huan Yue has no one to take on the fight? The instant his words fell, countless heads turned at once and countless gazes swept toward the door. There stood a young man in fluttering white robes, a sword in one hand and a wine jar in the other poised proudly in the distance. He took a slow step forward, standing tall and unbowed, then raised the jar to his lips for a light sip. Murmuring to himself, he recited, "In the golden market east of the town, a youthful blade joins the Jianghu's crown." With the next step, he used his sword as a brush, writing upon the ground as he walked, his strokes like soaring dragons, bold and unrestrained. The world's winds and clouds rise from our generation, once we enter the Jianghu, years wear us down. As he took the third step, his voice suddenly turned heroic and untamed. He pointed his sword to the sky, looking down upon the world with sovereign disdain. "Heaven gave me talents and made them for use, 1,000 gold pieces scattered, yet they shall return." With the fourth step, he struck down with his sword a stroke that swallowed mountains and rivers vast beyond 10,000 miles. Sword aura stretches 30,000 miles. One flash of the blade chills the 19 prefectures. On the final step, he stood before the gate, slowly turned his back to the crowd, and let out a long, faint sigh. "If heaven had not birthed me, Mo Xinjian, the moon-washing realm would be endless night." The ethereal, ringing voice echoed in every heart, drawing every gaze involuntarily to the silhouette at the door, transcendent and free at ease with the world. When the last mighty verse faded, the entire hall erupted. Courtiers, generals, families, and scholars alike gasped in admiration, stirred beyond measure. The sword god has come. Who would have thought the sword god possessed such peerless literary genius? A prodigy. Truly the sword god is a heaven-blessed marvel. Bai Hongyun shot to his feet, staring blankly at the savior before him, and could not help but call out his name, Mo Fan. Zhao Xiyue trembled with excitement, gazing dazedly at the man before her, her thoughts already drifting far, far away. The others from Tsangming Kingdom, upon hearing the name, sword god, all wore expressions of astonishment. The despondent, lifeless air that had filled the hall was swept away in an instant. So he is the sword god. Han Shi quietly assessed the man before him, taking in the overwhelming aura radiating from his being. Boundless, majestic, utterly peerless. He thought to himself that this man was indeed, as rumored, one of the supreme powerhouses of the age. Long before arriving in Huanyue Kingdom, they had already gathered intelligence. When they first heard of a sword god emerging here, none of them believed it. Even the mighty sovereign of Tsangming Kingdom harbored deep skepticism, for the title of sword god had been earned after defeating the Empress, and the two had crossed blows as many as 100 times. They knew exactly what level Zhao Xiyue stood at, yet now someone even more powerful than her had appeared. Thus investigating the sword god was one of the purposes of this journey. They simply had not expected to encounter him so soon, and so boldly. Tuoba Hong stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Mo Fan. "Sir, might you be the famed sword god of Huanyue Kingdom?" Mo Fan paid him no heed, standing in silent defiance. His proud, unyielding back seemed to declare, "You are not worthy to speak with me." Tuoba Hong frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. He had not expected the man before him to be so insolent, lacking even the most basic courtesy. Impatient, he reached out to grab Mo Fan's shoulder, eager to see his true face. But before his fingers could even brush the fabric of Mo Fan's robe, Mo Fan turned around. His hand froze midair, and before him lay Mo Fan's refined, delicate features. "Pervert!" Mo Fan blurted out, drawing everyone's attention. Only then did they notice that Tuoba Hong's hand was nearly touching Mo Fan's cheek. The pose resembled nothing so much as a devoted wife overwhelmed with longing reaching out the moment her husband returns home. Tuoba Hong's face flushed crimson. He truly had not expected Mo Fan to turn so suddenly, and now he wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Fortunately, Han Chi gave him a light pat on the back, snapping him back to his senses. Tuoba Hong quickly withdrew his arm, desperately suppressing his embarrassment, and turned back to Zhao Xiyue. "Sovereign of Huanyue, is this the sword god of your kingdom?" Zhao Xiyue gave a slight nod of confirmation. But to everyone present, Tuoba Hong's attempt to change the subject was painfully awkward, and they all looked at him as if he were a fool. So many people had just been shouting, "Sword god, were you blind? Or deaf?" Tuoba Hong immediately shut his mouth and dared not ask again, though inwardly he cursed Mo Fan's entire family. At that moment, Han Chi stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the sword god appears now. Could it be that he represents Huanyue Kingdom in the contest?" See, this was how you properly changed the subject. The crowd once again glared at Tuoba Hong, causing a fresh wave of red to creep up his face. His heart was steeped in silent misery. Zhao Xiyue replied, "Indeed." "Then let us begin," Han Chi said without further delay, and immediately sent forth an elder from behind him. The elder's frame was slightly hunched, his face hidden beneath a hood. But when he removed the hood, all present felt a jolt of shock. A grand scholar. That Tsangming Kingdom had brought a grand scholar was known only to Zhao Xiyue and a few other high-ranking officials. The rest of the court had been kept in the dark. But even for those in the know, seeing a grand scholar deployed right at the start stirred no small waves in their hearts. Zhao Xiyue rose and walked over to Mo Fan, ignoring everyone else. After whispering a few words into his ear, she returned to the dais. Mo Fan's mind was filled with only one thought. There was a certain profanity he was unsure whether to utter. For Zhao Xiyue had told him that the elder before him belonged to the highest echelon of learning, and his cultivation was nearly at its peak. He would need to be careful. Was this something that could be solved by simply being careful? This was an immense chasm of strength. Earlier during his conversation with Bai Hongyun, Mo Fan had assumed this would be nothing more than a contest of literature, a bit of boasting and poetry. Truth be told, with the 5,000-year cultural essence of China at his command, dealing with these brats would have been more than enough. But now he actually had to fight. What compatibility did he even possess? He had only wanted to come recite a couple of poems and then leave. Sigh. Too late for regret now, too late. Mo Fan sighed inwardly and had no choice but to steel himself and step forward. Standing opposite the elder, Mo Fan extended a hand and said with great courtesy, "Master, after you." Hearing this, the grand scholar did not immediately write. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and gave Mo Fan a brief once-over, surprised to find that the man before him was so young. A man of great talent and transcendent cultivation. He naturally knew of the title Sword God. He had assumed such a figure would be at least middle-aged, but never did he expect a youth. Seeing that the elder was slow to make a move, Mo Fan grew puzzled. Could it be that the old man was afraid of his overwhelming strength? Mo Fan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Could it be that he saw how young I am and doesn't want to bully the weak? If that were the case, then wonderful. Mo Fan kept praying silently to himself. After a long while, the elder finally made his move. Using his hand as a brush, he gathered true qi in his palm and slowly carved large characters onto the stone steel. The inscription read, "The realm's vital force rides on wind and thunder, myriad horses stand mute. That is the deepest grief. I urge the heavenly lord to rouse himself anew and send down talent of every kind, unbounded and free." Boom. The moment the inscription was complete, a thunderous roar resounded throughout Huanyue Kingdom. Above the sky, black clouds rolled without end, swallowing all light. The sudden heavenly anomaly alarmed everyone, and many feared it was some apocalyptic disaster. Yet before long, the black clouds vanished as abruptly as they had come, and the sky turned clear again, stretching cloudless for 10,000 miles. Only then did the crowd's frantic hearts begin to settle. What just happened? Why did it suddenly turn dark? No idea. Could it be about to rain? Could it be related to the inscription on the steel? No one understood what had occurred, but one person knew full well. On the high dais, Zhao Xiyue suddenly rose, her eyes cold as ice. Glaring furiously toward the envoys of Tsangming Kingdom, she demanded, "What is the meaning of this Tsangming Kingdom?" The kingdom of Huanyue was renowned for its martial arts. The practice of governance through military prowess constituted its fundamental principle. The characters inscribed by the grand scholar in the hall ostensibly conveyed that only through tremendous force akin to howling winds and crashing thunder could one break with the old and forge anew to transform the nation. Yet the final line covertly mocked the notion that literary talent alone represented the kingdom's true hope. This directly contradicted the foundational principles of the Huanyue Kingdom. Moreover, these words were carved upon the Confucian spirit, sacred stele, which, blessed with the heavenly merit of the Confucian sage, could devour national fortune. Since the composition was created within Huanyue and undermined its very roots, what it consumed would be the kingdom's own destiny. Furthermore, as long as these words remained uncircumvented, Huanyue would lose a portion of its fortune each passing day. Given enough time, the kingdom would crumble from within without needing to face any invading force. The dark clouds that had gathered overhead earlier were no celestial anomaly. They signified that a portion of Huanyue's national fortune had already been forfeited. As the sovereign of Huanyue, Zhao Xiyue shared a spiritual bond with the kingdom's fortune, which is why she was the first to sense what had transpired. Zhao Xiyue's gaze turned sharp and terrifying. If the kingdom of Tsangming failed to offer an explanation, none of them would leave unharmed that day. Tuoba Hong sneered inwardly, showing no fear of the Empress's authority. Their objective had been achieved. Unless someone could dispel the words, the day of Huanyue's destruction was drawing near. Even if he perished within Huanyue that day, it would be in service to the greater design, and he feared nothing. Besides, a Huanyue that had already lost its national fortune would only hasten its own demise should it dare to recklessly slay them. Han Chi harbored the same conviction. The grand scholar had been brought specifically to overwhelm Huanyue through literary supremacy. If the goal had been mere humiliation, several academy instructors would have sufficed. Why summon such a revered figure? Han Chi stepped forward and offered a respectful bow. "Your Majesty, restrain your wrath. This contest was meant as a friendly exchange between our nations. To let a moment's anger damage the harmony between us would be truly regrettable." Heh. Zhao Xiyue chuckled with undisguised contempt. Only after those characters had been inscribed did she comprehend Tsangming's true design. Friendly exchange. Compare literary and martial arts. They had plainly come to suppress Huanyue's national fortune. And now they invoked friendly exchange, emphasizing the word harmony, clearly out of fear that she would slaughter them all. Excellent. Simply excellent. I will make the Tsangming sovereign pay for this. Mark my words. Zhao Xiyue steadied herself. She knew killing them all would avail nothing, for national fortune had already been suppressed. The pressing matter was finding a way to remove the words from the steel. Otherwise, whether she vented her fury through slaughter or launched a campaign against Tsangming, Huanyue would remain imperiled. With this thought, Zhao Xiyue turned her gaze toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan regarded the inscribed characters on the stele with detached indifference. He remained unaware of the existential crisis that now gripped the Hanyue kingdom. Though, this poem is rather ordinary, he mused. At that moment the grand scholar approached with a gentle bow and said to Mo Fan, "Sword God, we humbly seek your guidance." Though the grand scholar hailed from Tsangming, his devotion to the Confucian way transcended mere patriotism. Upon Mo Fan's initial arrival, those 5 peerless verses, masterpieces that had stirred the heavens, remained vividly etched in his memory. Thus he was eager to witness how Mo Fan would unravel this dilemma. Mo Fan did not act immediately, primarily because he possessed no knowledge of the grand scholar's technique of channeling true qi through the brush. He would need another approach. Turning toward Zhao Xiyue, he inquired, "Do you have a brush?" Zhao Xiyue was utterly perplexed. The Confucian spirit's sacred steel required cultivation to inscribe. What use would a brush be to him? Yes, Zhao Xiyue nodded nevertheless. Though she could not fathom his intentions, he was her only hope. She quickly dispatched someone to procure a brush, yet even after receiving it, Mo Fan made no move. He continued, "Grind the ink for me." Zhao Xiyue, "What? Don't you wish to win?" Hearing this, the furious empress startled and hastily asked, "Do you have confidence you can succeed?" Mo Fan nodded. "Very well. I suppose so." With visible reluctance, Zhao Xiyue gazed at the scholarly instruments upon the table, then picked up the inkstone, poured ink, and began grinding it in slow, deliberate circles. Mo Fan watched from the side, completely unruffled, occasionally peeling grapes from the table and tossing them into his mouth. This outrageous scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Am I seeing this correctly? What on earth is happening? The sovereign empress of a great kingdom was before her entire court and the delegates of other nations grinding ink for a man. What is the empress attempting? Is this truly a reigning monarch? Is this not the sword god's wife? The sword god's actions transcend the comprehension of ordinary people. Zhao Xiyue naturally heard every word, but against the stakes of her kingdom's fortune, she could do nothing. Even she, whose countenance was as cold as frost, felt warmth creeping across her cheeks. After an eternity, Zhao Xiyue finally finished grinding the ink, lightly dipped the brush upon the inkstone, and then handed it to Mo Fan. Zhao Xiyue shot him a withering glare. "If you fail, there will be consequences. Relax, it's nothing." After exchanging glances, Mo Fan finally approached the stone stele. Upon seeing Mo Fan carry the brush toward the stele, the people of Tsangming erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, is he really the sword god? Does he not know the Confucian spirit's sacred steel requires cultivation to inscribe? This must be an idiot. Why didn't anyone in Hanyue warn him? So this so-called sword god is nothing special. Ha ha ha. Just as the Tsangming delegation was roaring with laughter, a voice cut through the noise. "Silence. All of you be quiet." The grand scholar spoke, and his venerable reputation commanded respect. No one dared to contradict him, and they fell silent immediately. He understood Mo Fan's capabilities all too well. If he were merely a fame-seeking charlatan, how could he have composed such timeless masterpieces? Of course, he never suspected Mo Fan had plagiarized. With his discerning eye, whether words were borrowed or original could be judged at a single glance. Mo Fan studied the characters upon the stele carefully and quickly grasped their meaning. Combining this with the political dynamics between Hanyue and Tsangming, he immediately understood this was a satirical poem. As for the matter of national fortune, he remained unaware. Mo Fan lifted his brush and wrote upon the stele. "In autumn's height, when winds howl in wrath, they sweep my roof's 3 layers of thatch away. The thatch flies across the river, scattering its fragments along the banks. Some catch in the tall forest tips, others drift down to the pond's deep hollows. How can I gain 10,000 mansions wide, to shelter all scholars of the world in joy, unshaken through storm and gale, steadfast as mountains? Alas, when can I suddenly see such structures rise before my eyes? Even if my own humble hut stands broken and I freeze to death, I would be content." Each character struck like ice-piercing needles, desolate yet resolute. Crack. The moment Mo Fan withdrew his brush, thunder cracked from the heavens, narrowly striking him down. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the palace dome and landed precisely upon the stele. Blinding radiance flooded the entire hall, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. And when the glare faded, what stunned the onlookers was far more shocking than blindness. A massive crack had appeared upon the stele, running from top to bottom. The grand scholar's national stabilizing poem, originally carved upon its surface, had vanished entirely. Only Mo Fan's sparse characters remained. "Vile creature, you dare destroy the priceless treasure of our Jixiao Academy." The grand scholar's teeth chattered with fury as he beheld his academy's treasured artifacts shattered in twain. Rage surged through his heart. He was about to strike Mo Fan when his gaze fell upon a line upon the stele. "How can I gain 10,000 mansions wide, to shelter all scholars of the world in joy?" Boom. His mind erupted. He began muttering the words incessantly. "How can I gain 10,000 mansions wide, to shelter all scholars of the world in joy? How can I gain 10,000 mansions wide, to shelter all scholars of the world in joy? I understand. I finally understand. It all makes sense now." The grand scholar leaped up, overjoyed like a child. Witnessing this, the rest of the Tsangming delegation grew visibly uncomfortable. Tuoba Hong turned to Han Qi and asked in a grave tone, "Imperial Preceptor, what has come over the master?" Han Qi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he locked his gaze upon Mo Fan. To be honest, he could not fathom it either, but the fact that a grand scholar had been reduced to such a state proved the sword god truly formidable. "Imperial Preceptor, what shall we do now?" Tuoba Hong saw that Han Qi did not answer, instead gazing fixedly at Mo Fan's position, and he knew even the Preceptor lacked certainty. Their plan to suppress Han Yue's national fortune had undeniably failed. After a long silence, Han Qi looked at Tuoba Hong and said, "Send word to the other two grand scholars. Summon them to the palace immediately." "Yes. Where can I find a vast mansion of 1,000 rooms to shelter all the poor scholars of the world with joy?" Inside the great hall, many ministers began murmuring the lines softly. As they recited, some sank into memories and silent contemplation, recalling their youth as poor scholars, studying by the cold window, enduring countless hardships before finally passing the imperial examinations and winning official rank. Others beat their chests in bitter regret, lamenting that a momentary fit of anger had once caused them to overlook worthy talents of the state. Still others burst into tears, wailing aloud. What profound spirit and breadth of mind could produce such timeless verses imbued with a childlike heart? Mo Fan stood at the side, dumbfounded, and silently mouthed 3 words, "Is it worth it?" Although he too had studied hard in his youth, he failed the exams and simply went out into society to make his way. Naturally, Mo Fan could not understand the breadth of mind and lofty aspirations of the ancients. At that moment, a report came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, 2 elderly men have arrived." Zhao Xiyue frowned in thought for a moment and immediately knew who they were. According to intelligence for this diplomatic gathering, the Tsangming Kingdom had brought a total of 3 grand scholars. Yet only one had entered the palace. The other 2 obviously had not been brought along. Presumably, they thought a single grand scholar was enough to sweep through all of Huanyue Kingdom. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had become a variable. Zhao Xiyue was not afraid. Anyway, the Confucian spirit steel that suppressed national destiny had already been destroyed. Now was the perfect time to dampen their pride. "Let them in." Zhao Xiyue gave the order directly. Seeing the other 2 grand scholars approaching, Tuoba Hong's heavy heart gradually eased. The first grand scholar just now was a 4th-rank grand scholar of the Jixia Academy, with limited ability. But these 2 were 3rd-rank grand scholars. A single rank difference between grand scholars was a world apart. Under the guard's guidance, the 2 grand scholars came before the Tsangming Kingdom's envoys. The 2 grand scholars suddenly caught sight of the other grand scholar, behaving like a madman, repeatedly crying out, "I understand." And they were greatly puzzled. One of them asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Han Qi clasped his hands and replied, "Sir, he has gone mad." "How did he go mad?" Han Qi nodded toward the Confucian spirit steel. The 2 grand scholars followed his gaze and saw that the Confucian spirit steel had actually shattered. "Who did this?" One of them immediately roared. Han Qi quickly sought to calm him. "Grand scholar, please restrain your anger. It was like this during our contest with Huanyue Kingdom. We invoked the Confucian spirit steel, but the grand scholar from before was no match and the steel was shattered." The 3rd-rank grand scholar stared at him in disbelief. "Shattered the Confucian spirit steel? Are you joking?" But seeing Han Qi's earnest expression, the grand scholar knew it was the truth. "How is this possible?" The grand scholar muttered inwardly. What was the Confucian spirit steel? It was formed from the lingering soul of the Confucian sage. Not to mention shattering it. Even leaving a single scratch on it was an extraordinarily difficult feat. Gazing once more at the steel broken into 2 pieces, the grand scholar's doubts deepened. Han Qi quietly tried to persuade him from the side. "Master, since the Confucian spirit steel is already shattered, it cannot be undone. But there is still a chance to suppress Huanyue Kingdom's destiny. I beg you to take action." Hearing this, the grand scholar looked at the mad 4th-rank scholar, then at the broken steel. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh. "Very well." Mo Fan sat beside Zhao Xiyue, eating fruit and enjoying the show. Seeing that Tsangming Kingdom's men huddling together and whispering, he knew they were discussing tactics. But he didn't mind. If the magnificent treasury of 5,000 years of Chinese poetry and song were to fear them, that would truly disgrace the motherland from his past life. On the high platform, Zhao Xiyue was likewise unworried. She didn't know why, but whenever Mo Fan was by her side, she felt a great sense of security. Could this be? No, what am I thinking? It must be because he is the sword god. Yes, the sword god has profound cultivation and vast knowledge. It's only natural that he makes one feel safe. That's right, exactly that. Zhao Xiyue quickly sorted out her thoughts, yet her gaze would still unconsciously steal glances at Mo Fan. A subtle, wondrous emotion began to spread in her heart. After a long while, Han Qi stepped forward below the platform and said, "Empress, there was a problem with our Tsangming Kingdom's Confucian spirit steel in the previous contest, so the outcome was indecisive. How about we have another contest? Shameless. Your steel was smashed by someone, and you still claim it was a draw." Many people silently mocked, but since they had no say in the matter, they could only grumble quietly. Zhao Xiyue looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan gave her a slight nod, and she understood. She said, "Fine. To show the magnanimity of our great nation, we are not afraid of a challenge." What will we compete in next? Seeing the Empress agree, Han Qi sighed with relief. In truth, he knew they had lost the previous contest. Not only lost, but also driven a man mad. But no matter. Now the other two grand scholars would reclaim their honor. Han Qi clasped his hands and answered, a Dao debate. What Dao? This question was asked by Mo Fan. Han Qi naturally did not know what Dao to debate, so he deferred to the grand scholar beside him. The grand scholar stepped forward and murmured, governing the state. The art of governing the state has been the most vexing and most difficult matter for every emperor throughout history. The first essential in governance is direction. Without direction, one is merely a headless fly. Nothing can even begin. Their Jixiao Academy possessed a unique set of governing principles passed down from the Confucian sage, known as Confucian doctrine. But Mo Fan was young and held no official position. How could he understand governance? There was another, even more important reason: suppressing national destiny. If their governing ideology could convince the other side, then the national destiny would naturally be suppressed with no need for any Confucian spirit steel. It was precisely for this reason that the grand scholar had set the debate topic as governance. Zhao Xiyue had not noticed this, but she was still worried for Mo Fan. The art of governance was something even she, as the ruler of a nation, could not articulate clearly. She had only learned it through osmosis, following the elders since childhood. The ministers also heard the grand scholar's topic and were all worried for Mo Fan. But Mo Fan showed no fear at all, saying, no problem. Seeing Mo Fan accept the grand scholar found it unbelievable. He had already prepared himself for Mo Fan's refusal, but he had other topics ready too. Yet the young man before him had actually accepted. Despite his doubts, as a dignified grand scholar, if he were to fear this young man, word of it would only make him a laughingstock. The grand scholar stepped forward, swept his sleeve, and declared, since ancient times rulers have been heartless. To govern a state, one must preserve heaven's principles and extinguish human desires. Do you agree with this? A Dao debate was when one side presented a viewpoint and the other side refuted it. In plain terms, a debate. Mo Fan let out a cold laugh, clearly disagreeing. He looked at the white-haired elder before him and said, old sir, your words are mistaken. Mo Fan continued, the 7 emotions and 6 earthly desires are the very roots of human nature. How can they be cast aside? Moreover, if human desires were truly extinguished, then what exactly would heaven's principles be? Who is heaven's principle? The grand scholar explained, all things in the world follow a certain rule. This rule is called principle. Then who makes the rules? Flowers have their own rules of survival. They must pass through sprouting, blooming, bearing pods, and maturing. In the animal realm, the strong devour the weak. Humans experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. Nature follows natural selection, where the fittest survive. All of these are principles. Only by depending on principles can all things flourish. But principles evolve from heaven and earth. Hence, heaven and earth are the makers of rules. Mo Fan immediately retorted, according to your reasoning, anything evolving from heaven and earth is truth. Then in the art of governance, can a ruler make the rules? A teachable youth. The grand scholar nodded with satisfaction. Mo Fan was speechless. He had been trying to refute the old man, damn it. Could this old man really debate? Mo Fan continued his rebuttal. I believe the rule of a nation should take the people as its foundation, the ministers as its support, and the ruler as its heart. That is the true rule of a nation. Absurd. That is rebellion. Mo Fan immediately countered. Then let me ask you, throughout history, were those famous ministers not well versed in governance? They upheld righteousness and died for honor to repay the emperor's grace, earning immortal fame for 10,000 generations. Why could they not become rulers, but only ministers? The grand scholar muttered, a ruler is a ruler, a minister is a minister. What you say is a paradox. Mo Fan laughed instead of getting angry and continued, if heaven's principles are preserved and human desires extinguished, then why have there been uprisings throughout history? Your so-called principle is simply the ruler's authority. If the ruler wields his mind, well, this principle can be changed at any time. If it can be changed, then it hardly deserves to be called principle. But if one takes the people as the root and establishes a destiny for the people, then, as long as the people do not fall, the principle will not be skewed. Is that right? For a moment, the grand scholar was thrown into utter confusion by Mo Fan's questions. He actually stopped his rebuttal and fell into quiet thought. Before long, just like the 4th-rank grand scholar before him, he began muttering to himself, establish a destiny for the people. If the people do not fall, the principle will not be skewed. Establish a destiny for the people, if the people do not fall. So that's it. I understand. Seeing his dazed state, Mo Fan let out a slow sigh and said next. The Tsangming Kingdom's envoy delegation nearby stared in shock. Not long ago, their 4th-rank grand scholar had gone mad. Now another had gone mad. Tuoba Hong's expression turned extremely grim. He said to Han Qi, State Preceptor, what should we do now? Han Qi had not expected Mo Fan to be so formidable that even a 3rd-rank grand scholar was no match for him. He turned to look at the other grand scholar. After deliberating for a long while, he shook his head and said softly, leave. Wait, Mo Fan interrupted. What else does the sword god want? Is my Huanyue kingdom a marketplace? You come and go as you please. What do you want? Tsangming Kingdom Imperial Study. A middle-aged man sat within the study carefully examining a letter delivered by his subordinate. He was of medium build with an elegant and refined countenance, his face clean-shaven, resembling a distinguished scholar. Yet between his brows lay sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes radiating an indomitable aura. The domineering pressure he exuded was so overwhelming that merely drawing near evoked a profound sense of oppression. This man was none other than Tuoba Xiong, the supreme sovereign, who held absolute power over Songming Kingdom. The room was eerily silent. Two men stood before him, yet neither dared make the slightest sound, not even in their breathing. Tuoba Xiong's complexion had shifted from pale to flushed red and now appeared a deep bruised purple. The two men stood motionless, and even across the towering screen their killing intent and rage could be vividly felt. After a moment, a majestic voice, like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, erupted from behind the screen. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. How dare that insignificant child of Huanyue act so arrogantly? Hearing the commotion, the two men started in surprise, then immediately crossed through the screen to stand before Tuoba Xiong. Your Majesty, what has transpired to enrage you so? Tuoba Xiong did not even glance at him, simply thrusting the sealed letter into his hand. The man took it and read. It was correspondence from the Huanyue Kingdom. The ruler of Songming, our Huanyue Kingdom, approaches you in the spirit of peace, friendship, freedom, and mutual trust. Alas, your third prince, Tuoba Hong, harbored malicious intent and sought to suppress our nation's fortune using the ruling spirit's sacred steel. He has now been subdued and imprisoned. Though Tuoba Hong's crimes are unforgivable and warrant execution, our Huanyue Kingdom, in its benevolence and respect for the peaceful coexistence between our nations, has merely shattered his cultivation and severed his meridians. To safeguard the relationship between our two nations and promote friendly development, we have extended our greatest sincerity. We request the ruler of Songming to redeem him with 1 million taels of gold. That is all. No wonder His Majesty was enraged. This was nothing short of a letter of extortion. Upon finishing the letter, the man's heart grew heavy with understanding. Your Majesty, this Huanyue Kingdom is audacious beyond measure. Not only did they cripple our royal prince, they dare extort us. Why not deploy our forces at once, trample Huanyue to ruins, and rescue the prince? Tuoba Xiong raised his head and cast a glance at him, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes, but soon he slowly shook his head and let out a sigh. Sigh. If we could have suppressed Huanyue's fortune, sending troops would not be an issue. But the current situation makes it clear that Honger and his party have failed. Huanyue has gone too far, actually daring to demand 1 million taels of gold. This insult, Songming cannot simply swallow it. Hearing this, Tuoba Xiong fell silent, his eyes clouded with hesitation. After a lengthy internal struggle, he finally spoke. You shall first retire and prepare the gold. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time. But if we send troops now, it will only result in mutual destruction. Do you understand? Tuoba Xiong shot him a piercing glance. The man did not dare to argue further. Yes. After the two departed, Tuoba Xiong's figure flickered and vanished directly. Moments later, he arrived before the door of a secret chamber and slowly entered. Huanyue Kingdom, Empress's palace. What matter could not be discussed in the study? Why must you come to my sleeping chamber? Zhao Xiyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, bewildered. If we spoke in the study, old by Hong Yuan might follow along, and unwanted rumors could spread. You think coming to my sleeping chamber won't spread rumors? Zhao Xiyue felt that Mo Fan showed no regard whatsoever for her dignity. What exactly do you want? I wish for you to serve as my spokesperson. Zhao Xiyue looked utterly baffled. A spokesperson? What is that? A spokesperson is one who represents me and conveys my intentions on my behalf. Oh, Zhao Xiyue had imagined it to be something unspeakable, and yet all this fuss, just for this. Had he really needed to come to her sleeping chamber for such a trivial matter? What do you need me to speak for? Mo Fan patiently explained. Here's the situation. I intend to publish a periodical written by me and distributed by Tianshuang. What a... The moment she heard the name Tianshuang, Zhao Xiyue could no longer remain seated. She was well aware of this organization. It specialized in trafficking intelligence across the continent and possessed immense influence. Mo Fan was actually attempting to deal with Tianshuang. One must know that any entity capable of contacting Tianshuang was invariably either a major sect or a great dynasty. Tianshuang is no ordinary organization. If you wish to leverage their name for your purposes, it is unlikely to succeed. Mo Fan was well aware of this fact. If anyone could simply contact Tianshuang, it would not be called Tianshuang. Moreover, Mo Fan intended to cooperate with them at the higher echelons. This was not something a minor branch of Tianshuang could decide. I know that, which is precisely why I wrote that letter of extortion. Zhao Xiyue. Knowing she was slow to grasp the concept, Mo Fan continued to explain. We extorted Songming because they attempted to suppress Huanyue's national fortune. Once this matter becomes public, it will make the entire world aware of the deep rift between our two nations. Then in order to seek revenge, you wish to purchase intelligence from Tianshuang. Does that not seem perfectly reasonable? Zhao Xiyue found the reasoning sound and nodded gently. Yet a question still puzzled her. Even so, Huanyue is not a great nation. We can only hope to reach the mid-level factions within Tianshuang. You wish to act under Tianshuang's banner, but the authority they possess is insufficient. That is only natural. Hence the 1,000,000 taels of gold is the key element. How did money relate to this at all? Zhao Xiyue grew more and more confused. Given the capabilities of Tianchuang's mid-level factions, investigating secrets of a minor nation like Songming should pose no difficulty and certainly not require 1,000,000 taels of gold. Mo Fan explained, at that moment when you present the 1,000,000 taels of gold and claim that Songming has a powerful backer and express your desire to uncover the secret of that backer, do you believe they would remain indifferent? Zhao Xiyue. The mid-level faction of Tianchuang can already probe to the limit of a nation's secrets. Beyond that, their authority is insufficient. At that point, they will surely report to the upper echelons, especially since you can offer sufficient remuneration. In this way, the connection is established, is it not? Upon hearing Mo Fan's analysis, Zhao Xiyue suddenly realized that he was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a meticulously calculated mind. Had he planned everything in advance? Zhao Xiyue nodded slightly, finding this plan viable, and agreed to the method. But if we meet with the higher echelons, how can you ensure they will cooperate with us? Zhao Xiyue asked once more. At that time, you shall simply hand this to them. Mo Fan reached into his pocket and produced a brocade pouch, extending it toward Zhao Xiyue. What is this? Taking the pouch, Zhao Xiyue asked curiously. What it contains is none of your concern. Simply hand it over to them. Humph, claiming I am the spokesperson. Seeing Mo Fan refuse to tell her, Zhao Xiyue felt a spark of irritation. She reached out, attempting to open the pouch to look inside herself, but Mo Fan quickly stopped her. Don't. Once opened, it will be useless. Zhao Xiyue halted her movements. Observing Mo Fan's earnest expression, she decided not to press the matter further. Stingy. If you won't tell me, then fine. Zhao Xiyue huffed as she tucked away the brocade pouch, then turned and sat down, choosing to ignore him entirely. Mo Fan saw that she was merely sulking and had not thrown a tantrum, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Next, I must find a beauty. Mo Fan suddenly muttered to himself, but those words landed squarely in Zhao Xiyue's ears. Still fuming from before, she felt an even greater knot of frustration form within her chest. With a bitterly sarcastic tone, she said, since the Sword Divine wishes to seek a beauty, this humble one shall not waste his precious time. Sword Divine, please return home. Zhao Xiyue issued the order to leave and prepared to turn away, but at that moment, she suddenly noticed Mo Fan staring at her intently, with a lecherous gleam in his eyes. What are you doing? This woman. Isn't she already a beauty? Would you be interested in being an entertainer while also serving as a spokesperson? Mo Fan asked shamelessly. Although Zhao Xiyue understood what a spokesperson entailed, she was not clear on what an entertainer would be. Besides, judging from the spokesperson matter, an entertainer was probably no decent job either. Zhao Xiyue refused without thinking. Not interested. Don't you want to become famous? Don't you want to be worshipped by 10,000 people? No. Mo Fan was speechless. What woman did not want to be an online celebrity? The women in his previous life had racked their brains for fame. Black silk stockings, camisoles, bodycon skirts, all for the asking. So why did you lose interest when it came to you? How about thinking it over again? Mo Fan still refused to give up. Scram. Zhao Xiyue shoved him straight out the door. Tisk, such a pity about that figure. Mo Fan gave her one final look and with no other choice reluctantly dropped the idea for now. At the door, Mo Fan took out the token the old man had given him and pressed it lightly. Soon a voice came through from the other end. Wu Daozi, what instructions does the young master have? Mo Fan, when will the woman you mentioned arrive? The skylight matter was already settled. The next step was to prepare the beauty's tale. But if there was no beauty, how could there be a tale? Mo Fan had originally planned to write Zhao Xiyue into it, but she refused. Left with no other option, he could only go see whether the beauty the old man had found was up to par. Wu Daozi, I met her 10 days ago. She should be nearing the Huanyue Kingdom. You can check at the inn. Mo Fan, fine, I'll contact you again once I find the beauty. After saying this, Mo Fan hung up the token. At noon the next day, after his classes had ended, Mo Fan was about to go to the inn to see if the woman had arrived. As soon as he stepped out, a servant came running over in a fluster. Young master, are you the instructor at the Jiandao Pavilion? Mo Fan nodded. My master instructed me to give this to you. With that, he handed over a box. Following the principle of never taking things from strangers, Mo Fan asked, who is your master? Dongfang Hongyue, the servant replied. Don't know her. Mo Fan turned and left. He knew no Dongfang Hongyue, nor any Shifang Baiyue. Hongyue. Could it be Lady Hongyue? A trace of suspicion arose in Mo Fan's heart. That day, Mo Fan had let Lady Hongyue go and told her to send over some spiritual herb seeds. At the time, he had not taken it to heart because he thought the woman was of low status and poor and probably wouldn't be able to produce anything good. Who would have expected she really sent someone today? Mo Fan took the box suspiciously and opened it. Inside were all kinds of medicinal herb seeds. There was snake desire fruit, purple smoke fruit, appetite-suppressing flower zhiyu, grass blood python twig, iron meridian, ginseng red sand leaf. Damn, another rich woman. Only now did Mo Fan understand what she had meant by such a trivial thing. It turned out she came from a wealthy family. I've received the goods. Go back and tell your master. This time I'll let it slide, but if there is a next time. He paused deliberately and gave the servant a fierce glare. If there is a next time, she'd better send me even more seeds. Mo Fan thought silently. The servant saw that Mo Fan had not finished the sentence, but that fierce glare was enough to make his heart tremble. Instantly grasping how miserable and next time would be, he stammered, "And I take my leave," and ran off. "What a coward," Mo Fan muttered lightly. In truth, the servant was anything but timid. He was the right protector of the demonic path. He had thought he was simply delivering a gift to a friend of Dongfang Hongyue, but the friend had threatened him. Or to be precise, had threatened Dongfang Hongyue. How many people in this world could threaten the demon venerable? The servant figured that Mo Fan was probably some big shot from a major place, and a bad-tempered one at that, which was why he had fled in a panic. After the servant left, Mo Fan put away the box and headed to the inn. When he arrived, he felt the scene was quite easy on the eyes. Many women in the inn had bright eyes and white teeth with delicate, graceful features. Every one of them looked like a beauty. In this world, anyone who practiced cultivation could use spiritual energy to nourish their body. Even without powder, many of these women had smooth, fair skin that seemed as if one touch could break it. This was the real thing, natural, pure, and unmodified. Mo Fan's eyes were briefly dazzled, and he had no idea which one was the woman the old man had found. He walked up to a beautiful woman and said, graceful as a startled swan. She turned to look at him, and seeing his beaming, idiot-like expression, she simply spat out, "Psycho." Not her. Realizing he had found the wrong person, Mo Fan turned and left at once. He went up to a second woman and again said, graceful as a startled swan. "Huh." The woman gave a light laugh and looked at him disdainfully. "What era is this, kid? Isn't your way of striking up a conversation a little too outdated? Would you believe me if I said I wasn't trying to hit on you?" Knowing she wouldn't believe him, Mo Fan explained, "Miss, you have natural beauty. I couldn't help being moved to speak from the heart. I overstepped myself. Goodbye." With that, Mo Fan walked straight out of the inn. After those two mortifying public episodes, he did not dare act rashly again. Instead, he stood at the entrance and secretly peered inside. This time he had to confirm before going in, Mo Fan resolved. At that moment, a woman came from afar preparing to enter the inn. She wore white garments and carried an immortal, ethereal air. Holding an oil paper umbrella, she stood with languid grace, every frown and every step seemed untouched by the vulgar world. Unfortunately, the umbrella blocked Mo Fan's line of sight, so he could not see her face clearly. But even her back alone gave a faint, mysterious impression. "Then you're the one." Mo Fan confirmed his target and walked up behind the woman, graceful as a startled swan. Hearing his voice, she turned around slowly, her elegant movements like those of a well-bred lady. Then a voice came from her mouth, but it was somewhat rough and hearty. "Are you speaking to me, young master?" Mo Fan rubbed his eyes and replied, "Miss, your beauty is astonishingly divine." I lost my composure for a moment and spoke from the heart. "I apologize. Farewell." Having said that, he bolted out the door. "Hey, young master, please stay." Mo Fan pretended not to hear. He did not respond or turn back. Suppressing the urge to throw up the previous night's meal, he vanished from the woman's sight in an instant. Damn it. I never thought the other world had its own Ruhua, and I actually felt a stirring at the sight of her back. Curse that back view killer. When he reached a riverbank, Mo Fan washed his eyes and could not help grumbling inwardly. He now seriously wondered whether the old man had actually found him a beauty at all, or if the beauty was still on the way. For a moment, Mo Fan could not figure things out. He returned to the inn entrance as the sun slowly set. Most of the women inside had already gone, leaving only a plain-looking woman still seated there. Mo Fan instinctively ignored her. Seeing that night had fallen, Mo Fan decided to come back tomorrow for another look. But just as he was about to leave, a voice came from behind him, and its source was that plain-looking woman. She called out softly, lithe as a swimming dragon. How could it be her? Mo Fan approached the woman and examined her carefully, reaching a conclusion within moments. She was ordinary in figure, plain in features, and appeared rather aged. She was nothing but a middle-aged matron. That old man simply could not be trusted. Mo Fan inwardly regretted his poor judgment. "Did that old man send for you?" Mo Fan asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Old man?" The woman, unfamiliar with the one Mo Fan referred to, answered matter-of-factly. "Wu Daozi sent me." Yes, he is indeed an old man. So the old man was named Wu Daozi. Despite his thousand-fold reluctance, Mo Fan could only accept reality and asked helplessly, "Miss, do you know why the old man sent for you?" Mo Fan figured that although the old man lacked common sense, the woman should at least be pragmatic. If she knew what the old man wanted her to do, perhaps she would retreat on her own. He said, "I should join the beauty rankings to make a name for myself." You know, it's called the beauty ranking. Look at yourself. Do you appear beautiful? Mo Fan fell silent and ceased his questioning. The woman, noticing his troubled expression, already understood his concerns. The woman extended her hand, then flipped her palm open, and a pill instantly appeared. Without hesitation, she tossed it into her mouth. In the next instant, the woman with sallow complexion, wrinkled skin, and ordinary features instantly transformed into a graceful and enchanting middle-aged beauty. Mo Fan was stunned by what unfolded before him, and three words slowly surfaced in his mind: head-changing art. Wait, it was more than just a change of face. Her skin had become smooth as cream, soft as jade. Her height, previously a head shorter than his, surged dramatically to match his eye level. Especially those legs, slender, long, smooth, and perfectly proportioned. If only she were wearing black stockings. Oh. Mo Fan stared blankly oblivious even as the woman waved her hand in front of him. Have you seen enough, young master? She said, slightly flustered. Ahem. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I failed to recognize a beauty when I saw one. Mo Fan snapped back to reality, showing not an ounce of shame as he said, seen enough. But since you're willing to join the beauty ranking, surely you're not afraid of being looked at. If you're quick-witted. With the awkwardness eased, Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. In his past life, beautiful women were always willing to be admired, and they would be in high spirits for it. But this world was different. Most women here were rather conservative. Without special reason, staring openly could earn you a reprimand at worst, or a slap at best. The woman before him clearly had a special reason. Once Mo Fan understood that he had no further reservations. He looked at her seriously. Then let's discuss the matter at hand. How much do you know about the beauty ranking? The woman furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and replied, From Wu Daozi, I learned that those on the beauty ranking must possess not only outstanding appearance, but also notable status, cultivation level, and achievements. Mo Fan nodded approvingly. It was so much easier to talk to a smart person. Since you know all that, tell me about yourself first. Mo Fan felt as though he were conducting an interrogation. I am Lu Rume, elder of the Green Pill Hall at Dan Valley, at Mid-Nirvana stage. As for my deeds. She hesitated. Does second place at the Alchemy Grand Tournament count? Only second place. Who was first? If the winner were also beautiful, she would have stronger qualifications. Mo Fan listened to her account and nodded slowly. You can make the ranking, but your position may not be particularly high, he stated directly. Why? If you rank me at 100 or so, who would even know I exist? Hearing this, Mo Fan suddenly realized the woman's desire for fame was extraordinary. You seem to want fame very badly. Why? None of your concern, the woman replied, unwilling to explain further. All right. The beauty ranking is not fixed. If your status, cultivation, or achievements improve, your ranking can certainly rise as well. Mo Fan still offered her a glimmer of hope. You can join the ranking, and if you want a high position, I won't stop you, but you must earn it yourself. The woman seemed unwilling to argue further. She knew that among the women of the entire continent, she was merely ordinary, lacking the qualifications to compete with the saintesses and fairies of great sects. No problem. But I hope your beauty ranking is fair and unbiased. You need not worry about that. We will establish an oversight office, and the evaluation of beauties will be witnessed by all. Nodding, the woman felt completely at ease. Good, then I will await your good news. Turning to leave, she was stopped by Mo Fan's voice from behind. Do you still have that pill? On the way back, Mo Fan gazed at the raw materials of the pill he had just obtained, feeling utterly amazed. According to Lu Rume, this pill was called the Phantom Form Pill, capable of altering one's appearance. Under normal circumstances, it was used by Dan Valley disciples to conceal their identities while traveling. It could make one more beautiful or uglier, but it only changed outward appearance and could not alter one's original features. Compared to cosmetic surgery from his previous life, it was still somewhat lacking. However, its effect was powerful, far superior to simple breath concealing or facial disguise techniques. This pill was unique to Dan Valley and could not be produced elsewhere. Mo Fan found Dan Valley quite fascinating. Dan Valley, then. I should really visit someday. At this moment, Mo Fan's interest in Dan Valley deepened. Putting the pill away, he prepared to head to the fields. For the past few days, his harvest had been abundant, yet he had no time to plant the seeds. Moreover, the system now had a panel, and Mo Fan wanted to see if completing tasks would yield different results. In the fields, a woman was drenched in sweat, working diligently. This sight surprised the just arrived Mo Fan. Chun Ziren? Mo Fan asked from behind. The woman turned around, saw it was Mo Fan, and her heart leapt with joy as she hurried over. Teacher, I've been farming every day lately, but the insights I gain aren't as profound as before. Why is that? Previously, under Mo Fan's guidance, Chun Ziren had farmed in the fields, and then breakthrough. She had never imagined that cultivation could be so easy. From then on, she had elevated Mo Fan to the second position in her heart. The first was her master Dongfang Honghua. Mo Fan had been worried about who would plant his seeds, but upon hearing Chun Ziren's words, a brilliant idea suddenly occurred to him. Mo Fan looked at her and explained, this is natural. After reaching the Saint realm, relying solely on planting ordinary flowers, grass, and crops will not be enough to break through again. Because they lack spiritual energy, your comprehension is limited. If you were to cultivate heavenly materials and earthly treasures instead, your gains would naturally be different. Mo Fan spoke with complete seriousness, though much of it was nonsense. But to Chun Ziren, it sounded profoundly meaningful. No wonder I felt farming has become meaningless lately. It must be the crops. Inside, however, Mo Fan was panicking. What if she lost interest? Who would he find to do the labor? Mo Fan felt a surge of urgency and quickly reached into the bag behind him, producing the spoils he had acquired. He comforted her, do not be discouraged. I know you are eager to break through. For this reason, I have traveled across great rivers and mountains seeking ancient sites, and have finally found these spirit herb seeds for you. As he spoke, he emptied the contents of the bag. At that moment, Chun Ziren's mind was far from the bag. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Mo Fan, deeply moved. With a soft, gentle call, Chun Ziren threw herself into Mo Fan's embrace. Teacher. In the early morning, Mo Fan woke from his dreams. A sudden intense soreness shot through his waist, and only after massaging it with both hands for half a quarter of an hour did the discomfort ease. After a night of intense crackling hard work, Mo Fan had finally managed to teach Chun Ziren the method for planting spirit herbs. Under his meticulous guidance, Chun Ziren quickly grasped the essence and completed planting the first field. It had to be said that Chun Ziren possessed astonishing comprehension when it came to farming. Where she did not understand, she could make bold assumptions and carefully verify, but where she did understand, she could draw inferences from one example and dare to innovate. Having such an outstanding employee, Mo Fan felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. He got up to check on Chun Ziren's progress from the previous night, but the moment he stepped out of bed, a series of system notifications rang out in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the planting task. Reward 5000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for planting spirit herbs. Spirit 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, for planting spirit herbs. Strength 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, for planting spirit herbs. Intelligence 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, for improving your overall ability. Combat power 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spirit has broken through 20. Reward divine sense manual mind reading ta xian tong. Ding. Congratulations, host. Strength has broken through 20. Reward martial arts manual taiji sword technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. Intelligence has broken through 100. Reward intelligence manual 5 years of Gaokao 3 years of simulations. Mo Fan was instantly dumbfounded by the dazzling flood of notifications popping up on the panel before him. Could it be from the spirit herbs he and Chun Ziren had planted yesterday? After turning it over in his mind, Mo Fan felt that was the only possibility. He just had not expected the rewards to arrive so quickly and in such abundance. As expected of a leveled-up system, not only were the experience points absurdly high, but the rewards had become far richer too. Only at this moment did Mo Fan finally have the feeling that he too was a transmigrator. His golden finger had finally arrived. Phew. After calming his excitement a little, Mo Fan opened his panel. Character attributes. Name: Mo Fan. Age: 21. Cultivation peak: Saint Realm Pseudo. Spiritual root: none. Intelligence: 100. Strength: 20. Spirit: 20. Combat power: 20. Talent: mouth. Experience points: 5,300. Quest progress: 530099999. Skill panel. Mind reading ta xian tong level 1. A secret Buddhist Taoist canon that can perceive the thoughts in a person's heart. Taiji sword technique level 1. A wudong sword art capable of splitting mountains and cleaving rocks. Immensely powerful. 5 years of Gaokao 3 years of simulations level 1. An educational tome that can improve intelligence. Before his eyes, all kinds of attributes and skills materialized on the panel. Mo Fan was no stranger to attributes. Many transmigrative systems worked exactly this way, and he knew it all too well. But these skills were where things got interesting. Mind reading was fine, but what the hell was Taiji sword technique? Wasn't that just the slow, leisurely thing old men in the park of his previous life practiced in the morning to kill time? Can it split mountains? Can it cleave rocks? And 5 years of Gaokao 3 years of simulations. Was the system questioning his IQ? How could that thing improve intelligence when it was only meant for dealing with the college entrance exam? Mo Fan immediately felt the system was still screwing him over. System: can these rewards be exchanged? He probed. System: rewards are issued according to attribute points. With the host's current points, there are no other tomes available for exchange. Mo Fan. So if the points go up, there are even more advanced techniques. System: yes. Hearing this, Mo Fan's eyes lit up. Although this batch of rewards was somewhat underwhelming, at least there was still room for improvement. As long as he planted more and raised his points, Peerless secret manuals would not be just a dream. Moreover, he had multiple attributes, and each attribute granted different rewards. The spirit attribute gave him mind reading, which seemed to be a spirit type technique. The strength attribute gave him Taiji sword technique, whose description said it was immensely powerful, so it counted as a strength type technique. As for that 5 years of Gaokao 3 years of simulations, well, better left unsaid. Mo Fan vaguely guessed that the rewards corresponding to these attributes should be techniques that embodied those attributes. Therefore, as long as he knew how to raise the attribute points, he would know how to obtain those techniques. I really am a genius. Mo Fan asked with skepticism. System: then how should spirit, strength, intelligence, and the other points be raised? System: to raise spirit, you must plant spirit-type crops. Once raised, you can cultivate divine sense, and divine sense techniques will be rewarded. To raise strength, you must plant strength-type crops. Once raised, you can cultivate martial arts, and martial arts techniques will be rewarded. To raise intelligence, you must plant intelligence-type crops. Once raised, you can cultivate spiritual perception, and intelligence-type techniques will be rewarded. Indeed, different attributes corresponded to different techniques, and also to different crops. Spirit type, strength type, intelligence type. So crops were classified by type too. Mo Fan did not think deeply. After a brief moment of reflection, he understood these were simply classifications of spirit herbs. Recently, he had obtained quite a few spirit herb seeds, and many of them possessed those attributes. Presumably, when planting, the system automatically classified them for him. Aside from that, there were divine sense, martial arts, spiritual perception, Mo Fan muttered involuntarily. These were terms he was hearing for the first time in this world. In Mo Fan's understanding, this was a world of immortal cultivation where cultivators refined spiritual energy and transformed it into their own power. The cultivation realms from low to high were Qi, refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, nirvana, and saint. Above the saint realm were the elusive 3 higher realms. However, since he had been a saint immediately after crossing over, he had never experienced the other realms. Moreover, his cultivation base was fake, and it was impossible for him to cultivate at all. That was why he had never bothered to understand such things. Now that the system had said the words can cultivate, did it mean he could actually cultivate now? System are divine sense, martial arts, and spiritual perception, the 3 essential elements needed for cultivation in this world. In the past, he had only known how to farm. He did not understand how to cultivate this world's spiritual energy, nor had he ever read an introductory cultivation text. He had no spiritual root, so reading them would have been a waste of time. If cultivation did not require using a spiritual root to draw in spiritual energy, and one only needed to farm, then Mo Fan felt his guess was most likely correct. At this moment, he desperately wanted to know the system's answer. To his surprise, however, the system's answer was negative. No, it is not, the system replied. Divine sense cultivation trains spiritual power. After spiritual power awakens, it is called spirit awakening. Only those who have undergone spirit awakening have truly crossed the threshold of divine sense cultivation. After spirit awakening are quasi-star spirit tranquility and spirit wandering. Listening to the system's explanation, Mo Fan had not expected divine sense cultivation to have so many intricacies. Then what about martial arts? Isn't martial arts also immortal cultivation? Mo Fan had always believed that immortal cultivators could soar through the sky, dive into the earth, move mountains, and fill seas. Which of those immortals was not a formidable fighter? That martial arts, since it was powerful in battle, must also be strong. This was a subconscious belief deeply engraved in his memory. But now it sounded as if that was not the case. System martial arts train martial techniques. Immortal cultivation trains spiritual energy. Naturally, they cannot be spoken of in the same breath. The cultivation of martial arts places greater emphasis on the body as the foundation and strength as the form. Usually a martial artist's power comes from within himself. Cultivation, on the other hand, relies on spiritual energy. Only by converting spiritual energy into cultivation base can one unleash true power. Hearing this, Mo Fan instantly understood. It was like the difference between fantasy novels and wuxia novels. In fantasy novels, characters could fly in the sky, while in wuxia novels, there was only qigong. Although it let one fly, the flight was neither high enough nor far enough. The level instantly dropped several notches. Mo Fan felt somewhat disheartened. After all that, he still could not cultivate. Alas, he let out a soft sigh, his mood sinking. Although he now knew he could cultivate martial arts and was no longer a total weakling, that was still a considerable distance from the soaring through the sky and diving into the earth powers he yearned for. If he could not cultivate immortality, the only people he could defeat were probably ordinary mortals. Mo Fan's mood sank to rock bottom. Just as he was utterly depressed, the system's voice reached his ear once more. That voice not only dispelled the haze in Mo Fan's heart, but also made an unprecedented fervor flash through his eyes. The system said martial arts have 5 great realms: Vajra, mortal realm; Yin-Yang, earth realm; Samsara, heaven realm; void, spirit, mystic realm; and final, divine realm. The Vajra, mortal realm, cultivated to the extreme, can split mountains and shake rocks. The Yin-Yang, earth realm, cultivated to the extreme, can reverse yin and yang. The Samsara, heaven realm, cultivated to the extreme, can escape samsara. The void, spirit, mystic realm, cultivated to the extreme, can roam the great void. The final, divine realm, cultivated to the extreme, can be undying and indestructible. Undying and indestructible. At those 4 words, Mo Fan's heart jolted violently. In the world of immortal cultivation, everyone's ultimate pursuit was the great way of longevity. But that was not the end of cultivation. Immortality only meant an infinite lifespan. If one met a powerful enemy, one could still perish in body and Tao. Above longevity, an even more unattainable goal was to be undying and indestructible. Could mere martial arts truly possess such power? Mo Fan found it utterly incredible. System, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. You must never underestimate the power of the martial way, the system replied. Martial artists train themselves, pushing human potential to its absolute limit. They don't need to absorb spiritual energy. Instead, they draw the most primordial energy from the most ordinary human body. With this energy, they temper the body, mind, and soul to the extreme. That is the true essence of the martial way. Those cultivators might look impressive, but before a true martial artist, they cannot withstand a single blow. With sheer force, 10,000 arts can be shattered. Mo Fan listened in a daze, standing frozen, unable to speak for a long time. If the system was right, and the martial way truly possessed such might, then he no longer needed to agonize over immortal cultivation. But so far he knew nothing of the martial way's cultivation methods, and there was no one around him who cultivated the martial way. How was he supposed to walk his own martial path? Mo Fan pulled several key phrases from what the system had just said. First, potential. Second, primordial energy. He could understand potential at least. but he had no idea how to stimulate it. Primordial energy was a bit more abstract. He vaguely remembered saying something like that before, but he had only been bluffing. Mo Fan took these two questions to the system. System, how do I stimulate my body's potential? The Vajra mortal realm means being as unbreakable as Vajra. It requires tempering the body to the absolute extreme, the system said. Once the body is tempered, human potential can be stimulated. Usually one must either endure tremendous pressure or be at a life or death juncture. This is putting my life on the line. Mo Fan curled his lip. He would never try the second option. As for tremendous pressure, that he could try, but for now he still had no concrete method. At least he now had some direction, no longer a headless fly crashing around in every direction. Then what exactly is primordial energy? Mo Fan continued. Back when he was farming, he had made up some nonsense and blurted out the phrase primordial energy. That had been to fool those old fellows into working for him. Who would have thought something like that actually existed? Primordial energy is like spiritual energy. It is also a form of energy. You may call it homing, the system said. The presence of spiritual energy allows people to cultivate immortality, but the Hongming Qi can lead people into the martial way. Spiritual energy uses spiritual roots as a medium. Anyone with spiritual roots can sense it. Hongming Qi is different. It is everywhere. In flowers, grass, trees, fish, birds, and beasts, all things possess this power. Yet many cannot sense it because they rely on spiritual energy and cultivation arts, having long forgotten the exploration of the self. Only by restoring the source, relying on nothing external, and facing the intrinsic power of human beings can one gain enlightenment. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing? Mo Fan grumbled inwardly. After listening, he was still at a complete loss. He had thought the system would lead him onto the martial path, but after all that he still had to explore everything himself. Sigh. The path of cultivation was so difficult, and he was a transmigrator with a cheat on top of that. Mo Fan began to doubt whether he really was a transmigrator. Did he even have a golden finger? After a bout of depression, Mo Fan let it go. At least the rewards were real. Once he raised his attribute points and got some advanced secret manuals, who knew? Maybe he could become an expert too. Forget it. Let's focus on unlocking potential first. With no other option, Mo Fan could only put the matter of primordial energy aside for now. Phew. Letting out a breath, Mo Fan relaxed a little and stored away the massive amount of information in his mind to digest and study slowly later. Mo Fan got up, washed up briefly, and walked out the door. Mentor, you're here. In the field, Shinziren had come early to work. Yesterday they had been busy until very late and had only parted ways deep in the night. Mo Fan had thought Shinziren wouldn't come today. Not only did she come, she came this early. What was a model employee? This was one. Not only was she highly capable, she was also diligent. If he had a few more like her, he would probably have been invincible long ago. Mo Fan looked at Shinziren, growing more satisfied with every glance. Mo Fan gave a slight nod. Mentor, I went back and thought about last night's question for a long time, and I finally found a method. Red sand leaf needs a dry environment to survive. So can we first drain half of its moisture before planting it? Right? Apt pupil indeed. Mo Fan replied with the air of an old master. Also, Azure Lingji is Yin in nature. After planting, it shouldn't stay under the sun too long. It needs a period of shade, right? I'm not bad. You're quick-witted. And also the branches of the serpent desire fruit. Shinziren spoke endlessly about her views on farming, nailing every detail, while Mo Fan listened and nodded again and again. The saying, a master opens the door but cultivation depends on the individual, was made for a woman as gifted as Shinziren. A woman like this should be kept by one's side and properly trained. Who would send her out as an undercover agent? Mo Fan wondered which scrambled brain could have done such a thing. After a long while, Shinziren reported all her farming insights to Mo Fan, then prepared to go tend the fields. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Fan suddenly blurted out, "Do you know the martial way?" The martial way? Isn't that just cultivation? Not knowing why Mo Fan asked, Shinziren answered. Hearing this, Mo Fan was silent for a moment before asking again. Then do you know how to put tremendous pressure on yourself? Or a place full of pressure? Shinziren thought for a moment and replied, I've never thought about ways to pressure myself, but I do know a place with great pressure. Where? No. Just take me there right now. Mo Fan was extremely eager. As soon as he said this, he had already left the field, leaving the bewildered Shinziren to nod gently. On the way, Mo Fan thought about many things. First, Shinziren knew nothing about the martial way. Her understanding was the same as his. Thus it was very likely she had no idea what primordial energy was either. So Mo Fan didn't press further. Second, according to the system, those who cultivated spiritual energy would depend on it, and therefore couldn't sense primordial energy. Did that mean immortal cultivation and the martial way were mutually exclusive? He himself couldn't cultivate spiritual energy, yet he could climb straight to the peak of the sage realm after completing all his task progress. This contradicted the idea he'd just had. Finally, there was stimulating potential. The system had said it required tremendous pressure or a life and death crisis. These two conditions were actually somewhat connected. When pressure reached a certain point, it could also endanger one's life. So could the pressure needed to stimulate potential harm him. At the thought, Mo Fan looked at Shinziren, who was leading the way ahead, and hesitated. At that moment, a woman suddenly lay on the road ahead. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, her body was covered in small wounds, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. From a distance she appeared extremely feeble. It was even possible she had already died. Seeing this, Chen Ziren immediately hurried over to check on her. But when she lifted the woman and saw her face, an expression of disbelief spread across her own. "Junior sister." Chen Ziren couldn't help crying out in shock. Hearing the cry, Mo Fan hastily stepped forward to see what was going on. He knew Chen Ziren was an undercover agent, but he wasn't sure which organization she belonged to. If the woman before him was Chen Ziren's junior sister, she must also be connected to that organization. Curious, Mo Fan stepped forward to look. The instant he saw the woman's face, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes flew wide, and he looked at Chen Ziren in disbelief. For that split second, he wondered if he was dreaming. You're an undercover agent for the demon cult. In the demonic path at the Myriad Demon Hall, Dongfang Hongyue sat in the seat of honor, looking helplessly at the four people below, 1,000 anxieties churning in her heart. They were the masters of the four great demonic sects: Mo Qinya, the cult leader of the Profound Yin cult; Hua Xiaoxiang, the pavilion mistress of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion; Yi Jiuqiu, the gate master of the Black Fiend Gate; and He Lian, the cult leader of the Nether Abyss cult. At that moment the entire hall was eerily quiet. No one in attendance made a sound, yet the air was filled with an unmistakable smell of gunpowder, as if the slightest stir could become the fuse that set it all off. After a long pause, Mo Qinya finally could not hold back his emotions, and said angrily, "Dongfang Hongyue, are you toying with us? You were the one who said the time was ripe, and now you are the one canceling the plan. What? Are you trying to amuse us?" Yi Jiuqiu chimed in. "That's right. For this great scheme we have been planning for so many years. Everything is ready, and we are only waiting for the Holy Venerable to return. And now you come to us saying it is cancelled. Do you have any regard for us and the many disciples of the demonic path?" Hua Xiaoxiang mocked with insinuating sarcasm. "Alas, you are wrong to say that. Sister Hongyue is honored as the demon sovereign, so her words naturally have their reasons. How could insignificant nobodies like us ever presume to fathom them? Since she is the demon sovereign, she should act for the great cause of the demonic path, not follow her own whims, and do whatever she likes," He Lian said with dissatisfaction. Looking at the four people before her, each with their own hidden agenda, Dongfang Hongyue let out a cold laugh inwardly. She knew that on the surface these four were expressing dissatisfaction with her decision, but in reality, they were still unwilling to accept her occupying the seat of demon sovereign. She was the youngest of the four and had the shallowest seniority. Not only did these four refuse to accept her, even the Elder Council withheld its approval. But there was nothing she could do. The previous demon sovereign Wu Di had insisted on passing the position to her, and she had no way to refuse. Since she had accepted it, Dongfang Hongyue could only resign herself to fate. She might not be able to make any great contribution to the demonic path, but at the very least, she could not let it be destroyed by her own hands. At the thought of this, Dongfang Hongyue let out a soft sigh and explained, "The sword god has returned." What? Dongfang Hongyue's words sent a violent jolt through everyone's countenances. All of them knew the name Sword God. It was precisely because the Sword God had defeated the previous demon sovereign Wu Di that their great plan of the demonic path had been thwarted. Had the Sword God not appeared, the righteous path would probably have been exterminated long ago. Later, when Dongfang Hongyue told them that the Sword God had left the Huanyue kingdom, it reignited their hope. But now the Sword God had actually returned. Mo Qinya stared at Dongfang Hongyue, a trace of doubt in his heart, and asked, "Are these words true?" "I saw it with my own eyes." If Dongfang Hongyue had said that she had heard it from her subordinates, they might not have been so shaken. But now she said she had witnessed it personally. Seeing it with one's own eyes was vastly different from merely hearing about it. For a time, everyone kept silent, lost in unknown thoughts. Soon a few sparse whispers broke the stillness. Some began to murmur to one another and exchange opinions. After their hushed discussion, they seemed to have made up their minds. It was then that Mo Qinya spoke, first with a contemptuous smile. "So what? No matter how powerful the Sword God is, he is only one person. Can he really stand against the countless followers of our demonic path?" Mo Qinya's words were arrogant and without basis, yet they were undeniably true. As the once most supreme force on the continent, aside from the great sects and major schools of Zhongzhou, there was simply nothing worthy of their looking at as equals. The reason they had been scared off by Mo Fan previously was that news of Mo Fan's victory over Wu Di had just spread, and their preparations were not yet thorough. Besides, now that the Holy Venerable had returned, how could a mere sword god block their way once again? Yi Jiuqiu nodded slightly in agreement with Mo Qinya, and at the same time his resolve was reaffirmed. "We have planned for years. We absolutely cannot let our efforts go to waste because of an outsider. The Sword God may be strong, but our demonic path is not to be provoked. If the Sword God truly dares to stand in our way, I would not mind adding one more dead soul beneath my blade. That's right. Kill the Sword God. Kill the Sword God. Kill the Sword God." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Dongfang Hongyue grew frantic and immediately spoke up. "Listen to me. Aside from the Sword God's return, the Sword God also knows many secrets of our demonic path." The moment her words fell, the disciples, who had been boiling with excitement, all changed color and gradually fell silent. Their high-spirited fervor instantly plummeted. What did you say? Mo Qianya's eyes flew open wide, his face full of incredulity, certain that he must have misheard. The sword god had never had any connection with their demonic path. Apart from the time he challenged Wu Di, there had been no other interaction. How could the sword god possibly know the secrets of the demonic path? Dongfang Hongyue knew they did not believe her, so she went on. The sword god not only knows that we have planted moles in the righteous path, but also that our demonic path has the upper three realms. Not only that, I have the feeling the sword god knows other secrets as well. Unfortunately, I could not find out what they are. Dongfang Hongyue's words were like a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's hearts, jolting them awake. Though the sword god was powerful, the demonic path was not lacking in experts. If they encountered the sword god, they would not be entirely without the power to fight. To the overall plan, the sword god's existence could be an obstacle, but he could not decide the outcome. But if the sword god knew some of the demonic path's confidential secrets, that would be a different matter. The sword god could ally with the righteous path and set ambushes, or he could plant moles, just as the demonic path did, coordinating from within and without. At worst, even if the sword god simply revealed those secrets to the righteous path, the blow to their operations would be devastating. For this reason, a sword god who knew their secrets had to be guarded against. Instantly, the entire hall fell dead silent. Even the various sect leaders found it a considerable headache at this moment. Seeing that there were no more objections below, Dongfang Hongyue said, "So now our plan has to be put on hold. You may all go down for now, let me think it over." Hearing this, everyone took their leave. As they left, each person harbored a pent-up breath in their chest, a trace of unwillingness. Outside the hall, the four sect masters did not go far. Instead, they looked at one another and fell into thought. "What do you all think?" Mo Qianya was the first to test the waters. Yi Jiuqiu said the news should be true, but the great plan of the demonic path cannot stop. Hua Xiaoxiang and He Lian nodded. They held the same view. But the demon sovereign has already decided to cancel the plan. What can you do about it? Mo Qianya asked with a helpless expression. An unseen force seemed to be guiding them all toward the same direction. The four fell silent at once, then spoke at once. How about? How about? How about? How about? In the Sword Dao Pavilion of the Huanyue Kingdom, Mo Fan picked up a cup of tea, sat down in a chair, and savored it slowly. Beside him, Chen Ziren sat at the edge of the bed, carefully looking after the woman they had rescued on the way. And that woman was Yin Hongying, the holy maiden of the demonic path. At this moment, Yin Hongying gradually woke up. Her pale face had not a trace of blood, and her mind was still groggy and unclear. She suddenly grabbed Chen Ziren's hand and murmured, "Moss. Run." Chen Ziren's pupils violently constricted at her words, and it felt as if a needle had pierced deep into her heart. For a moment, Chen Ziren's mind went completely blank. Instinctively, she picked up a sword from under the bed, one she rarely used, and walked toward the door. Mo Fan looked at her puzzled and asked, "Where are you going?" "To save someone." Chen Ziren was just about to step out when Mo Fan snatched her wrist with lightning speed and bellowed, "Come back. Let me go. My master has shown me boundless kindness. I must save her." With her mind in such disarray, Chen Ziren paid no heed to caution. The very first words her junior sister had spoken upon waking were of their master, which could only mean their master was in dire straits. If she failed to arrive in time, what would become of her master? Chen Ziren dared not let her thoughts stray further. Mo Fan knew she was blinded by affection and panic, her emotions overwhelming all reason. Gazing at her, he spoke with utter gravity. "Even if you go to rescue her, do you even know where to go?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a look of bewilderment spread across Chen Ziren's face. Mo Fan continued, "Do you know what condition your master is in? Do you know who attacked your master? How many are there? What faction are they? What is their cultivation level? Do you know any of this?" Mo Fan's relentless questioning left Chen Ziren utterly speechless. "Master, you know nothing. Not only will you fail to save anyone, you'll perish yourself. Indeed, what good would going alone accomplish?" Mo Fan's words struck true, jolting the impulsive Chen Ziren back to her senses. "Master, I was foolish to act without thinking." She then looked at Mo Fan, a deep sense of helplessness washing over her face. "Then what should I do?" "Calm yourself first. Right now you won't hear a word I say." Chen Ziren nodded, realizing how overly agitated and desperate she had been. She trusted Mo Fan implicitly and followed his counsel without hesitation. After Mo Fan's earnest persuasion, Chen Ziren finally composed herself. In truth, even without Mo Fan's warning, she understood deep within. The one who had brought Dongfang Hongyue to such peril was beyond her capability. Going alone would only be signing her own death warrant. Dongfang Hongyue was not only a cultivator of extraordinary prowess, but also the demon venerable. Among the many formidable experts in the demonic path, only someone of comparable stature could have harmed a demon venerable, and certainly not a lone individual. More crucially, this was the Eastern continent. No faction here possessed such overwhelming power. Even the Orthodox Alliance could do little against the demonic cult. It was highly likely an external force. And the only outsiders harboring enmity toward the demonic path were those from the central province. Though she kept her suspicions hidden, Chen Ziren had already begun to piece things together in her mind. Seeing her calm down, Mo Fan felt a measure of relief. If this girl had charged out alone seeking vengeance, she would have been dead 10 times over. Then who would help him till the fields? Such an outstanding subordinate was one Mo Fan could never afford to lose. Mo Fan explained, don't rush. Since your junior sister risked her life to escape, she must know considerable secrets. We can go ask her first. Exactly. Though grievously injured, her junior sister's mind remained clear, her memories intact. Upon hearing Mo Fan's reasoning, Chen Xiren suddenly saw the way forward. She immediately returned to the bedside and gently shook Yin Hongying. Junior sister, please wake up. With each whispered call reaching Yin Hongying's ears, her dazed consciousness gradually surfaced from the fog. Upon seeing the woman before her, she instinctively cried out, Senior sister, junior sister, thank heavens you're awake. Seeing Yin Hongying stir, Chen Xiren's heart leaped with joy, then she hurriedly asked, Junior sister, what exactly happened? How did you end up in D city of Han Yue Kingdom, and how did you suffer such grave injuries? No sooner had those words left her lips than Yin Hongying burst into tears, hurling herself into her senior sister's embrace. Just as she was about to pour out her story, she suddenly caught sight of Mo Fan behind Chen Xiren. Sword God. Yin Hongying immediately grew alert, stifling her sobs and swallowing back the words on her tongue. Senior sister, why is the sword god here? Yin Hongying was puzzled, but noticing the attire on Chen Xiren, realization dawned upon her. She exclaimed in surprise, this is the sword sect. Chen Xiren nodded and explained, Junior sister, senior brother, and the sword god rescued you on the road and brought you here. Junior sister, please tell us what happened within the demonic path. Senior sister, it's just. Yin Hongying glanced at Mo Fan, clearly indicating that an outsider was present. Chen Xiren shook her head. Junior sister, rest assured. The sword god knows I'm a spy and has not revealed my identity. The sword god is a kind person. You need not worry. Go ahead. Hearing this, Yin Hongying was slightly taken aback. The sword god would actually cover for a demonic cult spy. Though she couldn't fathom it, she chose to trust that her senior sister would never deceive her. Yin Hongying exhaled softly and began her account. Senior sister, after master returned from outside, she summoned all the sect lords of the demonic path for a meeting. The purpose was to cancel the grand plan previously devised. Hearing this, Chen Xiren's eyes flared with shock. The demonic path grand plan was a project that had consumed years of meticulous preparation. Though she had been away for quite some time, she was well aware of its significance. Her mission as a spy was but one thread within it. What could possibly have occurred to compel her master to make such a momentous decision? After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Xiren continued to listen. At the meeting, master's decision met with widespread opposition from the sect lords. But then master revealed news that the sword god had returned to Han Yue Kingdom. She cast a glance toward Mo Fan in the distance. That alone caused their resolve to waver slightly. Chen Xiren was bewildered. What did their demonic path grand plan have to do with the sword god? She had long been dispatched as a spy and knew nothing of Mo Fan's past defeat of the former demon Venerable Wu Di or his interference with the demonic path's grand scheme. Nor could she fathom the sheer terror the sword god's name instilled within the demonic path. Nonetheless, she did not interrupt or press for answers. More pressing than the connection between the sword god and the demonic path was the matter of Dongfang Hongyue herself. Yin Hongying continued. Master laid out the sword god's impact on the grand plan, and they had nearly agreed. But who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that on the surface they only pretended to acquiesce while secretly conspiring to attack master? At this point, Yin Hongying was sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Bang! Chen Xiren slammed her fist into the nearby chair, shattering it to pieces. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined the culprits to be members of their own demonic path. Those treacherous scoundrels ravenous with ambition. I knew all along they were no better than beasts. Chen Xiren's hands clenched into white-knuckled fists, her face contorted with fury, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying, menacing light. Not only that, but their actions were sanctioned by the Elder Council. In trying to stop them, master engaged in fierce combat and was gravely wounded, ultimately imprisoned within the ninefold hell. How could they? Chen Xiren's composure completely crumbled. She knew all too well what the ninefold hell was. That grim dungeon where the most heinous traitors of the demonic path were confined. Those who entered rarely, if ever, emerged alive. Her master. Chen Xiren's turmoil intensified tenfold. Senior sister, what should we do? How can we rescue master? If it had been anyone else, Chen Xiren might have still harbored a sliver of hope. But as for the other demonic path sect lords, she knew them well. Setting aside their cultivation levels in terms of cunning and intrigue, she, a mere inexperienced youth, stood no chance against 10 of them combined. This rescue mission allowed neither force nor subterfuge. For a moment, Chen Xiren fell silent, offering no response. A brief stillness settled over the room as the two sisters desperately racked their brains for a solution. But after much pondering, both shook their heads in despair and let out heavy sighs. Senior sister, junior sister. They looked up simultaneously, exchanged a glance, and then together turned their attention to Mo Fan sitting nearby. Senior sister, perhaps. Before Yin Hongying could finish her sentence, Chen Xiren had already nodded. As Mo Fan watched the two women turn their gaze toward him, a sense of impending trouble surged within him, and he said directly, "Don't look at me like that. I heard everything just now. I can't get involved in your demonic sect's infighting. He waved his hand, refusing them before they could even speak. He had heard every word clearly. Whether it was a demonic sect's internal strife or any other force whose master had been harmed, he had no desire to intervene. Besides, he was in no position to help. Chen Xiren and Yin Hongying felt their hearts sink as Mo Fan refused without hesitation. They swiftly approached him, flanking him on both sides and clutching his shoulders. Master, sword god. Mo Fan immediately felt the soft touch on his arms, and his heart stirred. Don't do this to me. I can't handle it, Chen Xiren said. Master, as long as you help me rescue my teacher, I promise to work the land twice as hard from now on to repay you. Yin Hongying added, Sword god, if you agree to this humble woman is willing to pay any price. Hearing these seductive words, even reciting the heart-cleansing mantra 10 times in his mind was hardly enough to steady Mo Fan. He cleared his throat twice to suppress the rising desire and replied, It's not that I refuse to help, but I truly can't save her. How is that possible? You're the sword god. Saving someone should be effortless for you, isn't it? Yin Hongying asked in confusion. Effortless. Easier said than done. If I really possessed the heaven-reaching abilities of a sword god, I would have married a rich, beautiful woman long ago and reached the pinnacle of life, instead of still being single at this very moment. Mo Fan mocked himself inwardly, though he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Mo Fan said, You mentioned that your teacher was imprisoned by members of the demonic sect. I'm not familiar with them. No matter how powerful I am, I can't possibly charge into an unknown place, face thousands of demonic disciples, and rescue your teacher, right? He spoke earnestly, trying every persuasive word at his disposal. He thought such a meaningful reasoning would convince them both, but unexpectedly Chen Xiren stepped forward. That's fine, master. I'm familiar with the demonic sect. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. That's not about whether you'll tell me, but about whether I even want to know. Mo Fan felt his mood grow heavy and shook his head slightly. But the demonic sect has overwhelming numbers. I alone can hardly turn the tide. Hearing this, the two women understood clearly. Mo Fan simply didn't want to help them. You, a dignified sword god, are afraid of demonic disciples. Who would believe that if he said it out loud? Seeing Mo Fan's troubled expression, Chen Xiren decided not to press further. He was her teacher after all, but she knew their bond had not yet deepened to the point where he would risk his life for her. As for Yin Hongying, her connection with the sword god was even weaker than Chen Xiren's. After a long silence, Chen Xiren let out a faint sigh. Fine. I know I'm asking for too much. Right. A melon plucked forcibly is never sweet. Master, I'll take my leave now. But I'm afraid I won't be able to farm for you anymore. Hearing this, Mo Fan immediately grew displeased and asked urgently, Why is that? Because I may never return. With that, she bowed lightly to Mo Fan. Thank you for taking care of me these past days, master. If there is a next life, I will surely repay your kindness. After saying this, she tugged Yin Hongying along and walked toward the gate without looking back. Stop! Mo Fan's thunderous roar startled both women, freezing them in place, too frightened to take another step. Mo Fan walked up to them and admonished, Look at you two talking about throwing your lives away. Rescuing her may not be simple, but I never said I'd have to do it alone. At these words, the two women's eyes suddenly brightened. So, master, you agree? How could I not agree? If you die, who's going to farm for me? Though unwilling in every fiber of his being, Mo Fan had no choice but to accept. It wasn't that only Chen Xiren could work the land, but that only Chen Xiren could do it both swiftly and excellently. And the rewards he received would only continue to grow if he relied on anyone else. Mo Fan doubted he'd even live long enough to finish the task. He said, nodding slightly. The faces of the two women immediately blossomed with radiant smiles. Then, master, how should we go about the rescue? Chen Xiren asked, eagerly rushing back to his side. First, tell me everything about your demonic sect. Only then can I devise a plan. No problem. Soon Chen Xiren relayed every detail of the demonic path to Mo Fan. Mo Fan roughly summarized the information into the following points. First, the demonic sect was once a major power in the Central Plains. They were besieged by other sects and forced to flee here. After years of rebuilding their strength, they prepared to return to the Central Plains in full force. The righteous factions of Huanyue Kingdom stood as an obstacle, though the exact reason for this was still unknown. Second, their master had halted the plan for his sake, but the four great sect leaders refused to accept it. They wounded her and threw her into imprisonment. Third, with their master imprisoned, there should have been no one left in the demonic sect opposing the plan. They ought to have taken action by now. Yet the demonic sect remained eerily silent, as if hiding in retreat. Mo Fan pondered these matters quietly, sensing that things were far from simple. After your master was imprisoned, who took charge of the demonic sect? Mo Fan suddenly asked. He believed that a demonic sect assault on the righteous factions was not merely a matter of each sect leader leading their own followers into battle. It required an entire, carefully orchestrated strategy, a comprehensive plan. And that plan had likely been developed through years of collective discussion, the fruit of countless minds. If so, there must be someone overseeing the whole operation, someone serving as the core leader of the entire scheme. Their master was the Demon Lord. Now that she was imprisoned, a second-in-command would inevitably step up to take her place. Chen Xiren replied, If the Council of Elders agrees, they will elect a new Demon Lord. Her calm words struck Mo Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. Elect a new demon lord. That would explain why the demonic sect had been so quiet. And Mo Fan now suspected that the 4 sect leaders had deliberately wounded the demon lord, their true aim being to use this opportunity to pull her down from power. Suddenly much of Mo Fan's confusion began to clear. Then how exactly does this election of a new demon lord work? Chun Ziren explained patiently. There are 2 ways to ascend to the position of demon lord. First, the previous demon lord directly nominates a successor. This method is the most straightforward, and no one can object unless they challenge the choice in combat. Second, the Demon Sword Assembly. The victor of the Demon Sword Assembly inherits the title of Demon Lord. And what is this Demon Sword Assembly? Mo Fan continued to press. The Demon Sword Assembly is held by the Council of Elders. They believe that a Demon Lord must not only be powerful in personal strength, but also possess outstanding leadership. For this reason, the Demon Sword Assembly doesn't test the candidate's individual combat ability. It tests how they lead their followers to overcome others. Mo Fan was utterly baffled. What did leading your own people to defeat others even mean? If someone were overwhelmingly strong, one person alone could crush everyone. Could mere disciples of the demonic sect really pose a threat to a sect leader? Chun Ziren glanced at Mo Fan, seemingly aware of his confusion, and continued. In the Demon Sword Assembly, sect leaders are forbidden from fighting. They can only operate behind the scenes directing their disciples. Also, the Demon Sword Assembly isn't limited to demonic disciples. Sect leaders will also recruit allies from the black market or other places. Mo Fan. Recruiting allies. That could be an opportunity. A plan began to take shape in Mo Fan's mind. Perhaps the demonic sword tournament was the breakthrough point. Mo Fan carefully recalled Chun Ziren's words, and a scheme unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Tell me more about the details of the demonic sword tournament, Mo Fan suddenly asked Chun Ziren. Chun Ziren was briefly stunned. Oh, the demonic sword tournament is hosted by the Council of Elders. They will seal a holy sword of the demonic Wei Tianzhu and mount 10,000 swords, and then hide the key to the seal somewhere in the mountain. Each sect master must send people to find the key and break the seal. Whichever side's people obtain Tianzhu wins. Is it really that simple? Mo Fan had assumed the demonic sword tournament would be a very complicated affair, after all it concerned the succession of the demon sovereign. But he had not expected it to be just searching for a key in the mountain. Chun Ziren shook her head, and immediately retorted, of course not. Besides looking for the key, each sect master's people also have to carry a demonic crystal orb. The orb is used to sense the key's location, but it will also attract crystal-devouring beasts. What are crystal-devouring beasts? Mo Fan asked curiously. Crystal-devouring beasts are demonic beasts raised by the Council of Elders, specially fed to devour demonic crystal orbs. They are all over mount 10,000 swords. The closer one gets to where the sword is sealed, the more numerous and powerful they are. If a demonic crystal orb is broken by a crystal-devouring beast, that side will be eliminated immediately. This demonic crystal orb was rather interesting, somewhat like the castle in a tower defense game or the crystal in a MOBA game. Mo Fan quickly thought of some games from his previous life and felt a sense of nostalgia. So that's it, he realized, finally understanding the meaning of the demonic crystal orb. At the same time, he had essentially grasped the rules of the entire demonic sword tournament. In short, each sect master had to send people to protect the demonic crystal orb from being destroyed, while using it to search for the key, and then use the key to open the seal and obtain the demonic sword. That counted as victory. Isn't that easy? Wouldn't it be simple to send a few powerful subordinates to search and guard the orb together? Mo Fan felt that the demonic sword tournament couldn't be that simple, and that there were still details he hadn't learned. Just as he was about to ask whether there were any other points to note, he suddenly realized that this was a contest. Since it was a contest, there were bound to be rivals. In that case, those coveting the demonic crystal orb were probably not just the crystal-devouring beasts. Are there any restrictions on the people each sect master sends? Mo Fan continued. Of course. No one participating in the demonic sword tournament may exceed the Nirvana realm. Since the crystal-devouring beasts in Mount 10,000 Swords are mostly demonic beasts at the spirit transformation realm, if someone at the Nirvana realm appeared, the contest would lose its meaning. Hearing this, Mo Fan finally set aside his previous doubt. If a sect master spent a fortune to hire an exceptionally powerful person to enter and directly destroy the other sect master's crystal orbs, the victory could be won without lifting a finger. But with such a cultivation restriction added, the people they sent wouldn't differ too greatly in strength, and they would be cautious before acting. In this way, what mattered more was whose strategy was more meticulous. This demonic sword tournament was rather interesting. It required both defense and offense, and one also had to guard against others' schemes and surprise attacks. It truly was a contest of wits and courage. One last question. Since the participants are the ones entering, what do the sect masters do? Since this contest was about the demon sovereign succession, what it tested was naturally the candidates, namely the sect masters. Although sect masters could plan ahead, anything could go wrong. If an accident disrupted their plans, all their efforts would be wasted. Mo Fan did not believe that those sect masters' plans could be absolutely watertight. Chun Ziren answered, every participant carries a demonic message talisman. Through it, the sect master can direct everyone's actions at any time. At the same time, participants can report the situation to the sect master at any time, so the sect master can adjust. Mo Fan immediately reacted. So this contest tests both the sect master's on-the-spot responsiveness and the participants' judgment of the situation. Exactly, Chen Ziren said truthfully. By now, Mo Fan had finally understood the rules of the demonic sword tournament and had also thought of a way to rescue people. Mo Fan looked at the two and said calmly, "Let's enter the demonic sword tournament." Huh. Then Mo Fan laid out his entire plan. After a long while, he looked at them and asked, "Do you understand?" Chen Ziren and Yin Hongying nodded as if they half understood. I think we got it. Like hell you understand. The moment Mo Fan saw their silly expressions, he knew his words had gone in one ear and out the other. He slapped his forehead and suddenly felt a headache. He sighed. These two were bronze. Even a king couldn't carry them. Mo Fan decided not to explain any further. With their intelligence, they probably couldn't understand it anyway. After thinking it over, he asked them directly, "If you two take part in the demonic sword tournament, can you avoid being detected by others?" Mo Fan had considered that to participate in the demonic sword tournament, they would first have to infiltrate one of the sect master's factions. The awkward thing was that Chen Ziren and Yin Hongying were both people of the demonic way, and the other sect masters would certainly recognize them. If they used ordinary disguises or makeup, it would be very hard not to be seen through. So Mo Fan wanted to ask if they had any other secret arts. Yin Hongying immediately shook her head. She had learned Dongfang Hongyue's illusory body art, but unfortunately her cultivation was insufficient. Any sect master could see through it easily. Chen Ziren, on the other hand, was different. After hearing Mo Fan's words, she spun around on the spot and instantly became confident. "Isn't my current appearance the best disguise?" Mo Fan, what? Chen Ziren explained, "Actually, before I went undercover, my master gave me a pill. The way I look now has always been the effect of that pill. You aren't your real self." Mo Fan was so astonished that his voice trembled. Chen Ziren nodded. No wonder. He had always felt something was off. How could the demonic sect's holy maiden be so ordinary? Even a beauty like Yin Hongying could only be her junior sister, so this senior sister shouldn't be worse than Yin Hongying no matter what. Now the case was finally solved. She had been taking pills. Chen Ziren took a pill out of her pocket and swallowed it. Instantly her entire being, from appearance to temperament, began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Why did this sight feel so familiar? Watching the transformation before him, Mo Fan silently muttered to himself and continued to observe. Before long, the transformation came to an end, and Mo Fan stood frozen in place for a long while. The woman before him was in no way inferior in beauty to any woman he had ever seen, yet she had a completely different kind of beauty. Beneath her gently arched crescent brows were a pair of misty dewy eyes. Her lightly upturned jade lips were tinged with soft pink like a small lotus just beginning to bloom, inspiring not the slightest trace of profane desire. Her snow-white skin was bathed in a holy radiance untouched by dust, yet it also traced a faint, gentle allure. She looked like an immortal maiden descended into the mortal world. It was hard to associate her with the word demon. If Zhao Xiyue was the girl next door, Yin Hongying was the mischievous princess. If Lady Red Moon was a devilish enchantress, Chen Ziren was a celestial fairy in the heavens. Mo Fan made a silent comparison in his heart and finally reached this conclusion. By now Chen Ziren had reverted to her true appearance and quietly explained, "My real name is Chen Ziren. My master had me use the alias Chen Ziren to go undercover in the Sword Pavilion. The pill I just took is called the suppression pill, an inhibitor of the shape-shifting pill. It can dispel the effect of the shape-shifting pill for 2 hours. Shape-shifting pill." At the word, Mo Fan's gaze sharpened. No wonder he had felt a sudden familiarity. She also had that kind of pill from the Pill Valley. "See, you stayed with me for so long, but never discovered my true face. Even the mighty sword god can't see through it, so this disguise of mine is good enough, right?" Mo Fan pursed his lips. He couldn't see through it, but that didn't mean the real sword god couldn't. He only had the sword god's reputation, not the sword god's strength. But whether he could see through it didn't matter. She had been in the Sword Pavilion for years, and even that old coot by Han Yun couldn't see through her, which was sufficient. Mo Fan nodded in recognition. The disguise problem was solved. The next thing to consider was how to infiltrate the enemy camp. At present, within the demonic sect, 4 great sect masters were contending for the position of demon sovereign. If he had to choose one, who should it be? Attending the demonic sword tournament was only the first step. The most important thing for saving people was still how much trust the sect master he chose would have in him. If the one he chose was too suspicious, even infiltrating would be a problem, and even if he succeeded, it would interfere with his later plans. If the one he chose was too stupid, he couldn't even win the demonic sword tournament, let alone talk about any plan. For a while, even Mo Fan faced a difficult dilemma. What do you know of the 4 great sect masters of the demonic sect? Mo Fan suddenly asked Chen Ziren and Yin Hongying. The most critical step of his plan was that the sect master he chose had to trust him completely. To that end, he needed to understand each sect master's personality and traits clearly before making his final decision. Though I have met the 4 sect masters, it has been a long time since I had any dealings with them, so I don't know them well. Having been an undercover operative for years and away from the demonic sect for most of that time, Chun Ziren's knowledge of the four sect masters barely rose above mere acquaintance. In Hongying, however, was different. She had remained inside the sect for a long time and mixed extensively with its people, so she knew a thing or two about the sect masters. Hearing this, she raised her hand eagerly and said, "I know." She was badly wounded and unable to disguise herself, so she had contributed nothing to Mo Fan's rescue plan. Until just now, she had been gloomy and somewhat frustrated. Seeing that she finally had a chance to be useful, she immediately stepped forward. The four great sect masters of the demonic sect are Mo Qinya, the leader of the Darkeen sect, Hua Xiaoxiang, the mistress of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion, Yi Juqiu, the master of the Black Fiend sect, and He Lian, the leader of the Nether Abyss sect. On the surface, Mo Qinya is blunt and opinionated, but he is in fact extremely deep and calculating, handling everything with meticulous care. In a sense, he would be the ideal candidate for Demon Venerable. Deeply calculating. At that point, Mo Fan had already ruled this man out. A man like that would never trust anyone 100% except himself. What was more, he was highly likely to be the one behind the plot to bring down the Demon Venerable. If the plan succeeded, the first person he would probably kill would be the newly enthroned Demon Venerable. Cooperating with him carried too much risk. Mo Fan did not dare take such a gamble. In Hongying went on. Hua Xiaoxiang of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion is no pushover either. She is adept at using her seductive charm to win people over, and she often toys with men in the palm of her hand. Yi Juqiu is the strangest of the lot. He can never tolerate a loss, places profit above everything, and cannot stand even a grain of sand in his eye. He Lian is comparatively ordinary. He does not care for showing off, holds little desire for the position of Demon Venerable, and usually just enjoys drinking. In Hongying chattered on, without pause, pouring out the demonic sect's secrets to Mo Fan, without holding anything back. After hearing her out, Mo Fan furrowed his brow and pondered quietly. Based on In Hongying's account, he quickly set his target on Yi Juqiu. With Mo Qinya excluded, the remaining three consisted of two extremes and one normal one. Hua Xiaoxiang was skilled at manipulating hearts and playing mind games. If he cooperated with her, Mo Fan could not be certain of victory. Besides, someone like her was not free from suspicion. He Lian had no ambition. He did not even care for the position of Demon Venerable. At the Demon Sword Assembly, he would probably just go along for the excitement and would not take matters seriously. He would be of no help to Mo Fan's subsequent plans, so Mo Fan did not consider him either. Thus, only Yi Juqiu was the most suitable candidate. Since Yi Juqiu put profit first, as long as Mo Fan presented enough leverage and sincerity, he believed that Yi Juqiu would be the easiest type to control. After making his decision, Mo Fan did not waste time and immediately said to the two, "You stay in the Swordway Pavilion and recuperate. You come with me." "Where to?" "The Black Market." The Black Market was a kind of underground trading venue spread across the entire continent. It was called underground precisely because countless shameful dealings were concealed within it. From the sale of forbidden medicines and contraband on the small end to assassinations, mercenary services, and the slave trade on the grand scale, everything unfit for the public eye could be found here. Mo Fan and Chun Ziren arrived at the Black Market and walked unhurriedly through its streets. Just then a noisy crowd gathered ahead, immediately catching their attention. Mo Fan stepped forward to look. It seemed to be a duel between two men, and at first he had no interest. But when his gaze fell upon one of them, three words suddenly surfaced in his mind: Hasaki. The man was dressed as a samurai from the Eastern Isles, gripping a tachi, wearing wooden clogs with a headband tied around his forehead, and long hair bound together behind him like a wooden rod. Wasn't this exactly the image of the Gale sword master from a game in his previous life? Mo Fan once again felt that long unfelt sensation, and his interest instantly stirred. Standing at the foot of the arena, Mo Fan played the role of an onlooker and wondered whether this samurai from the Eastern Isles would unleash the Gale's last breath. He stared for quite a while, only to find the two men standing motionless with no sign of attacking whatsoever. He glanced again at the spectators nearby and saw that their interest had not waned. They were still staring ahead, entranced, which made Mo Fan faintly curious. Could they be competing in sword intent? Mo Fan could not figure it out, so he decided to ask someone. "Brother, why aren't the two of them making a move?" The spectator beside him gave him a glance and asked, "New here?" "Yes." The spectator explained, "They aren't refusing to fight. They're observing." "Observing. That's right. The man on the left is called Sasaki. He's from the Eastern Isles and is known as the fastest man in all the Eastern Isles. The one on the right is an assassin from the Shadow Pavilion, nicknamed One Slash to the Throat. The fastest man in the Eastern Isles versus One Slash to the Throat. Interesting, but what does that have to do with their not moving?" Mo Fan did not quite understand and asked, "Then why haven't they attacked yet?" The spectator replied, "Because they share the same principle. They only strike one sword blow a day. Without certainty of defeating the other, neither dares to make the first move." Mo Fan nodded, finally understanding the awkward spectacle before him. But why could such a mere duel attract so many people to wait here? And by the look of it, they might still have to wait for a long time. Were these two men really that famous? Why were so many people willing to wait for them to draw their swords? Mo Fan was puzzled again. Are these two men famous in the Black Market? Not exactly famous. It's just that this match is tied to a huge bounty. A bounty. A month ago, the black market suddenly released a top-level mission. Assassinate the ruler of the Blazing Moon Kingdom. Both of them accepted the mission at the same time and both succeeded in the assassination, but the employer would only pay one reward. So whose sword actually struck first was hard to say. Therefore the employer made them duel. Whoever won would take the bounty. So that's how it is. Mo Fan suddenly realized that this was just two grown men competing over who was faster. How boring. Mo Fan waved his hand, instantly losing the interest he had just felt, and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to go, the two people on the stage finally began to move. Sasaki held his tachi horizontally before him, crouched slightly, and shot forward with a sudden step. In that instant his entire figure vanished. At the same time the Shadow Pavilion assassin opposite him kicked off the ground, and flashed into the air, equally disappearing without a trace. The next moment, as the crowd was still coming to their senses, Itachi had already pierced through the assassin's chest, killing him. This sudden turn of events startled everyone's heart. So fast. The entire exchange lasted less than a second. No one had seen how, or when Sasaki made his move, only shock remained in their hearts. Mo Fan had naturally witnessed the scene as well, and he could not help exclaiming inwardly, he was truly worthy of being the fastest man in all the Eastern Isles. Chun Ziren beside him also wore a look of astonishment. Curiosity stirred within her, and she asked Mo Fan, instructor, who is faster, you or this samurai from the Eastern Isles? Mo Fan was the sword god, and his mastery of the sword way was utterly miraculous. Unfortunately Chun Ziren had never witnessed it. Having just seen the samurai's breathtaking sword strike, her heart was full of doubt, so she asked. But the question sounded rather strange to Mo Fan's ears, especially coming from a woman. Whether I'm fast or not, wouldn't you know if you tried it yourself? Mo Fan very much wanted to say it, but he did not dare. Mo Fan replied, Ziren, a man shouldn't be too fast. That's not good. Why? As the saying goes, slow work makes fine craftsmanship. The faster a man is, the less he can comprehend the true essence of the sword way. Only by chewing slowly and savoring carefully can one ascend to the pinnacle of the sword way. Hearing Mo Fan's words, Chun Ziren found them very reasonable and fell into contemplation. But the same words were also heard by the other spectators nearby and even reached Sasaki's ears on the stage. At that point Sasaki glared fiercely at Mo Fan and roared, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Black Market Hongqian Pavilion. Hongqian Pavilion was not only the largest inn in the black market, but also the most frequented establishment there. Within the inn the decor was lavish, the ambience refined, and guests were treated to fine wines and delicacies, heavenly zither melodies, and beautiful companions to attend to their every need. Yet none of these were the true reason for the inn's thriving business. The primary draw was its exceptional intelligence network, where many came to buy, sell, or exchange information. In a room of Hongqian Pavilion, a man in a long robe with a dignified countenance sat nervously upon a chair, head bowed, daring not to look at the graceful woman before him. His hands were clenched tightly, beads of sweat plastered across his forehead, his breathing growing increasingly ragged, as though bearing an immense burden. After a moment, he cautiously raised his head and saw the woman slowly approaching, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Her crimson mouth released a subtle fragrance, and the fullness of her chest swayed gently with each step, as though threatening to burst free. For a moment his heart swayed as he watched. A stifling heat rose within his chest, a surge of blood coursed through his veins, and his composure faltered. As she drew near, waves of her orchid-like fragrance filled his nostrils. His mind grew scattered, and like a marionette he moved aimlessly toward the nearby wall. A piercing pain gradually bloomed from below, yet the man did not cease his movements. Instead he quickened his pace, savoring an unfamiliar pleasure. How could striking stone with an egg fail to cause pain? Yet the man pressed on as though the wall were some peerless beauty, a blissful smile playing upon his lips, oblivious to the agony. Had anyone witnessed this extraordinary scene, they would surely have given an enthusiastic thumbs up and shouted, brave soul. Unfortunately, no one was present to see it. The woman had already returned to her seat, lifting a cup of fragrant tea to sip leisurely, casting not another glance his way. After a long while a knock echoed from the doorway. As the door opened, a man dressed entirely in black, including a black hat, stepped inside. The man approached the woman and knelt, clasping his fists in salute. Esteemed sect master, I have visited all the capable individuals within the black market, but found nothing. May I beg your punishment? Glancing briefly at the still moving figure beside him, he immediately added, I await your judgment. The woman did not look back, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. She set down her teacup gently and sighed. Enough. Seek elsewhere, she said, rising and walking out of the building. The kneeling man quickly rose to follow his master. As they departed, a faint whisper of how pitiful drifted into the warrior's ears. Once outside, the woman intended to leave this place that held no allure for her. Suddenly she caught sight of a large crowd gathered some distance ahead. Curiosity drawing her forward, she discovered a middle-aged man in foreign attire brandishing a sword toward a young man. She assessed the two before her, but her gaze barely lingered on the middle-aged man before shifting away. He was utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing qualities. Yet when her eyes fell upon the young man, her astonishment knew no bounds. She could not perceive his cultivation realm. She prided herself on possessing unparalleled cultivation in the world. Though she could not claim to be the strongest among all, few of her peers could match her, let alone those younger than herself. But this young man before her not only concealed his cultivation, even the aura he exuded was extraordinary. This immediately piqued her interest. The young man was of course Mo Fan. At this moment he felt somewhat nervous. He had never anticipated that his offhand remark to Chen Xiren would be overheard by others, and those who heard it seemed distinctly displeased. Mo Fan desperately wanted to clarify it was a misunderstanding, yet with so many witnesses present, he found himself unable to retract it. Moreover, if he denied his earlier words, the imposing image he had cultivated in Chen Xiren's eyes would crumble instantly. With no, Mo Fan could only attempt to persuade the man. After all, his true talent lay in his eloquence. He stepped forward, addressing the Japanese samurai. Esteemed brother seems to disagree with my assessment. Mo Fan maintained his courteous demeanor, projecting an image of refined gentleness. He understood that convincing this man required not logic, but empathy. The outcome of this debate hinged upon the audience. If he could draw the surrounding spectators onto his side, and evoke their empathy, their sympathy would naturally tilt in his favor. At that point, no matter how Sasaki countered, the crowd would dismiss his arguments as twisted reasoning, and the sheer weight of public opinion would crush him. How could a single voice hope to silence the chorus of the masses? Sasaki snorted derisively, utterly dismissing Mo Fan's words. I have devoted 20 years to studying the sword path, wielding a swift blade that has known no equal across the realm. When did a pup like you gain the right to question me? Unfamiliar with the nuances of local conversation, Sasaki could only respond with blunt, forceful retorts. Yet to the assembled crowd, this instantly painted him as a foul-tempered brute devoid of refinement. In the arena of debate, such evident exasperation spelled defeat, and Mo Fan had already gained the upper hand in the opening exchange. Casting a quick glance around, he recognized his advantage and pressed forward without hesitation. Oh, claiming invincibility across the realm. Do you truly believe all the people of the Central Plains are beneath your notice? From the very start of the second round, Mo Fan deftly redirected hostility toward their shared homeland. After all, Sasaki was an outsider. The principle that those of different origins harbored different loyalties was the most potent tool for evoking empathy. Though Sasaki possessed formidable strength and an intimidating presence, he could not overcome the sheer numbers arrayed against him. There would always be one or two who feared neither authority and would rise to defend their own. True to expectation, these words ignited murmurs throughout the crowd. Another Japanese samurai, narrow as a frog in a well. The Central Plains team with remarkable talents and skilled masters. Had they been present, would they have tolerated such arrogance? Indeed, the Central Plains abound with masters. He merely benefited from fortune, besting a minor assassin. Should a true expert appear, a mere snap of fingers would suffice to crush him. Short-sighted. This black market is but a fraction of the continent. The so-called masters here represent less than 1/10,000th. What makes him claim dominion over the realm? They spoke in hushed tones, unwilling to provoke further, for Sasaki's prowess remained vividly present, and they dared not test his wrath directly. Yet even these restrained whispers reached Sasaki's ears, fueling his fury until veins bulged on his forehead, and he roared, You insolent whelp, if you have any courage, face me in combat, instead of cowering behind your words. Mo Fan observed the man's enraged expression and chuckled inwardly. His composure had shattered, presenting the perfect moment to counterattack. He drew Chen Xiren's sword from its scabbard and pointed it squarely at Sasaki, his face set with righteous indignation. Since you dare belittle the people of the realm, then the people naturally dare to disregard you. As a son of the Central Plains, I will not tolerate foreign intruders trampling upon our land with such arrogance. I fight not for personal glory, but in defense of honor. Even if my blood were to splash upon this ground, I would do so without hesitation to protect the glory of the Central Plains. Well said. Magnificent words. His impassioned speech ignited a fierce passion within the crowd, stirring them once more to empathy. In an instant, everyone began to applaud, pushing the entire scene to a climactic height. Brimming with fervor, their gazes now fixed on Sasaki brimmed with hostility. Yet aware of their own weakness, they could only place their hopes upon Mo Fan, watching him with eager anticipation. Just as the crowd believed Mo Fan would soon strike, crushing the enemy with the prowess of a master and defending their honor, he once again gently lowered his sword. Mo Fan returned the sword to Chen Xiren's scabbard, murmuring to himself, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a man, it first tortures his spirit and exhausts his bones. Though I possess the heart to defend our homeland, I am not one who exploits another's vulnerability. Today you have drawn your sword. Return home, recover your strength, and we shall fight again. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked away like a noble warrior of impeccable character, each step carrying him further toward the distance. The crowd stood bewildered, unable to process what had just transpired before Mo Fan vanished from sight. What is happening? Why is he leaving? It seems he said they would fight on another day. Did he tell Sasaki to return and recover from his injuries? Was he injured? Quite likely. After all, his opponent just now was a top-tier assassin from the Shadow Pavilion. He may be pushing himself beyond his limits. Hearing this, many cast suspicious glances towards Sasaki, noticing his unsteady stance, depleted energy, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had recently coughed up blood. Recalling Mo Fan's earlier words, they could not help but express their admiration. Truly a master. He would not exploit another's weakness, nor harbor malicious intent. Impressive, truly impressive. Seeing that the master had departed and the contest could not continue, the fervor around them gradually dissipated. The crowd lost interest in the spectacle and began to disperse. Left alone was Sasaki, consumed by anger with no outlet, his frustration boiling over until he coughed up blood. He fixed his gaze upon the direction Mo Fan had departed, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, his heart swelling with pure resentment toward the young man. And nearby, the woman who had shown such interest in Mo Fan earlier also gazed in that same direction. She gently touched her lips, a faint smile playing across her face, and softly murmured 2 words. Interesting. In a corner, Mo Fan gasped for air in large, ragged breaths. Phew, good thing I ran fast. He had intended to reason with the man, but the man was too impatient and had no intention of debating with him. He knew that someone with such an explosive temper could easily fly into a rage and attack. At that critical moment, he suddenly recalled the principle of the Dongying warrior, drawing only 1 sword a day, and thus found an excuse to extricate himself. Of course, he had not simply left on the spot. If he had just walked away like that, others would only think he was fleeing out of fear, and all the empathy his previous words had stirred would have been rendered completely useless. Therefore, only by finding an excuse that was both appropriate and convincing to everyone could he walk away with grace and composure. Mo Fan had already decided that after leaving he would immediately take the illusion transformation pill Lu Rume had given him. Then even when walking through the black market, he would not be recognized. It was not that he was afraid, he simply did not want to conflict with a friend from a foreign country, in line with the principle of peace and friendship. After a long while, Mo Fan calmed his emotions. Just as he was about to take the pill, Chen Xiren's voice suddenly came from beside him. Mentor, why are you here? You left without saying a word and made me search all over. Mo Fan stopped what he was doing and put on a composed expression. Xiren, it's not that I didn't call you. There were too many people and I couldn't find you, Mo Fan replied, spouting nonsense on the spot. I was right beside you. Chen Xiren pouted and lightly grumbled, but did not dwell on it. Instead, she looked at Mo Fan with adoration. Mentor, your words have inspired me deeply. After thinking it over, I believe you are right. The path of the sword should indeed be comprehended slowly. Haste makes waste. As long as she could grasp that, it was fine. As long as she could grasp that. At such times, Mo Fan neither contradicted her nor humored her. He merely nodded slightly, so as not to let her steer the conversation toward questions he would have to answer. But Chen Xiren's next words made Mo Fan's scalp prickle. She lowered her head, her mood seeming very low. Unfortunately, this is only my own idea. Everything will have to be verified after you defeat that Dongying warrior Mentor. Having said that, she immediately raised her head, a sharp light in her eyes, and cupped her fists toward Mo Fan. Please verify it for me, Mentor. Prove it, my foot. I barely managed to shake off that brute, and now you want me to jump into a fire pit. Mo Fan found it hard to voice his grievance, so naturally he would not agree to Chen Xiren's request. Xiren, it's not that I am unwilling. It's that I cannot fight him. Why, think about it. That man traveled thousands of miles to a foreign land originally to experience the customs of the Central Plains and take in its vast mountains and rivers. If we beat him now, what would people think? They would say we are petty and spiteful, throwing our weight around, and lacking the magnanimity of a great power. Chen Xiren unconsciously nodded, a little feeling there was some truth to it, yet also feeling something was off. Mo Fan gave her no chance to linger in doubt, and continued, besides, if a conflict broke out once that Dongying man returned to his country and started slandering us. Although the Dongying nation is far overseas, it has always cast a covetous eye on the territory of our Central Plains. Our 100 Central Plains kingdoms are not afraid, but once war is provoked, it will exhaust the people and waste resources. The ones who suffer will still be the common folk. Mo Fan analyzed the stakes for her from every angle, even dragging in national enmity, family hatred, and the hardships of the people. No matter how many doubts Chen Xiren still had, she could only fall silent and dare not refute. Seeing the lingering doubt on her face, Mo Fan felt he had not gone far enough and added another potent argument. Xiren, your master is still waiting for us to rescue her. We have no time to waste on these trifling matters. At the word master, Chen Xiren's eyes immediately dimmed. She said despondently, I know, but we have waited so many days and still haven't seen anyone from the demonic sect appear. Mentor, could my master be? As she spoke, the corners of her eyes grew moist once more, and her mood sank to the lowest point. Mo Fan stepped forward to comfort her. Didn't I already explain it to you? Your master will be safe until the demonic sword assembly ends. But, alright, rest assured I will definitely save your master. Mentor. Chen Xiren could no longer control her emotions, and threw herself into Mo Fan's arms, crying loudly. Sigh, what a touching scene of deep master and servant affection. Even this humble woman was deeply moved. Suddenly from the surroundings came a soul-seizing voice, an ethereal sound like an echo resounding in a valley, and Mo Fan's mind jolted. Chen Xiren immediately pulled away from Mo Fan's embrace, her heart becoming alert. The two cast their eyes around at the same time and discovered there was no one. Just as Chen Ziren was about to release her divine sense to probe further, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness ahead. It was a woman with a slender and graceful figure dressed in black. With embroidered silk wrapped around her bosom, she looked extraordinarily alluring. She walked over step by step, a light smile on her face, seeming a bit languid, yet adding a touch of seductiveness. Especially when those billowing curves slowly left the darkness and emerged into the light, even Mo Fan could not help praising her with two words so big. Looking at the approaching woman, Mo Fan quickly calmed his mind and put on an easygoing look. Chen Ziren, however, was full of shock and even fear, her body trembling slightly. Mo Fan looked at the woman and said calmly, "And you are Miss?" "I am Hua Xiaoxiang." Hua Xiaoxiang. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Mo Fan frowned thought for a moment and soon recalled something. He blurted out, You are the pavilion master of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion of the demonic sect." "Exactly," the woman answered calmly. It was truly a case of breaking iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find the target with no effort. He had not expected to encounter someone from the demonic sect here. Mo Fan's mood stirred with excitement. Although Hua Xiaoxiang had not been his original target, that Yi Jiuqiu had never shown up. They had waited day after day, almost ready to give up. The appearance of Hua Xiaoxiang at this moment was an unexpected delight. Mo Fan quickly regained his composure. At this time, he could neither show any excitement nor reveal any intention to join the demonic sword assembly. He could only probe indirectly and see if there was a chance to sneak into their ranks. Of course, he first had to determine her intention, whether it was good or ill. Mo Fan asked calmly, "Miss, is there something you want from me?" Hua Xiaoxiang glanced at him and said hesitantly, "Sir, may I have a word in private?" Judging from her tone, there seemed to be no ill intent. Moreover, as a dignified sect master of the demonic sect, if she harbored any evil ideas, she could simply make a move directly. After all, she did not know that he was the sword god. Since she was going to all this trouble, there should be no danger. Mo Fan was not about to let this opportunity slip, so he nodded lightly. "All right." Seeing that Mo Fan had not refused, Hua Xiaoxiang smiled sweetly, then said softly, "Follow me." Mo Fan followed. Chen Ziren followed close behind. In a secluded villa, Hua Xiaoxiang brewed a pot of tea, gently poured a cup for Mo Fan, then sat watching him with a smile. Mo Fan did not hesitate and drank it all in one gulp. Since he had already judged there was no danger, he naturally was not afraid she had poisoned the tea. Seeing how straightforward Mo Fan was, Hua Xiaoxiang nodded in satisfaction. In truth, this was a gesture of trust between the two. If Mo Fan had been suspicious of her, she would also have been wary of Mo Fan. But if both sides had a little trust, the ensuing conversation would become much easier. After finishing the tea, Mo Fan came straight to the point. "All right, what exactly do you want from me?" Hua Xiaoxiang replied. "To be honest, the first time I saw you in the black market, I felt you were no ordinary man." This was the truth. She truly could not see through Mo Fan's cultivation. "And then watching you discuss the Tao with that Dongying man, I found your wit and insight quite interesting." "That was not false either. Would you mind telling me your background, sir?" Hearing this, Mo Fan faintly felt something was wrong. Was she about to confess her feelings? He quickly cast that thought aside and thought of another possibility: suspicion. Exactly. If one wanted to talk business with a person, one would first investigate their identity. Only if the identity was beyond question could the matter continue. That being the case, if he wanted to participate in the demonic sword assembly, he would have to first dispel her suspicion. At that thought, Mo Fan softly uttered two words: Dangu. The moment she heard Dangu, the woman was instantly relieved. Dangu had countless miraculous pills and elixirs, so it was entirely reasonable for him to have concealed himself from her perception. Hua Xiaoxiang's suspicion of Mo Fan diminished another degree. Then she directly revealed her purpose. "Would you, sir, be interested in attending the demonic sword assembly?" As soon as those words were spoken, Mo Fan's eyelid twitched, and he thought to himself, the opportunity has come. Demon sword assembly. Mo Fan feigned utter bewilderment, as though he knew nothing at all. Hua Xiaoxiang went on to explain, "Indeed, the Demon Sword Assembly is a grand gathering hosted by our demon sect. It is a trial set by the demon sect's elders to test the sect master. If one wins, one will gain the elders' recognition." She did not tell him everything, still harboring a measure of caution toward Mo Fan. It was mainly because she had too little contact with Mo Fan and did not trust his abilities 100%. Approval. Heh. After hearing this, Mo Fan sneered inwardly. Knowing the situation, he was not flustered in the slightest. On the contrary, this woman was the one lacking sincerity. She wanted to recruit him, yet still dared to lie. Mo Fan felt it necessary to teach her a lesson, so he deliberately said, "So you want to climb to the top?" The sudden provocation made Hua Xiaoxiang's expression sink. She thought to herself that she should not have revealed anything just now, so why did this man ask such a question? Growing uneasy, Hua Xiaoxiang played dumb. "Young master, what do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted the elders' approval? The elders are your direct superiors. If earning their approval isn't climbing the ranks, what is?" Mo Fan shrugged as if saying something utterly casual. But Hua Xiaoxiang heard it quite differently. She had long aspired to the position of demon venerable, and she did want to climb higher, but she had not shown any such eagerness. She had spoken calmly just now and had never mentioned rising in the ranks. How could he possibly know? Young master misunderstands. I am but a humble woman whose words carry little weight. My position in the demon sect is low. There's no such thing as rising. Pretend. Just keep pretending. The prestigious pavilion master of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, one of the 4 great demon sects, has no status. Who is she trying to fool? Alas, since Pavilion Master Hua is so insincere, I think we should just forget it. As he spoke, Mo Fan rose and walked toward the door, sending a jolt of panic through Hua Xiaoxiang. Young master, wait. Does Pavilion Master Hua have something else? Hua Xiaoxiang said with grave sincerity, young master, forgive me. I did not intend to be secretive. I have my difficulties. Oh, what difficulties? Young master may not know, but the Demon Sword Assembly has a cultivation restriction. No one above the Nirvana realm may enter. That is, only spirit transformation cultivators are allowed. Many people at the spirit transformation realm serve under me, but their use at the Demon Sword Assembly would be limited. Mo Fan wore a feigned expression of puzzlement and continued listening. That is because the Demon Sword Assembly contains a kind of demonic beast called the Crystal Devouring Beast. At most, a spirit transformation cultivator can handle 4 or 5 of them, so the impact on the overall situation is limited. Thus, judging from past experience, the Demon Sword Assembly does not test cultivation, but rather strategy and cunning. At this point, Hua Xiaoxiang put on a pitiful winsome look and slowly drew closer to Mo Fan. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder and looked at Mo Fan with dewy eyes, saying, I only intended to test young master. I never imagined young master would be so clever and see through me at once, which is why a small well-intentioned lie slipped out. Young master should understand the good intentions behind my actions, right? Bah! Take your dirty hand off me. I am not that kind of person. Mo Fan gently lifted Hua Xiaoxiang's chin and said mockingly, since Pavilion Master Hua puts it that way, the misunderstanding is naturally cleared away. Then he shifted his body closer, inching forward bit by bit, and he could clearly see the flush gradually blooming on Hua Xiaoxiang's face. Just as he was about to succeed, Hua Xiaoxiang flitted away and chided coyly, young master. Beneath her slightly loosened robe, the snowy white of her shoulder was revealed. When she looked at Mo Fan again, her seductive face was dyed with crimson like a ripe honey peach, delicate and enticing. Young master, I have already been so open and laid my heart bare to you. Can you still refuse me? Even as she said this, she thought another lustful brood. This will make things much easier. Just when she was certain Mo Fan would agree 100%, Mo Fan waved his hand and refused a last no. I cannot agree. Hua Xiaoxiang looked at him in disbelief. Why not? Does young master truly require me to? Of course not. I'm the one who should be the boss, yet you want me to be an employee. And woman, don't be too confident. Mo Fan explained, I don't know much about this Demon Sword Assembly either. Who knows whether it's dangerous? And after it's done, what can you offer me? Hearing this, Hua Xiaoxiang suddenly understood. So he was afraid of losing his life, and was also thinking about the reward afterward. The taut string in Hua Xiaoxiang's heart gradually loosened, and her suspicion of Mo Fan almost entirely vanished. Greedy, lecherous, and afraid of death. These were what a normal person would consider, and the man before her clearly fit every one. The reason Mo Fan had behaved that way earlier was to dispel the doubts in Hua Xiaoxiang's heart. Only then could he take the initiative and turn the tables. After learning of Mo Fan's concerns, Hua Xiaoxiang immediately explained, young master, rest easy. The Demon Sword Assembly is not dangerous and the rewards are quite generous because... Then Hua Xiaoxiang told Mo Fan the full details of the Demon Sword Assembly from beginning to end. Mo Fan pretended to listen with a serious face, raising a question or two from time to time for her to answer, and she patiently replied. After some time, Mo Fan finished listening. It was virtually the same as what Yin Hongying had said, except that there were only 5 participants. Including the sect master directing from outside, the total was only 6 people. 6 people had to fend off the crystal devouring beasts while also guarding against the schemes of the other sect masters. No matter how he figured it, it was not enough. This aspect was far beyond Mo Fan's expectations. Seeing Mo Fan fall silent, seemingly still weighing the matter, Hua Xiaoxiang could not help asking, well, does young master still have doubts? How many people have you found so far? At that, a shadow of dejection fell over Hua Xiaoxiang's face. She had many with strong cultivation under her command, but very few with extraordinary talents. Otherwise she would not have been looking for opportunities at the black market. Caught off guard by Mo Fan's question, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Hua Xiaoxiang stammered, so far only you. What? Rather than surprise, Mo Fan felt wild joy. Since she had not found anyone, could he not plant his own people in the team? If he could place his own people inside, it would be extremely advantageous for the actions ahead. Mo Fan had not expected this foolish girl in front of him to expose such an important weakness. Of course, he also owed it to his earlier groundwork, which had erased much of her suspicion. At this moment, Mo Fan's thoughts were extremely clear. Seeing the alarmed look on Mo Fan's face, Hua Xiaoxiang's heart tightened. Fearing he might change his mind, she quickly added, actually, I have many capable people under my command. If I cannot find anyone, sending them might still have a chance to win. Her heart was hollow as she spoke. No, whatever you do, don't send your disciples. Sensing a change in the wind, Mo Fan immediately spoke to stop her. Enough. You said it yourself, it's not about cultivation. What use are your disciples? I'll gather the right people for you. Hua Xiaoxiang's eyes brightened. Really? Mo Fan nodded lightly, keeping his outward calm, but silently complained in his heart, that's all. This is the schemer Yin Hongying had mentioned, and she is a demon sect master. She'd be sold and still count the money for the seller. What a fool. Hua Xiaoxiang naturally had no idea what Mo Fan was thinking at this moment. She was already bursting with joy. If young master can help me take first place in the assembly, then continuing what happened before is not impossible. Mo Fan knew it was a sugar-coated bullet and did not believe a word of it. Enough. Just give me the assembly's reward. Besides, finding people takes time. Let's meet at the black market entrance in 3 days. Hua Xiaoxiang had not expected Mo Fan to remain unmoved, but since the matter was already settled, she was still in an excellent mood. Then I shall await young master's good news. After speaking, she directly left the villa. Phew. After Hua Xiaoxiang left, Mo Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that some flaw had been exposed just now. Fortunately, this woman was not too clever, otherwise her chest wouldn't be so big. Seeing things go so smoothly, Mo Fan was delighted. He asked Chen Ziren, who had done nothing but spectate the whole time, well, how would you evaluate the pavilion master of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion? Chen Ziren had witnessed everything and could not help admiring Mo Fan's push-and-pull technique, but she still had many points of confusion about Hua Xiaoxiang. Mentor, from what I know of Pavilion Master Hua, she should have any other man completely wrapped around her finger. But in front of you, Mentor, she. Mo Fan asked curiously, but what? One word: foolish. Early morning found Mo Fan still lingering in his dreams when he was suddenly awakened by a furious roar from outside his door. Brat, I know you're in there, get your ass out here. The moment he heard that voice, Mo Fan recognized it as familiar and scrambled out of bed. After quickly tidying his clothes, he glanced out the window and saw a man in foreign attire standing below the inn, shouting up at him with menacing vigor. So it was him after all, Sasaki, a Japanese swordsman. Mo Fan had been careless and forgotten to take his medicine. He had intended to consume that phantom form pill directly yesterday, but the arrival of Hua Xiaoxian had interrupted him, and he simply hadn't remembered afterward. Unbeknownst to him, the man had actually tracked him down now. Worse still, even without any disguise on Mo Fan's part, Sasaki already knew his whereabouts. If he tried to alter his appearance now, it was unlikely he could escape. This was a dead end. Mo Fan paced back and forth like an ant on a hot griddle, his mind racing to formulate a way out. Just then the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! A top-grade spiritual herb, the flowing Sakura divine tree, has been detected nearby. Mo Fan. How could this possibly be happening right now? Mo Fan had stayed at this Inn for many days, yet the system had never once flagged a divine herb. Why alert him now of all times? Mo Fan's gaze drifted down to the furious man below, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. As his confusion deepened, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! The divine tree has been detected on that Japanese swordsman. It is encased within his sword scabbard. Mo Fan. It was actually directing him to a specific person this time. Mo Fan never imagined the system would pinpoint the exact location and object so directly. During their earlier visit to Chunman Garden, a top-grade spiritual herb had also appeared, but Mo Fan couldn't find it because the system's guidance had fallen short. Why was it being so precise now? Could the system have undergone an upgrade? The thought brushed through Mo Fan's mind. But right now the matter of the divine tree was secondary. The immediate concern was how to deal with the Japanese swordsman standing before him. Mo Fan turned to the system once more. System, is there any way to defeat this Japanese man? Apologies. This system only provides information regarding itself and agricultural matters. It is powerless over other matters. Mo Fan sighed, spreading his hands helplessly. Then I suppose I cannot obtain that divine tree after all. You cannot expect the horse to run without feeding it grass. Such ease does not exist in this world. I still advise the host to secure the spiritual herb. Mo Fan feigned indifference. Why? That piece of wood cannot be cultivated, can it? Incorrect. Within my domain, absolutely anything can be planted. What? Upon hearing this, Mo Fan could no longer remain indifferent. If anything could be planted, then there would be no need for him to exhaust himself searching for seeds. Spiritual herbs were already exceedingly rare to come by, let alone their seeds. The system explained. There exists a secret manual within me called blood sacrifice, smelting, which can refine all things into their most primal form. Why didn't you say so sooner? Mo Fan said, infuriated. Your host experience is insufficient. Even if I told you, it would be of no use. Mo Fan desperately wanted to punch it, but alas, it lacked a physical form. In that case, he absolutely had to obtain that divine tree. After hearing the system's explanation, Mo Fan concluded that securing the herb was indeed necessary. For one, the divine tree fell within the category of top-grade spiritual herbs, granting substantial experience points. Once he learned blood sacrifice, smelting, his strength would see a tremendous boost. For another, once the divine tree could be cultivated, he could breed countless copies of it. Countless divine trees meant countless fortunes, and with that wealth he could purchase more top-grade herbs and cultivate them as well. Mo Fan dared not think further, for the day of his invincibility seemed merely around the corner. Yet the question remained, how could he possibly obtain the divine tree now? A direct confrontation was out of the question. That sword of his was so swift that Mo Fan would likely be dead before it was even drawn. Stealing it was equally impossible. The man was an assassin-tier expert, making the task utterly unrealistic. Mo Fan pondered long and hard, but could not conceive of a flawless strategy. If only he could place a wager. Wait, a wager? That day they had agreed to a duel. If he added some stakes to the match. After a moment's thought, Mo Fan abandoned the idea. The core issue remained: he simply could not overpower his opponent. Just as Mo Fan was at his wits' end, the system, unable to watch any longer, spoke up. I suggest the host check the skill panel. Didn't you just say you were powerless? I specified system-related matters only. I have not broken any rules. TCH. It was probably just anxious because it couldn't secure the divine tree through him right. Mo Fan pursed his lips. He knew the system's tendencies all too well. Upon receiving the hint, he opened the skill panel. Skill panel. Heart Read Level 1. A secret Buddhist scripture that allows one to perceive what resides in another's heart. Taiji Sword Art Level 1. A Wudong sword technique capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, wielding immense power. 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of simulation. Level 1. An educational classic that enhances intelligence. Mo Fan observed quietly for a moment before arriving at his final conclusion. What use is any of this rubbish? Heart Read could eavesdrop on thoughts, but it had zero effect in combat. Taiji Sword Art was his only offensive skill, yet with its sluggish movements he would likely be stabbed to death before the sword was even drawn. 5 years. Scram, you're polluting my eyes. Pondering over it, Mo Fan found no usable skills, yet the system was even more anxious than he was. There was no reason for it to deceive him, was there? In the end, Mo Fan's gaze settled once more on Taiji Sword Art. In his past life, he had seen old men practice it in parks, allegedly for strengthening the body. What were its true effects? He had no idea. But the system's version of the sword art might not be identical to those leisurely, elderly routines. On television, the principle of overcoming hardness with softness and stillness with motion had been demonstrated more than once. But that was fiction. Our reality was entirely different. One slip and his life would be forfeit. After much deliberation, Mo Fan made his decision. If he was going to die, he might as well die trying. System, how do I learn this skill? The host merely needs to tap lightly upon the skill. That's simple. Mo Fan extended his finger and tapped the Taiji Sword Art entry. Almost instantly the skill vanished from his panel. The very next second a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Not only that, but along with the memories came a flow of energy, the sword intent inherent in Taiji Sword Art. Soon after, Mo Fan felt mentally refreshed and physically revitalized, his body growing noticeably sturdier. It was an epiphany. Mo Fan experienced this sensation firsthand. Descending the stairs, he approached Sasaki and inquired. So, have you recovered? Sir, has your health been restored? I was hardly sick to begin with. Sasaki's eyes burned red with rage. That day he had vomited blood entirely from Mo Fan's provocations. He himself was perfectly fine. To make others believe he had been injured by assassins from the Shadow Pavilion had been a profound humiliation. Now Mo Fan dared to taunt him verbally, once more pushing Sasaki's patience to its limit. You little brat, today I will show you exactly what it means to beg for death, yet be denied it. With those words, he drew his swift blade and lunged straight for Mo Fan. Clang! At merely a meter from Mo Fan's forehead, Sasaki's sword halted, unable to advance another inch. Suddenly a figure materialized before him, blocking his path completely. If you wish to harm my mentor, you must first answer to me. The newcomer was Chunziren. She had heard Sasaki's earlier roar and had immediately descended the stairs. Upon discovering that this Japanese swordsman still intended to lay hands on her mentor, she acted out of righteous indignation. A sparring match she could permit, but taking a life was entirely unacceptable. What does my affair with him have to do with you? Sasaki asked, bewildered. What concerns my mentor concerns me, Chunziren retorted. In that case I shall kill you first, then deal with him. Sasaki had no patience for her chatter. Mo Fan was destined to die today. The swift blade struck again, this time targeting Chunziren. His ferocious assault showed no mercy simply because his opponent was a woman. If anything, it grew even more ruthless. Chunziren refused to yield an inch and matched his speed with her own counterattacks. The two clashed fiercely within the confines of the inn. The nearby guests had long since scattered, and the surrounding chairs were overturned across the floor. Only the innkeeper knelt in terror, repeatedly chanting, "Please stop fighting, please stop." But could either of them hear him? Blade after blade, strike after strike. The intense aura even carved scratches along the walls, while his fierce sword intent continuously wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures. Clang and clash resounded endlessly. Bloodthirsty blades and killing auras crisscrossed the air as various techniques bombarded one another. After enduring exactly 300 rounds, both warriors collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their victory still undecided. One had to admit this Japanese swordsman possessed genuine skill, holding his own admirably against the holy maiden of the demonic sect. However, Chunziren was currently suppressing her cultivation. Her saint realm had been forcibly reduced to the soul transformation stage solely to prepare for this demonic sword conference. Huff huff, you damn woman, are you truly going to interfere? Seeing he could not prevail quickly, Sasaki roared in frustration. Indeed, finding Chunziren showed no deference whatsoever, Sasaki turned his shouts toward Mo Fan. You cowardly brat, don't hide behind a woman if you've got any guts. Upon hearing this, how could Mo Fan resist the provocation? He murmured softly. Alas, the old never realize how sweet a comfortable life can be. You? Sasaki found himself at a loss, whether to retort or remain silent. For all his years of experience, he had never encountered someone with such thick skin as Mo Fan. Cough cough. Young brother, did you not say that once my health was restored you would duel me? Realizing force would not work, Sasaki switched to a softer approach. My health has been fully restored, he said, patting his chest vigorously. So vigorously he nearly coughed up blood himself. The moment those words left his mouth, they fell exactly to Mo Fan's advantage. Oh, is that so? Since you wish to fight, I shall spar with you. Truly. However, I rarely act without cause unless there is some stakes involved. Hearing this, how could Sasaki not understand Mo Fan's true intentions? It was blatantly obvious. He had set his sights on something upon his person. If he refused, with this woman obstructing him and Mo Fan potentially fleeing in a couple of days, the foul frustration festering in his heart would be impossible to swallow. Realizing this, Sasaki could only grit his teeth and comply. Besides, he might not necessarily lose. He looked at Mo Fan and spoke in a heavy voice. What is it you desire? Nothing of consequence. Just that scabbard of yours. Sasaki had spent many years in the black market taking on numerous bounties, and his wealth and treasures had accumulated over time. Before he knew it, he had become a well-known rich figure in the underground. However, with his reputation spread far and wide, who would carry such treasures on their person? Sasaki kept all his assets in a secret location, dressing plainly when he went out, and appearing no different from ordinary people. If there was anything of value on his person, it would likely be the family heirloom sword, the Huche passed down through generations. Are you certain you want my sword? Or its scabbard? Sasaki asked again in disbelief, initially wanting to clarify that he meant the scabbard rather than the blade itself, but decided against it to avoid arousing further suspicion. Indeed, Mo Fan confirmed with conviction. Very well, young man. If you can face me in combat, I'll give you this scabbard. Upon hearing these words, Mo Fan immediately felt some regret. The hulking brute before him seemed completely unaware of what a wager entailed. From his tone, it sounded like he'd hand over the scabbard regardless of who won, which meant Mo Fan could simply concede and take it without fighting at all. Sasaki remained oblivious to Mo Fan's true intentions, believing the match was merely a pretense. His real objective was to kill Mo Fan. As long as Mo Fan accepted the challenge, the woman wouldn't intervene under normal circumstances, giving him the opening he needed to strike with yesterday's swift sword technique and eliminate him. By then, even her prowess wouldn't matter in time. Sasaki had his plan set and was now waiting for Mo Fan's response, but as the silence stretched on, Mo Fan remained frozen and unresponsive, causing Sasaki growing frustration beneath his composed exterior. What if he's backing out now? The more Sasaki considered it, the more plausible it seemed. If he missed his chance today, there might never be another opportunity to eliminate him. No one knew when Mo Fan might disappear. Deciding he couldn't wait any longer, Sasaki tossed the scabbard directly toward him. Mo Fan caught it instinctively without thinking. By the time he realized what was happening, the scabbard, hewn from the legendary Luing sacred wood, was already firmly in his grasp. Haha, you were the one who said it yourself. Once you take the scabbard, you must compete with me. Words spoken cannot be taken back. Mo Fan hadn't anticipated such a maneuver and cursed inwardly at the trick. He had intended to accept anyway, but the feeling of being ensnared was unpleasant, and from the way the brute stood there, he clearly had no idea what he'd just handed over. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Then let us begin, Sasaki urged eagerly. Wait, what is it now? We should fight on the arena. Surely you don't want to destroy the innkeeper's establishment. Sasaki glanced at the trembling merchant beside him and felt a pang of guilt. Haha, you're right, let's go then. Wait, what now? You wrecked the place, you're paying for it, aren't you? Sasaki dared not protest despite his frustration. He knew he was in the wrong. Only after compensating the end did Mo Fan agree to head to the arena. On the arena floor, Mo Fan regarded Sasaki with quiet composure, saying nothing. Without realizing it, the crowd below had already swarmed around them. They had assumed Sasaki would need time to recover from his injuries, so the prospect of seeing them clash again the very next day erased all their disappointment from the previous day. Haha, we meet again, everyone. It's a shame the fight didn't go through yesterday. Now that I think about it, what a missed opportunity. Indeed. The young man's aura was so formidable I assumed he would strike. But it doesn't matter. We get to see it today after all. Who do you think will win? Who needs to guess? It's clearly the young man. Our Central Plains breeds countless talented individuals. How could a mere barbarian compare? I'm not so sure. He's far too young, probably even younger than the assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. That's true, but if he dares to challenge Sasaki, he must have some advantage. Let's see what happens. Listening to the murmurs from below, Sasaki furrowed his brow slightly, growing wary at the mention of hidden strength. He looked at Mo Fan and saw calm, unreadable eyes. No sign of concern or strategy. How could such a young fighter remain so composed? Could he truly possess some hidden advantage? Sasaki's suspicions mounted, and he abandoned his earlier plan to dispatch Mo Fan quickly, instead choosing to test the waters first. Inside, Mo Fan was anything but calm. Beneath that composed exterior, he was frantically working out how to survive this fight. Without any cultivation base, even if he employed the Taiji sword techniques, how effective could they truly be? Could he possibly withstand Sasaki's assault? Mo Fan wondered deeply within himself. Doesn't that youth seem to be holding a scabbard rather than a blade? Someone in the crowd suddenly voiced the observation, and everyone followed their gaze. Sure enough, he was wielding nothing but a scabbard. What? This kid is ridiculously arrogant. Does he actually think he can fight with just a scabbard? That piece of wood would be splintered in a single strike from Sasaki. There's no way he can fight with it. This is too disrespectful. Doesn't he have a sword? Perhaps we should lend him one. Forget it, never mind. He's got his own plans. Maybe it's some legendary weapon. Mo Fan had no sword of his own, and the scabbard Sasaki had tossed him was still clutched in his hand since he received it, leaving no time to put it away. But whether it was a weapon or not wasn't the real issue. The truth was that wielding a sword or a scabbard made no difference to him. At that moment, Sasaki struck. He drew the huche and slashed forward with terrifying force toward Mo Fan. The blade carried a vicious wind current, birthing dozens of razor-sharp wind blades in an instant. With a powerful swing, Sasaki unleashed torrents of cutting wind like a sudden storm, enveloping Mo Fan from every angle and leaving him no room to escape. Since this was merely a probing attack, Sasaki naturally avoided closing the distance, opting instead to test Mo Fan's defenses with ranged assaults first. As the wind blades descended upon him, Mo Fan's mind went blank with panic, and he instinctively raised the scabbard to block. The moment the wind blade struck the scabbard, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, leaving them all wide with shock. With a single flick of the scabbard, all the wind blades halted midair and scattered as if dissolved by some unseen force. The seemingly devastating assault had been effortlessly neutralized. What just happened? How can such a scabbard possess such power? Could it truly be a divine artifact? Don't be absurd. It's the young man's own strength that matters. He can fight with anything. Who exactly is this youth? Why have I never heard of such a young hero in the martial world? Mo Fan's inexplicable display sparked widespread curiosity, and everyone began speculating about his origins. Sasaki stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He knew better than anyone that the scabbard he had given Mo Fan was not a divine weapon. Yet Mo Fan had effortlessly deflected his assault with nothing but the scabbard. A stroke of luck that confirmed his decision to change tactics was the right one. Young brat, you've got some skill. Sasaki had held back significantly, using only half his strength, yet combined with his devastating wind-severing slash, even an ordinary person would have been unable to defend against it. His praise was genuine this time. Mo Fan stood bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why is he looking at me like that? He hadn't done anything deliberate, merely reacted on instinct to block with the scabbard. He'd expected it to be shredded and feared for his own safety, yet somehow it had actually held firm. Mo Fan examined the scabbard closely and noticed a faint white luminescence emanating from its surface, leaving him puzzled. Could this luminous energy be what saved him? That was the only explanation that came to mind. This is the Lu Ying Qi emanating from the sacred wood. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Lu Ying Qi. What exactly is that? The system replied, Lu Ying is a technique from the Eastern Isles capable of destroying an enemy's interior without ever making physical contact. The Lu Ying Qi is the manifestation of this technique's power. Only weapons crafted from Lu Ying's sacred wood can channel it. So this thing was truly formidable. After the system's explanation, Mo Fan finally grasped why the scabbard could withstand Sasaki's attacks. With a divine weapon now in his possession, his confidence surged. He turned to face Sasaki, brushed the dust from his robes with nonchalance, and scoffed. Nothing more than that.